Chapter 1. The president of the game is actually a financial tycoon? What on earth is this worthless scrap of paper? Wong Wenbin, the manager of the Human Resources Department, disdainfully clutched a resume that nearly drove him to exasperation. Outside the window stood the steel forest of the financial district in whose city, skyscrapers rising densely, flaunting the audacity of wealth and power. Inside, the gilded characters spelling Fenghuan Investments silently proclaimed the illustrious reputation of this premier private equity firm. With an asset management scale in the hundreds of billions and a position as an industry leader, this place was a sanctuary for countless financial elites, graduates of prestigious universities, all vying to enter this hallowed ground. Yet, the resume in his hand. Name, Su Hao. Age, 25. Alma mater, an ordinary second-tier university in whose city. Major, business administration. Certificates, none. Work experience, none. Wong Wenbin was almost led to suspect that the printer had jammed and that this was merely a test page mistakenly sent over. CFA, CPA, FRM, not a single one of the essential certifications for financial elites was present. The work experience section was utterly blank. To be frank, such a meager employment application had never been witnessed in the history of Fenghuan Investments. Should he simply feed it into the shredder? Wong Wenbin felt that doing so would be an affront to that expensive German-imported machine. Yet, here it lay, glaringly on the desk of this human resources manager. Manager Wong, the secretary's voice came cautiously. This resume was sent directly from the chairman's office. What? Wong Wenbin sprang up from his chair, his face twisted in disbelief. The chairman, renowned for elevating Fenghuan Investments from obscurity to the pinnacle of the industry, known for his sharp vision and meritocratic principles, who despised nepotism? Wong Wenbin vividly recalled a year ago when a venerable company veteran attempted to place his nephew, freshly returned from abroad, in a core department. The chairman had ruthlessly dismissed the proposal in front of all the executives, leaving the veteran humiliated and his reputation in tatters. Since that incident, no one dared to cross that line again. But now, the chairman had personally sent over such an unremarkable resume. This was no mere suggestion. It was a directive. Could it be a relative of the chairman? Unlikely, given the differing surnames. But who could ever be certain? Did it mention which department he should be assigned to? No, it didn't specify. It was just tossed over. Wong Wenbin chuckled bitterly. The absence of instructions was, in fact, the most challenging of directives. The team meant they in the HR department had to figure it out themselves. Where could they place such a mediocre connected individual that would please the higher-ups? Putting him in a core department would surely cause an uproar, given this resume. Yet relegating him to a peripheral department might unjustly slight this noble figure. Then Wong Wenbin pondered for a full half-minute, his mind racing through myriad scenarios. Assign him to the trading department, starting as a trading assistant. The trading department, might the secretary appeared hesitant, might raise some objections. Wong Wenbin waved his hand dismissively. Any dissent must be suppressed. This is a person personally noted by the chairman. Who dares to voice objections? Let them come directly to me. Although the trading department is a core unit, the role of a trading assistant is, quite frankly, merely that of a menial tasker, occupying the most peripheral position within the department. The responsibilities are hardly more than clicking away at a simulated trading platform, serving tea, printing documents, and running errands. Essentially, it is akin to nurturing a layabout. In this manner, it preserves the chairman's dignity while ensuring that this noble individual does not create any substantial troubles. A perfect arrangement. Wong Wenbin sighed inwardly. It seems that as the company's grand vessel sails through time, it inevitably accumulates barnacles and water plants upon its hull. Human relationships and social intricacies are inescapable. He picked up the resume, his gaze once more landing on the name Su Hao. What monumental background lies concealed behind this name? What could possibly warrant such an extraordinary exception from the chairman? This name, akin to a small pebble, was cast into the seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuously flowing depths of Fenghuan Investment, creating ripples that quietly spread outward. The origin of these ripples, the young man named Su Hao, just hours prior, was ensconced in an inconspicuous corner of the city, embroiled in a storm capable of altering the very course of his life. Bang! The door was flung open with a resounding thud. Su Hao jolted, abruptly turning from his computer. in the dimly lit room. Only the screen emitted a feeble glow, illuminating his pallid and alarmed visage. Mom, Dad, when did you return? What? Were you so engrossed in your games that you didn't even notice your parents entering? His mother's voice was sharp and weary, laced with a fury long suppressed. His father stood behind her, his face darkened like a silent volcano, his gaze piercing. Your father and I toil tirelessly to earn a living, and you merely indulge in gaming at home every day. Young Lou's son next door, of the same age as you, was just promoted last month and is preparing to buy a house and marry. Your sister, 3 years your junior. She has a stable job and contributes financially to the household every month. And you? Do you intend to drift aimlessly through life forever? The accumulated grievances of his parents burst forth like a dam breaking, inundating Su Hao in a deluge of accusations. Each word struck him like a dagger. Piercing his heart, he knew every statement was rooted in truth, irrefutable, leaving him no ground for defense, compelling him to endure in silence. In years past, he too had been a spirited youth, a graduate from a second-tier university, brimming with ambition. Yet after enduring prolonged joblessness and repeated setbacks, he retreated, seeking solace in the virtual refuge of gaming, escaping for years on end, living off his parents, evading reality, numbing himself. How suddenly his mother's tone softened. I wish for you to enjoy a joyous life of gaming, but reality does not permit it. Your father and I will age eventually. What will you do then? You must consider your future. That I understand. Su Hao murmured, his head bowed, his voice strained. Point one last time. His father's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. We will trust you one final time. This time, you must demonstrate tangible actions that will reveal your transformation. Do not let us down again. The door slammed shut, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. Su Hao sat rigidly in his chair, the game screen displaying the recently acquired weapon radiating with an epic glow, now appearing painfully ironic. He let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh, feeling a tightness in his chest. Just moments ago, he had been boasting and bantering with his guild mates in the voice channel. Wow. Su Hao just pulled an epic weapon. Su Hao is magnificent. How did you manage to get this? Truly the luckiest of the lucky. Su Hao's luck is beyond extraordinary. The chosen one. The channel was filled with awe, cheers, and reverence. He basked in the adulation, relishing the status of being dubbed the lucky one. All of this stemmed from a mysterious ability he had recently discovered in exceptionally subtle intuition. About a month ago, he began to notice that while engaging in games involving luck-based mechanics, such as drawing cards and opening chests, he could, for a fleeting moment, capture an indescribable sense of timing. T times. This sensation felt like a faint electric current surging from his fingertips, tingling all the way to his head. If he clicked the mouse at that precise instant, miracles often unfolded. The epic weapon he had just obtained was a direct result of seizing that ephemeral feeling and clicking without hesitation. This inexplicable lucky ability was his last source of pride and a refuge from reality. Yet now, this meager pride and solace seemed utterly feeble in the face of his parents' heavy disappointment. He sighed deeply. Indeed, he could not continue down this path. He opened the guild chat box, his fingers hovering over the keyboard for a long while, before finally typing a message. Brothers, I apologize, but I may have to quit gaming. As soon as the message was sent, the guild channel erupted in chaos. What? Suel, Diodek Witting? Why the sudden decision? Did someone upset you? Speak up, and we'll take care of it. Don't go. We are already a bunch of old men. Your departure will drain all our energy. Su Hao gazed at the barrage of pleas on the screen, feeling a mix of gratitude and bitterness. He briefly explained his home situation. The channel fell silent for a good 10 seconds at Oh, that's what happened. I understand. Your parents are right. It's time to find a proper job. What a pity, Su Hao. With your luck, how will we manage without you for gear drops? Amidst the expressions of regret and consolation, a private chat window suddenly popped up. It was the guild leader. Su Hao, guild leader, hold on. Don't be in such a hurry to resign. I recall you graduated from Hucheng University of Technology, didn't you? In business administration, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, President. What's up? How's your math foundation? Have you studied accounting? Not too bad. I've learned a bit. Hey, race the deal. Send me your resume. Huh? President, what do you need my resume for? Stop messing around looking for random jobs. Just come work for our company. That way, you won't end up quitting the game. Damn it, If you leave, our guild will truly turn into a senior citizen's home. Suhao was taken aback. President, the one who usually jokes around in game, calls everyone his brothers, always insists on paying during offline gatherings, and drive a luxury car neighborhood big brother? He always thought the president was just a rich second generation with a passion for gaming, that he actually owns a company, and he wants to recruit him. This plot is rather surreal. President, you're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? I know exactly what kind of person you are in the guild. You're reliable, loyal, and quite clever. You've helped me shoulder quite a bit of the guild's trivial matters. Consider this a favor returned. Send your resume to this email, and they'll have the HR department arrange it. Hearing these words from the president, Suhao's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Although they only knew each other in game, he never expected the president to be so loyal and principled. However, a hint of apprehension lingered in his heart. What if the president's company is one of those unregistered firms? No. Suhao shook his head vigorously, dispelling that thought from his mind. What time is it? Why am I being so picky? Having a job is already a blessing. Regardless of the company's size or the salary, securing employment is the priority. At least he could provide some explanation to his parents. Let me see the email address given by the president. Is that he trembled as he typed the company name associated with that email into the search engine. The search results appeared instantly. Fanghuan Investment, top-tier private equity fund in the country. Asset management scale exceeding 1 trillion. Suhao's pupils dilated, his mind blanked, and he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. His mouth opened involuntarily, and with a tone laced with utter astonishment, disbelief, and absurdity, he squeezed out 2 words. What the? Chapter 2. The feeling has arrived. Bye. Wow, is this really the place? Suhao gazed up at the towering, resplendent skyscraper, swallowing hard. Fanghuan Investment, the nation's premier private equity fund. For an ordinary graduate from second-tier university who can't even find a job, this place seemed like a gilded temple encrusted with diamonds, a sight so majestic that merely looking at it felt like an affront. And now, he was inexplicably about to work here. I haven't even dared to tell my parents, yet he still felt as though he were dreaming, pondering what merit he possessed to work at such a legendary company. What if he were utterly incompetent, merely adding chaos and finding himself dismissed within days? After much contemplation, he could only vaguely inform his family that he was going for an interview before slipping away discreetly. This suit feels rather snug. During his time at home, to avoid his mother's piercing gaze and incessant nagging, he had refrained from late-night snacks, managing to keep his physique from ballooning. Yet now, it appeared that a fitness regimen needed to be prioritized without delay. Merely taking the subway and climbing a few flights of stairs left him breathless. But, on reflection, was it truly reasonable to arrive at work so early? Be sure to report before 7 a.m. Upon receiving this onboarding message, Suhao was taken aback. To avoid tardiness, he had struggled out of bed before dawn and groggily rushed into the first subway train of the day. Gazing at the empty carriage, he pondered. Surely, he could not be the only one arriving so foolishly? What if the company doors were still closed? However, upon reaching the financial district where the company was located, the sight before him left him utterly flabbergasted. Good heavens! What a scene! As far as the eye could see, a sea of suited professionals hurriedly filled the street, a dense throng of corporate workers. My word, is the finance sector truly this competitive? Yet, considering that the private equity firm commenced operations at 7 o'clock, it seemed somewhat logical. After all, with the stock market opening at 9:30, one must prepare thoroughly in advance. Those who deal with money are indeed masters of time management. Just then, a buzzing sound interrupted his thoughts. His phone was ringing. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was the chairman. Chairman, no. Director? Haha. In private. Let's stick to our usual way, just call me brother. So, have you reached the company? Yes, I'm downstairs. But brother, I know nothing. Am I going to hinder your efforts? Haha, don't worry. I've checked you will be working as a trading assistant, essentially just helping out and taking it easy. I trust you'll manage just fine. Oh, and remember to make time to acquire a fund qualification certificate. Thank you, brother. I will do my best. And if anyone asks you, how did you get in? Keep your lips sealed and simply say, I don't know. Especially regarding the game. Don't mention a word. Understood? All right then. I'm hanging up. Don't forget our nightly gaming sessions. Okay, brother. I understand. After the call ended, Suhao remained somewhat dazed, feeling as if he were still in a dream. The guild leader, with whom he had once teamed up to slay monsters and exchange banter in games, had transformed into a titan of the financial world. Moreover, he had been parachuted into the company for the most absurd reason because they shared a passion for gaming. This plot was more dramatic than any Korean drama. Who would believe such a tale if he shared it? In the office of the trading department, Zhou-Yi observed the newcomer, Su-Hao, who had been delivered personally by the manager of the human resources department. With a composed demeanor, Zhou-Yi had been meticulously analyzing the freshly released overseas macroeconomic data, assessing the ebb and flow of the international market, and making final preparations for the impending early trading session. However, the sudden arrival of this well-connected individual shattered his usual work rhythm, compelling him to momentarily abandon his intense state of readiness to address this hot potato. The unwelcome interruption stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. "Have you previously worked in finance or any other industry?" he inquired. No. This is my first job," Su-Hao replied. "Have you ever engaged in simulated trading? Or do you have any investment experience?" No, but I will strive to learn." Zhou-Yi felt a whirlwind of frustration rising within him. Goodness, what a surprise. A complete novice in the professional realm. A financial greenhorn. An investment rookie. It was as if a blank slate had parachuted in. A total beginner who required instruction from head to toe. However, as he composed himself, Zhou-Yi began to reflect on the situation. The seasoned individuals in the human resources department seemed to have a rationale behind this decision. The work in the trading department, while intense and pressurized, primarily targeted seasoned traders who were accustomed to battling in the market and bearing significant performance pressures. For trading assistants, there is little substantial work to undertake initially. Their main responsibilities revolved around menial tasks: running errands, serving tea, organizing documents, and performing basic supportive duties. At most, they might engage in simple trading exercises using a simulated account, merely shadowing seasoned employees to glean a superficial understanding. They would hardly touch the core business. In essence, it was a role suited for passing time. It seemed the higher-ups recognized this and had placed this young heir here to gain some experience and polish his credentials. This strategy of accumulating experience at the grassroots level before ascending to management was, indeed, a classic approach for those with connections. In other words, this individual was destined to be a fleeting presence in the trading department, unlikely to linger for long. Having grasped this, Zhou-Yi's initial irritation began to wane. After all, if he was merely a transient figure, he could be treated accordingly. "Li Huilin," Zhou-Yi called out. "Yes, manager." A crisp and efficient voice responded as a figure approached. "This is our new recruit, Su-Hao. From today onward, he will be our trading assistant. Huilin, you are responsible for guiding him, helping him acclimate to his duties swiftly." "Understood. I will take care of it." Li Huilin nodded in acknowledgement. Li Huilin was no stranger to onboarding newcomers. Over the years, the trading department had resembled a revolving door, with a multitude of eager young individuals stepping in. However, the majority failed to endure beyond 3 months, often departing in tears that it was difficult to blame them. The intensity of work in the trading department is truly beyond what an average individual can endure. Take the working hours. For instance, newcomers are required to arrive at the office no later than 7 a.m. each day to prepare the morning briefing, arrange the meeting room, and tackle various menial tasks that must be completed urgently. Running around is a common occurrence. What is even more daunting is that as one becomes increasingly familiar with the business, the workload escalates exponentially. The trading market is ever-changing, and seasoned traders make decisions in mere seconds. They may require an array of intricate data, charts, and research reports at any moment. As a newcomer, one must act like a battlefield messenger, delivering precisely what the traders need with utmost speed. Any hint of sluggishness could result in a scathing reprimand. After all, this is a financial battleground where trillions of funds are in motion every day. Speed equates to wealth, and efficiency is akin to life itself. Moreover, even if one manages to survive the probationary period, the monthly performance evaluations post-confirmation are even more grueling. Failing to generate profit or meet targets could lead to immediate dismissal. Without a will of steel, one simply cannot endure. The first thing a newcomer must learn is to brew coffee. The traders in our department are all heavily reliant on caffeine. We need to prepare the coffee ahead of the morning meeting. By the way, Manager Zhou is a fitness fanatic and does not drink coffee, so his portion is unnecessary. As Li Huilin spoke, she skillfully operated the coffee machine. Understood, Sister Huilin. Su Hao nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain, and diligently pulled out a small notebook to jot down her instructions. This left Li Huilin with a relatively favorable first impression of a newcomer. Additionally, you will be responsible for organizing various materials. Although you won't be directly involved in analysis and decision-making initially, this is an excellent learning opportunity. Ensure to read through the daily research reports diligently, and do not hesitate to ask questions if anything is unclear. Absolutely. Understood. His succinct response and proactive attitude further pleased Li Huilin. Just as she was elaborating on various essential points, she suddenly appeared to recall something and curiously inquired, "By the way, Su Hao, which university did you graduate from?" University? Yes, given your evident capabilities, you must have graduated from a prestigious institution, right? Tsinghua, Peking University, or perhaps an Ivy League. You might even be my junior. I graduated from Hucheng Institute of Technology. Hu Chung Institute of Technology. Upon hearing this, Li Huilin's smile instantaneously stiffened on her face. She vaguely remembered it to be a relatively low-ranking, ordinary second-tier university in Hucheng. How did a graduate from such an institution end up at Fenghuan Investment, a top-tier private equity firm? Could it be? Let's not dwell on that. The morning meeting is about to commence, so let us head to the conference room. All right, sounds good. This time, the U.S. non-farm payroll data has significantly exceeded expectations, coupled with the CPI data adding fuel to the fire. The market's volatility will undoubtedly intensify further, Diane. The realm of a shares, from a medium to long-term perspective, artificial intelligence and robotics continue to be our primary focus. However, in the short term, we must remain vigilant regarding the annual report performances. Additionally, the gold sector, which brought us notable returns last week, is exhibiting clear signs of overheating and has entered an overbought territory, warranting caution. Against potential corrections, short positions can be established through margin trading or over-the-counter options, while also keeping an eye on arbitrage opportunities arising from the price differentials. Between New York and London gold, understood, Su Hao felt utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. Though the language was familiar, its combination rendered it incomprehensible, akin to an esoteric text. Yet he maintained a facade of composure, feigning earnest attention while swiftly jotting down the perplexing jargon in his notebook, intending to consult Li Huilin post-meeting. During the meeting, Department Manager Zhou sat upright, listening intently as his traders took turns reporting the latest market dynamics and data analyses, methodically, issuing various trading directives and strategizing the overall operations for the day. Observing this scene, Su Hao was struck by a peculiar sense of déjà vu. Was it not reminiscent of a game, where the leader briefs the team on tactics and assigns roles before embarking on a large raid dungeon? This realization sparked an inexplicable excitement within Su Hao, momentarily dispelling his earlier confusion. All right, let today's morning strategy be thus. Everyone, take your positions and prepare for battle. Zhou concluded this information-dense morning meeting with a resounding declaration. Instantly, the attendees rose and promptly exited the conference room, each hurrying to their respective workstations. Huilin, today, please instruct Su Hao on the simulated trading process, starting from the basics. Zhou directed, gesturing towards Su Hao. Yes, manager. Li Huilin nodded in agreement, then led the bewildered Su Hao back to her workstation, powering up her computer to display a vibrant trading interface. The reason we begin with simulated trading is quite simple, Li Huilin explained while demonstrating the process. The company cannot possibly entrust you with real capital from the outset, can it? Thus, prior to becoming a formal trader, newcomers must accumulate experience and familiarize themselves with the market through simulated trading. Moreover, the results of simulated trading serve as a crucial metric for evaluating new recruits. This explanation granted Su Hao a clearer understanding of simulated trading. IT was not merely a practice, but also a vital assessment tool. So, if one excels in simulated trading, can they become a formal trader? Certainly. In the securities industry, particularly within our trading department, performance is everything. Educational background, qualifications, and connections are all superficial. What truly matters is how much you can earn, how much value you can generate for the company, performance supremacy. These four words encapsulate both the allure and the harsh reality of this industry. Dingling, at that moment, a piercing ringtone suddenly reverberated throughout the entire office, instantly shattering the last vestige of tranquility before the market opened. "Oh, the market has opened," Li Huiying exclaimed softly, and the one-scom office erupted into a frenzy, the atmosphere abruptly transforming into a cacophony of excitement and turmoil. Everyone seemed to be invigorated, furiously tapping on their keyboards and swiftly toggling between screens. The sounds of ringing phones, clattering keys, and clicking mice intertwined, composing a chaotic yet frenzied symphony. During this period, we trading assistants find ourselves with the most leisure. The big shots are preoccupied with trades, leaving us unattended. Thus, this time is perfect for simulated trading, allowing us to accumulate practical experience. Kulme, let me first teach you how to place an order. Yet at that moment, Su Hao's attention was entirely diverted from Li Huiying's explanation. His gaze was fixated on the incomprehensible candlestick charts, the dazzling array of stock codes, and the incessantly flashing red and green numbers on the screen. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. An indescribable tingling sensation began to spread from his fingertips, coursing through his body like an electric current, leaving him trembling and his scalp tingling. What is happening? This sensation pointed toward the stock ST Zhongruan, which Li Huiying was demonstrating, a stock that appeared distinctly green at that moment. If he viewed the ST Zhongruan before him as a treasure chest waiting to be unlocked in a game, he had a strong premonition that this chest concealed some earth-shattering treasure. That stirring from the depths of his soul, that intense omen crashing against his cerebral cortex, sent his adrenaline soaring to its zenith. Rationality was entirely cast aside in this moment. Driven by an inexplicable force, he abruptly grasped the mouse. Click! The crisp sound of the mouse click resonated. With all his might, he pressed down fiercely on the red buy button. Chapter 3. The price ceiling is locked. A sudden jolt startled Li Huiying, prompting her to exclaim, "Su Hao, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly place a buy order?" I hadn't finished speaking yet. Oh no, it was the first day of work, and before even starting, a disaster had struck. Su Hao's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. This was an ST stock. Moreover, take a look at the market. There are only sell orders available. Are there any buy orders? None. Indeed, this signifies that the stock is at its limit down. Do you understand? So, what should we do? Thankfully, this was merely a simulated account, not real money. If it were an actual account, and you acted so recklessly, the manager would surely toss you out the window. Upon hearing this, Su Hao finally exhaled in relief. Seeing her panic earlier had made him fear he had caused a financial loss for the company. However, the issue is, didn't I mention earlier? Our simulated trading results are factored into our evaluations. Li Huiying murmured, her tone laced with genuine concern, as if more anxious than if she had aired herself. Only with good results in simulated trading can we hope to pass the assessment. But now you've thrown all the simulated funds into this ST stock. I'm sorry. Oh, why apologize? Li Huiying chuckled lightly. Who isn't been a novice? Making a few minor mistakes is perfectly normal. I recall when I first entered the field, my blunders were even more outrageous than this. Of course, because of this, your evaluation might, well, be somewhat affected. But it's all right. I will speak to the manager. It won't be an issue. Su Hao stared at her sincere smile in awe. She truly was a wonderful person. His heart swelled with emotion, silently awarding Li Huiying a grand commendation for her kindness. Yet, to commit such a rudimentary error on the very first day of work, it was utterly mortifying. Nevertheless, the intense shiver that coursed through him moments ago was vividly clear, immensely powerful. It was precisely that almost fateful intuition that had compelled him to press the buy button in that instant. However, in the realm of this game, pressing the button yielded immediate feedback, whether it resulted in a stellar outcome or utter failure. In contrast, the stock market resembled an unfathomable abyss, entirely elusive and inscrutable. On the screen, that ST stock remained firmly locked at its limit down, its green hue unsettling. Could it be that his instincts had truly failed him? Perhaps the so-called gaming skills bore no relevance to actual stock investment? Or was it possible that he possessed no special abilities at all. And his previous successes were merely strokes of luck? Forget it. Let us focus on the task at hand. No more wandering thoughts. The official opening time for the stock market is 9:30 a.m. However, considering the presence of stock index futures and collective bidding, a silent battle had quietly commenced at 9:15 a.m. The battle rages on until 15 minutes past 3 in the afternoon, when the call to retreat finally sounds. It is a conflict devoid of gunpowder and artillery, yet one that is constructed from genuine wealth, capable of inducing heart-stopping moments and surging blood pressure. A financial war. Within the trading department, one finds a most frenetic rhythm and immense pressure of the entire company. Here, the guiding principles are clear: swift entries and exits, with short-term gains reigning supreme. When the price oscillates, one must pounce like the hungriest of wolf cubs, snatching opportunities from the flames. From the ever-fluctuating candlestick charts, one must extract every ounce of profit. Indeed, this is a ruthless arena of decisive action. In this realm, the holding period for stocks is incredibly brief, seldom exceeding a week. Typically, before the market closes, one either engages in margin hedging or locks in profits through off-market options, ensuring that gains are secured. Cash is king. Profits in hand. This mantra is etched into the very DNA of the department. Those who espouse a philosophy of long-term holding are destined to clash with the department's ethos. They are better suited for the asset management or research divisions, where the pursuit of value investment prevails. Manager Zhou Yi, the head of the trading department, harbors a deep disdain for sluggish trading rhythms. What he adores is this arena that propels adrenaline to explosive heights and sends dopamine levels into a frenzy. Here, every day, every minute, every second, the red and green candlesticks that signify market fluctuations engage in fierce combat. It resembles soldiers clashing in battle, with blood and flesh flying, fighting for survival. Traders engage in a high-stakes psychological duel, throwing smoke bombs, launching surprise attacks, and laying traps, only to, brandishing their sickles, harvest each other's chips. Consequently, the dopamine-fueled short videos that captivate the youth seem utterly mundane to him. The thrills they provide pale in comparison to the intense battles fought with real money in the trading arena, resembling child's play. This is the true paradise that can ignite an adult dopamine system into a euphoric explosion. This is the core reason Zhou Yi chooses to remain at this company. Of course, people often inquire why he does not venture out on his own, trading with his own funds. Wouldn't that be more liberating and exhilarating? Absolutely not. Trading with company money inherently preserves a sliver of the observer's clarity, allowing for more rational judgments. However, once one contemplates trading with their own hard-earned money, the innate greed and fear embedded in human nature can act like a virus, swiftly obliterating all reason and discernment. It can reduce one to a drifting leaf, swayed by the tumultuous waves of emotion. Countless brilliant traders who once commanded respect within the company have plummeted from grace, shattering into pieces when they take flight on their own. The reason lies here. As the closing bell tolls, the air still hangs heavy with the scent of battle. Xiao Wu, please compile today's position report and trading records for me. Indeed, have all special circumstances been marked? Ah, yes. The report is ready and will be sent to you shortly along with the data. Excellent. It needs to be done promptly. I must formulate tomorrow's market strategy based on this information. Certainly. After assigning tasks to the traders, Zhou Yi took the opportunity to stretch his body after a whole day of sitting. He retrieved a pair of dumbbells from beneath his desk, rolled up his sleeves, and began his workout. Each day after the market closed, he performed several sets of strength training with the dumbbells, striving to delay muscle atrophy as much as possible, followed by a protein shake. This had become an unshakable ritual for him. As for tonight's dinner, it was predictably bland, consisting of chicken breast. At that moment, he noticed a figure standing not far away, appearing hesitant as if contemplating whether to disturb him. Hui Lin, is there something you need? Zhou Yi inquired while lifting the dumbbells. Ah, yes, manager. I apologize for interrupting your workout. Li Hui Lin slightly inclined her body. It's fine, just stretching my muscles. Please, go ahead, what is it? Well, it concerns the new employee who started today. Li Huilin succinctly reported what transpired while she was guiding the new staff member. So, you mean to say that the newcomer accidentally invested the entire simulated account into an ST stock at the limit down price? Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly, halting his exercise. Yes. It seems he may have misclicked while I was explaining the operations to him. Furthermore, that stock has been locked at the limit down all day, and I worry this might affect his assessment as a newcomer. I understand your concern. Zhou Yi interrupted her. There's no need to worry about the evaluation. Please continue to assist the newcomer. All right. Thank you, manager. As Zhou Yi watched Li Huilin's retreating figure, he felt a surge of emotion. Li Huilin. Truly, her name befits her. And the saying that one's appearance reflects one's heart is particularly apt in her case. She is naturally beautiful, kind, and gentle. Yet, in this ruthless world, where worth is measured solely by cold, hard numbers, and the strong prey upon the weak, she stands out like a white lotus that has strayed into a steel jungle, appearing utterly out of place. Zhou initially intended to dismiss the matter concerning Su Hao from his mind. However, the newcomer's connections, coupled with his audaciously misguided actions, flickered in his consciousness like an obstinate pop-up advertisement. Investing the entire account at the limit down price into an ST stock? If any of these actions were executed in a real account, this lad would be packing his bags today. Yet in the simulated account, there was no actual loss. Even so, an inexplicable sense of dissonance lingered persistently. Even if it were an accident, it should have been the individual who clicked the buy button and confirmed it. Can a mouse somehow act on its own to place orders? Perhaps there is something special about this stock. The stock that Su Hao invested fully in is a gold concept stock, ST Zhongruan. ST stocks, already burdened by delisting risks and poor liquidity, present a significantly higher risk compared to ordinary stocks, rendering them strictly prohibited within the company. Moreover, today's technical adjustments in gold prices have led to a dismal scene across the entire gold sector, awash in a sea of green. Could it truly be a mere slip of the hand? No matter, he admonishes himself. It's merely a connection, likely just here to experience life, gilding a surface before departing. As for the newcomer assessment, it is utterly impossible to pass. Elevating a novice, who cannot even decipher candlestick charts, to the status of a formal trader and entrusting him with real capital? Zhou Yi is not so naive, and the upper management surely would not be so bewildered. Thus, let him be, let him flounder and observe what tricks he might conjure. Time indeed flies. Here we are at this hour. Unbeknownst to him, the clock's hands have already pointed to 7 in the evening. Su Hao stepped through the company's doors at 7 in the morning and has been confined within this limited space for a full 12 hours. Strangely, this day seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Time truly accelerates in such an environment. Li Huilin, while tidying up her belongings, chuckled, suggesting that perhaps everything here emphasizes speed is life, with everyone racing fervently. During the initial trading period, the two of them had little in terms of specific duties. However, once trading reached a fever pitch, an avalanche of instructions and errands came rushing in from all directions. Quick, print this report. Deliver that data to the Forex trading team. Coffee. We need a lifeline. Su Hao, utterly bewildered, could do little more than shadow Li Huilin like an eager apprentice, learning as he followed her frantic pace. Truth be told, Su Hao, Li Huilin encouraged with a smile. As a newcomer on your first day, you've performed quite admirably. Well then, see you tomorrow, Su Hao. Ah, thank you, Huilin Jia. All right, see you tomorrow. Su Hao watched as Li Huilin gradually disappeared into the distance, momentarily lost in thought. Frankly, the intensity of today's work far exceeded his expectations. Yet, considering this is a premier private equity firm that countless financial prodigies strive to enter, his complaints seemed trivial. Reflecting on the sacrifices made by his parents, who still toil tirelessly to support him, he realized their struggles far outweighed his own comforts of sitting in an air-conditioned office. Moreover, with Li Huilin's guidance, he was already off to a splendid start. What right does he have to complain? He resolved to press on and strive harder. Glancing at the time, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's time for the game. The president and the others are still waiting for me." Su Hao promptly quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run toward the subway station. At around 6 or 7 in the morning, the city had yet to fully awaken, as weary workers yawned and sighed, commencing their daily commutes. Such is the rapid rhythm of modern professional life. Yet, there exists a peculiar group of individuals who, far from expressing any discontent, arrive at the office with an almost reverential devotion, akin to that of pilgrims. They are the traders. As the weekend approaches and the stock market closes, this cohort becomes restless, their fingers trembling involuntarily, reminiscent of withdrawal symptoms. The gnawing anxiety and inability to remain still mirror that of gamblers eager to rush into a casino, yearning for the spin of the roulette wheel. Naturally, this is not a universal trait. Not all traders exhibit such behavior. However, in the course of manager Zhou Yi's career thus far, he has observed that more than half of the traders he has encountered possess this dopamine addiction. Today, Zhou Yi remains the earliest arrival in the office. He meticulously reviews the overwhelming array of documents and reports, seeking to comprehend the significant events transpiring in the markets across the globe. As he swiftly sifts through information, he sips on his protein shake. Coffee, after all, is merely a beverage for the mundane. Good morning, manager. Gradually, his team members appear like precise cogs in a well-oiled machine. Let us prepare. The morning meeting will commence in 15 minutes. Understood. The brief morning meeting primarily focuses on reviewing the previous day's market activities, analyzing the current situation, and making adjustments to the trading strategies tentatively established the day before based on the latest information. After issuing a series of directives, Zhou Yi returns to his desk adorned with multiple screens. With only a minute remaining until the market opens, he feels the familiar tension and indescribable excitement gripping his heart. Despite years of experience in this industry, an irresistible urge to strike the keyboard surges through his fingertips, signaling the impending battle. The opening bell rings, its sound shattering the stillness like a starting pistol. Zhou Yi's fingers transform into fluttering butterflies, darting swiftly between the keyboard and mouse. His gaze flits among the expansive displays, capturing the ever-changing market data, while his mind operates like a supercharged CPU, calculating and assessing with fervor. When the market movements affirm his strategies, an ineffable sense of accomplishment and a powerful wave of dopamine envelop him. Within those few hours, he may experience countless emotional roller coasters, oscillating between euphoria and despair. Immersed in such extreme emotional fluctuations, time often loses its significance. Before he realizes it, 6 hours have swiftly passed, and he finds himself at the closing bell. At this moment, Zhou Yi invariably feels an inexplicable emptiness. Like a child who has reveled in the delights of an amusement park, he faces the closure with a profound sense of loss and wistfulness, reluctant to depart. Manager, today's reports and data are ready. I will send them to you shortly. The voice of his subordinate jolts him from his momentary reverie. Reality does not permit him to linger in such emotions for too long. Today's battle has concluded, yet tomorrow's skirmishes are imminent. An immediate review is imperative, along with the preparation of new ammunition. Please send it over. Are there any exceptional circumstances? A few stocks have exhibited remarkably significant gains today. The relevant information has been compiled into a document and sent to you. Understood. Zhou Yi clicked open the document and began to examine today's market fluctuation report, focusing on those stocks that have either surged dramatically or unexpectedly plummeted. Uncovering the reasons behind these anomalies is one of the core tasks of their daily reviews. He scrolled through the stock fluctuation list, meticulously scanning line by line. The list showcased today's market victors and vanquished, with red and green numbers intertwining to form a tragicomedy of capital. At that moment, one particular stock on the list, like an emergent pop-up, instantly captured his attention. The name was strikingly familiar. Wait a minute, this is... An absurd thought flashed through his mind. He hastily retrieved the record of yesterday's newcomer's simulated trading account. The data that appeared on the screen confirmed his suspicion, yet left him incredulous. St. was suspended in the morning due to news, only to open with a limit up in the afternoon. Zhou Yi involuntarily emitted a brief, peculiar chuckle, a blend of disbelief and a hint of absurdity. The reason for St. limit up was quickly ascertained. Zhaojin Group announced its acquisition of a 20% stake in St. Jean, resulting in a change of the company's actual controller to the local government. As a titan in the domestic gold industry, Zhaojin Group's entry sparked intense market expectations for asset injection and resource integration. Based on Zhou Yi's experience, this stock, poised for a meteoric rise, would undoubtedly provide no further opportunity for mid-course entry. It was certain to continue its limit-up trend. However, this very stock was precisely held in the hands of that connection. Moreover, held entirely. Although it was merely a simulated account, the loss of genuine profits was lamentable. Yet a more potent thought began to swirl in his mind. How did this fellow acquire insider information in advance? Recalling yesterday's morning meeting, the team indeed discussed factors such as the U.S. non-farm payroll and CPI data, the strengthening U.S. dollar, and the technical pressure on gold. At that time, nearly all the traders in the company, including himself, anticipated that gold stocks would continue to face downward adjustments. The initial market reaction corroborated this expectation. Yet that newcomer, as if endowed with clairvoyance, precisely unearthed the sole concealed gem from a refuse heap. But Li Huilin clearly stated that he had accidentally purchased it. The more Zhou Yi pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. This was exceedingly illogical, against the backdrop of a generally bearish sentiment towards gold stocks. To accurately select St. Jean from thousands of stocks and fully commit at the limit down, this maneuver, upon scrutiny, seemed far too calculated to be mere folly. It resembled a facade, or perhaps even a provocation. Subsequently, Zhou Yi contemplated an utterly absurd possibility. Could this young man be a figure of considerable influence, possessing profound connections? Perhaps, feeling that the role of a trading assistant belittled his stature, he deliberately selected a sector deemed unfavorable by the masses, choosing the most formidable stock within it. Then, employing an extreme approach of fully investing at a limit-down price in a ST stock, he might be expressing his discontent in a retaliatory manner. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhou Yi as this thought crossed his mind. Chapter 4, Discovered by My Parents. A sudden jolt akin to an invisible force struck Su Hao, causing him to tremble and abruptly open his eyes. What time is it? His consciousness still hazy. He fumbled for his phone and illuminated the screen. Ah, a muffled sigh escaped him, laden with infinite frustration. There remained a full 10 minutes until the alarm he had set. 10 whole minutes. He could have indulged in another 10 minutes of slumber. This sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of the oppressive days of his senior year, where every fleeting moment of sleep felt like a stolen drop of nectar. Should he sneak in a bit more rest? Just 10 minutes? The thought flickered in his mind, only to be forcefully extinguished. Alas, what a futile endeavor. He chuckled bitterly, fully aware of his own nature. If he were to close his eyes now, the alarm would undoubtedly go unheard, and he would surely fall into a deep slumber until lunchtime. By then, he might struggle to recall even his own surname. Oh dear! It felt as though he were engaged in a grueling tug-of-war with the bed itself. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to struggle into an upright position. Fatigue coursed through his bones. Ugh, I should see played games so late last night. He recalled the elder members of his guild, weary from their day's labor, yet still possessing the vigor to log in and engage in battle. Their tenacity truly commanded respect. Oh no, I'm going to be late. That momentary lapse had stealthily consumed another 10 minutes. His heart raced. He could no longer afford to delay and dashed into the bathroom. Morning routine? Not a chance. The quickest solution. He twisted the faucet and icy water cascaded over him. The bone-chilling sensation jolted him awake, revitalizing him instantly. With his left hand, he grabbed the shampoo and hastily applied it to his hair, massaging it in before rinsing. Done. This method was invigorating. He shook his damp hair, droplets flying, leaving behind a faint scent of shampoo. Nostalgia washed over him. If this were the past, during his carefree days of dependence, at this hour he would undoubtedly be immersed in an exhilarating game raid. Then, utterly fatigued yet satisfied, he would plunge into his bed, surrendering to a darkness so profound that time itself seemed to vanish. Sigh, those good days are gone forever. With unprecedented speed, he tidied himself and stepped out of the bathroom, making his way to the living room. Suddenly, He halted in his tracks. At the dining table, his parents, who should still be lost in dreams, sat upright. Their gazes were sharp and penetrating. Huh, why are they up so early? A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that he had made too much noise? Su Hao, come sit down. His father's voice was calm, yet bore an undeniable authority. Huh, what's the matter? You've been sneaking out before dawn lately. What are you up to? Are you really going for interviews at such an early hour? His mother's tone was laced with concern and a hint of scrutiny, her eyes scanning him intently. The inevitable had finally arrived. Su Hao took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Well, actually I found a job. What? Suddenly, my mother's voice rose sharply. Aren't you supposed to be at an interview? Well, I am. On my way to work, he replied. He had been employed at Fanghuan Investment for 3 days now. During the initial 2 days, he felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty, completely unsure how long he could sustain this unexpected job, and thus refrained from mentioning it to his family. However, today was different. He extracted an object from his pocket and placed it on the table with a soft thud. What? Fanghuan Investment? His father's tone shifted, and he sprang to his feet. Wait, are you referring to that Fanghuan Investment? My mother was utterly astonished, leaning closer to the table. Their gazes fixated on the employee badge and business card that Su Hao had presented, as if they were trying to burn holes through them with their eyes. Is this a genuine business card? His father picked it up, his fingers trembling with excitement as he carefully traced the embossed golden letters. Oh my goodness, it truly is Fanghuan Investment's badge and business card. What on earth is happening? My mother's face was a canvas of disbelief, her eyes darting between the badge and her son. After the initial shock, she suddenly grasped Su Hao's hand with such intensity that he winced in discomfort, feeling the coolness and tremor of her fingertips. Ah, Hao, did your father and I pressure you too much, prompting you to create a fake business card to deceive us? I know what Fanghuan Investment represents. How could you possibly gain entry into such a prestigious company? Her voice was tinged with panic, as if she had already concluded that her son was fabricating an outrageous lie. Su Hao clicked his tongue in frustration. The accusation was indeed difficult to refute. In the past, Fanghuan Investment was a place he wouldn't have dared to dream of, its barriers seemingly insurmountable. Yet, he was not lying. He was genuinely employed there. The circumstances were just rather extraordinary. It's a long story, but I truly work there. Moreover, I must leave soon, Mom. The market opens at 9:30, and I need to prepare a multitude of things beforehand. As a trading assistant, it is imperative that I possess the awareness befitting my role. Running errands and managing tasks is merely the foundation of my responsibilities. I must ensure that the seasoned traders have a prosperous day, and that is my duty. Therefore, I cannot afford to be late. You are still being stubborn. My mother appeared on the verge of exploding. Don't you know our son well enough? His father interjected, setting the business card down and gazing at his son with a complex expression. Su Hao had always struggled academically, often appearing lackadaisical. Yet he was fiercely passionate about gaming. Throughout his life, he had accumulated a plethora of flaws, but lying was not one of them, especially regarding such significant matters. Dad, are you complimenting me or criticizing me? Su Hao managed to smile while feeling warmth spread through him. So son, this is true, right? Yes. Su Hao nodded vigorously, his eyes resolute. All right, I believe you. Father picked up the business card from the Fanghuan Investment, as if cradling a rare treasure, meticulously examining each character with his fingers gliding over the surface. Your entry into this realm signifies your capabilities. They have recognized your worth. A long unseen, heartfelt smile of pride graced Father's face. I knew my son would excel. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Dad. Yet, I could not afford to linger any longer. I needed to leave in haste. Off you go. Father waved his hand. You cannot be late for work. Su Hao swiftly gathered his belongings and dashed towards the door. Just as he pulled it open, Mother hurried after him, thrusting 2 boiled eggs, a bun, and an apple into his hands. Eat on the way. Don't let yourself go hungry. The familiar flavors carried the warmth unique to Mother, a sensation I had not experienced in ages. By the way, you should buy a few more suits. You can't wear the same one every day. This weekend, I'll accompany you shopping. As she spoke, Mother opened her arms and enveloped him in a tight embrace, a cherished gesture that had also been long absent. The faint fragrance of mother lingered, accompanied by a profound sense of home. Father, standing behind, jovially approached, clumsily wrapping him in a hug and giving him 2 hearty pats on the back. "Work hard, son. If you feel overwhelmed, don't hesitate to let us know. Don't push yourself too hard, understood?" Yes. Su Hao felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Was this what it felt like to be acknowledged? It was as if something gently stirred within him, filling him with warmth and dispelling the last remnants of the morning chill. I'm truly going to be late. I'm off. All right, I'll make your favorite for dinner. Call me early after work. Got it, he responded, turning on his heel and stepping out with a lightness in his stride. Today, his steps felt more buoyant than ever before. Upon entering the trading department office, Li Huilan's teasing voice rang out. "You made it just on time, Hao. You were a minute away from being late." Phew. Thankfully, Su Hao sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I should have arrived earlier, Sister Huilan." "Don't fret," Li Huilan chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. "With me watching over you, even if you're late, I'll cover for you." The refreshing morning began with sorting through towering stacks of reports. "Yesterday was utterly chaotic, wasn't it?" Li Huilan remarked, while skillfully organizing the documents. "Indeed," Su Hao replied, still haunted by the memories. "I thought my first day would be hectic enough, but that was nothing compared to yesterday. What an exaggeration. Yesterday was an exceptional circumstance." Li Huilan explained. "The market experienced an unusually significant fluctuation, which was unavoidable. Such occurrences are rare, so don't worry." She glanced up, discreetly assessing the newcomer beside her. It was only the 3rd day, but Li Huilan had to admit this newcomer indeed possessed a certain aptitude. Having welcomed a new recruit, the team is still in a phase of adjustment, struggling to find coherence after a month of disarray, with most still fumbling about clumsily. Yet, Su Hao stands out with remarkable agility, almost as if he possesses an innate intuition for knowing precisely when to act and where to be. Thanks to his prowess, the preparatory tasks before the market opening are executed with extraordinary efficiency. In fact, he even finds a moment to savor a steaming cup of coffee while gazing out at the scenery from the floor-to-ceiling windows, a luxury that seemed unattainable during the typically frantic mornings. Just then, Li Huilan, as if recalling something, mentions that she had been too busy the previous day to check the simulated trading. "How, did you have a look?" "No, I was too preoccupied running around with Sister Huilan yesterday," he replies. He had been bustling about with a small cart laden with various items, documents, coffee, printed materials, and snacks, darting from one trading group to another like a whirlwind. Initially, he had thought that a trading assistant merely needed to remain within their designated group. However, during times of staff shortages, particularly amidst dramatic market fluctuations, they are required to support other teams as well. Yesterday was especially chaotic. He felt like an errand boy for the entire department, nearly exhausting himself in the process. "I was just pondering," Li Huilan says, lifting her coffee cup and taking a delicate sip. "Rather than letting that simulated investment continue to incur losses, it might be wiser to close the position early. Once the adjustments conclude, we can return with greater resources." "Is that so?" Su Hao responds. "Well, allow me to guide you through the process, aiming to recover our losses. Let me think. Last time we purchased St. Zhongruan, correct? Let's check yesterday's closing price. It had been a long time since she could leisurely enjoy a morning coffee in the office, a rare slice of happiness." Relishing this moment, Li Huilan lightly clicked her mouse to access the stock price page for St. Zhongruan. Suddenly, splash, a jet of coffee unexpectedly erupted from her mouth, tracing a breathtaking arc through the air. Su Hao, startled by this unforeseen projectile, instinctively recoiled and hurriedly offered her a tissue. "Sister Huilan, are you all right?" How you must see this," Li Huilan exclaimed, disregarding the coffee stains on her lips, her trembling finger pointing at the screen, her eyes wide with astonishment. On the display, glaring red numbers leaped out. St. Zhongruan had surprisingly hit the daily limit up of 5. This was the very stock she had purchased while all other gold shares plummeted, a scene of despair enveloping the market. Chapter 5. This lad undoubtedly possesses something. Li Huilan observed that when Su Hao gazed at the screen, a subtle expression played across his face. It was not quite surprise, yet neither was it devoid of intrigue. A flicker of understanding seemed to pass through his pupils. Was it mastery of the situation? Perhaps, but there lingered a hint of unexpectedness that even he had not anticipated. I just saw it too. How curious. Why would it rise? His tone conveyed an ineffable sense of unnaturalness, as if he were striving to conceal something. Was it merely an illusion? Li Huilan's mind brimmed with questions, but among so many golden stocks, why did he specifically choose this one? Such coincidence seemed excessively precise, akin to seizing the solitary shining star in the darkness. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she probed, "You truly do not know?" Li Huilan leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "Did you already know it would rise today? How could that be?" Su Hao's gaze flickered, and he hastily denied it, instinctively diverting his eyes. Indeed, regaining her composure, Li Huilan found her suspicions somewhat amusing. At that moment, the entire market believed that gold had risen excessively, compounded by a significant reduction in long positions in U.S. gold futures. Even seasoned traders predicted a correction in gold stocks. How could a newcomer, having only joined 2 days prior and still unfamiliar with K-line charts, possibly possess any insider knowledge? Surely, she was overthinking it. Perhaps it was merely an extraordinary stroke of luck. Just then, Su Hao, a deep, penetrating voice resonated in the office, belonging to manager Zhou Yi. "Ah, yes, manager." Su Hao promptly straightened his posture. Zhou Yi's gaze swept over Su Hao, Li Huilan, and the disheveled desktop, revealing no particular expression, merely raising his chin slightly. "Come with me. I need to discuss something privately." "Yes." Su Hao dared not delay and quickly followed suit. As he observed Su Hao's somewhat slender figure trailing behind Zhou Yi's robust silhouette into the manager's office, Li Huilan cautiously dabbed at the coffee stains on the documents, her mind racing with speculation. Being suddenly called over surely did not bode well. He had performed commendably yesterday. Could it be that the manager had also noticed that simulated trading? Entering Zhou Yi's private office, Su Hao felt somewhat bewildered. When he purchased that stock, it had been firmly locked at its limit down, leading him to believe his abilities had utterly failed him, leaving him somewhat despondent. Moreover, he had been so busy yesterday, spinning around like a top, that he had no time to monitor its fate. Yet, it had actually risen and hit the limit up. "Su Hao," Zhou Yi began, taking a seat opposite him, his fingers interlaced on the table, the bulging biceps almost straining against the sleeves of his shirt. "You've been here for 3 days now. How are you finding it? Are you adjusting well?" Quite well, manager. My colleagues have been very supportive, and I am still learning to adapt to the work." "That's good to hear. Initially, I had intended to allow you to gradually acclimate to your responsibilities without the pressure of immediate engagement in intricate tasks. However, as you witnessed yesterday, the market's fluctuations were extraordinarily volatile, leaving the entire department in a frenzy, and I found myself unable to intervene." "No worries. No worries," Su Hao quickly reassured. "Whatever tasks you have, manager, please feel free to assign them. I am eager to learn and contribute." Zhou Yi paused for a moment, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Su Hao from head to toe for several seconds, which left Su Hao feeling somewhat uneasy. Eventually, Zhou Yi spoke slowly, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet every word was distinctly enunciated. "In our trading department, at present, I am the only one privy to this matter." Su Hao was taken aback. "What matter? You were directly appointed here by the chairman's instruction." Su Hao instantly comprehended. It turned out the manager was already aware of his connections. Of course, it was unlikely that this would remain concealed for long. Within a few days, whispers would circulate, and surely the entire department would become aware. As Zhou Yi spoke, he picked up a large shaker emblazoned with the logo of a gym, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. The cup contained a murky, viscous liquid that exuded a peculiar sweet odor. Su Hao recalled hearing from Li Huijin that this was the high-protein muscle gain powder the manager consumed daily. No wonder the manager had such a muscular physique. To be candid, I am not one to pry into others' private affairs, but given the circumstances, I must inquire. Are you and the chairman relatives? No. Su Hao immediately shook his head in denial. Not? Zhou Yi's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Then why did the chairman personally intervene, placing you, an individual devoid of experience and credentials, into our department? You must realize that under normal circumstances, your qualifications would never grant you entry into Fenghuan investment. This question was remarkably direct, even ruthlessly so. Su Hao's mind momentarily raced back to the chairman's repeated admonitions. No matter what, he must never mention to anyone in the company that they met through an online game. Absolutely. Under no circumstances. As for why he could not divulge this information, Su Hao now vaguely understood. If the people in the company were to discover that the chairman of the esteemed Fenghuan investment had taken a complete novice, someone with no relevant background, and forced him into the core trading department as if he were a favored insider, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. He would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire company, even the entire financial sector. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao lifted his gaze to meet Zhou Yi's, striving to ensure his tone appeared sincere and resolute. I apologize, manager, but I cannot disclose that. Very well. Zhou Yi regarded him intently, seemingly unfazed, yet his expression turned more profound. Since you cannot speak on the matter, I shall refrain from pressing further. However, there is another issue. What is the situation with your simulated trading purchase of St. Zhongruan? Indeed, Su Hao felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Indeed, the manager had summoned him for this very matter. He could only brace himself and continue with the same excuse as before. Well, it was just luck, purely coincidental. Luck? Su Hao, do you know what our trader's daily target return rate is? Typically, it ranges from 0, 1 to 1. In a volatile market like yesterday's, top traders might seize the opportunity to achieve returns of 3 to 5. However, they also risk bearing equally substantial, if not greater, losses. That is precisely why we set our daily targets to be so conservative and prudent. What do we fear the most? We fear someone recklessly pursuing high returns and consequently incurring even greater losses. Li Huilin mentioned this to him yesterday. The team's monthly target hovers around 3 to 10, which is already among the industry's elite. Yet you, in just one day, accomplished what most traders achieve in a month. Not to mention, this stock could very well hit multiple trading limits in succession. Zhou Yi leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing. This was already bordering on insider information. Could it be that you possess channels of information that even a chairman does not? Or is it truly just sheer luck? Su Hao fell silent once more. He found himself at a loss for an answer. He could not grasp the intricacies of fundamental analysis, news impact, or technical indicators. During departmental meetings, he understood not a single punctuation mark amidst the discussions filled with specialized jargon and industry lingo. Although he had been diligently studying, purchasing several textbooks for qualification exams, and trying to catch up whenever he had a spare moment, a complete novice, having just arrived 3 days ago, felt no different from an infant who had just learned to walk in this ever-changing and treacherous financial world. Surely, he could not confess to the manager. Actually, the reason I picked that stock is that I seem to possess a superpower from a gaming world that allows me to foresee improbable events. Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting disaster? It would be a miracle if he wasn't sent to a mental health facility. This is also not convenient to answer, is it? Noticing his prolonged silence, Zhou Yi nodded knowingly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Well, suo hesitative. All right, I won't press further. Zhou Yi waved his hand, his tone imbued with the wisdom of an old hand. In this ruthless market, every individual possesses their own hidden talents. To reveal them easily is the folly of a fool, especially in our industry, where performance is paramount, and true capabilities must be concealed. Traders should be particularly discreet. He even chuckled self-deprecatingly. Consider my inquiry a slip of the tongue. I shouldn't have recklessly pried into your matters, my apologies. Oh no, not at all. You flatter me. Su Hao replied. Well then, let us continue to work diligently today. Once the news of your connections spreads throughout the department, you will undoubtedly find some people viewing you through tinted lenses or whispering behind your back. But fret not, for that is of little consequence. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. As long as one can truly demonstrate their worth through genuine achievements and diligent effort, the perceptions of others will inevitably shift. Indeed, I shall strive earnestly. Go ahead. When you leave, please ask Li Huilin to come in. Certainly. despite the fact that he faced no reprimands throughout the entire process and even received a few encouraging words from the manager. Su Hao felt his heart racing violently within his chest as he exited the office, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Manager Zhou exuded a certain aura, not deliberately, yet it evoked an involuntary sense of reverence and pressure. Perhaps it was due to his nearly explosive musculature, brimming with strength. However, as he approached his workstation, an intriguing thought emerged in his mind. What if this ability can indeed be applied? A unique talent, unknown to others, solely his own. Perhaps it was sheer luck yesterday, a 1 in a billion chance, but what if? What if this skill derived from the gaming realm could prove equally effective in the cold, harsh realities of the world? Ultimately, this so-called stock market is saturated with a plethora of data, analyses, and models. Yet, the outcomes are equally infused with immense randomness, unforeseen events, and unpredictable human factors. In a certain sense, isn't this akin to a grander, more complex, and astonishingly high-stakes lottery? Even if someone meticulously analyzes every available piece of data and masters various technical indicators, a sudden black swan event or a wave of irrational investor enthusiasm could render all analyses and predictions utterly worthless. Who can guarantee the outcome with absolute certainty? I hope today will be somewhat quieter. Su Hao settled back into his seat, silently wishing for this. This way, he could adequately test whether his ability from the gaming world was merely an illusion or something tangible enough to alter his destiny. Indeed, this young man harbors a secret. Zhou sat in his spacious office chair, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the polished mahogany desk, producing a dull thud, while his thoughts drifted far away. He had always been perplexed by Su Hao's connections. Huang Fengwan, the founder and chairman of Fengwan Investment, was renowned in the industry for his meritocratic approach. His success in transforming an obscure private equity firm into an industry leader within a few short years was not merely a stroke of luck. It is widely acknowledged that Huang Fengwan's most formidable asset is his keen eye for discerning talent. He has an uncanny ability to unearth overlooked geniuses, bestowing upon them ample trust and resources, enabling them to generate remarkable value for the company. Hence, Zhou found himself in a perpetual state of confusion. How could someone who staunchly believes in the power of merit and scorns all forms of nepotism suddenly deviate from his principles to personally arrange for a young individual with a mediocre background and no experience to enter the core trading department he holds in the highest regard? Initially, he felt a profound disappointment that the chairman he had always respected would engage in such nepotistic antics. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that these two individuals were not related at all. Furthermore, the young man even refused to disclose the reasons behind his exceptional hiring, citing confidentiality as an excuse. Intriguing. This lad possesses considerable audacity. Despite the pressure he exerted, the young man managed to keep his lips sealed. Moreover, through their seemingly mundane, yet subtly strategic conversation, Zhou could almost ascertain Su Hao undoubtedly knew in advance that St. Zhongruan would soar. Although the young man claimed it was merely luck and feigned an appropriate expression, the slight changes in his demeanor and the fleeting glimmer in his eyes could not escape Zhou Yi's keen perception, honed through years of navigating the treacherous waters of the financial industry. This indicated that the simulated transaction yesterday might indeed have been achieved through his own prowess. To dare to invest heavily in a single ST stock amidst a sea of pessimism, such a near-mad, irrational decisiveness and courage. Furthermore, while the entire market anticipated a significant adjustment in gold stocks, he alone managed to pierce through the fog and seize that singular exception. Such astonishing insight. Could it be that this young man? A glint flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes. "Manager, you called for me?" Li Huilan's voice at the door interrupted his contemplation. "Oh, Huilan." Zhou raised his head. "Have you prepared the materials for this morning's meeting?" "Yes, everything is ready." "Well." Zhou pondered for a moment. As if arriving at a decision, he tapped the table decisively. "Please inform our department and the relevant ones that today, you and Su Hao need not go anywhere. Just remain at your posts." Li Huilan was taken aback. "Huh, it has been quite busy lately, and you haven't had much time to practice the simulated trading, right? It is a perfect opportunity for him to focus on honing his skills and familiarizing himself with trading. You can guide him as well. Yes, I understand. Although somewhat surprised, Li Huilin promptly agreed. He still could not fathom why Boss Huang Fengwen insisted on forcing that young man named Su Hao into his team. Perhaps it was a strategy unbeknownst to others at higher echelons. Yet, Su Hao, this young man undoubtedly possesses something extraordinary. Whether it is a channel to insider information or an almost supernatural level of insight, or even a reckless gambler who disguises his extreme addiction to risk and dopamine with audacity. Regardless of what it may be from this moment forth, he would observe diligently and discern carefully, for the truth would eventually come to light. Certainly, there exists one final possibility. That lad may simply be extraordinarily fortunate, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Yet, in the realm of the stock market, there is an indelible adage that states, 3 parts depend on effort, while 7 parts are determined by fate. Those truly blessed by fortune can act with impunity. Chapter 6. What nonsense. Just buy it. With a clumsy stretch of his somewhat stiff limbs, Su Hao's abrupt movements caught the attention of Li Huilin beside him. What are you doing, Su Hao? She inquired. Huilin, it's nothing. Just trying to loosen up a bit. Over the past 3 days, as soon as the market opened, these inexperienced newcomers had to push those creaky metal carts, darting through various trading departments like schools of fish, delivering orders and documents. Didn't you say, Huilin, that the stock market is ever-changing? The most important things are twofold. First, one's mindset, steadfast as a mountain. Second, speed, swift as lightning. Mindset? That was a concern for those seasoned veterans in the trading department, whose hair was nearly gone. For a novice like him, who had just entered, the only value lay in his ability to run like the wind. After an entire day of intense running yesterday, the soreness in Su Hao's calves lingered, heavy as if filled with lead. This palpable fatigue made him acutely aware for the first time that his out-of-shape body truly needed some rigorous exercise. Alas, the dilemma was that there was hardly any time for such pursuits. Hit the gym after work? Although he had heard that it had become trendy for office workers to clock in gym time after hours, he had spent years consumed by gaming, living a nocturnal lifestyle, and had never cultivated a habit of regular exercise. How could a body so eroded by the digital realm possibly endure additional physical exertion after a long day? It was utterly implausible. While Su Hao was lost in thought, Li Huilin suddenly leaned closer, her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper, laced with a hint of excitement. Su Hao, good news. Today we probably won't have to struggle with that wretched cart. Huh? Su Hao replied, somewhat bewildered. Being the lowest tier in the team, if they didn't push the cart, who would? The manager, Li Huilin elucidated. It seems he has already coordinated with the other groups. So today, the new recruits from other teams will likely run errands for us. So sudden? Why wasn't this arranged yesterday? I nearly ran my legs off, of course. Such complaints were best kept to oneself. However, the sudden adjustment by felt rather unusual. Surely, it couldn't be due to his connections, could it? Thus, our task today, Li Huilin continued, her tone subtly infused with excitement, is to conduct simulated trading throughout the closing period. The manager just issued the directive. I suspect it's largely due to yesterday's incident with that ST stock. The manager wants to give you an opportunity. Oh, Su Hao mused, realizing the implications. Thanks to you, I'm also benefiting from this. Much appreciated, Huilin. Don't mention it, Su Hao. I believe it's merely a stroke of good fortune on my part. Is it truly just luck? Li Huilin tilted her head playfully and winked. Well, that's probably your unique secret, and it would be rather impolite of me to keep pressing you. Wouldn't it? Unique secret? Su Hao felt a bitter smile forming within. He had no such secret. He had only just grasped the meaning of the red and green candlesticks yesterday. So, does that mean today he only needs to engage in simulated trading? A peculiar sensation quietly arose in Su Hao's heart. This seemed to be a crucial opportunity to test his mysterious abilities. As the morning meeting was about to commence, Li Huilin glanced at her watch and reminded him, you must listen attentively. For a trading department like ours, the most vital task before the market opens each day is to grasp the mainstream hotspots. Mainstream hotspots? Yes. For instance, the popular stocks, thematic stocks, focus stocks, and leading stocks that are currently in vogue. They seldom appear in isolation. Instead, they usually cluster and surge within a specific domain. We refer to this phenomenon as mainstream hotspots. This sounded quite akin to a game. Suhao recalled that in games, the most dominant characters or talent combinations of the current version were also termed mainstream gameplay. It seemed the securities market operated similarly, identifying the sectors most likely to stir up waves and become the market's focal point, which were then intensively studied and manipulated. The purpose of the morning meeting was to determine which stocks would lead the surge, which sectors would rise in tandem, and where trading opportunities might lie. Our trading department is the most sensitive to these matters. The meeting materials were nominally printed and bound by newcomers like them, but in reality, they were primarily sourced from the company's research department. Those individuals were all graduates from prestigious universities, shining with an elite aura. They scoured vast amounts of information from both domestic and international sources daily, conducting in-depth analyses to predict how this information would impact the stock market. Subsequently, they would produce a distilled report that had undergone multiple layers of scrutiny. The newcomer's task was to print and bind these reports, distribute them to department members, and prepare the meeting materials. To be honest, Sister Huilin, Suhao chuckled wryly. Those reports appear to me as incomprehensible as an ancient text. Global macroeconomics, industry dynamics, company analyses, market trends. How on earth do these individuals manage to confine a living, ever-changing world into such cold, rigid numbers and charts? I can hardly make sense of any of it. Come now, don't be so modest, Li Huilin laughed, giving his arm a light pat. Haven't you studied this in school? Besides, didn't you nearly get sick of these topics while preparing for your qualification exam? Suhao opted for silence. He certainly could not admit that his university major had little connection to finance, and that he hadn't even taken the qualification exam yet. Oh, it's almost time. Everyone should be arriving soon. Let us hurry inside. All right, mainstream trends. Grasping the zeitgeist is of paramount importance. As Suhao followed Li Huilin into the conference room, he silently recited this phrase in his mind, simultaneously reminding himself to remain attentive. He was about to have the opportunity to hear firsthand from graduates of prestigious universities as they made real-time assessments of today's market hotspots based on in-depth research reports. Such information, outside this setting, would be unattainable even with monetary expenditure. Inside the conference room, a throng of individuals filled the space, and an intangible pressure permeated the air. I trust you have all reviewed the reports? Zhou Yi's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, his voice steady and authoritative. Currently, the market's focal point is the new energy sector. Notably, the risks within the entire industry chain are expanding dramatically. Let us share our insights, one at a time. Suhao felt slightly bewildered from the onset. Following a series of recent incidents involving electric vehicle fires, major global automotive manufacturers began reassessing safety standards. Furthermore, the price of nickel, one of the core materials for batteries, had plummeted by 45% compared to 6 months prior, heightening the risk of inventory devaluation for enterprises. A seasoned trader was the first to speak. Overcapacity is also a significant issue, another chimed in. This year, global production capacity for power lithium batteries is projected to reach 3,000 GWh, far exceeding market demand. The imbalance between supply and demand may usher the industry into a period of surplus, triggering a price war. Yet one must consider, the long-term outlook for new energy vehicles remains optimistic, does it not? Several individuals expressed dissenting opinions. Suhao quietly sealed his lips, striving to keep pace with the discussion. His eyes swiftly scanning the report in hand while his ears captured every keyword. The policy directions in Europe and America are unequivocal, yet for us short-term traders, such distant promises hold no relevance. Zhou Yi interrupted the discourse, questioning who could guarantee that such commitments wouldn't change overnight. This uncertainty itself represents a considerable risk. In the trading department, the focus is entirely on short-term transactions. For them, any long-term promise is akin to a mirage. The same applies to retail investors in the stock market. Regarding the new energy industry chain, a short-selling attempt could be made in the morning session. However, risk must be strictly controlled. Zhou decided to hedge using an ETF fund with a high weight in battery stocks. Understood. Manager, what about leverage? Capped at a maximum of 1.5 times. Let us adopt a conservative approach for now. Short sell in the morning, and if the market digests the information and rebounds, we can look for buying opportunities in the afternoon. Timing is crucial for each of you. But Zhou's voice suddenly turned stern. Don't let greed cloud your judgment. I know many of you fell short of your targets last month and feel anxious, but during such times, succumbing to impulsiveness will only exacerbate your losses. Do you understand? Understood. Manager, as the meeting concluded, individuals promptly filed out, akin to warriors heading to their respective battlegrounds. Zhou issued a flurry of directives, yet Su Hao felt as if he were deciphering an ancient script, absorbing not a single word. Li Huilin took a deep breath, feeling her fingertips tremble slightly. This sensation was long overdue. She must not falter. Zhou had made it abundantly clear that this simulated trading session was a crucial assessment. If she failed, she would likely remain a mere trading assistant for a considerable duration, perpetually engaged in the menial tasks of serving tea and running errands. No matter, I could do this. Li Huilin kunenchit had feast tightly, motivating herself. This was the opportunity she had longed for, and she had prepared extensively to seize it. Now, all that remained was to await the opening bell and to strive diligently. However, what about Su Hao? She couldn't help but rise on her toes, stealing a glance at Su Hao in the adjacent cubicle, while Li Huilin busied herself with organizing the research department's reports and information on new energy stocks, along with the core content from the recent meeting. Attempting to formulate a clearer trading plan before the market opened, Su Hao remained utterly motionless, resembling a frozen statue, staring blankly at his computer screen. In that state, he appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to where to begin. It seemed that his previous success with that ST stock was merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps, once I am less occupied, I should lend him a hand. Li Huilin Musha. After all, I am responsible for guiding this newcomer. In the final moments leading up to the market opening, the atmosphere in the trading department became palpably tense. The air felt thick, filled only with the sound of suppressed breaths and the occasional soft clicks of keyboards and mice. Everyone resembled sprinters poised at the starting line, muscles taut, gazes intense, fully focused on the imminent sound of the starting gun that would signify the commencement. Finally, with a resounding chime echoing throughout the floor, akin to an alarm, the market opened. In nearly the same instant, everyone tensed, their eyes ablaze, fixated on their screens, ready to launch themselves toward their respective targets. Yet Su Hao did nothing. He was not feigning calmness or biding his time for the perfect moment. He was genuinely lost in confusion, utterly unaware of what steps to take. Where on earth should he begin? If it were a game involving opening boxes, he could stare intently at the box, waiting until the right moment to click. The same applied to gambling for equipment or looting bodies. But stocks were entirely different. The factors to consider were numerous and complex. Would the stock I purchase now rise immediately, or would it wait until tomorrow? Who knows? In games, the outcomes of opening boxes or gambling for gear are immediate. Feedback is instantaneous. Stocks, however, do not operate in such a manner. Even if I buy a stock based solely on instinct right now, what if it takes a whole year to appreciate? Moreover, the sheer volume of stocks available in the market left him bewildered, unsure of where to commence his search for that elusive sensation. This feeling was akin to seeking a specific grain of sand on an infinite beach. Calm down, remain composed. He would remind himself whenever his mind became a chaotic jumble of thoughts. Although he had only employed this tactic during gaming, it was imperative not to act impulsively now. He needed to steady himself and proceed methodically. As he recalled from a meeting, today's primary focus was on the new energy sector, correct? Thus, it was prudent to begin his exploration there. Regardless, he ought to exhibit some semblance of effort for the manager's sake, shouldn't he? Taking a deep breath, he feigned tranquility as he opened the report provided by the research department. As he scrutinized the text and graphs on the screen, it felt as though he were deciphering a foreign language rather than reading Chinese. Attached to the report was an extensive list of stocks associated with today's trending topics. As Zhou Yi had predicted, nearly all the stocks on this list were illuminated in green, signaling a decline. He recalled the manager mentioning something about shorting in the morning and going long in the afternoon, as well as hedging risks. How was he supposed to navigate these short and long positions? How to manage the associated risks? Sighing, he lamented that he should have consulted Li Huilin for practical insights and accumulated some experience. Nevertheless, with all these stocks plummeting, purchasing any now seemed ill-advised, didn't it? There were indeed numerous stocks related to new energy. Yet, the sight of the pervasive green hue was disheartening, evoking a sense of trepidation that investing would lead to inevitable losses. With this thought, he prepared to close the list of stocks that filled him with unease. However, just as his finger hovered over the mouse's close button, an almost imperceptible yet striking sensation coursed through his fingertips, reminiscent of a faint electric current, radiating throughout his body. This sensation felt hauntingly familiar. Suddenly, he halted his movement, maximizing the window he had intended to close. He held his breath, his gaze meticulously scanning each stock in the list. Ultimately, the cursor lingered over an unremarkable name amidst the sea of red. Damn. This company specialized in the recycling of new energy batteries. He involuntarily swallowed. A wave of inexplicable, intense excitement surged from his fingertips, through his palms, and up his arms. An unending tide of clarity and strength. It was overwhelmingly vivid and powerful, threatening to render him uncontrollably tremulous. Yes, this was the sensation. He would not mistake it. In his gaming days, he had felt this unique intensity each time he acquired an exceptional piece of equipment. However, this stock, Su Hao fixated intensely on the glaring green numbers on the screen, which signified a substantial decline, while the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Was this decline not utterly disastrous? It was so green, it was almost purple. It seemed to be heading straight for the limit down. Moreover, had it not just been established in the meeting that the battery sector posed significant risks, and that shorting was the way to go? At least in the short term, there was absolutely no prospect for improvement. Yet, the overwhelming sensation coursing through his fingertips, which threatened to send his very soul into a tremor, relentlessly and obstinately screamed the same message to his mind. This is it. Indeed. Choose it. Buy it. Right? What is there to fear? A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. After all, it was just simulated trading, wasn't it? With this realization, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Damn it. Then, let us believe one more time. Let us trust this damned, yet undeniably real. Intuition. Click. The crisp sound of the mouse echoed in the silent corner. Amidst the vast ocean of green representing decline, Su Hao hesitated no longer. With a sudden burst of determination, he pressed down firmly on the button that signified purchase. Chapter 7. Why the full investment again? Zhou Yi has never been particularly fond of playing games. It is not out of disdain. Rather, he simply finds them lacking in allure. What is it about those bizarre virtual realms that possesses the power to ensnare individuals, rendering them oblivious to the passage of time, as if it flows like water? He cannot fathom it and has no inclination to delve deeper. It feels akin to gazing through an impenetrable fog. However, ever since he set foot in the silent battlefield of the stock market, he has strangely begun to comprehend the mindset of those gamers. The moment the market bell tolls, his spirit becomes inexorably tethered to the undulating curves of rise and fall, as if his very essence is drawn into the abyss formed by the pulsating numbers and candlestick patterns, only to be released at the close of trading. Today was no different. In the blink of an eye, the day's skirmishes had reached their conclusion. Zhou Yi exhaled a long breath tinged with the acrid scent of the market, casting his gaze toward a corner of the screen to assess the day's results. A mere 1%. At first glance, it appears trivial. Yet for their high-stakes trading department, this one is anything but insignificant, especially in today's tumultuous market. Manager, you played it exceptionally safe today, quite impressively, a young subordinate remarked, moving closer with a tone of relief akin to surviving a calamity. And the others? Zhou Yi's gaze remained fixed upon the screen, his voice devoid of inflection. Don't mention it. It's a disaster. Not just our department. I've heard others have suffered grievously, shattered by the market. The recent market has been akin to a capricious monkey, leaping erratically and causing turmoil, exhausting the spirits of all involved. The nature of stocks is precisely this. Even the brightest minds, adorned with the aura of elite status and armed with the most sophisticated models and comprehensive data analyses, cannot hope to predict its next movement with precision. This realm is, after all, a raw reflection of humanity's deepest greed and fear, a collective irrational exuberance where logic and data often crumble under the weight of absolute irrationality. At this rate, it seems unlikely that any department will meet its monthly targets this month. Zhou rubbed his throbbing temples. Indeed, but his subordinate attempted to inject a sliver of hope. Manager, we still have nearly a week left, right? Perhaps we can make a final push at the end? Every trading department shoulders monthly performance targets, typically fluctuating between 5 and 10 based on departmental and market conditions. Outsiders often misconstrue that a department specializing in short-term trading should have astonishing monthly return targets of 50 or even 100, perceiving these individuals as bloodthirsty gamblers, expected to reap the highest profits while dancing on the knife's edge of the market. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The trading departments, especially those within large private equity firms like theirs, are fundamentally guided by two principles. Safety. Stability reigns supreme. Survival is the ultimate truth. Thus, the department has issued a strict prohibition against any form of reckless or radical investment, even instituting specific leverage limits and a rigorous risk control system. Due to this deeply ingrained caution, it is commonplace to achieve a final yield of merely 0, 1, or even lower by the end of the day. As long as there are no losses or minimal losses, it is deemed a victory. This is the ironclad rule of the trading department, a survival ethos etched into their very bones. Well then, let us do our utmost. Zhou tapped the table, interrupting the somber atmosphere, and suggested, everyone, go get a cup of coffee to refresh yourselves. We will reconvene in 5 minutes for a meeting to review our strategies. Yes, manager. Zhou also felt a parched throat, turning towards the pantry with the intention of pouring a glass of water to allow his chaotic thoughts to settle. As he bent down to fill his cup, an ethereal figure approached silently from behind. Ah, old Zhou, you're quite the character. A voice laced with a hint of sarcasm emerged, tinged with an almost imperceptible acidity. Is this display perhaps a tad too deliberate? Zhou did not even need to turn around. He recognized the tone instantly. It was Ma Jun, who joined the company in the same year and now managed the second trading department. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed instantly. What do you mean? Feigning ignorance, are we? Ma Jun glanced around furtively, ensuring that no one was paying attention, before leaning in closer and lowering his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. So you're playing coy? My department's newcomers have been running around today, completely exhausted thanks to you. The market is already tumultuous enough, and they've been scurrying about, alleviating the burdens of your department's young master. Haven't they? Oh, so that's the matter. Zhou quickly comprehended. The young master personally ushered in by the chairman. I heard you've kept him quite leisurely today, comfortably seated the entire time? My, who would have thought our usually aloof manager, Zhou, would begin to ponder the survival tactics of the workplace, burning incense and paying homage in advance to pave the way for the future? You're overthinking, Zhou replied, his tone remaining flat, betraying no hint of emotion. Understanding. After all, it's the prince personally arranged by the chairman, and it has fortuitously landed in your department. Anyone would tread carefully in such a situation. Ma Jun adopted an expression of feigned understanding, a knowing smile on his face. If you don't curry favor now, what if one day he ascends to become our superior? It would be too late to seek his favor then, wouldn't it? This statement, though harsh, bore a semblance of truth from a pragmatic perspective. The connections behind that young man were like an invisible thorn, pricking the hearts of all who were in the know. Even if one wished to deliberately ignore it, it would inevitably remind them of its existence, compelling them to exercise caution and tread lightly. Observing Zhou Yi's silence, Ma Jun assumed he had struck a nerve and pressed on with a sly curiosity. Have you had a chat with the young master yet? What exactly is your relationship with him? I bet there's some familial connection, right? Otherwise, how could he receive such treatment? The young man, Su Hao, previously asserted that he had no connection whatsoever with the chairman. This thought flickered momentarily in Zhou Yi's mind. Uncertain. Humph. Ma Jun scoffed, his expression rife with disbelief. You, my friend, seem to desire exclusive spoils, don't you? That's rather unseemly, old Zhou. What are you contemplating? Zhou Yi could no longer suppress his irritation and retorted. That kind of individual, obviously here for self-interest, how long can he possibly remain in our modest pond? Indeed, Ma Jun mused, stroking his chin, his eyes darting with consideration. However, even if he is merely gilding his reputation, shouldn't I at least familiarize myself with him before he departs? Look at you, old Zhou, putting in such effort. If I don't make some gesture, wouldn't that seem rather ungracious? Zhou Yi, weary of further entanglement, shook his head, grasped the freshly filled water cup, and strode out of the tea room, leaving Ma Jun alone to ponder. The reason he allowed Su Hao to remain seated was not out of a desire to ingratiate himself, nor was it an act of allegiance. Rather, it was a test he imposed upon the lad. He sought to discern the true capabilities of this mysteriously connected newcomer. Returning to his seat, Zhou Yi's fingers danced across the keyboard, retrieving Su Hao's simulated trading records from the day. Upon examining the details of the holdings, his pupils constricted slightly. Grinmei? This company specialized in mineral development and the recycling of new energy batteries. In today's market climate, in recent times, this stock was undoubtedly a perilous pitfall. Its volatility was severe, its risks alarmingly high. Even seasoned veterans shunned it. Yet this newcomer had recklessly invested all his simulated funds in it. Another instance of complete allocation? Gazing at the glaring 100 holding ratio, Zhou Yi felt a vain throb at his temple. This lad, was he demonstrating his prowess through such reckless behavior? Was this self-destructive maneuver a silent protest against Zhou Yi's scrutiny? Or was he simply an ignorant novice, both foolish and lethargic, relying solely on luck with a haphazard, all-in approach? Alas, what was I even hoping for? A wave of helplessness washed over Zhou Yi, accompanied by a tinge of self-mockery as he shook his head and closed the window. There lingered a flicker of hope, a thought that perhaps this newcomer was not a complete buffoon, that he might possess some undisclosed investment acumen. After all, he was under the direct patronage of that esteemed individual. However, it was now evident. Nonsense. Indeed, this newcomer was nothing extraordinary, a mere beneficiary of connections, devoid of even the most fundamental awareness of risk diversification, with a demeanor that suggested a disdain for effort and a reluctance to engage his intellect. He had carelessly placed all his eggs in a basket that was clearly on the brink of collapse. Just by observing his flippant and lackadaisical approach, one could glean much about his attitude. Such a childish, negligent disposition truly ignited an inexplicable ire within Zhou Yi, leaving him somewhat breathless. However, in the next moment, he forcibly suppressed this surge of anger. Why should I waste my breath on such a person? Is it worth it? He self-deprecatingly shook his head. After all, the other party was merely here to enhance their credentials, destined not to stay long, sooner or later leveraging connections to climb the ranks. There is no need for him to lower himself to curry favor, nor to create a potential, albeit obscure, adversary over such trivial matters. It simply wasn't worth it. Let be. Ignorance was the best response. For Su Hao, today was perhaps the most awkward and tedious day since he joined this company. From a moment he stepped into this office filled with tension and the scent of money in the morning until the dusk of closing, he felt like a wooden post, pinned to his seat. Apart from a brief excursion to the restroom, he hardly moved an inch. This was particularly true after he succumbed to a fierce instinct. A jolt coursing through his limbs, causing a tingling in his fingers, and pressed the buy button for a stock named Green Beauty. In an instant, his meager virtual funds vanished without trace. Not a penny remained. He had bet it all on a single stock. After completing this impulsive act, he found himself utterly devoid of tasks, left to stare vacantly at the computer screen, feeling utterly out of place amidst the surrounding atmosphere of urgency and busyness. "Swell, how's the trading going today?" came the cheerful voice of Li Huilin from beside him. It's all right, Suhao replied vaguely, feeling too sheepish to admit he had gone all in once again. Oh, let me take a look. Maybe it's better not to, he stammered, feeling a bit. Li Huilan's sharp eyes had already caught a glimpse of his portfolio on the corner of the screen, and the glaring figure of Green Beauty at 100 left her utterly stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief as if she could hardly fathom what she was seeing. Ah, Suo, she exclaimed, raising her voice, drawing the attention of several nearby desks. What on earth are you doing? This is particularly inappropriate, isn't it? Suhao awkwardly chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Inappropriate, indeed. Have you disregarded everything I previously told you? What is the fundamental principle of investing? It is to diversify risk. Diversify. Diversify. Important things bear repeating thrice. Li Huilan placed her hands on her hips, her expression serious, resembling an irate pufferfish. Last time you went all in, you claimed it was an accidental slip of the finger, which was somewhat excusable. But this time, you went for another all-in? And moreover, you bought Green Beauty? My heavens. Tell me, why did you choose this stock? Could it be? Was it yet another slip of the finger? Suhao was rendered speechless, maintaining an awkward yet polite smile, scratching the back of his head even more vigorously in an attempt to lighten the heavy atmosphere. He certainly couldn't admit that he had made the purchase based solely on a bizarre intuition, for who would believe such a tale? He swiftly and awkwardly shifted the topic. So, Sister Huilan, how was your earnings today? Indeed, upon mentioning her achievements, Li Huilan's attention was instantly captivated anew. She promptly retracted her sorrowful expression, straightened her back, placed her hands proudly on her hips, lifted her chin slightly, and her face radiated a charming blend of pride and invitation for compliments. Heh, why take action? Success is inevitable. Let me tell you, my final yield today reached an impressive 2, a full 2. In the midst of this chaotic market, it seems that, aside from me, no one else could achieve such a stable profit. As she spoke, her spirits soared, and her smugness was not only endearing but also carried an undeniable charm. Wow, incredible, truly remarkable. Suhao enthusiastically raised both thumbs, exclaiming dramatically, Sister Huilan, you'll definitely pass the assessment this time. Oh wait, that's not what we should be discussing right now. She quickly suppressed her smile, adopting a serious demeanor, and fixed a stern gaze upon Suhao. Suo, listen carefully. Next time, absolutely, do not invest all your money in a single stock like you did today. Do you understand? You must learn to diversify your investments. Even in a poor market, you must not take such excessive risks. Remember that? Yes. Sister Huilan, I understand. I will never make that mistake again. Suo nadidernistri. His sincerity evident. As the two exchanged lively banter, a voice, tinged with clear displeasure and a hint of sternness, cut through their merriment like a splash of cold water. Li Huilan, Suhao, are you two quite idle? Do you still have the time for such frivolity and laughter? It was a senior trader passing by their workstation, seemingly named Liang Haiyuan. Suhao recognized his face, perpetually stern and seemingly intimidating. Oh yes, my apologies. Li Huilan was taken aback and quickly apologized. Suhao also hastily composed himself. You should be preparing the meeting materials. Liang Haiyuan snorted coldly, tossing out his reprimand before turning away without a glance. Right. Although he had only been there for a few days, Suhao had already discerned a pattern. The office atmosphere was highly correlated with the state of the stock market. When a market was thriving, smiles abounded. When it faltered, everyone appeared as if they had swallowed gunpowder, ready to snap at anyone. Don't take it to heart. Suo, the market has plummeted terribly today, Li Huilan quietly explained as she noticed Suhao seemed somewhat dazed. I heard Liang Haiyuan suffered significant losses today, so his mood is understandably poor. Not just him. It seems our entire department has seen few gains, with most people facing losses. Hence, it's only natural that everyone looks grim and irritable. Nevertheless, Suhao still felt that it was utterly unreasonable to unleash his pent-up frustration and resentment on innocent individuals simply because he had suffered financial losses. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was perhaps the nature of adulthood, the so-called professional realm, rife with perplexing rules and grievances one must endure. Yet, in comparison, the atmosphere within their department could be considered relatively pleasant. Li Huilin seemed to sense his apprehension and quickly added, "You haven't experienced other teams. That is where the true trials and tribulations lie. Alas, I have several friends who joined the company around the same time as I did, but they simply could not bear the pressure and the incessant scheming, ultimately resigning in despair." Su Hao paused, taken aback by her words. He had always believed that their department, under the stern and formidable leadership of Zhou Yi, was the most oppressive and heavy-laden atmosphere in the entire company. After all this time, it turned out their department was considered a refuge of gentleness. Chapter 8. How did he know in advance? During the department's routine meeting, Zhou Yi stood at the front, his expression impassive as he summarized the day's performance and outlined strategies for tomorrow. Despite the overall market's lackluster performance, which resulted in losses for our department, our risk management was relatively competent compared to other departments. The losses incurred today can be compensated for tomorrow. Furthermore, aside from our standard operations, there were no particular matters of concern, correct? A trader responded, "Yes, manager. The market showed an overall downward trend today. We primarily executed some hedging operations in key sectors as per our contingency plan to manage our risk exposure, with no other significant actions taken. Well, it seems this downward trend may persist for a while longer. We must remain vigilant in the coming days and enforce stringent risk controls." Understood. Thank you all for your hard work. Let us finish early today. Wow, we're leaving early today. That's fantastic. Suo exclaimed, eager to rush home and dive into his game. The president had even sent a text reminding everyone to be online on time today. There's a saying, many fascinating events in this world often transpire while you are deep in slumber. The reason is simply that the earth is round. While you're snoring away in the Eastern Hemisphere, monumental events may be unfolding in the Western Hemisphere. When you awaken the next day, bleary-eyed, and check your phone, you might discover that on the other side of the globe, in a different time zone, events are unfolding that could alter the very fabric of the world. This time was no exception. The following day, in the early morning hours before dawn had broken, the trading department was already ablaze with lights. Traders, alerted by the news and foregoing sleep, had arrived at the office with grave expressions. Some were even perspiring, and the atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of anxiety, akin to a swarm of disturbed wasps. Manager, have you seen that news? It's explosive." A young trader nearly barged into Zhou Yi's office, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. "I have seen it." Zhou Yi's voice was unnaturally calm, a tranquility that felt almost eerie. However, no one noticed the tight fist resting on his knee, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Those bureaucrats in Indonesia, have they lost their minds? To make such a drastic move without any prior warning or indication. An unexpected attack like this. What the hell are they trying to accomplish? Another trader could no longer contain his expletives, his tone rife with incredulity and fury. Indeed, just last night, while the majority of the populace in Xia Nation was still immersed in slumber, news capable of shaking the global industrial chain erupted like thunder from a clear sky. No, perhaps even describing it as thunder is insufficient. For the financial market, particularly for those traders battling on the front lines, this was akin to a sudden, magnitude 8 earthquake. In the dead of night, the Indonesian government issued a startling announcement. Effective immediately, it will reduce the country's nickel ore supply by a staggering 30 and officially implement related export control measures. Indonesia, the world's largest producer of nickel, holds a pivotal position in the global nickel market. However, in recent times, various factors, including the global economic situation, have led to a temporary oversupply of nickel ore, causing international nickel prices to plummet, with Indonesia being no exception. The market had anticipated that the Indonesian government might introduce some symbolic measures, such as a slight reduction in production or mere rhetoric, to stabilize market sentiment. Who could have foreseen that they would deviate entirely from the expected course? Instead of a modest 5% cut, they have opted for an astonishing 30% reduction. Are they out of their minds? Are they aware of the monumental impact this will have on the market? Another trader echoed this sentiment, his voice laced with frustration. At least they could have given us a heads up, allowing the market some reaction time. They had been playing dead, as if nothing would happen. And now, they launch a surprise attack? What sort of madness is this? a 30 reduction from the largest global supplier. This figure signifies more than just a shock. It is akin to a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake, capable of sending ripples throughout the global nickel supply chain and even broader energy and materials sectors, triggering a severe and potentially disruptive shockwave. This bold move underscores the Indonesian government's growing impatience with the dire state of the nickel market, resolved to employ the most extreme and vigorous measures to reverse the tide. Consequently, the repercussions are almost instantaneous. A colossal gap in global nickel supply is imminent. Industries heavily reliant on nickel, particularly the battery sector, which has recently been mired in pessimism, may find themselves transformed by this sudden supply crisis. However, not all companies within the battery industry will benefit equally from this upheaval. The voice of Zhou Yi calmly interrupted the ongoing discussions. The logic is straightforward. Those lacking sufficient nickel reserves or raw material stocks will helplessly watch their costs soar like a rocket, ultimately being ruthlessly eliminated from the market, unable even to shed tears. Conversely, those who have prepared for this eventuality or merely stumbled upon a fortunate surplus of nickel or will find themselves transformed overnight from overlooked entities to coveted assets, reaping substantial rewards. However, the truly fatal issue permeating the trading department with an air of panic is not merely a matter of who gains and who loses. The crux of the problem lies in the conviction held by a significant portion, if not the vast majority, of the trading team that battery-related stocks will continue to decline due to the previous negative news. In their pursuit of profit, they have already positioned themselves with substantial short positions as early as yesterday, if not earlier. This is the fundamental reason why these usually composed and serene elite traders are now so uncharacteristically agitated and anxious, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Should the market open today and the stock prices of the battery sector indeed reverse direction and soar due to this news, those holding vast short positions would face losses that could escalate exponentially, akin to an avalanche. Such a scenario would be catastrophic, potentially leading to some traders being unceremoniously dismissed from their roles. Has the research department compiled the list of companies with nickel reserves? Su inquired in a graviton, emphasizing the urgent need to identify potential beneficiaries. Not yet, manager, a subordinate responsible for communications, quickly replied. The research team is likely just receiving the news and is frantically sifting through the data. However, I did hear a rumor suggesting that, currently, the known company with the largest nickel reserves in the battery sector seems to be just one, only one. The moment those two words pierced his ears, it was as if a blinding bolt of lightning had cleaved through Zhou Yi's muddled thoughts without warning. A name of a company he had previously dismissed with scorn now seared itself into the depths of his consciousness like a heated brand. His heart jolted. Could it be? He instinctively inquired in a voice tinged with disbelief. Is it Greenmai? The subordinate paused for a moment, then brightened with recognition. Yes, manager. You are astute. It is indeed Greenmai. You are aware of it too? The news I heard corroborates this. They say Greenmai's stock price is likely to hit the ceiling right at the opening, and it wouldn't be surprising if it continues to surge for several consecutive limits. Zhou Yi fell silent. He stood there, lost in thought, his gaze unfocused, staring vacantly into the ether before him, as if frozen in time. The voices of others in the office, the clamor of discussions, the tension in the air, all seemed to recede from him in that moment. Manager? A subordinate, puzzled by his prolonged silence, called out tentatively. No response came. At that moment, Zhou Yi's mind echoed incessantly with a singular name and the image of a person he had previously regarded as a foolish, privileged dilettante. Su Hao, the young heir. Yesterday, that lad recklessly gambled all the virtual funds entrusted to him, investing entirely in Green. At that moment, Zhou Yi felt as if his very blood had congealed. He, the newcomer, had he known all along? Did he foresee such an occurrence? No wonder. A thought thundered through his mind like a lightning strike. No wonder, when the notice to leave work early was announced yesterday afternoon, that lad was overjoyed, grinning like a weasel that had stolen a hen. At the time, Zhou Yi found that smile inexplicably irritating, even somewhat vexatious. Now he comprehended. That was not mere foolish delight at the prospect of an early departure. That was indeed the smile of a victor. The Indonesian government's unexpected and seemingly irrational counterattack took everyone by surprise. Not only these ordinary traders, but likely no top-tier analytical institution or intelligence agency worldwide could have anticipated it. There was not even a whisper of relevant news in the market. Yet, he found it hard to believe. A colossal question mark crashed down upon his heart like a mountain. That well-connected individual, the one who had been too indifferent to even consider diversified investments yesterday. How on earth did he know in advance? He felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, a chill racing up his spine. Chapter 9. Is this young man truly well-connected? Should I consider purchasing a vehicle? For the first time, Suhao found himself seriously contemplating this notion. Even he regarded it as absurd. How could a newcomer, whose first month's salary was still uncertain, dare to entertain the thought of buying a car? It was indeed a fanciful dream. Yet he now vividly understood why the impeccably dressed traders in this building, who appeared so refined, all endeavored to commute by car whenever possible. The early hours were truly outrageous. How early, you might ask? Missing the first subway train would inevitably lead to tardiness, even if one were fortunate enough to board the first train on time. Arriving at the office often left only a few fleeting moments to catch one's breath, heart racing and sweat still glistening, before diving straight into work. Fortunately, the seasoned traders, those who were veterans of the field, tended not to arrive with such fervor. For a novice like Suhao, this allowed him to escape some scrutinizing gazes, at least under normal circumstances. However, today bore an unusual and eerie atmosphere. As Suhao stepped into the office, his footfalls instinctively faltered. An overwhelming tension enveloped him like a tangible wave, causing his breath to hitch slightly. As he surveyed the floor, he was astonished to find it bustling with activity. From the naive junior staff like himself to the meticulously groomed, eagle-eyed senior employees, and even the elusive team leaders who were rarely seen. It seemed that every single one had gathered in the office as if summoned by an unspoken agreement. Could it be that the stock market had opened early today? A flurry of doubts clouded his mind as he pondered. Everyone was darting about like clockwork grasshoppers, their hurried footsteps, the clatter of keyboards and whispered conversations creating a cacophony that hung thick in the air, laden with anxiety. It felt as if a silent smoke of tension pervaded the atmosphere, devoid of cries, yet brimming with the oppressive sense of an impending storm. This was no ordinary workday. "Suhao, you're here?" A slightly breathless voice called out. It was Li Huilin. "Oh, Huilin, I'm sorry. Am I late?" he replied, somewhat flustered, his tone tinged with the characteristic apprehension of a newcomer, taken aback by the early arrival of everyone. Li Huilin forced a smile that was hardly more appealing than a grimace and waved her hand dismissively. No, you're actually quite early. It's just something significant happened last night, which is why things are like this." Significant? Suhao felt a chill run through him. What event could incite such a palpable sense of urgency throughout the entire company? Yes, Li Huilin nodded, her words quickening. The Indonesian government, without warning, has dropped a bombshell. They announced a direct reduction of 30% in domestic nickel production. Oh, Suhao instinctively responded, yet his mind felt somewhat foggy. Was a reduction of nickel production in Indonesia truly such a monumental issue? To speak candidly, a novice who had only just entered the industry a few days prior truly could not immediately grasp the terrifying chain reactions lurking beneath the surface. However, this did not hinder his ability to respond. He was aware that Li Huilin, known for her gentle demeanor and her almost unwavering willingness to assist, whom he affectionately dubbed the savior of newcomers, would patiently elucidate any ambiguities he encountered. As anticipated, Li Huilin took a deep breath, her speech noticeably quickening as she began to explain. Just yesterday, we all generally believed that the battery sector was in a state of decline, with related stock prices poised to fall in the short term, correct? Short selling was the prevailing strategy. Yet, with Indonesia's recent developments, the entire narrative has flipped on its head. She gestured animatedly, attempting to help Suhao grasp the crux of the matter. Just think about it. Those companies holding substantial nickel inventories or closely tied to nickel mines have suddenly become highly sought after overnight. A surge in stock prices is virtually a foregone conclusion. However, several teams had established significant short positions in battery stocks just yesterday. You were aware of this, right? When a short position misjudges the market direction, and the market moves contrary to expectations, the losses. She left her thought unfinished, but the terror reflected in her eyes spoke volumes. Recently, Suhao had indeed been diligently reinforcing his foundational knowledge of stocks, and several technical terms no longer appeared to him as enigmas. He understood that the so-called institutions establishing short positions essentially referred to short selling, a trading strategy predicated on the anticipation that specific stock prices will decline, allowing for profit through selling high and buying low. Many large institutions employ this strategy to hedge against risks or engage in speculation. Yet, the associated risks can be likened to a dance on the edge of a precipice. Should one misinterpret market direction and bet on a price drop, only for the stock price to rise inexplicably due to unforeseen factors, then theoretically, the losses for the shorts could be limitless. The scene before him depicted the reality of this peril. Individuals arriving at the office before dawn, adorned in the guise of urgency reminiscent of wartime, embodying the grave risks at play. Those unfortunate teams, had placed their faith in the downward trajectory of battery stocks, boldly shorting them, only to be blindsided by the Indonesian government's unexpected interventions, akin to a black swan flapping its wings. Now, everyone resembled ants on a hot pan, frantically verifying their positions, assessing their risk exposure, striving to find a glimmer of hope before the tempest consumed them entirely. What was the most terrifying aspect? Do you know? A tremor tinged Li Huilin's voice, a testament to her reverence for the market's formidable power. The most terrifying part is that no one can predict which stocks will rise and by how much, which will fall and by what extent. The market has descended into utter chaos. Her words sent a chill down Suhao's spine. Can humanity triumph over fate? Perhaps, in the face of the capricious and unpredictable capital market. This notion seemed a mere hollow consolation. The stock market resembled a tumultuous ocean of capricious emotions, no matter how sophisticated the analytical models or comprehensive the risk plans. They could not wholly shield against the sudden storms that strike like natural disasters. Human efforts, at times, can prove woefully inadequate, and this serves as a poignant reminder. Our group, did we hardly touch the battery stocks yesterday? Upon hearing this, Li Huilin seemed to exhale a significant breath of relief. Fortunately, thanks to our manager's keen intuition, he sensed something amiss yesterday and advised us to exercise restraint, allowing us to withdraw in time. Therefore, our losses should not be substantial. The real tragedy lies with the other departments, I estimate. Sigh, it's utter chaos. Suhao silently rejoiced, recognizing that Zhou Yi, usually taciturn and muscular, possessed an extraordinary market instinct. However, in that fleeting moment of thought, he suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. The stock I purchased yesterday in that simulated investment account, wasn't it related to the battery concept? What might happen? Li Huilin. Suo, what are you still doing standing there? Can't you see everyone is busy? Hurry up and organize this data. Quickly. A slightly hoarse reprimand echoed from nearby, interrupting his train of thought. It was another senior trader impatiently urging them on. Ah, yes. Suhao, let's hurry. Li Huilin, as if awakening from a dream, promptly pulled him along. Never mind. Suhao swiftly dismissed the thought from his mind. After all, it was merely simulated investment, just virtual numbers, nothing to take seriously. At this moment, the utmost priority was to remain discreet, to maintain a low profile, and to diligently attend to the mundane yet error-prone tasks at hand, avoiding trouble amidst such turbulent times. Meanwhile, in the manager's office of the trading department, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Zhou Yi, the team leader renowned for his iron-fisted, steady, and almost cold demeanor, was unusually furrowing his brow. His deep-set eyes fixated on the wildly fluctuating market display before him. His team members held their breath, not daring to exhale. On the screen, a scene of devastation unfolded. violently disrupted by Indonesia's sudden policy shift. To an outsider, it might seem merely a report about a distant nation's metal production cut, surely an overreaction. However, only those entrenched in this unique stock market ecosystem could fathom the terrifying destructive power lurking behind such seemingly absurd events. This market operates under its own peculiar, almost bizarre logic. Historically, Yun Chama garnered attention due to its name's resemblance to that of Alibaba's founder, while Yuan Wenga surged due to its name's phonetic similarity to Olympic champion Gu Ailing. Chuan Daji Sheng was favored for its name's resemblance to Trump's Chinese name during the U.S. elections. This phenomenon, half mockingly and half resignedly referred to as keyword investment or thematic speculation by industry insiders, may be rare in more mature capital markets. Yet in our nation, it is a commonplace occurrence, almost an integral part of the market's DNA. At its core, the issue stems from two primary factors. On one hand, the exceptionally high participation rate of individual investors in the Xi'an nation leads to pronounced emotional fluctuations in the market. On the other hand, the entrenched culture of speculation surrounding thematic and concept stocks has deeply rooted itself in the collective psyche, coupled with an ingrained and potent herd mentality. This irrational sentiment often propels certain stock prices to astonishing heights in a remarkably brief span, entirely detached from fundamental realities. Presently, the most pressing concern lies precisely in this phenomenon. How will this formidable, market-distorting collective sentiment interpret and digest the Indonesian government's recent announcement? What frenzied response will the market exhibit? It has surged. It continues to rise. My goodness, are we insane? This is bound for the heavens. The opening bell resonates like a spark igniting a long-suppressed powder keg. Instantly, an array of suppressed gasps, wails, and coarse expletives erupt throughout the hall, akin to boiling water splashing in every corner. Where on earth is this price headed? Stop. For heaven's sake, stop. Senior traders from other teams have completely lost composure, their faces flushed, veins bulging, as they howl maniacally at the screen. In such moments, even the typically authoritative managerial figures refrain from provoking their ire. Witnessing the numbers in their accounts cascade downward like a waterfall, precious gold evaporating before their eyes, who can maintain the facade of rationality and composure? Even though they are operating the company's accounts, each transaction's profit and loss is directly tied to their personal performance and the year-end bonuses they regard as lifelines. For these professionals, who view trading as their very existence, the experience at this juncture is akin to being subjected to a slow, torturous demise. The manager reports that battery-related stocks are now nearly all in the green, with a vigorous upward trend. A team member's fingers dance anxiously across the keyboard as they relay information to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's voice, low and composed, stands in stark contrast to the surrounding frenzy. This is merely the initial wave of emotional shock. Differentiation will soon emerge. Only those companies possessing substantial nickel resources will derive long-term, tangible benefits from this incident. Have we received the preliminary results of our loss assessment? Fortunately, the several short positions we established yesterday were swiftly closed at the onset, keeping losses within anticipated limits. The subordinate appears to regain some composure. The primary concern is the short positions held by other teams. Judging by the current momentum, a short squeeze has completely erupted. The term short squeeze is, for traders, akin to the most terrifying of nightmares. Its terrifying power is such that many tread carefully around it in everyday conversation, wary of inviting misfortune. Moreover, it is not solely our firm affected. I have just received news that several major private equity firms are similarly ensnared with substantial short positions. Another subordinate interjected, his expression equally grim. I've heard that various securities firms are incessantly triggering notifications for forced liquidations. The entire market has descended into chaos. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, fully aware of the situation at hand. The so-called short squeeze is fundamentally a death spiral. Short sellers initially anticipate a decline in stock prices. Yet unexpectedly, the prices soar. To avert an ever-expanding loss, they're compelled to purchase stocks in the market to close their short positions. However, This forced buying action further escalates the already rising stock prices, inflicting even greater losses on other short sellers and inciting a panic sell-off. This vicious cycle ultimately drives the stock prices to an irrational and frenzied height. At this moment, numerous institutions that had established short positions, expecting a decline in battery stocks, found themselves blindsided by the Indonesian black swan. The stock prices surged against the trend, and in their haste to cut losses, they discovered that the buying pressure in the market was overwhelming, leaving them unable to find sufficient sell orders to absorb their positions. Their liquidation buying actions only served as fuel to propel the stock prices higher, causing their short positions' losses to snowball exponentially. The only silver lining, or rather, the sole measure that could somewhat curb the unbridled spread of this disaster, is the stock market's daily limit of a 10-price fluctuation. Yet, this safeguard does not provide genuine comfort. In such an extreme situation where all rationality is lost and frantic purchases ensue, a stock may remain locked on the upper limit for several consecutive days, with no sell orders available. For those holding short positions, this means they can only watch helplessly as their losses expand day by day, with no recourse in sight. Presently, there exists a stock that is glaringly pinned to the upper limit, Green My 10. After the market opened, within a remarkably brief interval, this stock skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, sealing itself at the 10 upper limit due to an overwhelming influx of buy orders. On the screen, astronomical figures of buy orders continue to surge, forming an insurmountable wall of buying pressure. On ordinary days, as long as the market is in trading hours, Zhou-E's entire focus would be unwaveringly immersed in the ocean of numbers and the fluctuations of candlesticks, undisturbed by any external distractions. Yet today, he felt an unusual sense of agitation, struggling to concentrate fully. After swiftly executing a few necessary risk-hedging operations, he decided to conclude most of his trading orders prematurely. After all, the market as funds were pouring into specific battery and resource sectors like a frenzy, draining liquidity from other areas and shrinking trading volumes. Aside from sitting idly and staring blankly, there was indeed little meaningful action he could undertake. But how did that newcomer know in advance? A thought, like a phantom, surged uncontrollably in his mind. Zhou Yi's gaze, sharp as a blade, cut through the cacophony of the crowd, involuntarily drawn to the figure in the outer area. Su Hao, who was meticulously engaged in menial tasks, tirelessly running errands and photocopying documents. Could it be that this young man possessed such extraordinary connections? Was he truly able to infiltrate the Indonesian government? This notion seemed utterly absurd. If it were not so, how could he have pinpointed this stock with such precision when nearly all market institutions disregarded it, even remaining oblivious to its existence? And yet, he had chosen to invest in it with an almost frenzied conviction. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on that silhouette, imbued with scrutiny, inquiry, and even a hint of barely perceptible intensity. Chapter 10. A once-in-a-century investment prodigy? Perhaps sensing the intense and inquisitive gaze directed at him, Su Hao, from a distance, appeared to notice and instinctively glance this way. Yet, in an instant, like a startled rabbit, he swiftly and somewhat awkwardly turned his head back, burying himself once more in his work. Should I approach him directly and inquire? This thought flickered through Zhou Yi's mind. Never mind. He quickly dismissed the notion. Even if he did ask, it was likely to yield no fruitful response. This fellow was exceedingly slippery, shrouding the nature of his relationship with the exalted chairman in a veil of secrecy, refraining from any mention. During the last instance of his seemingly divine investment in St. Zhongruan, when questioned, he merely attributed it to two words: luck. Clearly, this young man had no intention of sharing his investment wisdom, even if it was merely about simulated trading. However, Zhou Yi observed as Su Hao deftly engaged in menial tasks, printing documents, distributing reports, and even pouring coffee, his movements precise and imbued with a sense of earnestness. To be so diligent in such trivial matters, the stark contrast stirred waves of doubt and curiosity within Zhou Yi, akin to pebbles cast upon a serene lake. Su Hao, who exactly is this young man? Could it be that, The chairman had covertly unearthed him from obscurity and deliberately placed him in a subordinate role, preparing him to emerge as an extraordinary talent in the future. Yet upon examining his unremarkable, even somewhat pitiful resume, it simply did not align. No. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened, and he made an instantaneous decision. Since the other party was unwilling to be forthcoming, he was not the type to pry or force anyone against their will. Zhou Yi would not allow a slothful individual who merely occupies space without contributing to remain within his team. However, he could not tolerate the existence of a prodigious talent being squandered amidst the trivialities of fetching tea and photocopying documents. That would be a desecration of talent. It was a crime against the company. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands, employing certain methods to extricate him from this mire. Though there was still a considerable amount of time before the afternoon trading session would close, Zhou Yi had already resolved within himself. He abruptly stood from his chair, his robust frame radiating an undeniable aura of authority as he strode purposefully toward a specific direction. Bang! A dull thud echoed, sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. It was manager Zhou Yi, who, upon leaving his seat, had seemingly slammed his palm down upon the table with considerable force. With a darkened expression and an air of palpable tension, he exited the office in large strides. His back appeared as though he were on a mission to confront someone. Fang Hao felt a twinge of concern that the manager's bulging muscles might very well dismantle that poor desk. Wow, it seems the manager is quite irate as well, Li Huilin murmured, placing a hand over her chest, leaning toward Fang Hao. In such tumultuous times, who can truly find solace within? Su Hao forced a bitter smile before suddenly recalling something, lowering his voice urgently. Sister Huilin, you once imparted to me the essential survival tactics for situations like today. Li Huilin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did you remember them? Share them with me. First, never wear a silly grin. Second, let your shoulders droop, never stand tall with pride. Third, bow your head and act humble, avoiding eye contact at all costs. Right? Precisely. A teachable spirit indeed. Li Huilin nodded in approval, pleased with his memory. It's gratifying to see my guidance has not been in vain. Of course, I owe my endurance to your diligent mentorship, Sister Huilin. He chuckled. Sure. Li Huilin quickly placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be silent. Her gaze darting anxiously around. Keep your voice down. I told you not to laugh. Had ansios demeanor instanti soberit suhao. As he recognized the extraordinary atmosphere permeating the company today. Each individual resembled a bull, thoroughly incensed and ready to charge, their eyes betraying traces of fury. The air was thick with a stifling tension, resonating with hushed curses and irritable complaints. Pondering this, Su Hao rubbed his nose, perplexed. Before the manager left, it seemed he shot me a fierce glare. I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Perhaps. Li Huilin tilted her head thoughtfully. It could be due to your naturally cheerful visage? I ought to be more mindful of that. Su Hao quickly composed himself, striving to adopt a more despondent expression. Alas, as mere powerless employees at the bottom of the food chain, constantly at risk of becoming scapegoats, the sole means of survival amidst this climate of fear was to adopt a submissive stance. He prayed fervently that this wretched tempest would pass swiftly, sparing him from its wrath. Oh, how I yearned to rise above this, to be promoted to a formal trader. Li Huilin Siga then suddenly brightened as a thought struck her. Right? My simulated trading account. I must check. In a flurry, she accessed her simulated trading account. After a mere glance, her face fell, her features contorting in anguish as if she had swallowed a fly. Em doomed. She lamented. Today has been so hectic that I forgot to monitor the market. All the funds in my simulation plummeted alongside the battery stocks. What a disaster. Seeing her despondent expression, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Su Hao. He nonchalantly opened his own simulated account interface, eager to assess his situation. A single glance at the striking candlestick chart and the accompanying figures made his heart skip a beat. Wow! The vivid, soaring candlestick nearly pierced through the screen, leaving him breathless with astonishment, and he instinctively clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle a shout. Upon hearing the commotion and witnessing the astonished expression on his face, mistakenly believed that he had suffered equally grievous losses. She promptly extricated herself from her own sorrow and, turning to pat his shoulder, offered a kind-hearted consolation. "Su Hao, have you also incurred losses? Do not be too disheartened. After all, it is merely a simulated trading platform. Virtual currency. Consider it a tuition fee for honing your skills. It's quite all right. Now, let me see how much you've lost. Ah, si c'était un vilain, Perhaps it's best if you don't look." Su Hao attempted to dissuade her, his expression tinged with awkwardness. "Not all. What is there that cannot be seen?" Hui Lin boldly leaned in, assuring him, "I won't mock you. Just let me have a look." Wow. As her gaze focused on the screen of Su Hao's computer and she discerned the name of the stock accompanied by the glaring 10, she emitted a shriek far more piercing than her own earlier lament over her losses, her eyes wide with astonishment as if she had encountered a monstrous apparition. Wait a moment. A limit up? Today, the most fervently traded stock in the entire market, the one everyone is frantically scrambling for Green May. It's actually in your possession? No. How is this even possible? When did you purchase it? I told you not to look. Su Hao replied, scratching his head in resignation. Hui Lin scrutinized Su Hao with the wide-eyed gaze one might reserve for an extraterrestrial, her voice steeped in profound disbelief. "Su Hao, you must honestly tell me, could you be the legendary once-in-a-century investment prodigy?" "No. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. I'm such a fool." Before Su Hao could explain, Hui Lin abruptly covered her face with her hands, unleashing a torrent of desperate wails. "I cannot believe that for so many days I have been flaunting my rudimentary and shallow knowledge before someone like you. This investment genius. I have simply made a mockery of myself. It's as if I were showing off my skills with a sword before Guangong. No, Sister Hui Lin, truly not. What you have taught me has been immensely valuable, golden advice. Your experiences have been invaluable." Bawling, Hui Lin paid no heed, lost in her overwhelming sense of shame. "You must have been laughing at me inside, right? Surely thinking, what a pretentious fool. I truly was not, Sister Hui Lin. That is not possible." Hui Lin suddenly dropped her hands, her eyes burning with determination as she made a startling decision. "From this day forth, you, Suo, will look after me. I, Li Hui Lin, will follow you. Oh dear, Sister Rilon, please spare me. Stop this." Su Hao was utterly at a loss, fervently gesturing for her to relent. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the investment department, "Director Li, may I take a few minutes of your time?" Zhou Yi entered, his voice as steady as ever. "Oh, Zhou Yi." Director Li Jian, seated behind his desk, was buried in a mountain of documents. Glancing up at Zhou Yi, he was taken aback. "The trading hours have not yet concluded. What urgent matter brings you here at this hour?" Zhou Yi, Unfazit, took a seat across from him and replied, "You are well aware of the current market conditions. I have already addressed the pressing matters at hand." "Ah, indeed," Li Jian acknowledged. "Pray tell, what is the cause of such urgency?" Zhou Yi wasted no time and stated his intent directly. "Director Li, I wish to promote a newcomer in our department to the position of a formal trader." Li Jian, reaching for his water cup, paused at this revelation, his eyebrows arching in surprise. "I was about to pour you a glass of water. Your directness is rather unexpected. I assumed you were here due to the debacle with the Indonesian nickel mines. Our department managed to mitigate the risks in advance, so the losses were minimal." Zhou Yi replied indifferently. "Indeed, your department fared better, but I cannot say the same for those other fools. Who knows how deep a hole this will leave us in? Damn it, these rascals are going to drive me to my grave." Li Jian stampe flaratano, and he rubbed his throbbing temples in exasperation. "I've warned them countless times to be prudent. Yet, they behave like starving ghosts, fixated solely on trifling profits. They're throwing away the big picture for mere peanuts." Understandably so, Zhou Yi interjected nonchalantly. At that moment, the entire market perceived it as a prime opportunity. Enough. I recognize that this is not solely your fault." Li Jian waved dismissively, clearly irritated. "It's all the fault of those Indonesians, stirring up trouble with their absurd production cuts." Taking a deep breath, he returned his attention to Zhou Yi, scrutinizing him closely. "So, who exactly are you proposing for promotion?" Is there a newcomer in your department who possesses the requisite qualifications? I cannot recall. A young individual who has recently joined us. Zhou Yi responded. Recently joined? Li Jian's demeanor sharpened, leaning slightly forward. Wait, Zhou Yi, you're not referring to that princeling they forcefully inserted into our ranks, are you? Indeed. Director Li, Zhou Yi confirmed, his expression unyielding. Upon hearing this affirmation, Li Jian's expression morphed into one of incredulity. He scrutinized this subordinate, known for his straightforwardness and disdain for opportunism, with a mix of disbelief and a hint of derision. Zhou Yi, you truly astonish me. Is it possible you've begun to learn the art of timing and are now vying for favor? The sarcasm in his words was palpable, nearly dripping from his tongue. It was no surprise that such an association crossed his mind. A newcomer, who secured his position through connections and has yet to complete even a week of employment, possesses neither achievements nor qualifications, yet he is astonishingly poised to be promoted to a formal trader, responsible for independently bearing risks and managing substantial funds. This is, without a doubt, an unprecedented occurrence in the historically hierarchical and meritocratic realm of Fenghuan investment. Who would believe such a tale? Could it be that this is merely an attempt to curry favor with the influential figures behind the so-called prince? You are mistaken, General Li. However, confronted with General Li's pointed skepticism, Zhou Yi's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. I requested his promotion not for that reason. Oh, then what could it possibly be? Could it be that this prince is indeed an overlooked investment genius, a once-in-a-century talent? Li Jian raised his eyebrows higher, his tone thick with incredulity. Is it because you, as his talent scout, have recognized his potential, prompting your eagerness to elevate him to greatness? Zhou Yi met General Li's gaze and nodded affirmatively. Indeed. What on earth? Li Jian doubted his own hearing, instinctively probing his ears. Yet, Zhou Yi appeared unfazed by his reaction, clearly reiterating in a matter-of-fact tone. I assert that he is, without a doubt, a person of remarkable talent and intuition in investment. Li Jian was utterly taken aback, mouth agape, staring blankly at Zhou Yi. He understood his subordinate well. Zhou Yi was devoid of even a hint of humor, as rigid as granite, perpetually wearing a serious demeanor. For him to make such a definitive statement, on what grounds do you make this judgment? Li Jian's voice involuntarily took on a grave tone. This newcomer, Su Hao, has participated in our internal simulated investment assessments twice since his arrival. Zhou Yi stated, producing a printed document from his folder and presenting it. Here are the results from both assessments. Li Jian received the document with skepticism, his gaze falling upon the paper. After a mere glance, his pupils dilated in shock, disbelief etched across his face. What? The continuously surging St. Zhongren, and this time, Green? These two are the most sensational stocks in the market recently. And he, that newcomer, selected them himself? Yes, Zhou Yi confirmed with a nod, insisting that it was merely luck. However, General Li, did you not often impart a particular wisdom during our past discussions? He paused, locking eyes with Li Jian, articulating each word deliberately. You stated, one instance of success may be attributed to luck, but achieving success twice in critical moments is certainly not mere chance. There must be an underlying necessity. This lad, of all times, chooses to resurrect old adages to silence his critics. Li Jian felt a wave of frustration. Rubbing his temples, he slammed the report on the table and asked in a low voice, Zhou Yi, this matter is of great significance. Can you shoulder this responsibility? What if in the future it turns out that you have misjudged him and this fellow causes the company to suffer significant losses? He's someone the chairman personally endorsed and arranged to be brought in? A barely perceptible smirk seemed to flicker at the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth. If something were to happen, surely the chairman would personally address and resolve the issue, wouldn't he? You insufferable rascal. Li Jian was nearly choked by his words. However, Zhou Yi appeared oblivious to Li's expression, maintaining an innocent facade that suggested he was solely acting in the company's best interest, and added, moreover, this approach is something I learned from you. Did you not teach me that one should not put all their eggs in a single basket? As for my own basket, I shall continue to adhere to your teachings and invest only in those safe assets with low risks. Implicitly, he conveyed that even if Su Hao were to falter, his own responsibilities would remain secure and unaffected. Responsibility? Naturally, the chairman, who arranged for his entry, would bear the brunt of it. Li Jian observed Zhou Yi's earnest demeanor as he engaged in this nonsensical discourse, deftly deflecting blame. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter at the antics of this obstinate and cunning fellow. "Get lost," he cursed, albeit his words were laced with tacit approval. Zoe, this lad, as stubborn and single-minded as ever, but when the moment calls for it, he truly knows how to seize the opportunity and leverage his strengths. Very well, let us see what kind of storm this cherished heir can stir up. Chapter 11. What an international joke. Have you heard? With the recent market fluctuations, it seems that a few of our colleagues have succumbed to despair, resigning and disappearing without a trace. Within the office, hushed whispers circulate the latest gossip, and a faint scent of tension lingers in the air. Such occurrences are hardly novel in the market, are they? Another voice chimed in, devoid of any surprise. As if accustomed to the chaos, we rely on data to forecast stock prices, indeed. Yet, to put it bluntly, if one could truly calculate this with absolute precision, it would belong to the realm of the divine. To be shaken by such minor fluctuations, to falter in trading, is certainly a sign that withdrawing sooner rather than later may be prudent. Ultimately, investing is a brutal contest of willpower and resolve. Someone once remarked that the vast stock market is essentially a bubbling cauldron of human greed and fear. At times, it burns with wild fervor, consuming all rationality. At others, it freezes courage in the grip of panic. How often do we witness seemingly hollow companies, with dismal financial reports, soaring to unprecedented heights, while robust, stable enterprises languish in despair, their stock prices barely clinging to life? All of this silently underscores a profound truth. The ebbs and flows of stock prices are often driven not by a company's intrinsic strength, but rather by emotions, dreams, greed, and fear. The human heart is as fickle as reeds swaying in the wind, fragile and capricious. In such an unpredictable and treacherous arena, if one cannot even maintain their composure, they're utterly unfit for the securities game. This is especially true for private traders, whose decisions every minute, every second, could mean the difference between life and death. A slight crack in their mental fortitude could lead to irretrievable ruin. A thought of heaven or a thought of hell is but a fleeting moment away. In the office of the chairman, Huang Fengwan, the leader of Fengwan Investment, raised his gaze to his subordinate who had just reported, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. "Have we resolved the issues in the battery sector?" "Yes. After several twists and turns, we managed to limit our losses in time." The subordinate responded quickly, his pace quickening, acknowledging that the market indeed overreacted to the sudden news. And once the information was fully absorbed, the bubble burst rather swiftly. Of course, some losses were unavoidable. To limit our losses to this extent and withdraw in time is already fortunate. Huang Fengwen's tone remained apathetic as his fingers unconsciously tapped the mahogany desk, producing a dull thud. Look at the American market. Now that's truly exhilarating, with fluctuations that know no bounds, no ceiling on the upside, and no floor on the downside. That is the real meat grinder. Unlike our domestic counterparts who tread cautiously, the wolves of Wall Street play, with abandon, short selling as a matter of course. Their rules are far more audacious. Should one misjudge and falter in their rhythm, no matter how formidable their previous success or how large their company, they could vanish in an instant, along with all their possessions, reduced to nothingness. In that realm, there exists no protective mechanism akin to the daily fluctuations of the domestic stock market. Victory and defeat, profit and loss, hinge entirely upon skill, audacity, and that elusive stroke of fortune. Huang Fengwen expelled a long, heavy sigh, feeling as though the bones within him were on the verge of disintegration. He slumped heavily back into the expansive, luxurious boss's chair, tilting his neck back to rest his head against the chair's support, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the stark, icy white ceiling above. The harsh glare of the lights stung his eyes, rendering them somewhat gritty. Fengwan Investment, The vessel he had meticulously crafted was surging forward with unprecedented momentum, boldly advancing toward the ranks of elite private equity firms. The company was flourishing, its momentum fierce and formidable, presenting an outward appearance of boundless prosperity. Yet, paradoxically, this only intensified the trepidation that gnawed at his heart. Each step felt akin to treading upon a frozen lake in winter, the disquieting sound of cracking ice echoing ominously beneath him. He understood that a moment's carelessness, a trivial miscalculation, could cause this seemingly solid surface to shatter, plunging him and his vessel into an abyss of frigid despair from which there would be no return. The stock market, that infernal arena, could aptly be described as a devil's roulette. The pyramid he had painstakingly constructed could collapse in an instant due to a momentary lapse, a slip of the hand, or a foolish decision, disintegrating into oblivion in mere minutes or even seconds. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his voice laden with exhaustion and an ineffable anxiety. He rubbed his aching temples, feeling as though a swarm of bees buzzed incessantly within his head. He knew he must indulge in a couple of games later, otherwise his mind would remain restless. Only within that virtual realm, where he could engage in unrestrained combat and seek vengeance without remorse, could the oppressive weight of anxiety and pressure from reality be temporarily cast aside. This, indeed, was the sole justification for his gaming obsession, a rare outlet for alleviating stress. A breath, or rather, a fleeting escape. Yet his thoughts shifted. An image unexpectedly intruded upon his mind. "I wonder, how is Su Hao faring these days?" Huang Fengwen instinctively furrowed his brow. That name was a source of vexation for him. To claim he desired no special treatment would be self-deception. The notion of entirely relinquishing responsibility was utterly unrealistic. After all, this young man was a connection he had personally facilitated, thrust into the spotlight under considerable pressure. Those shrewd individuals below, did they not possess an inkling of the situation? For this reason, he had specifically instructed his secretary to keep a vigilant eye on Su Hao's affairs, ensuring that any whispers of change or exceptional circumstances were reported to him without delay. Just then, a gentle knock resonated at the office door. "Mr. Huang, may I come in?" "Ah, truly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." It was the voice of his secretary, perpetually poised and composed, unwavering in her demeanor. Huang Fengwen straightened himself, cleared his throat, and focused his mind. "Come in." "What is it?" The secretary entered, holding a thin document, and stood before the desk. "Ah, it pertains to Su Hao. You previously instructed to keep a close watch on him, and to report any unusual circumstances, correct?" A sudden unease gripped Huang Fengwen's heart, an ominous premonition rising within him. "Yes, that is indeed the case. Has that lad gotten into trouble?" A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Had he fought with a colleague? Or perhaps audaciously clashed with a superior? It didn't seem likely. The young man appeared quite astute and adept, albeit a bit inexperienced. He didn't strike him as a reckless troublemaker. Besides, how much trouble could a newly appointed trading assistant possibly cause? The secretary gently placed the document on Huang Fengwen's desk. He suspiciously took it and glanced over the contents. Then, his pupils constricted sharply, akin to being pricked by a needle. His brow furrowed deeply. "Wait, what on earth is this?" His voice rose incredulously. "A formal trader? Swell? Promoted?" The contents of the document were utterly incongruous with his previous conjectures. The secretary maintained her professional calm, nodding slightly. "Yes, Mr. Huang. Recently, there's been a notable turnover among traders, and in order to promptly fill the vacancies, the company has decided to promote several outstanding newcomers. Mr. Su Hao is on this promotion list." Damn it." Huang Fengwen nearly crumpled the paper into a ball of waste. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fury. Have these fools lost their minds? Or have they collectively gone mad? A newcomer, who may not even comprehend candlestick charts, is being promoted to operate real trades with company funds? One absurd joke. He was on the verge of slamming the table, demanding the trading department director responsible for this decision, along with that insufferable Zhou Yi, to be summoned to his office immediately. He wanted to berate them thoroughly. However, His hand, raised in indignation, abruptly halted in mid-air. No, wait. He narrowed his eyes, the fire of his anger gradually replaced by a complex and inscrutable glimmer, as his mind raced with unprecedented speed. The individuals below him. They could not possibly be unaware that Su Hao was his protege, especially Zhou Yi, who was directly responsible for overseeing Su Hao. Surely, the past days had been quite excruciating for him, dealing with an enigmatic figure of uncertain background. Should he tread carefully around this unpredictable presence? Or feign ignorance and conduct affairs as usual? Should he discreetly provide special treatment to showcase his adeptness? Or should he turn a blind eye to avoid attracting trouble? One can only surmise that the individual is so distressed that their hair may soon turn white, racking their brain to devise such a convoluted scheme that, while seemingly absurd, is imbued with earnest intent to gauge one's stance. As for the director of the trading department, who ultimately sanctioned this list of promotions, one can only scoff, for he likely feigns ignorance while internally cursing his fate. Yet, what choice does he have, considering this person was recommended by the esteemed Huang? A bitter smile of self-deprecation graced Huang Fengwen's lips as he mused. If you are unsure of what to do, you could have simply come to ask me. But then he reconsidered. It would be quite ludicrous for a director of trading to timidly approach him, the grand boss, and cautiously inquire, "Huang, what exactly does this connection you provided mean? How should we proceed?" The very thought conjured a scene that was both comical and humiliating, far from dignified. "Then, Mr. Huang, what is your intent?" The secretary ventured to ask, noting the fluctuations in his expression. Huang Fengwen waved his hand dismissively, the anger that had once clouded his demeanor now replaced by a playful amusement. "Let it be. They can handle it." The secretary appeared taken aback, questioning whether he would genuinely allow this individual to ascend to a formal trading position. Alas, there was no alternative. Huang Fengwen leaned back against his broad chair, massaging his temples, his hands crossed over his abdomen, his tone a blend of resignation and inevitability. "Ultimately, this is my fault. I failed to communicate clearly from the outset, leaving things ambiguous. It is only natural that subordinates may misconstrue the situation and create complications." In his heart, he even felt that perhaps this was fortuitous, an unintended yet opportune consequence. It was just the right moment to thrust Su Hao into the tumultuous and perilous market, allowing him to experience firsthand the scorching heat and biting reality of investment, to be sharply awakened by reality's harsh slaps. After all, that young man had no understanding of investments, merely a naive outsider. Was Zhou Yi truly expecting him to immediately shoulder significant responsibilities and charge forth to generate excess profits for the company? Nonsense. It was merely a fade, a gesture to demonstrate to Huang Fengwen, "Look, I have not neglected your associate. I've elevated him to a formal trading position." Huang Fengwen understood the subtle machinations at play. He was keenly aware of the convoluted ploys of his subordinates. Zhou Yi must certainly be cognizant of the situation. He remarked to his secretary with a hint of disdain, "What genuine trading authority would he dare to entrust to Su Hao? It is likely just a nominal title, a token sum to allow him to gain some practice, merely for show." Thus, the matter was settled. "You keep a vigilant eye on his progress, and report any developments immediately." "Yes, Mr. Huang," the secretary replied respectfully, silently exiting and gently closing the door behind him. The office was once again enveloped in silence. Huang Fengwen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, tinged with a hint of wicked amusement. He could almost envision the expression of sheer astonishment on Su Hao's face upon abruptly learning of his promotion to a full-fledged trader. A complete novice, who might not even fully recognize candlestick charts, suddenly thrust into the reality of trading. Ha ha! It would be utterly bewildering. If he doesn't soil himself, it would be astonishing. And then what? Most likely, he would flounder in a frenzy, disoriented and confused, frantically manipulating the colorful screens, ultimately squandering his meager capital. In that moment, this young man would undoubtedly wear a woeful expression, feeling as if the sky were collapsing, apologizing to the company, and more so to his discerning guild leader who bestowed upon him such a monumental opportunity. When that time comes, He would make his grand entrance at just the right moment. Like a true elder brother, all-knowing and worldly, he would place a reassuring hand on Su Hao's shoulder and, with a tone imbued with wisdom and experience, say, "Fear not, young one. The path to growth always demands its tuition. This minor setback is nothing." Oh, what a perfect script. This is precisely the demeanor and grace that Su Hao envisions in a guild leader, one who is omnipotent and godlike. As Huang Fengwen contemplated this, he felt an inexplicable sense of contentment wash over him. Chapter 12. This is more absurd than a pig climbing a tree. Within the trading department's office, the atmosphere was rather peculiar. Zhou Yi sat at his workstation, appearing to be intently focused on the incessantly fluctuating data on his computer screen. Yet the corner of his eye frequently darted towards the direction of the chairman's office on the top floor. Silence. A deathly silence. Logically, the thunderous wrath from General Huang should have descended by yesterday at the latest, or at least by this morning. Those responsible for this matter ought to have been summoned to the office by a phone call, subjected to a scathing reprimand. After all, Zhou himself had promoted a rookie who had only recently joined and had yet to engage in actual trading to a formal trading position, bypassing all norms. This incident, if disclosed, would indeed be a farcical joke, an outrageous spectacle, and an audacious act. General Huang's side could not have been oblivious to the news. Yet, oddly enough, from yesterday until now, there had been an eerie calm, devoid of any stirrings, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Today was Saturday. However, for those in the financial sector, the concept of a weekend, rest, such notions were non-existent. Even the chairman, who was perpetually busy, remained steadfastly in the office, laboring away, leaving the beleaguered subordinates below with no audacity to truly indulge in any semblance of a weekend escape. Market analysis, report compilation, data collection. Each task necessitated human involvement. Coming into the office on a Saturday to work overtime had become a commonplace affair, a testament to professional integrity, a fundamental operation, as natural as breathing. Yet, the stillness persisted. This could only indicate Zhou Yi inhaled deeply, feeling his heart racing fiercely. He endeavored to suppress his rising excitement and conjectures, yet his gaze grew increasingly bright and sharp. The chairman was indeed aware. He had long since uncovered Su Hao's background. He surely recognized that this individual was no ordinary person, just as Zhou had boldly surmised earlier. Su Hao was far from a mere incompetent who had leveraged connections to gain entry. One was a top-tier talent, brimming with exceptional skills and shrouded in mystery. The other was the chairman, who had personally facilitated his entry, seemingly indifferent to this breach of protocol. There must be an underlying connection between the two. Even if it wasn't a straightforward familial relationship, it was likely a deeper, more concealed bond, possibly entwined with some staggering secrets. A connection potent enough to enable the chairman's tacit approval of such outrageous maneuvers. The more Zhou Yi pondered, the more he felt his deductions were impeccable, even beginning to envision a workplace drama about a genius trader living incognito, with a magnate recognizing his potential and orchestrating events from the shadows. At that moment, a subordinate leaned over, pointing to two new workstations being swiftly set up by employees from the equipment department, and curiously inquired, "Manager, are we expanding our team? Why have two positions suddenly appeared?" Zhou Yi quickly reined in his thoughts. Without lifting his head, he replied in a deliberately calm tone, "Didn't we lose a few traders recently? The vacant positions need to be filled." The subordinate's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Oh, it seems a new expert is on the way. Marvelous." Zhou Yi replied ambiguously, "Indeed." He refrained from elaborating, nor did he intend to disclose it at this moment. Among the two newly appointed traders, one was the rookie they encountered daily, even commanding him to fetch tea, Su Hao. This matter could not be revealed too prematurely. He needed to exercise caution. What if the chairman merely had a sluggish reflex or was concocting a grand strategy, suddenly making a call to overturn everything? Wouldn't that render his current words a slap to his own face? Caution is the mother of safety. However, observing the current tranquil atmosphere, it almost seemed to suggest tacit approval. Zhou Yi felt increasingly convinced. The chairman had likely anticipated this outcome long ago. Perhaps this was indeed the narrative he desired? He sensed he was grasping a crucial clue, yet it felt as though he were gazing through frosted glass, the truth obscured. As Su Hao dragged his leaden legs out of the magnificent Fenghuan investment building, it was already Saturday evening. The sun's dying rays cast a warm glow on his face, yet could not dispel the fatigue that permeated his very being. The air was thick with the characteristic scent of exhaust fumes mingled with dust, a hallmark of the end-of-day rush. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, what the heck? Having to work on the weekend. Inhumane, yet the sole consolation was that Saturday hours commenced at 9 in the morning, concluding comparatively early. Nevertheless, this was the finance industry. Following the intense trading sessions, the weekend demanded a calm demeanor to organize, analyze, and review the week's data. This task was an obligatory right for all trading teams, inescapable. Why complain? Su Hao quickly adjusted his mindset and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Moreover, working overtime on the weekend means more pay, right? He shook his head, attempting to dispel the fatigue that clung to him. One should be grateful for this job. Gratitude is essential. That said, the physical exhaustion was undeniable. His only thought was to return home swiftly, collapsing onto that familiar bed replete with a faint scent of sunlight, and then sleeping until the end of time. I'm back. Upon opening the door, he found the house dimly lit and eerily quiet. No one. He recalled that his parents typically spent weekends at home. Had they gone out for a stroll again? Just as he pondered this, a bright female voice unexpectedly rang out from the direction of the living room. Mom and Dad went to the supermarket. Su Hao jumped in surprise. He turned to locate the source of the voice, only to find his beloved sister, Su Hui, sprawled across the soft sofa, absorbed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. You startle me. You were lying there without making a sound. Su Hao retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Huh. When you walked in, I distinctly waved at you. It's you who didn't notice, she said, pouting, her gaze never leaving the screen of her phone. By the way, what brings you back today? Don't you usually stay away on weekends? After graduating, his sister had rented an apartment, claiming it was for the sake of independence and freedom. But in truth, she simply resented their parents' strictness. How would I know? She complained. It's all Mom's doing, incessantly calling to say she misses me and insisting I come back for a visit. Come on. You should make time to see Mom and Dad. They must miss you dearly after such a long absence. Oh, really? Now you're giving me lectures? She rolled her eyes, as if you were the epitome of filial piety. You're always holed up at home, disheveled, playing games and living off your parents like a slacker. Huh? Mid-sentence, her voice faltered as she finally noticed something was amiss with Su Hao. Her gaze fixated on his attire, a suit that was unmistakably new. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Brother, why are you wearing a suit? Su Hao instinctively straightened his not-so-broad chest, attempting to appear nonchalant, as if this were of little significance. What else? I just got off work. Didn't T-Mom tell you? What? His sister shot up from the sofa, her movements so swift that she nearly sent her precious phone flying. Her voice escalated dramatically. Brother, you found a job? Uh-huh. Su Hao nodded modestly, striving to maintain a calm facade. Your brother is no longer an unemployed drifter. Where did you get a job? Such a monumental event. And you didn't even bother to tell me? Congratulations. Brother, you finally have a job. Her tone brimmed with surprise and disbelief. Wait. As her excitement began to settle, she suddenly recalled something and looked at him suspiciously. You just got off work? But today is Saturday. Oh my, brother, you're working overtime on the weekend? That sounds exploitative. It's like one of those dreadful companies that take advantage of cheap labor. Stop talking nonsense. Su Hao retorted, his expression turning serious. It's quite the reputable company. The benefits are excellent. Oh really? She raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Just how good can it be? Where's your business card? Show me. Do you underestimate me? Su Hao chuckled confidently, retrieving a card holder from his suit pocket and carefully extracting a card to hand to her. Take a good look. Don't be so shocked that your jaw drops. How impressive could it possibly be? As if I dropped my jaw. She scoffed, casually taking the card and glancing down at it. Then, in the next moment, the words she had prepared to mock him were seized by an invisible hand, firmly constricting her throat. Not a single word could escape her lips. Her eyes widened in shock, round as two brass bells. Her pupils dilated to their utmost limits. Her mouth gaped open, wide enough to almost accommodate an egg. She felt as if she had been struck by a celestial bolt of lightning, instantaneously petrified. The embossed golden characters on the business card seemed to possess some sort of enchantment, crashing violently into her vision. Fonghuan Investment Trading Department, Su Hao. Fonghuan Investment? A piercing scream erupted from her throat, the sound sharpened by overwhelming excitement, even cracking slightly. Brother, is this real? Or is it a fabrication? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Nonsense. Of course it's genuine. Do you think I would con you with a counterfeit? Su Hao was thoroughly amused by his sister's exaggerated reaction. No. Brother, how could you possibly join Fonghuan Investment? That is utterly implausible. It's more absurd than a pig climbing a tree. Her reaction mirrored that of their mother when she first laid eyes on the business card. Identical in astonishment. She scrutinized the thin card, flipping it over and over, as if she were appraising a counterfeit bill of immense value, searching for any flaw. Heaven above. This is preposterous, she murmured, still struggling to digest the reality. My brother, the one who only plays video games and lives off her parents, has actually entered Fonghuan Investment. He has become an employee of a top-tier private equity firm. Observing his sister's blend of astonishment and pride, Su Hao felt a warm surge in his heart, as if a stream of vitality coursed through him. The weariness accumulated from working overtime over the weekend seemed to vanish in an instant, washed away by her sparkling eyes and exhilarated voice. All fatigue dissipated. He felt invigorated. It was worth it. Every ounce of exhaustion and hardship he had endured culminated in this moment. No way. His sister suddenly slapped her thigh, her eyes alight with determination. This matter, it absolutely cannot be brushed aside. It deserves a grand celebration. Huh? Su Hao instantly became alert, a sense of foreboding creeping in. You've landed such an impressive job. You must treat us. We need to celebrate. His sister stood with her hands on her hips, adopting a stance that declared he wouldn't get away without spending. You can't be serious. Su Hao's smile froze on his face. My first month's salary. Hasn't even been disbursed yet. So what? Do you think you can just brush off having found such a splendid job without spending a dime? Not a chance. His sister was resolute, arms crossed defiantly. Su Hao let out a painful groan. Ultimately, he succumbed under the fierce gaze of his sister, calculating his meager savings with a heavy heart. Yet he had been saving diligently, intending to use the money for in-game purchases. Alas, money can be earned again. The happiness of family is paramount. Very well, let's celebrate. Finding a job warrants a feast. Our entire family shall enjoy a splendid meal together. Hooray! Splendid. Long live my brother. His sister immediately erupted in joyous enthusiasm. Watching her, like a cheerful little bird, she eagerly picked up her phone, chattering away as she dialed their parents, joyfully conveying the delightful news. Su Hao leaned against the cold doorframe, yet his heart felt as though it were filled with something warm. A medley of emotions surging within him. Their family, so harmoniously gathered, to dine together. How many years had it been? He could scarcely recall. It seemed that ever since he had become engrossed in gaming, transforming into the source of disappointment for his parents and disdain for his sister, that such a warm and lively family atmosphere had vanished. In his memories, those hazy, warm-hued images of the family seated together, filled with laughter and joy, seemed to be gradually becoming clearer. He could almost scent the aroma of the restaurant's dishes ahead of time, hear the comforting laughter of his parents, and feel the cheerful chatter of his sister. How wonderful it was! His nose tinged with a slight sting. A warm current flowed gently within his heart. He silently clenched his fist, his nails almost embedding themselves into his palm from the pressure. Indeed, he must strive harder. He must exert himself to the utmost to safeguard this hard-won warmth, to ensure his family enjoys a better life, frequently treating them to meals until they can hardly walk without support. Chapter 13. Promotion. If one were to inquire who truly reaps substantial profits within the securities industry, most might instinctively respond, those lofty board executives. Yet, that would be a grave misconception. A melodious voice invigorating as if infused with life-giving vitamins, pierces the morning's customary dullness. It is once again Li Huilin, presently elucidating the intricacies of this domain to Su Hao with remarkable patience. In terms of guaranteed fixed salaries, executives indeed command higher figures. However, when it comes to the astonishingly variable performance bonuses, commonly referred to as commissions, it is the traders who emerge as the true heavyweights, earning far more than their superiors. Sunlight filters through the Venetian blinds, casting a patchwork of light and shadow across the desk. Li Huilin's voice carries an excitement akin to sharing a closely guarded secret. Thus, within each company, traders are categorized into tiers. Tiers? Indeed, tiers. Li Huilin nods. Just like in school, where students were ranked according to their grades, divided into various levels. Correct? The same principle applies within private equity firms. Understanding dawns upon Su Hao. No wonder he has always sensed that this group of traders appeared perpetually on edge, as if harboring an unquenchable rivalry, eager to outdo one another. The root of this tension lies here: internal rankings and fierce competition. Traders of lower tiers have limited capital at their disposal. With a smaller principal amount, even the most dazzling returns yield only modest commissions, right? Li Huilin's delicate fingers gestured in the air. Conversely, those perched at the pinnacle of the pyramid, the elite traders, command staggering sums of capital. Even a modest profit can result in commissions that accumulate into substantial fortunes. Each private equity firm may differ in its specifics, yet at Fenghuan Investment, where Su Hao currently resides, a trader's minimum operational capital threshold begins at 1 million. 1 million, merely the entry point. Lowering her voice slightly, Li Huilin continued with an air of mystery. Consequently, for those exceptionally high-performing top traders, companies often negotiate exclusive contracts with them. I have heard that in other large private equity firms, the finest traders easily surpass an annual salary of 10 million. 10 million. So August, the weight of this figure striking him with overwhelming force, leaving him momentarily dazed. Just for the annual salary? That is merely the baseline. I've heard that in America, some earn over 100 million. Li Huilin seemed pleased with Su Hao's reaction, a smile curving her lips. However, you must understand, there's a reason these individuals command such sums. They generate immense profits for the company. What they receive in return is but a fraction of what they contribute. Su Hao fell silent. It is no wonder that so many high-achieving graduates from prestigious universities strive relentlessly to penetrate this field. An annual salary exceeding 100 million. Such a figure feels almost surreal, akin to a tale from another dimension, rendering him completely devoid of tangible sensation. The air itself seemed imbued with a restless energy, tinged with the acrid scent of money burning. People often say that in this world, engaging in stocks and real estate reigns supreme. In the past, he had a limited understanding, but now he began to grasp the concept. Merely sitting before a computer, moving the mouse, and tapping the keyboard could unlock such astonishing wealth. Truly, this world is mad. He steadied himself and curiously inquired, "So, what level is our team, roughly speaking? Are we at the base level?" It should be considered ordinary, I suppose. Li Huilin contemplated for a moment. I've heard that the higher the office floors, the higher the team's rank tends to be. Look, the office of the derivatives trading department is on the top few floors of this building, isn't it? Although specifics are hard to ascertain. It is generally believed that the most profitable traders are those dealing with derivatives. Such enormous earnings? Indeed. Let me put it this way. The salary of an individual in that department for a month might surpass our annual income. Isn't that remarkable? Next in line are the quantitative trading teams that have emerged in recent years. I've heard they employ artificial intelligence to develop algorithms for high-frequency trading, but the details, well, I'm not quite versed in that. The world of stocks is indeed intricate, profound, and enigmatic, Su Hao mused. Yet, it is precisely because of the staggering returns that countless individuals flock to this arena of fame and fortune, willingly immersing themselves, even when fully aware that it is a brutal game. The base level is composed of innumerable stepping stones. Only the mere one, standing atop the pinnacle, can truly indulge in the lavish feast of wealth. This essence, perhaps, is not unlike his experiences in the gaming realm. As he pondered, a steady voice interrupted his thoughts. Is everyone here? Let us commence today's meeting ahead of schedule. It was Manager Zhou Yi. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Manager Zhou gestured for everyone to enter the conference room. Su Hao followed the flow of people inside, catching sight of two familiar figures entering as well. Those were the trading assistants he had encountered during his previous errands. Allow me to introduce, Manager Zhou began, standing at the front of the conference room and scanning the attendees. These are the new trading assistants who had joined our team. He paused and continued. As you are aware, there were some recent developments and a few senior traders have departed, leading to the decision to disband a team. These individuals have been transferred from that team. With him and Li Huilin, the trading assistants now number 4, a thought flickered through Su Hao's mind. Would more people mean that he could perhaps ease his burdens? Manager, someone raised a hand to inquire. It was Liang Haiyuan. Weren't we informed that new formal traders would be joining us today? Indeed. However, they're not new recruits, he shifted his tone, delivering astonishing news. They're being promoted directly from our existing trading assistants. What? A wave of low gasps rippled through the conference room. Promoted from trading assistants? Su Hao's heart raced, as an incredulous thought flashed through his mind. Could it be Su Hao, Li Huilin? Manager Zhou's gaze fell upon him and Li Huilin. From today onwards, you two are promoted to formal traders. Ah! Su Hao and Li Huilin simultaneously exclaimed, their minds momentarily blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving them frozen in place. A formal trader? This was utterly unexpected. Wait. Manager! A sharp voice sliced through the fleeting silence. It was Liang Haiyuan, his face etched with disbelief and fury. What did you say? Allow them to be promoted directly? Although Li Huilin has some qualifications, this promotion is far too swift. And Su Hao? How long has he been here? This is simply throughout the entire company. One would be hard-pressed to find another instance as outrageous as this. His voice trembled with agitation, his gaze like a poisoned dagger, viciously slicing through Su Hao and Li Huilin. Despite Liang Haiyuan's vehement reaction, Su Hao found himself in understanding. Not only was he bewildered, but he too was utterly disoriented, completely unaware of the circumstances. The other seasoned traders likely shared his astonishment and confusion. Such a decision must certainly have its rationale. Zhou Yi remained impassive, his tone steady. In the simulated investments conducted over the past few days, Su Hao achieved the highest yield within our team. This is one of the reasons. Manager, that was merely a simulated investment. Liang Haiyuan immediately retorted, his voice rising in intensity. Simulations and real-world scenarios are entirely different. Just because the simulated trading performed well for a brief moment, you grant them formal status? This decision has already been made. The rules are understood by all. In this industry, ultimately, only the yield matters. Zhou, he emphasized, his voice growing firmer, his gaze sharpening. Moreover, the funds previously managed by the now-dissolved team are now under our stewardship. Do you understand what this means? It signifies that our entire team's pool of funds has expanded. That should only... Liang Haiyuan attempted to argue further. Enough. Manager Zhou Yi interrupted, his tone turning cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. I have stated that this decision is final. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify instantaneously, a heavy pressure enveloping the space. No one dared to voice further dissent. In this suffocating silence, Zhou Yi turned to Su Hao and Li Huilin, his tone softening slightly. Su Hao and Li Huilin, do you see those two newly arranged workstations over there? Ah, yes, the two instinctively followed the manager's gaze. Those are prepared for you. Soon, colleagues from the IT department will arrive to instruct you on how to utilize the equipment and features. Listen attentively and learn diligently. Su Hao still felt as though he were in a dream. Truly, they had indeed become formal traders, just like that, in a daze. He could even distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart within his chest, accompanied by a tingling sensation in his fingertips. Today, focus on familiarizing yourself with the environment and understanding the operational procedures. There is no rush to commence trading immediately, understood? Zhou advisit. Yes. The two quickly responded. All right, let's begin the meeting. Manager Zhou Yi waved his hand. From this moment onward, we will also manage the funds that originally belonged to other teams. If you wish to increase your earnings, then I expect you to be fully engaged. A meeting unfolded like a sudden tempest, sweeping through the entire team. Currently, we have installed a total of 6 monitors for you. Should you find this insufficient in the future, feel free to contact our IT department to request additional installations. The technical colleague from the IT department stood beside Su Hao's brand new workstation, patiently elucidating the seemingly intricate array of equipment before him. The fresh desks and chairs exuded a subtle aroma of leather and wood, creating a delicate contrast with the cold, mechanical scent of the surrounding electronic devices. The 2 central monitors serve as the primary displays, specifically designated for running trading programs. You may position real-time charts and quotation windows here for your trading operations. The technician gestured toward the 2 large screens directly in front. The 2 on the left are secondary displays, already configured primarily for browsing news feeds and private equity research reports. The 2 on the right are intended for monitoring overall market trends and the fluctuations across various industries. Indeed, there is quite an array of equipment. Su Hao gazed at the matrix of screens encircling him, feeling as though his eyes were insufficient to absorb it all. Strings of intricate lines and numbers danced across the screens, emitting a cool, azure glow that illuminated his slightly bewildered face. Time is of the essence in trading. Every moment counts. The technician explained that the keyboard has also been customized for your needs. Many operations can be executed with a single keystroke, expediting order placements. He pointed to the function keys from F1 to F12 above the keyboard. For instance, F1 is designated for buy orders, F2 for sell orders, with corresponding settings for the others. Relying solely on the mouse would be too slow and could lead to missed opportunities. Until you become accustomed to it, I recommend placing a reference sheet of shortcut keys nearby. On the desk lay a dedicated numeric keypad, purportedly for swifter number entry. Given the potential order delays during peak trading volumes, we have also installed a dedicated high-speed fiber optic line for you. The technician continued. The response time of the monitors has been optimized to the utmost, ensuring it remains within 3 milliseconds. After all, a delay of even a millisecond could yield vastly different outcomes. Su Hao nodded, feeling a fine sheen of cold sweat begin to form on his back. Engaging in real monetary trading with such advanced and costly equipment was a stark contrast to the simulated trading he had previously experienced. An invisible pressure, akin to a chilling tide, began to silently envelop him. Finally, we have implemented a system of alert sounds to prevent erroneous operations. If your order volume is unusually large, or if quotations deviate significantly from normal ranges, the system will emit an alarm. Please remain vigilant. Understood. Su Hao replied. Initially, it may feel somewhat chaotic, but you will adapt swiftly. The technician concluded his introduction with a polite smile, stating, I shall take my leave now. As Su Hao surveyed the 6 screens before him, a wry smile crept upon his face. He recalled that when he used to play games, he had never even utilized the standard dual-monitor setup. Now, he found himself catapulted directly into a 6-screen configuration. Moreover, he caught a glimpse of Manager Zhou ES workstation, which was adorned with no fewer than 9 screens. He truly could not fathom why 3 screens would not suffice. What on earth could be displayed across those 9 monitors? Su Hao, a somewhat tentative voice, emerged from beside him. Turning his head, Su Hao beheld Li Huilin, who stood before her new workstation, her expression mirroring his own, an intricate blend of excitement, anxiety, and a hint of bewilderment. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing a trace of wry amusement in the other's eyes. Chapter 14. Have I offended the royal relatives? Just a few hours ago, Su Hao believed that today would unfold like any other, with him scurrying about the office like a top, performing menial tasks. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, he would find himself seated before the high-priced equipment that symbolized seasoned prowess, his status undergoing a dramatic transformation? Do not be overly anxious, Su Hao. Li Huilin took a deep breath, striving to bolster both her and his spirits, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. We can certainly succeed. Just like when we played on the simulation platform, we need to channel that same state of mind and execute the same operations. Su Hao gazed at her, unable to suppress his reminder. Sister Huilin, your legs seem to be trembling. Li Huilin glanced down, and indeed, Her legs were uncontrollably quaking slightly. She hurriedly clasped her legs together, her face reddening further. Su Hao's own mood was somewhat unsettled. He wondered whether the chairman, his guild leader in the game, had learned of his promotion to a formal trader. If he had, would he be so astonished as to leap in surprise? Yet, it appeared that all was tranquil. Perhaps the esteemed figure remained oblivious to the upheaval among these small ants at the grassroots level. Li Huilin, Su Hao. A cold, sharp voice intruded abruptly, akin to a needle scraping across glass. Liang Haiyuan had approached at some point, hands in his pockets, his face openly displaying scorn and hostility. I ask you too, what is the current state of the company? How can you still be smiling? His gaze swept back and forth between them, brimming with scrutiny and disdain. Where's your common sense? The manager says he is promoting you. You ought to decline. State that your abilities are insufficient to bear such responsibility. How could you foolishly accept? Those eyes, seemingly poisoned, unmistakably conveyed his profound dissatisfaction. Other colleagues in the office cast glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly thick and oppressive. Let me make this clear. I do not recognize either of you. Liang Haiyuan's voice rose a notch, laced with a threatening undertone. Do not forget, our team's performance is directly tied to each individual's bonuses. If you two become a liability and ruin the entire team's performance, I will not let you off easily. Do you understand? So, it is not too late to reconsider. Hurry and find a manager, tell him you are incapable, and request that he retracts your appointments. Su Hao furrowed his brow. He had long sensed that Liang Haiyuan seemed inexplicably fixated on targeting Li Huilin, as if to unleash a day's accumulation of grievances upon her. And, standing beside Li Huilin, he had naturally become a collateral target for this ire. He understood Liang Haiyuan's sentiments. A newcomer who had barely arrived had skyrocketed to the same position as him. Anyone would feel discomfort in such a situation, especially when it pertained to tangible financial interests, team performance bonuses. In the merciless battlefield of trading, such emotions were entirely natural. Yet, he was equally aware of the sweat and effort that Li Huilin had invested in her pursuit of becoming a formal trader. During her time as a trading assistant alongside him, she never once succumbed to laziness or trickery. Whenever he encountered something he did not comprehend, she would patiently offer guidance, eagerly taking on the more arduous and unpleasant tasks. She was a person whose heart was as beautiful as her appearance. Yet now, Liang Haiyuan wielded such cruel and venomous words, wantonly trampling upon her efforts and dignity. This left Su Hao feeling a heavy knot in his chest, an inexplicable anger quietly rising within him. Liang Haiyuan. Su Hao inhaled deeply, meeting Liang Haiyuan's icy gaze. Do not overstep your bounds. What did you say? Liang Haiyuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly taken aback that this newcomer dared to confront him. The manager had just articulated it clearly, and Su Hao's voice, though low, rang with clarity. In this industry, ultimately, it is the returns that speak for themselves. Therefore, you need not worry. We shall demonstrate our worth through tangible performance and will never become a burden to the team. Liang Haiyuan appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke, sneering as he appraised Su Hao, his eyes filled with disdain. Such grand aspirations. Very well. I shall observe how you intend to substantiate that claim. It would be prudent for you to recognize your own limitations and understand what overestimating oneself truly means. It would serve you well. With that, he scoffed and turned back to his seat, leaving behind a silhouette brimming with hostility. Su Hao, why must you? Li Huilin looked at Su Hao with concern, her voice barely above a whisper. My apologies, Sister Huilin. Su Hao rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat helpless. I was just caught up in the moment. I couldn't bear to see Liang Haiyuan constantly targeting you. It's all right. Li Huilin forced a smile. Such things are commonplace in the workplace. Yet her expression soon fell, her tone laced with a hint of despair. But now, this is troublesome. You've declared that you will prove yourself with results. What if I mess it up? Chuckling softly, Su Hao found her pitiful expression amusing. I believe in you, Sister Huilin, and I believe in myself. He recalled the scenarios during their simulated trading, his gaze regaining its determination. During the simulated investments, did we not perform exceptionally well? We simply need to harness that same prowess. We can surely succeed. Let's give our all. He mimicked Li Huilin's usual demeanor, tightening his fist and making a gesture of encouragement. Li Huilin was amused by his antics. A giggle escaping her lips, and the tension in the air seemed to dissipate considerably. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao slowly settled into his brand-new, luxurious chair. The coolness of the leather penetrated through his thin shirt, invigorating him. In the realm of simulated investments, the numbers had merely been symbols on a screen, allowing him to place orders without a hint of psychological burden. But now he was about to handle real money. Merely contemplating this sent a chill racing up his spine, reaching the crown of his head. I truly spoke too boldly earlier, he inwardly lamented. However, what was done was done. There was no turning back. Since he had made such a proclamation, he would have to respond to the skepticism with concrete returns. Moreover, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He possessed a unique ability unknown to others. Let me see. The initial capital allocated to me is... He opened the trading software, his gaze fixed on the account balance. 10,000,000. 10,000. 1 million? 1 million. Su Hao's pupils constricted in shock. He never imagined that on his very first day, the company would grant him a trading authority of 1 million. Throughout his life, he had never even laid eyes on 1 million in cash, let alone touched it. Not even in those notorious money-sinking games had he encountered such a staggering figure. Earlier, Li Huilin seemed to mention that the minimum trading threshold for a trader is 1 million. But this was simply outrageous. How could it be that upon becoming a formal trader, he was immediately handed 1 million in cold, hard cash to play with? Is this company out of its mind? Ugh, this is infuriating. In the break room, Liang Haiyuan slammed a disposable cup onto the table, splattering cold, drinking water everywhere. He gulped down the chilled water, attempting to suppress the fiery wrath within. What on earth was the manager thinking, allowing those two novices, especially Li Huilin, to be promoted directly? If they botched the investments and dragged the entire team's performance down, who would bear the losses? While individual performance bonuses were undoubtedly important, the overall team performance bonus was no trivial matter. If those two incompetents caused everyone's year-end bonuses to dwindle, then I want to let them off the hook. Liang Haiyuan ground his teeth in a low growl, his gaze malevolent. And that Su Hao, merely a newcomer, dared to confront him, an established employee, in front of so many people. Such a lack of decorum and upbringing. Oh, Liang Haiyuan. A voice laced with mockery came from beside him. Seems like you're quite worked up today. If you're here to enjoy the spectacle, just leave. Liang Haiyuan retorted irritably. Don't be so aggressive. It seems you really don't know, the trader from a neighboring team said, a knowing expression crossing his face. Know what? Liang Haiyuan frowned. The man glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, before leaning in to whisper, that's Su Hao. I heard he is related to our chairman. What? What did you say? Liang Haiyuan felt as if lightning had struck him, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly crushing the cup in his hand. This news was supposed to be known only at the managerial level. I heard it from a friend in the HR department, who mentioned it in passing. The man shrugged. Now, do you understand why such an, exceptional appointment was made? Wait a minute. Liang Haiyuan felt his blood run cold. Does that mean I just reprimanded a royal relative? His voice twisted in shock and fear, becoming sharp and distorted. Surely he wouldn't hold a grudge over something so trivial, right? The individual was taken aback by his words, offering a dry chuckle. Haven't said anything too outrageous, have you? I hope you're not one to hold grudges. Well, I must take my leave. I still have to monitor the market. After this, he patted Liang Haiyuan's stiff shoulder and hurriedly departed from the break room. Liang Haiyuan was left alone, as if turned to stone, standing motionless in place, his gaze hollowly fixed on the void, his face drained of color. Liang Haiyuan? The market is about to open. Aren't you going back? Liang Haiyuan? Someone was calling him, yet he remained unresponsive. It was as though his soul had vacated his body, leaving behind merely an empty shell, resembling a desiccated statue, standing there in silence. Chapter 15. No loss is a gain. The dull chime of the opening bell resonated, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool. sending invisible ripples through the trading hall, rife with numbers and anxiety. Manager Zhou cast his gaze over the dazzling array of monitors, each displaying a frenzy of data, which should have been the focal point of his attention, the battlefield of his strategic maneuvers. Yet, inexplicably, his eyes repeatedly wandered to a figure in the corner. Su Hao. This name flitted through his mind, imbued with a sense of inexplicable scrutiny and curiosity. In order to observe more conveniently, Zhou had even deliberately adjusted the angle of his desk. What was perplexing, however, was that since the opening bell had echoed throughout the floor, the newcomer, Su Hao, a newly minted trader, had done almost nothing at all. This fellow is merely staring blankly at the screen. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed, as doubts entwined in his mind like creeping vines. What investment secrets lay hidden within Su Hao? By what arcane and inscrutable means had he managed to achieve such astonishingly high returns in the simulated trading environment? More crucially, could such methods truly withstand the ruthless realities of a market where fortunes were made and lost in an instant? With his fervent curiosity and scrutiny, Zhou Yi's gaze became like a spotlight, unwaveringly fixed upon Su Hao's profile. Yet, as time ticked by, the young man remained utterly motionless, resembling a silent statue, starkly contrasting with the surrounding tumult and tension. Indeed, he had done nothing at all. Meanwhile, Su Hao was inwardly lamenting his predicament. What on earth is this? Before him, the monitor had expanded from a single screen during the simulations to a staggering 6. On these 6 screens, a chaotic whirl of numbers and vibrant curves writhed like living entities, forming a dizzying torrent of data. It was far more chaotic than the simulated investing he had previously experienced, overwhelming to the point of disorientation. He needed to sift through this vast sea of stock codes to pinpoint the right option, a task easier said than done, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Strange. He habitually rubbed his chin, a sense of unfamiliar stagnation weighing upon him. Last time, as soon as I began browsing these stocks, that sensation, that instant clarity would surge forth, as if I had opened a celestial eye. But this time was entirely different. There was no movement whatsoever. His fingertips danced over the mouse wheel, the stock list on the screen scrolling rapidly, like fleeting shadows. Yet, that premonitory feeling, that spark of insight, remained elusive. There were no signs at all. Time slipped away quietly in his state of aimless confusion, like grains of sand through his fingers, impossible to grasp. By the time he snapped back to reality, the electronic clock on the wall had mercilessly struck noon. Su Hao, how are you faring over there? A weary and somewhat despondent voice echoed from behind. Su Hao turned to see Li Huilin, usually brimming with vitality, now appearing somewhat pallid, as if she had just endured a crushing defeat, her footsteps dragging as she approached his desk. Huilin, is it permissible for you to leave your post? Su Hao inquired, somewhat taken aback. During trading hours, traders are typically forbidden from abandoning their stations. Don't even mention it. Li Huilin siga deploy. Her voice laden with a sense of defeat, akin to a deflated balloon. Today, just this morning, I incurred a loss of 2 and was immediately forced to cease trading by the risk management team. Really? Su Hao paused, taken aback. Only a 2 loss. And they halted your trading immediately? That figure does not seem particularly substantial. Indeed, for our company, a 2 loss is quite significant, Li Huilin replied with a bitter smile, her tone tinged with self-mockery. The hawks in the risk management department are continuously monitoring the accounts of every trader. For novices like us, a 2 loss can lead to a red flag and an immediate suspension of trading privileges. Only seasoned veterans enjoy a slightly more lenient treatment, with a permissible loss threshold of up to 5. She paused, seemingly lost in thought as her gaze wandered into the distance. Didn't T. Buffett once say, "The first rule is to never lose money. The second rule is to never forget the first rule." This maxim is almost a decree hanging over us, reiterated at every meeting. This is indeed true. Zhou emphasizes the importance of risk management during nearly every meeting, dissecting the concept to its core. After all, they are not dealing with their own funds, but with the company's capital. To outsiders, it may seem ludicrous. You short-term traders discussing risk management? Yet rules are rules. Here, Even the most aggressive short-term strategies must operate within the confines of acceptable, minimal risk exposure. It is akin to a dance shackled by chains. Should anyone attempt to break free from these constraints and cross that red line, the ever-watchful risk management department, those unseen guardians, will ruthlessly wield the hammer of sanctions. The entire system is both intricate and merciless. Sigh. Li Huilin suddenly exhaled deeply. While I can't articulate theories with ease when it comes to actual trading, I find myself floundering, losing everything, and even having my trading privileges suspended. Am I truly so inept, Su Hao? I have been exceedingly cautious, diligently managing risk. Yet this is the outcome. Not at all, Huilin. Su Hao quickly reassured her, his tone sincere. No one can perform flawlessly on their first day. Today may have been a misstep, but tomorrow you will undoubtedly recover. Thank you, Su Hao. Li Huilin forced a smile, then curiously glanced at a screen. By the way, how did you fare today? Su Hao instinctively sought to respond, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Li Huilin's gaze fell upon his trading window. Devoid of any records, her clear eyes blinking in disbelief. Wait a moment, Su Hao. She leaned in closer, her voice laced with surprise. You couldn't possibly have made no trades since the market opened, could you? Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed under her scrutiny, instinctively raising a hand to scratch the back of his head, yes. However, to his astonishment, Li Huilin's reaction was not one of mockery or confusion. Rather, it was as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Wow! Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone brimming with awe, her face instantly illuminated with shock and admiration. Suo, you truly are master. Now, it was Su Hao's turn to be completely bewildered. What on earth was happening? You must have seen that today's market was trending downwards from the start, right? Li Huilin regarded him with an expression of understanding. Her gaze filled with admiration as she explained, I've heard from seasoned veterans that in a bear market like this, those who are truly skilled do nothing at all. As immovable as a mountain, not losing is akin to gaining. Su Hao opened his mouth, realizing that events were unfolding in a direction he had never anticipated. Could this actually be salvaged? Nevertheless, remaining idle was not a viable option. The issue was that the sense of security he relied upon had vanished without a trace, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. This was the first time since gaining his abilities that he felt a twinge of anxiety, beginning to doubt whether he had faltered at some point. It felt as if he had overlooked something crucial. A profound sense of unease lingered. Intuition, of course, was paramount. Li Huilin nodded, as if recalling something, and suggested, however, when the signals are unclear, perhaps we should take another look at the research report we discussed in today's morning meeting. Research report? Indeed. Did I not mention it to you earlier? In the stock market, understanding the current hot trends is vital. We must clearly identify the prevailing market trends and hotspots. Our company's super elite research department has already compiled this information into a report for us. If we thoroughly grasp that data, it may not guarantee profits, but it would certainly allow us to navigate the general direction, equating to a success rate of over 50%. Her reminder jolted Su Hao back to reality. Yes, today, due to his unexpected promotion to a formal trader, his mind had been entirely consumed by this matter throughout the morning meeting. Anxiety, excitement, and a hint of trepidation intertwined, causing him to absorb none of the critical information that Zhou Yi had presented. What sectors required focused attention today? Which areas posed potential risks that needed to be avoided? He had completely missed these crucial insights. He resembled a soldier, unarmed and without even a glance at a map, bewilderingly cast into the relentless chaos of a battleground. With a sigh, Li Huilin exhaled deeply, as if releasing some of the pent-up frustration within her. Well, I've vented my grievances. It's time for me to return. Alas, I hope I won't ruin my debut as a formal trader on the very first day and be relegated back to the role of an assistant. She remarked half-jokingly. Not at all. Everyone has to start somewhere. Su Hao reassured her once more. In any case, I shall head back now. Li Huilin waved her hand. I need to thoroughly review today's operations and reflect on where I went wrong. Although I incurred losses, you must ensure that you turn a profit today. Suo, no, at the very least, break even. Do your best. Absolutely. I will. As Su Hao watched Li Huilan's forlorn figure fade behind the partition, he promptly redirected his focus, calling up the morning report from earlier that day and beginning to read intently. International oil prices have declined. Consequently, the U.S. stock market has plunged. Expectations of interest rate cuts from the Federal Reserve and actual rates are falling. Our stock market is similarly sluggish. Foreign capital continues to flow out. The information in the morning report was concise and cold. Manager Zhou mentioned in the meeting, in such a market, rather than stubbornly resisting the trend, it may be more advantageous to capitalize on the downward momentum through short selling to profit. Su Hao recalled a few keywords he had captured during the morning meeting. Yet, how exactly should one execute short selling? His knowledge of this concept was scant. Li Huilan had mentioned that in short selling, to mitigate risk, one needs to purchase specific stock for hedging to reduce potential losses. To navigate such complexities, involving calculations of ratios and the selection of hedging targets, my current knowledge is utterly insufficient. Risk management, short selling, hedging. These terms appeared as inscrutable as ancient texts, filled with unknown risks to him, who was still at the novice level in terms of professional knowledge in the stock market. What if he made a mistake at any point and lost the company's funds? Forget it. I shall stick to what I excel at. His sole anchor had always been one, to trust his intuition, as elusive and unpredictable as lightning, yet consistently reliable. After swiftly perusing the morning report, Su Hao minimized it. He then took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to the densely packed list of stocks. Almost at the very instant his fingertip brushed past the first stock code, zing, a familiar sensation, akin to a faint electric current coursing through him, suddenly surged forth. It traveled along the nerve endings, instantly reaching his cerebral cortex. That exhilarating feeling had returned. Why did I feel nothing just moments ago and now? Could it be that the morning report had triggered this? Such a coincidence seemed almost eerie. Upon careful reflection, it appears that during each previous engagement in simulated investments, he meticulously perused the relevant market analyses and data reports, which subsequently evoked a peculiar sensation within him. Moreover, the stocks that ultimately ignited his strong intuition and led to successful profits seemed intricately linked to the materials he had reviewed at that time. Acquiring data and insights in a specific domain can indeed stimulate intuition within the corresponding realm. So that is how it works. Today, he learned yet another lesson. Then, I shall make the purchase. Wait, just as he was about to place the order, another principle, repeatedly emphasized by Zhou, Yi, and Li Huilan, echoed in his mind. Do not place all your eggs in one basket. Diversified investment. Yes, diversified investment. This is also a crucial aspect of risk management. Only in this manner can one avert the catastrophic repercussions of a singular investment failure, ensuring the stability of overall returns through the hedging of various investment portfolios. Even if one incurs a loss, the others can compensate for it. Diversified investment. Diversified investment. Su Hao murmured to himself. But to what extent should I diversify? He pondered for a moment, hesitating with his fingers poised over the keyboard. Dividing it into 3 portions should suffice, I suppose. Chapter 16. If you're going to play big. Today's market is utterly frenzied. The closing bell has rung. Time to step outside for a smoke. I can hardly breathe in here. This ridiculous rule forbids smoking while monitoring the market. It's akin to enforced sobriety. Why not head upstairs to trade futures, then? I've heard those fellows are never without a cigarette. Get lost. Futures are even more terrifying. My heart simply cannot endure it. I'd rather quit smoking altogether. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the closing bell finally tolls, unleashing a torrent of coarse complaints and curses from the trading floor, which have been stifled all day. The air is thick with a blend of anxiety and exhaustion, reminiscent of burnt wires. Such a drastic one-sided downturn is, for most traders, a veritable catastrophe. Even with the prescribed purchase of put options for hedging, it proves nearly impossible to fully offset the losses incurred from such a sharp decline. Many accounts triggered stop-loss limits early on, leading to forced liquidations that turned a day's hard work into naught. To add to the frustration, the market direction remains ambiguous. These days of extreme volatility are likely to persist. Yet, amidst this desolation, One individual's thoughts are far removed from the market's fluctuations. Liang Haiyuan sits restlessly, his complexion ashen and his gaze vacant. Ah, I am truly losing my mind. How could I have? He laments inwardly, overwhelmed with regret. In the corporate world, particularly within the hierarchically rigid and intricately connected structures of large companies, an unspoken rule prevails, a survival guide for all entry-level employees. Never provoke the privileged elite. Never encroach upon those with formidable connections. No matter how much disdain you may feel toward them or how undeserving you perceive them to be, you must endure. From the moment you enter the company, you stand on a completely different starting line, supported by resources and networks that are worlds apart. What is more terrifying is that if you do clash with such individuals, your tenure becomes untenable. Even if you wish to transition to another company, the likelihood of them accepting you diminishes significantly. After all, no company is willing to alienate a powerful family that could disrupt the entire industry landscape for the sake of a troublemaker, even if that troublemaker possesses exceptional skills. And Liang Haiyuan has, regrettably, transgressed this cardinal workplace rule. Not long ago, he offended a seemingly harmless but profoundly influential member of the elite, Su Hao. To put it bluntly, he has likely stirred a hornet's nest. No, wait, there is still a chance. There is room for redemption. Liang Haiyuan inhales deeply, forcing himself to regain composure and suppress the rising panic within. His trembling fingers navigate to his trading record. Today's return, -1. Phew, not too bad. In fact, it can be deemed rather commendable. Given the dismal circumstances of the day, a mere one loss is quite an impressive feat. It is rather ironic that his losses were minimal precisely because he spent the entire day in a state of disquiet, devoting most of his energy to devising strategies to deal with the troublesome Su Hao. Inadvertently, he managed to evade several significant downturns by not concentrating fully on trading. Could this be considered a case of fortune arising from misfortune? Ahem, Su Hao. Adjusting his facial expression, Liang Haiyuan forced a smile that he believed to be the most congenial and affable, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned employee caring for a newcomer as he approached Su Hao's desk. Su Hao, who was intently gazing at a screen, appeared startled by Liang's sudden enthusiasm, his body instinctively shrinking slightly, and a flicker of wariness crossed his gaze. Oh dear, Su Hao, previously. I may have spoken too harshly. Please do not take it to heart. Liang Haiyuan's voice, laced with a hint of flattery, starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor. I sincerely apologize. You know how the market has been recently. Everyone is under immense pressure. I was momentarily overwhelmed by performance demands and, lost my composure. You can understand, right? Ah, yes, I understand, Su Hao replied hesitantly. I knew you would. Liang Haiyuan immediately seized the opportunity, his smile growing ever brighter. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your kindness and approachability. From now on, we are a team. We must support one another and foster good relations. Shall we? Yes, thank you, Su Hao nodded. By the way, Liang Haiyuan inquired seemingly nonchalantly, his tone imbued with concern, given the market's chaotic state today. Your losses must have been considerable, right? He had heard that Li Huilin, who had a good rapport with Su Hao, was forcibly liquidated today. Despite Su Hao's connections, it seemed unlikely he could escape the clutches of loss in such a market. This was a perfect opportunity to offer him some consolation, demonstrating his benevolence and concern while mending their previous rift. Do not worry too much. A little loss is not the end of the world. There will be plenty of opportunities to recoup. I'm here for you. I will earn more in the future and help cover your losses. He patted Su Hao on the shoulder, feigning generosity. Moreover, if you have any questions regarding trading, feel free to approach me anytime. Do not hesitate. After all, I have been navigating this market for several years and possess some experience. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward Su Hao's trading screen, seemingly casually. Yet he was prepared to witness a disheartening sea of green. However, in the next moment his smile froze. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What was happening? The trading window before Su Hao did not display the anticipated green or negative numbers indicative of losses. Instead, it was a blindingly bright red, symbolizing profits. 8. Liang Haiyuan's voice suddenly escalated, sharp enough to draw the attention of several nearby colleagues who had yet to leave. Su Hao, is this your account? You must be mistaken. Ah, yes, it is, Su Hao replied. Su Hao appeared somewhat perplexed by his own reaction, maintaining a demeanor that was tinged with a hint of shyness. Fortunately, just before the market closed, there was a surge, allowing him to escape unscathed today. No losses? Was this truly what one would call a lack of losses? This was nothing short of a significant profit. Liang Haiyuan could scarcely believe his eyes. His gaze darted back and forth between Su Hao's seemingly bewildered expression and the glaring red numbers on the screen, as if he needed to confirm whether he was experiencing an illusion. Moreover, he didn't even short sell. He didn't purchase any put options. He purely relied on buying stocks, and in such a bearish market, yielded an 8 profit. What on earth was happening? Wasn't he said to be a well-connected individual? Wasn't he supposed to be of noble lineage? Then how could he possibly achieve an 8 return? Especially in a market where even seasoned traders were lamenting their losses. What kind of enigma is this fellow? Liang Haiyuan felt his worldview shatter in that moment. 8%. Zhou Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the table, his gaze complexly resting on the distant figure of the young man. Today, among all the traders on the floor, it seemed unlikely that anyone could match Su Hao's level of profitability. The only regret was that the capital he was currently managing was still too small, preventing this astonishing return from translating into a more impactful absolute amount. Yet, this did nothing to diminish the terrifying potential lurking behind it. Furthermore, amidst a market where all stocks were declining, he had precisely identified 3 stocks that alone defied the downward trend and had invested all his capital in them. This newcomer named Su Hao had once again left him feeling a sense of almost absurd astonishment. Normally, in such a clearly bearish trend, rational traders would either choose to hold cash and observe or make minimal defensive purchases aimed at risk hedging. The primary profit-making strategy would typically involve utilizing short-selling mechanisms to align with the prevailing trend and profit from a downturn. However, this individual completely disregarded these so-called market principles and rational choices, as if existing in an entirely different dimension. He stubbornly adhered to his own incomprehensible investment logic, which bordered on contrarianism. Manager Zhou, how are you holding up today? A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached Zhang Wei, the risk control supervisor from the risk management department. He wore a formulaic smile, yet his eyes concealed a subtle curiosity. Ah, a question asked with prior knowledge. Zhou Yi glanced at him and replied evenly, "Isn't your risk management department supposed to be all-knowing?" Haha, it's merely a customary greeting. Zhang Wei chuckled, deflecting the moment. Zhou Yi's gaze shifted back toward Su Hao, and Zhang Wei followed his line of sight, understanding the implication. I heard that numerous individuals faced forced liquidations today. Zhou Yi inwitted. Indeed, even that Li Huilin, who has recently been promoted in your department, had her trading privileges suspended by us. Zhang Wei nodded, a hint of helplessness flickering across his face. It seemed that today marked the first occasion for that young lady to operate with the privileges of a formal trader. This must be quite a blow for her. I hope it does not leave her with psychological scars. Alas, the market is merciless. For the foreseeable future, I anticipate we shall witness more of such conditions. Whether they can endure will depend on their resilience. Zhou Yi's voice remained steady. Speak your mind. You came here for a reason, didn't you? Indeed, Zhang Wei replied, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. Aside from a newcomer who was just suspended from trading, isn't there another novice in your team? As expected, he had come regarding Su Hao. That young man achieved remarkably impressive gains today, all on his own. Zhang Wei's tone was complex, laced with astonishment and profound skepticism. In such a dire bear market, to avoid short selling, to forego hedging with options, and to rely solely on purchasing stocks to realize an 8 profit, I am at a loss as to whether to commend his audacity or to question his grasp of even the most fundamental stock market principles. Is that truly a problem? Zhou Yi countered, his tone still unvaried. Of course it is a problem. You must understand that risk management is the cornerstone and paramount principle of our operations in any private equity firm. Yet this child, Zhang Wei's voice rose a notch. According to our back-end monitoring data, his trading today was completely devoid of any risk management. He brazenly and recklessly funneled capital into just 3 stocks. Merely 3. Only 3. He reiterated. Diversification is a strategy intended to mitigate risk. It is a fundamental principle etched into textbooks and ingrained in the very essence of traders. A well-crafted trading strategy would typically involve distributing funds across at least 10, if not 30, different assets. Even when pursuing event-driven trading opportunities, one would generally engage with 5 to 10 relevant stocks simultaneously. Yet, Su Hao placed his bets solely on 3, akin to a gambler at a roulette table wagering everything on a single outcome. Ironically, he emerged victorious. Manager Zhou, forgive my candor, but even if he won this gamble, does it not seem more like sheer luck? Zhang Wei's brows furrowed. Moreover, given his complete disregard for risk management and his behavior akin to that of an uninformed retail investor, does he possess even the most basic investment knowledge? Is that so? Do you genuinely believe this to be mere luck? Zhou Yi's lips curled into an elusive smile. Furthermore, do you think a person lacking foundational skills could ascend to the position of a formal trader through layers of assessment and approval? Zhang Wei was momentarily rendered speechless. This young man's style was indeed singular. He eschewed broad strategies, preferring to wager all his chips on a select few points he deemed worthy. Zhou Yi's voice bore a subtle hint of intrigue. He does not lack understanding of investment. On the contrary, I assure you, he comprehends the concepts of diversification and risk management far better than you realize. Yet he chose to proceed in such a manner. This can only signify that he possesses an absolute, unshakable confidence in the stocks he has selected. Beyond this, no other explanation could rationalize such reckless behavior. If any other trader dared to act in this way, even if fortune favored them this time, Zhou Yi would unhesitatingly expel them from the team. Such blatant disregard for discipline, akin to a suicidal maneuver, is a gross irresponsibility towards the company's capital. The firm has never been a place governed by sentiment or reason. However, there is one principle that is held in the highest regard: profitability. Cold, hard numbers are the sole criteria by which everything is evaluated. You have come to me seeking to have me caution that young man, to advise him to temper his reckless ways, correct? Zoe inwided. Indeed. It is commendable for youth to possess confidence, yet a fundamental awareness of risk management is imperative. This is a matter of principle. Do not concern yourself with him for now. Zhou Yi waved his hand, interrupting his words. However, even if his yields are outstanding, this operational model. Zhang Wei attempted to argue. If you still do not comprehend why I say this, Zhou Yi's gaze deepened. Go back and consult the head of your risk management department. He will provide you with the answer. Zhang Wei stood frozen, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Yet upon witnessing Zhou Yi's unyielding expression, he ultimately nodded, leaving with a heart full of doubts. Zhou Yi watched Zhang Wei's retreating figure, his eyes flickering. Swell, this young man completely disregards the company's esteemed risk management principles, even eschewing the most fundamental practice of diversification, solely pursuing extreme, unadulterated profit. The reasons for his audacity may be twofold. First, he may possess a unique analytical model or algorithm that is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Second, and perhaps more crucially, he harbors an enigmatic background. Behind him stands the upper echelons of this very company. Perhaps, in his view, losing $1 million would hardly constitute a loss at all. Such a fearlessly audacious mindset in trading is inherently a significant advantage. So that is how it is. Manager Zhou, he called up the list of fund allocations for his team members, his finger gliding slowly across the screen. By convention, newly appointed traders are initially allocated a capital of 1 million yuan. Yet today, within the entire team, the sole individual achieving positive returns is that fledgling newcomer. After a brief silence, Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened suddenly. He hesitated no longer, his fingers dancing rapidly over the keyboard as he adjusted the allocation ratios. Since you are determined to play, let us provide you with a grander stage. Otherwise, would it not be a waste? Henceforth, the capital allocated to Su Hao will no longer be 1 million, but rather 5 million. Chapter 17. the frequency of transactions is quite insufficient. The morning air was brisk, and the office was still sparsely populated. "Ah, Suhao, you've arrived?" A voice broke the silence, infused with a contrived enthusiasm. It was Liang Haiyuan. The countenance, usually marked by a semblance of aloofness and impatience, was today inexplicably adorned with a broad smile that seemed to pull the fine lines on his forehead into a joyful gathering. Suhao felt a subtle stir of discomfort within, an elusive sense of awkwardness. What on earth has happened to him? Just not long ago, Liang Haiyuan would often greet him or Li Huilin with a scowl and a harsh tone early in the morning. Yet today, this sudden, almost ear-to-ear grin was undeniably peculiar. Could it be that he struck luck with a stock yesterday? Is his mood particularly buoyant? He pondered silently. "Well, I've become accustomed to arriving early," Suhao replied succinctly with a slight nod, wishing to avoid any further entanglement. "Hee, and it's only been a short while since your confirmation. Yet you've developed such a habit. Truly a diligent and earnest young man." Liang Haiyuan commenced his flattery. "Oh, by the way, I heard your yield yesterday topped all departments. Thanks to you, our team is standing a bit taller now. It feels quite reassuring." Suhao remained silent, refraining from engaging further. The overly eager gaze and somewhat exaggerated body language evoked a palpable discomfort within him. He hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement, almost escaping back to his workstation. "Truly, I cannot adapt," he murmured inwardly, his gaze settling on his newly arranged desk. Once, his space was merely a cramped corner with a solitary monitor perched upon it, rather meager. Now, 6 brand-new LCD screens were arranged in a fan shape, exuding a cold, sleek glow. Beside them lay a multi-functional keyboard and other equipment that radiated professionalism, transforming the area into a realm both efficient and imbued with a sense of advanced technology. As the saying goes, a bird gun replaced by a cannon. Indeed, compared to the chaotic workstations of his fellow traders, which resembled disheveled nests, his was undoubtedly the most orderly and state-of-the-art. His fingertips grazed the cool metallic shell, imparting a strange sense of unfamiliarity. But it seems there's not much to do before the market opens, he reflected. In the past, he was always trailing behind Li Huilin, bustling about printing and distributing materials, meticulously preparing for meetings. Those days felt like they were merely yesterday, yet they had undeniably come to a close. The 2 newly assigned assistants in the team had taken over the mundane tasks that once belonged to him. "Hey, Brother Hao, here's the material just released by the research department today." A somewhat hesitant voice interrupted his thoughts as one of the younger assistants respectfully handed him a stack of documents. "Ah, alahite. Thank you," Suhao replied, accepting the papers with a note of gratitude. Once upon a time, he was the one disseminating materials. Now, the roles had reversed, and he found himself on the receiving end. Although information could be accessed digitally, printed copies remained indispensable during meetings. On days burdened with an abundance of materials, he found himself nearly tethered to the incessantly buzzing photocopier, inhaling the acrid scent of toner. These 2 assistants, they surely have more experience than I do. A fleeting pang of guilt brushed through his mind. Yet, he quickly recalled that in the realm of finance, particularly within private equity firms, performance was paramount, rendering seniority a mere triviality. It was said that here, monthly performance assessments were a norm. Failing to meet a certain threshold would result in an automatic termination of contract. Devoid of compassion, such a ruthless environment. Those with whom one had shared laughter just the day before might vanish entirely after a single evaluation, as if they had never existed. An intangible pressure seemed to permeate the air, tightening the nerves. Suhao, indeed, arrived quite early. At that moment, another familiar voice broke through the silence. It was Li Huilin. "Ah, Huilin, you've arrived as well? Yet, your complexion." Suhao noticed the pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes, stark reminders of fatigue that rendered her appearance quite haggard. "Oh, don't even mention it. I spent the entire night worrying and hardly slept. I am now a formal trader, and performance evaluations have commenced." A weary smile creased Li Huilin's face, her voice laden with exhaustion. "I truly dread the thought that if my performance continues on such a downward trajectory, I might find myself terminated one day. How could one not be anxious?" Thus, it became clear why the traders were akin to startled birds, sensitive and irritable. The pressure of survival was undeniably palpable. However, it's fortunate that you made a significant profit yesterday, Su Hao. I've heard that while individual performance is indeed crucial, a strong overall team performance can also yield substantial benefits. You are practically our group's savior. It's only the first day, Su Hao replied calmly, unaffected by the praise. Ah, by the way, Li Huilin seemed to recall something and curiously inquired, how many trades do you typically execute in a day? Reflecting on the previous day, he answered, not too many, precisely 3, as I executed 3 buying operations. Wait, that means, he and T sold yet? If he were to sell after the market opened today, would the price not decline? A slight heaviness settled in his heart. I executed 150 trades yesterday. Li Huilin rubbed her sore wrist. My fingers were nearly broken, and my eyes felt terribly dry. There was even a moment when I incurred a loss due to a misconfiguration. 150 trades? Su Hao expressed mild surprise. That seems rather few, perhaps just below average. Typically, senior traders handle several hundred trades daily. Li Huilin chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, you see, when everyone breaks for lunch at noon, they're so engrossed that they neglect to eat, rushing to set up their trading plans according to predetermined strategies before the afternoon session begins. Su Hao was aware of the high trading volume among traders, but had not anticipated it to reach an average of several hundred trades per person. This was indeed his first encounter with such a reality. As such, when engaging in the trading of highly liquid stocks, it is essential to establish a robust risk management framework. Li Huilin continued to impart her wisdom. For instance, when purchasing a particular stock, one could simultaneously allocate a certain proportion of capital to engage in over-the-counter options or short-related futures, or even invest in inverse ETFs, thereby employing a systematic approach to hedge against risks. A sudden realization dawned upon Su Hao. No wonder after each meeting, the traders rushed back to their computers like arrows released from a bow, furiously inputting data. He found it perplexing that, despite the market not yet opening, they were all in such a hurry. It became clear that they were setting buy-sell ratios and orchestrating trading strategies based on the latest investment tactics. Didn't you operate in such a manner yesterday? Li Huilin inquired, her gaze imbued with curiosity. I only executed 3 trades yesterday, Su Hao replied candidly. What? Merely 3 times? This does not align with a short-term trading style, does it? No wonder I sensed it back during our simulated investments. Su Hao, your approach is indeed characterized by swing trading. Li Huilin's eyes widened slightly. Your resolve is truly formidable, akin to a heart of steel. How could you hold on without selling? Surely the stock price chart did not ascend smoothly, but fluctuated dramatically? Trading styles can generally be categorized into 4 types. The first is high-frequency trading, which can involve thousands of trades in a single day, predominantly reliant on automated execution. Secondly, there is the short-term trading, pursued by most individuals here, aiming for rapid intraday profits. Thirdly, value investing requires patience to hold positions for months or even years, focusing on long-term trends. Lastly, there is swing trading, characterized by a minimal number of daily trades, typically fewer than 10. Interestingly, I find myself contemplating. Su Hao silently countered in his mind. Those engaged in short-term trading truly require a heart of steel. Despite the presence of a risk management system, the relentless and intense buy-sell activity seemed overwhelming at the mere thought of it. Moreover, whether his intuition would remain effective in such ultra-short-term operations remained an enigma. After all, his experience dictated that when a certain feeling arose, immediate purchase was warranted, but when to sell, that definitive sell instinct had yet to manifest. Perhaps it's merely because I have never ventured into short-term trading that I perceive it this way. Until now, he had relied solely on instinct, mindlessly pressing the buy button, and then concluding the matter. In retrospect, it seemed that the holding and waiting strategy of swing trading might indeed suit him better and offer greater stability compared to the need for precise timing in short-term trades. Today, there were no significant meetings scheduled. Everyone, let us each review research materials and devise strategies, Yang Yi declared as he turned and retreated to his office, leaving behind a tranquil silence. Oh no, No meeting today? Su Hao furrowed his brow. What he needed most at this moment was information, data, rather than laboriously poring over those research reports. It would be infinitely easier and far more effective for him to listen to the team members engage in discussion and exchange ideas. Thus, it seems there remains but one person to turn to. That is Sister Huilin? He hesitated, directing his gaze towards Li Huilin. What's the matter, Su Hao? Li Huilin lifted her head. Today, there is no meeting. Oh, that. Typically, when a downturn is anticipated, the manager will act this way. Li Huilin nodded in understanding, indicating it meant they were to exercise their own judgment, whether to short sell to profit from the decline or to remain inactive and observe for the day. The decision-making power had been delegated to them. So that was the reason. Then, shall we discuss the research materials amongst ourselves? Su Hao tentatively proposed. Are you saying, you, Su Hao? Upon hearing this, Li Huilin's face instantly reflected a blend of surprise and gratitude. Are you worried about me? Concerned that my returns might not improve? So, you wish to help me? Su Hao fell silent once more. Chapter 18. I can't stop. Need help? No, he is the one who requires assistance. He is calculating fervently, merely seeking to leverage her experience and analysis to compensate for his own lack of information channels. Very well. Engaging in a discussion together is undoubtedly more efficient. Li Huilin clearly misunderstood, but her interest was piqued. Let us consider. The gold sector had just experienced a significant correction, and now, with geopolitical risks and demand for safe havens surging, coupled with a technical adjustment being in place, I estimate that the gold sector merits closer attention. Sister Huilin, if I were to purchase gold stocks, what would the process be for shorting and hedging as you mentioned before? Please enlighten me. It's quite simple. After acquiring gold stocks, at an appropriate juncture and with the right proportions, one can short gold futures or opt for put options. As she spoke, Li Huilin brought up the gold futures on the monitor and elaborated to Su Hao in detail. Su Hao instinctively reached for the mouse. However, just as his finger was about to click on the futures page, transitioning to the options, buzz, an indescribable, intensely potent sensation surged through him like an electric current, instantly coursing through his limbs. Every pore seemed to quiver under this strange feeling. Su Hao, Li Huilin noticed his abrupt stiffness. I intend to purchase this gold futures, Su Hao indicated, pointing at the monitor. Oh dear, but this is futures. It carries leverage, Li Huilin exclaimed once more. Futures entail far greater risks than stocks. A stock may drop a maximum of 10 in a single day, while futures could potentially wipe out all funds in a day. I will only buy a small amount, and if I truly sense something amiss, I will liquidate it promptly. Su Hao replied nonchalantly. Yet at that moment, an instinct within him was compelling him with unprecedented intensity. You must enter the market. This is it. Li Huilin pondered for a moment, seemingly influenced by his determination. Then, shall I also attempt to buy a little? I'll look at the time. The market is about to open. Hurry, Su Hao. Return to your seat and prepare. Indeed, let us strive for success today. Let us go. Su Hao swiftly returned to his workstation, and in the interim before the market opened, he first checked his account funds. According to plan, the stocks he purchased yesterday would automatically sell upon opening. After deductions, the available funds should be, what is this? System error. His gaze froze. The available funds displayed in his account had inexplicably increased by a staggering 4 million. Total funds, 5 million. He nearly leapt from his chair, hastening towards Zhou Yi's office. This unexpected windfall raised suspicions. Should there be any missteps, the consequences would be dire. Manager, it seems there is an issue with my trading program. At present, the available margin in my account stands at. When it comes to the principal, Zhou Yi did not lift his head, interrupting him with a tone as calm as discussing the weather. The figure is accurate. What? Su Hao doubted his own hearing. From today onwards, you will be responsible for managing an investment fund totaling 5 million. Zhou Yi finally cast a sharp glance at him. It is settled. Now, return and concentrate. The market is about to open. What? From 1 million to 5 million overnight? Even if yesterday's returns were indeed remarkable, the magnitude of this investment is rather extravagant, isn't it? The market is really about to open. Shocked as he was, reality afforded him little time to digest this information. The manager was right. Every second counts. Suha took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves within, and hurried back to his seat, his eyes fixed firmly on the screen, awaiting the opening signal. His gaze immediately honed in on the candlestick chart of gold futures. By the way, Li Huilin mentioned that for risk management, diversification of investments is essential. This thought flashed momentarily across his mind. However, there was no time to dwell on that. If a meticulous plan were to be devised, it ought to have been completed before the market opened. Now, as his attention was riveted on gold futures, an insatiable instinct surged within him, igniting a tremor throughout his entire being. Click, click, his fingers, as if guided by an invisible force, began to strike the buy button resolutely, time and again. He could not stop. If he did not release this impulse, he felt he would explode. Even at the moment the market opened, all the funds from yesterday, amounting to over $1 million, which were set to sell at preset prices, were unhesitatingly reinvested into gold futures. It was an all-in gamble, as the final purchase order was executed and the funds in his account were nearly depleted. That taut sensation abruptly vanished, replaced by a peculiar, almost euphoric calm that enveloped him. Well then, today's work is finished, I suppose? He leaned back in his chair, exhaling softly. Yes, just like yesterday. Buy in full, then sell tomorrow. This task seems to be easier than anticipated. Quite delightful. Indeed. However, this thought lasted no more than 3 seconds. The strange sensation that had just subsided surged within him once more, violently stirring. This time, does it mean he should continue buying? But I have exhausted my resources. He felt a tightness in his chest. Yet no, this time, the sensation did not point towards buying. As his mouse pointer hovered near the buy button, that restlessness subsided. But when he tentatively moved the pointer towards the sell button, a sharp, clear sensation, akin to a jolt of static electricity, surged through his fingertips and raced up his arm. Am I to sell? In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Li Huilin had once said that timing in short-term trading is of utmost importance. Buy low, sell high. This is the very essence of survival in short-term trading. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Hao's fingers danced frantically over the sell button, launching a torrent of clicks. He disposed of all the shares he had just acquired. With a sigh of relief, he gazed at the confirmation of the transaction on screen. That was close. A moment later, and he would have been in serious trouble. Almost simultaneously with his completion of the sale, the candlestick chart, which had been attempting to breach the previous high, plummeted like a kite severed from its string, diving downward with reckless abandon, as if plummeting towards the Earth's core. Thankfully, he had successfully escaped before the collapse. Profits secured. Now it was time to seek out new opportunities. He prepared to close the gold futures trading window, eager to find a fresh target. However, before his finger could press the X to close the window, alarm! It struck again. An overwhelming, domineering intuition blared in his mind like the highest level of emergency alert. What is happening? Am I to buy again? Just moments ago, the signal had come from the sell button. Now, as his mouse pointer instinctively hovered back over the buy button, signal, a frenzied torrent of signals crashed upon him like a flood bursting its banks. His body was utterly commandeered by this instinct, his fingers seemingly possessed, reflexively pounding the buy button in a frenzy. Buy. This time, it must end here, right? No. Such naive delusion. It was back again. This time, merely seconds had elapsed since he completed the purchase. That accursed signal, like a relentless parasite, once more pointed with precision and audacity towards the sell button. Within a few fleeting minutes, enduring this electrifying jolt to his very soul multiple times, Su Hao felt his temples throb wildly. Yet, under the relentless and exhilarating signal's influence, his fingers could not cease. Buy, sell, help me. His consciousness, overwhelmed by the intense shocks and overload, was reduced to this final, faint, almost shattered whisper. Chapter 19. Dare you move against the royal family? Fong Huan Investment, like all private equity firms, regards risk control with an intensity bordering on obsession, valuing it more than life itself. Their pursuit is of long-term stable returns. shunning fleeting, ephemeral profits. It is universally acknowledged that the endeavor to amass wealth overnight in the securities market is akin to recklessly dashing into a casino without a tire. The culmination of greed often leads to devastating losses that can obliterate everything. Thus, Fenghuan investment steadfastly adheres to the cold logic of mathematical models, placing bets only in the safest arenas with the most reliable returns. Like a precise pump, they endeavor to extract profits cautiously from the market's veins. Consequently, should the traders become overly zealous and spiral into uncontrollable losses, the vigilant risk control supervisors, their eyes sharp as hawks, would unhesitatingly press the pause button to sever the chain of losses, executing their actions with a merciless swiftness. Today, another cacophony of despair echoed through the office. Supervisor Zhang Wei rubbed his brow, as an amalgam of coffee, smoke, and despondency hung heavily in the air. The persistent decline in the market felt interminable, and although some adept traders profited from short selling, it remained a perilous dance on the edge of a blade, a test of vision and courage. After all, a market downturn is rarely a straight descent. It oscillates between rebounds and declines, and a moment's lapse in judgment can lead to tangible financial losses. Zhang Wei had just frozen several traders' accounts when a sharp ring of the desk phone pierced the silence, illuminating the screen with Liang Haiyuan's name. "Zhang, have you halted my trades?" The voice on the other end boomed like thunder. "Indeed," Zhang Wei replied with a dispassionate tone, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. "Liang Haiyuan, you have already incurred a foreloss. According to our regulations, I must intervene." "Preposterous. How many years have I been trading short? Aren't we veterans allowed to withstand up to 5? Can't you show some leniency?" Liang Haiyuan's voice was laced with impatience and disbelief. "Today, as market conditions are unfavorable, do not let emotions cloud your judgment." Zhang Wei maintained his calm, exuding an air of professional detachment. "Let us conclude matters for today. It's best for everyone to remain composed." You son of a click." Zhang Wei did not wait for the expletives to finish. He severed the call, deeming even a moment more a waste of time. But this was merely the beginning. Following the revocation of their trading privileges, the affected traders inundated him with desperate calls. "Zhang Wei, can you grant just one more chance? Just one. Allow me a one quota. I promise to recover the losses." Truly, one voice, tinged with desperation, resembled that of a gambler on the brink of ruin. "Old Zhang, help a brother out. If I don't see any gains today, I'll have to pack up and leave this month." This plea sounded even more pitiful, spiraling into a lament. Zhang Wei listened impassively, contemplating. These individuals were strikingly similar to gamblers who, having squandered their funds, sought to borrow money to recoup their losses. Yet, he could not entirely dismiss their plight. The life of a trader may seem glamorous at first glance, yet it bears a striking resemblance to that of a freelancer. They engage in personal contracts with their firms, sharing profits in accordance with their earnings. This is why we occasionally hear of exorbitant salaries. However, what happens in the absence of profit? Or worse, in the event of a loss? The lost amount is proportionately deducted from future bonuses, or worse. They may find themselves unceremoniously dismissed. The rules are unforgiving, devoid of any sentiment. The financial industry is marked by its unyielding nature. In the realm of risk management, it is even more austere and devoid of empathy. Perhaps a trader is currently down by 3. With a bit more time, they might turn their fortunes around. Yet, the cold statistics mercilessly reveal that in the vast majority of cases, they tend to incur even greater losses. Once their mindset is destabilized, their judgment becomes clouded, leading to increasingly erroneous trades, akin to sinking into quicksand, deeper and deeper. Consequently, every trader is assigned a preset loss threshold. Upon breach, the system automatically triggers an alert, which must be manually confirmed by the risk supervisor, resulting in an immediate halt to trading. There is no room for negotiation. "Alas, I am powerless. It is merely my duty," Zhang Wei remarked nonchalantly, his fingers deftly navigating the keyboard as he addressed the next alert. Should he fail to supervise effectively, resulting in exacerbated losses, the ultimate responsibility would fall upon him, assessed through performance evaluations, potentially obliterating his career. Suddenly, while Zhang Wei was engrossed in his routine tasks, his brow furrowed in surprise. His attention was drawn to an alarm flashing frantically in the corner of the monitor, its red warning pulsating like the frantic beat of a heart, its severity and frequency far exceeding the norm. His eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is this? The screen displayed an outrageous transaction. Someone had deployed a staggering 5 million yuan. Moreover, completely disregarding any risk controls, this individual had recklessly wagered all their chips on a single futures contract, akin to throwing water everywhere. To further exacerbate the situation, this person was executing dizzying buy and sell orders in mere seconds, oscillating chaotically. What the hell? Who is this lunatic? Zhang Wei's heart raced at the thought. Engaging in short-term trades? No problem. Among traders, executing transactions every few seconds is commonplace. It is their fundamental skill. However, to utilize one's entire capital without any diversification, solely betting on a futures contract while indulging in such high-frequency trading, this suicidal approach was unprecedented in his career. It was akin to tying one's head to one's belt and leaping off a cliff, a blatant invitation to demise. Wait a moment, this person. Zhang Wei instinctively reached for the termination button, desperate to intervene before this individual squandered 5 million yuan. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the name of the frenzied trader, his hand abruptly halted, hovering above the button. Su Hao. Is that the same individual from before? Memories flooded back in an instant. It was that novice trader who, with a complete disregard for risk management, had invested in merely 3 stocks and inexplicably achieved astonishing returns. At that time, he had contemplated issuing a warning, but was halted by Zhou Yi from the trading department, who insisted it was unnecessary. Zhou Yi further cryptically advised him to inquire with his superior, Manager Pan from the risk management department. However, amidst the ensuing bustle, he forgot all about it. Little did he expect that today. Zhang Wei stared at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the screen, glancing at the name Su Hao, and a sense of unease began to brew within him. An instinct compelled him to refrain from pressing the stop button, a chill creeping down his spine. He inhaled deeply, rose to his feet, and strode purposefully towards the office of Manager Pan Sun from the risk management department. Manager, Zhang Wei's voice was somewhat hoarse. What is it? Pan Sun did not lift his gaze, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. There is someone, using the entire principal amount, approximately 5 million, to engage in high-frequency trading on a single gold futures contract. Oh, Pan Sun paused slightly. The gold market appears quite favorable today. As long as the risk is managed properly, it should not pose a significant issue, however. Zhang Wei interjected, his voice lowering. He is utterly neglecting any form of risk management. 5 million is being gambled in and out repeatedly without any safeguards. Before he could finish, Pan Sun abruptly raised his head, his complexion turning ashen. He slammed his hand on the desk and bellowed. Is he out of his mind? Why are you even here asking me? Hurry and stop him. What are you waiting for? Have you lost your senses? The muscles in his face twitched with agitation. Yes, I intended to do just that, Zhang Wei stammered, gathering his courage. But the operator is that new trader, the one who just joined? What? Pan Xan's brow furrowed tightly. In a private equity firm, newcomers come and go regularly. But if it is a recently arrived trader executing such a monumental operation, his face, once contorted with rage, suddenly transformed as if doused with icy water, swiftly cooling down. Anger dissipated, replaced by a chilling seriousness. Is this trader named Su Hao? He inquired, his tone devoid of the earlier ire. Yes, it is him. Last time, he also engaged in zero risk control while purchasing 3 stocks. I had planned to issue a warning, but Zhou Yi from the trading department stopped me, saying it was unnecessary. Zhang Wei nodded eagerly, adding, he even mentioned if I was genuinely curious, I should come directly to ask you. Pan Sun's expression darkened considerably, fluctuating between emotions, as if he were tasting something bitter. Zhang Wei cautiously observed his superior's demeanor, his foreboding sense intensifying. It was a complex mixture of being troubled, helpless, and perhaps even a hint of trepidation. After a prolonged silence, Pan Sun finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Leave him be. Huh? Zhang Wei was taken aback. But that has 5 million. Are we just going to let him recklessly proceed? Yes. Pan Sun's tone was resolute, tinged with an undeniable weariness. This is for the best for both you and me. What kind of statement was that? Zhang Wei was utterly bewildered. Under normal circumstances, this manager would have erupted in fury, eager to storm over and smash that person's computer. Noticing the dazed expression on Zhang Wei's face, Pan Sun lowered his voice. Leaning in closer and almost whispered, "That traitor was sent down from above." Ah, could it be? In an instant, Zhang Wei grasped the implication, his heart sinking sharply as a dreadful suspicion took root. "You are not mistaken." Pan Sun's gaze was sharp as a blade, imbued with a meaning that was all too clear. It is precisely that sort. Connections. The princeling. The royal kin. No wonder Zhou Yi had spoken those words. Enlightenment washed over Zhang Wei, yet he was also gripped by a chilling sensation. I suspect that old fox Zhou Yi is equally a loss regarding how to handle this, and has simply chosen to let it be. Pan Sun continued in a hushed tone, his voice laced with a hint of resignation and caution. The trading department dares not touch this hot potato. If our risk management department recklessly intervenes and something goes awry, we would all be doomed. Do you understand my meaning? But what if he loses all the money? Will they not hold us in risk management accountable for negligence? Zhang Wei remained apprehensive. The stakes were far too high. One could only hope that such a scenario would not unfold. Pan Sun sighed. What else can we do? Are you going to stop us trading? Go ahead. You do that. Can you bear the ensuing troubles? I cannot bear it. Zhang Wei admitted candidly. Not only could he, a mere supervisor, not shoulder it, but even Pan Sun, as a manager, would likely be unable to manage the fallout. Then let us feign ignorance. Pan Sun patted his shoulder, his tone softening. Xiao Zhang, you have worked diligently for so many years. Do not jeopardize your future over this matter. It is not worth it. The manager's words fell like cold water, and Zhang Wei silently returned to his seat, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. His heart continued to race, as if it might leap from his throat. What if he had been unable to restrain himself and had pressed the stop button? He exhaled a long, deep breath. Merely contemplating the consequences sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him in a state of dread. Chapter 20. Utterly absurd. Before long, a new wave of anxiety surged within Zhang Wei's heart. This sudden arrival of a royal relative. How much of the 5 million would they squander today? This was not merely stocks, it was futures trading, with leverage involved. Should they face catastrophic losses and subsequently lash out, claiming that the risk management team failed to intervene in time, the consequences would be dire, leaving them all in a precarious position. It was indeed a dilemma. He endeavored to divert his gaze, admonishing himself not to focus on this hot potato. Yet, his peripheral vision persistently wandered towards Su Hao's trading window, which flickered incessantly, as if it possessed an invisible allure. As he stared, Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes, suspecting that his mounting tension had conjured an illusion. Had he misread the situation? The figures on the screen were entirely contrary to his expectations. Utterly incomprehensible. What on earth was this return rate? Zhang Wei's voice trembled with disbelief. Given such reckless and chaotic maneuvers, the account balance ought to plummet dramatically, showcasing glaring losses. Yet astonishingly, Su Hao's financial trajectory not only resisted decline, but soared against the odds. With each purchase and sale, amidst the heart-stopping frequency of transactions, Su Hao's account profits continued to surge dramatically. It was as if he were riding a rocket. As the noon bell rang, Su Hao finally paused. It was not out of desire, but rather because his body could no longer endure the strain. A faint groan escaped his lips, resembling a whisper of exhaustion slipping through clenched teeth. His eyes ached and burned, nearly unable to open, feeling as though his eyelids were weighted with lead. His mind buzzed like an overheated engine, spinning in dizzying circles, accompanied by waves of sharp pain and vertigo, rendering everything before him a blur. Evidently, this ability was not without limits. A moment of clarity flashed through his mind. Today's experience was unprecedented, continuously harnessing that mysterious perception. His fingertips nearly shattered the mouse as he mechanically executed buy and sell commands, feeling as if his bones might fracture under the pressure. The consequence was that his body had issued an unequivocal protest against the overwhelming burden. Today, he grasped the reality that this survival skill could indeed be overloaded. The prices continued to fluctuate. He sensed it vaguely, yet the clear, guiding intuition that once illuminated his path had extinguished like a spent candle. Perhaps he had pushed himself too hard today and needed rest. Merely gazing at the dancing numbers on the screen induced a wave of nausea. He chose to close his eyes, sinking heavily into the chair, seeking a fleeting moment of tranquility. Oh, what was the return again? His mind drifted in a haze. The recent operations had been executed almost instinctively, as if possessed by some unseen force. As for whether he had gained or lost, and to what extent, he simply lacked the energy to concern himself with such matters. He merely gripped the mouse, clicking furiously. I'll check later, he thought. At that moment, he found himself too fatigued to even glance at the screen. All he could do was rest. A company, once it has expanded to a certain scale, tends to stabilize. Ordinary tempests can hardly shake its foundations. However, financial firms are an exception. This industry perpetually treads the razor's edge. Take, for instance, the overseas giants that now dwarf Fonghuan Investment. The catastrophic collapses due to lapses in risk management are all too common, often making headlines in the news. In an attempt to cushion such impacts, the domestic sector has established numerous layers of financial regulatory barriers, yet this does not imply a state of carefree security. There have been several painful lessons in history where domestic financial firms suffered astronomical losses due to risk control failures. Incidents such as the Everbright Securities mishap, the sudden surge in the stock price of Industrial Bank, the massive losses incurred by China Aviation Oil's oil options, and other notable financial upheavals. The bloodstains have yet to dry. Some of these names have long been lost to the dust of history. In the office of the chairman, Huang Fengwen, the head of Fonghuan Investment, was immersed in a mountain of documents. Ugh, endless reports, he muttered softly, his fingertips gliding over the densely packed text. The air was thick with the scent of paper and a hint of cigar smoke. He could certainly delegate these materials to his secretary or subordinates for summarization. Yet, what if they overlooked a crucial detail while sifting through the information, leading him, the chief decision-maker, to make a grave misjudgment? Such fatal errors could not be tolerated. Therefore, regardless of how lengthy and tedious the documents were, Huang Fengwen insisted on personally reviewing them, reading every word. With the Federal Reserve's upcoming interest rate meeting, all contingency plans needed to be meticulously prepared. He rubbed the corners of his eyes, weary from fatigue. Alas, as the company grew, so too did the demands on his time. Stretching his stiff shoulders, he felt the need for a brief respite. At that moment, a thought struck him. What about Su Hao? How was that young lad faring? Yesterday marked his first day as a formal trader. He must have been quite flustered. Moreover, the market was still in a downward trend. He mused, that boy was likely losing money. Typically, the initial capital allocated to a formal trader was around 1 million. And by regulation, a maximum loss of 2 would trigger risk control measures. Huang Fengwen calculated in his mind. Over the past 2 days, Su Hao had likely lost around 40,000. Yes, 40,000. He would consider this as tuition, a vivid lesson in social practice. After all, he was a member of the guild whom he held in high regard. With this thought, he casually called up Su Hao's account information, eager to see the specifics of the losses. What is this? The figure displayed on the screen caused his pupils to constrict in shock. The total balance far exceeded his expectations. How could there be 7 million? With an initial capital of 1 million, it has now transformed into 7 million. A 7-fold increase. Huang Fengwen immediately realized those individuals below must have discovered that Su Hao was the person he had brought in through his connections. The additional millions were evidently added later, and even the risk control department turned a blind eye, failing to enforce any risk management. Damn it, those scoundrels. He felt a sudden wave of headache. That young lad, Su Hao, probably knew nothing, like a puppet operating solely as directed by others. How much had been invested at this point? Had he known it would come to this, he should have summoned the relevant personnel from the beginning for a thorough reprimand. Wait a moment. Huang Fengwen's brow furrowed tightly. His gaze fixed intently on the trading details, and he detected something amiss. Initial capital, 1 million. First day yield, 8. Consequently, the trading department manager exercises authority to add 4 million in funds, elevating the total operational limit to 5 million. Then came today's yield, 40%. Huang Fengwen gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Having once been a formidable trader himself, albeit in the era when one had to trade on-site at securities companies, he understood that achieving a 40 return in a single day was exceedingly rare, especially within the domestic A-share market, where the daily fluctuation limit is generally around 10. Even in the unrestricted U.S. stock market, it is a rarity for short-term traders to generate a 40 profit in a single day, primarily due to the increasingly stringent risk control systems that do not permit such reckless operations. More importantly, a daily yield of 40 is almost the realm of the divine. Yet Su Hao, this Na'vi youth whom he believed required his extra guidance, had astonishingly managed to achieve this outrageous figure through what could only be described as a frenzied approach to trading futures, all while utilizing the entire principle of 5 million. The system must have malfunctioned. This was Huang Fengwen's first reaction. Only this explanation seemed reasonable. Otherwise, how could it be possible? He immediately seized the phone and contacted the technical department. What? The system is functioning perfectly? Investigate further. I demand a thorough check. However, no matter how many times the technical department confirmed, the result remained the same. There were no errors in the system. That young lad, the smallest in his guild, always cheerful, amiable, and diligent, who had expressed a desire to leave gaming for a job, was merely assigned to pass the time. Today, he had created a trading record worthy of being inscribed in the company's annals. Huang Fengwen stared blankly at the screen, rendered speechless for a long while. His original script had envisioned the young lad experiencing the harsh realities of society, losing a bit of money. Subsequently, he, the esteemed president, would offer heartfelt words of consolation, showcasing the care and grace of a senior. What then was the outcome? On the very second day of his employment, he shattered the company's single-day profit record. Was it merely a stroke of luck? No. Huang Fengwen's gaze swept over the densely packed trading records. This could not solely be attributed to fortune. It was the result of countless precise high-low trades, buying and selling, meticulously accumulating profit. What astonished him further was that this young man had the foresight to cease trading right at the midday close. From that moment onward, the futures prices entered a prolonged phase of narrow consolidation, significantly increasing the difficulty of operations. He knew in advance. A tempest of thoughts surged within Huang Fengwen. He knows when to buy and when to sell. But could this be possible? Is it real? Huang Fengwen stared blankly at the screen, and after a considerable while, he abruptly came to his senses, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. There was no time to waste. He swiftly grabbed the internal phone on his desk. Secretary Zhang. His voice regained its former steadiness and authority. Immediately relay this message. Summon all personnel related to Su Hao to my office at once. Chapter 21. A grand spectacle of magical realism. Engaging in futures trading is akin to dancing on the edge of a volcano. Thrilling indeed. Yet one misstep could leave you scorched and obliterated. This venture inherently boasts a tenfold leverage, offering a heart-pounding roller coaster experience at every moment. The market's movements are intensely volatile, fluctuating with a ferocity reminiscent of an epileptic seizure. Just yesterday, the crude oil contracts appeared as stable as a seasoned veteran. Yet today, with the first sounds of conflict in the Middle East, prices can soar sky-high. Tomorrow, a mere cough from the Federal Reserve could lead to a plummet so steep that even your mother would fail to recognize your account. A popular jest circulates. The futures market is akin to a financial version of Russian roulette, with seasoned traders clutching technical analysis charts in one hand and a liquidation calculator in the other, their screens cluttered with take-profit and stop-loss orders, as if they could strap their accounts with a multitude of safety belts. Yet, even with such precautions, a sudden black swan event in the dead of night could still upend everything. Just when you think you've bottomed out, the market retaliates with an unexpected blow, causing your account balance to evaporate faster than grease on a hot stove. Logically, one would expect a veteran like Zhou Yi who has navigated this turbulent market for many years, to have noticed the stabilizing signs in gold prices. As long as his position was light, his reflexes swift, and his timing impeccable, he could deftly maneuver in and out, plucking a few profit from the flames. Yet on this day, Zhou Yi remained utterly still, refraining from any trades. It was not fear of losing his touch that held him back, but rather a burgeoning apprehension regarding a newcomer named Su Hao. From a moment the opening bell rang, this young man charged into the gold futures contracts with unbridled enthusiasm, seemingly fueled by an adrenaline rush. His fervor causing Zhou Yi's eyelids to twitch with anxiety. What was the source of this audacity? Zhou Yi's mind raced with questions. Just 30 seconds prior, he had liquidated his position, and in less than a minute, this newcomer had re-entered the fray with reckless abandon. Was he timing trades with a stopwatch? What was his methodology? Was it a matter of prophetic insight or merely a calculated guess? Was it technical analysis? This term, while sounding impressive, is touted as the cumulative wisdom painstakingly refined by countless investment veterans and analysis masters. Traders like them typically begin with fundamental analysis before plunging into the vast ocean of technical analysis. In essence, the foundation of technical analysis posits that market prices encapsulate all available information. Thus, they scrutinize the colorful, intricate candlestick charts, attempting to decipher the elusive market sentiment and collective psyche, predicting whether the market will ascend or descend. Anyone who has weathered the turbulent storms of the market knows the reality. While technical analysis may boast grand theories, relying on it for perfect price predictions is nothing short of fanciful dreaming. If it were truly that reliable, one could simply employ a supercomputer to run a program, rendering the services of salaried traders unnecessary. It would be more prudent for them to retire and tend to familial duties instead. Do not be deceived by the confidence of the seasoned traders as they plunge into the bustling marketplace. Few emerge unscathed. Most succumb to the chaotic K-line charts, a tumultuous blend of human greed, fear, and various tumultuous emotions, only to find themselves leaving in disgrace after incurring significant losses. A glance at the trading screens of fellow traders in the office reveals a sea of green, reminiscent of a verdant prairie, with not a single account in the red. The atmosphere is one of lamentation, truly pitiful. Yet, how does one explain the enigma that is Su Hao? Zhou Yi feels his worldview is undergoing an unprecedented upheaval. For amidst this lamenting field of hapless traders, there stands an unwavering money tree. Moreover, this individual is engaging in genuine transactions. He boldly plunged his entire capital of 5 million RMB into gold futures without so much as a flutter of an eyelid. This transcends mere trading. It is akin to turning the tables and gambling recklessly. Even more disconcerting is his penchant for ultra-short-term operations that could induce cardiac arrest. Trades are executed in mere seconds, at a frenetic pace that leaves one dizzy. Astonishingly, through this seemingly reckless maneuvering, he manages to consistently and steadily extract layer upon layer of profit, accumulating gains at an unbroken pace. Zhou Yi watches in disbelief, rubbing his throbbing temples, feeling as though his mind is on the verge of combustion. This defies logic. This is irrational. It completely exceeds his understanding of trading. Is he relying on technical analysis? The K-line chart resembles the scrawlings of a madman. Was there to analyze? Or has he mastered some clandestine, arcane secret? Regardless, the most crucial and envy-inducing reality remains. Su Hao is making money, and at an almost perverse, unfathomable velocity. He is voraciously siphoning funds from the market. Goodness, it has already surpassed 8. Zhou Yi's heart races in tandem with that figure, his palms beginning to sweat. Yet, 8 is evidently just an appetizer. Shortly thereafter, that number surges like a wild stallion, soaring upwards. 15, 20, 25. Good heavens! Is this fellow a reincarnated money-printing machine? Zhou Yi, despite not being involved in the trading, finds his hands trembling uncontrollably as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Cold sweat nearly saturating the back of his shirt. Were it he in such a position, achieving even a 5 profit on such high-risk futures would elicit satisfaction and celebration. Who would dare to engage in such reckless abandon as Su Hao, dancing tirelessly on the edge of blade? Moreover, who in their right mind would stake the entire 5 million RMB provided by the company on such a volatile future, repeatedly wagering without hesitation? This is sheer folly. Yet, Su Hao, remarkably, continues to reinvest both principal and profits with abandon. That wild fervor resembled that of a gambler, his vision clouded by crimson desperation. Oh, but that is not quite right. He had been winning all along, akin to a relentless force of nature. A gambling deity afflicted by both epilepsy and Parkinson's? Did he not fear a moment of miscalculation, a slip of the hand? Would not the painstakingly earned fortune vanish in an instant, return to the abyss? The thin line between monumental gains and devastating losses was but a fleeting thought. Zhou Yi, overwhelmed to the point of forgetting his own trading responsibilities, found his mind a muddled mess, wrestling with inner turmoil. Should he rush over to impart earnest advice? Azu, it's time to stop. The world outside. No, it is more prudent to remind him to take the profits while they last. Do not squander this opportunity. You have amassed so much already. Is it not wise to be cautious? Yet the dilemma remained. What grounds did he possess to counsel him? Zhou Yi suddenly grasped a disheartening reality. From market open until now, several hours had elapsed, and Su Hao had yet to incur a single loss. Not a single misstep. How could one aptly describe such a scene? No, it defied description. It was incomprehensible, or perhaps more bluntly, he was witnessing the supernatural in broad daylight. Today, Zhou Yi was an eyewitness to a surreal spectacle, one that threatened to upend over 20 years of professional experience. Time raced by in Zhou Yi's state of utter shock and self-doubt, whizzing past in an instant. When he finally regained his composure, a glaring number that could nearly blind a titanium-eyed dog gleamed on Su Hao's computer screen. 40. Holy cow, that beast! Zhou Yi could no longer contain himself. His tumultuous emotions erupted like a volcano, and an exclamation encapsulating his shock, envy, confusion, and even a tinge of fear escaped his lips uncontrollably. He believed there were no words more succinct, precise, or capable of conveying his intricate feelings than those few syllables. In the realm of the common folk, there exist those madmen who recklessly invest, perhaps achieving mythical returns in the short term. Yet such success cannot endure. Given time, the inevitable regression to the mean would see all profits returned unceremoniously. Yet now, within a well-regulated, compliant private equity firm, relying solely on intraday trading and T0 transactions, he witnessed the seemingly impossible, a staggering 40 return on an exceedingly risky futures investment. Zhou Yi would swear to the heavens that after years of experience and having traversed numerous docks, encountering all manner of peculiarities, he had never before encountered a phenomenon like Su Hao. Everyone knows that futures trading comes with great leverage and volatility, with a stroke of luck and impeccable timing. One may indeed reap substantial rewards, yet the associated risks are terrifying. For someone like Su Hao to wager the entire 5 million principal provided by the company, acting like a perpetual motion machine, buying and selling repeatedly, ultimately achieving a 40 return. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? At last. It has come to a halt. As the afternoon trading session commenced, Zhou Yi was engulfed in existential doubt when, all of a sudden, Su Hao deftly maneuvered his mouse, liquidating all his positions in a swift and decisive manner. The action was executed with unparalleled precision. Following that, he nonchalantly closed the trading window. Then, he reclined into the spacious armchair, shutting his eyes in serene contentment. Could it be? Was this the end of his trading for the day? Or had he simply fallen asleep? This cannot be. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Hao's figure. The market had not yet closed for the afternoon, and he was already throwing the towel? Zhou Yi had anticipated that Su Hao would be unsatisfied with a staggering 40 profit and would seek to push the limits of human potential towards an ambitious 50. Now it became clear. Shortly after Su Hao's retreat, Zhou Yi instinctively glanced at the gold K-line chart. He noticed that the previously erratic and wildly fluctuating curve had begun to behave more docilely. The amplitude of the fluctuations had noticeably diminished, and the trend was shifting towards a more rational and stable trajectory. The once tumultuous trading volume, akin to a raging flood, was rapidly dwindling, as the market gradually entered a phase of narrow consolidation. Su Hao had ceased trading precisely because of this. He had astutely detected the subtle signals indicating the impending end of the market's frenzy, and without the slightest hesitation, he decisively opted to realize his profits. Retreating faster than a hare, his timing for entry was impeccable. Equally flawless was his timing for exit. Such a bold and strategic withdrawal commanded deep respect. The entire operation unfolded with a clarity and precision reminiscent of a textbook. No, it was even more remarkable than that. It was as if this fellow had truly gained divine insight, or perhaps he was none other than the legendary stock god incarnate. Just as this absurd thought flickered through Zhou Yi's mind, a notification from the corporate OA pinged on his desk. Manager Zhou Yi, the chairman is looking for you. Please report to his office immediately. Zhou Yi's heart sank. There was still some time before the afternoon session would close. By protocol, unless an earth-shattering event had transpired, the chairman would not summon a trader to his office at this hour, especially not the manager of the trading department. Moreover, even if there were indeed a significant issue, it would typically be addressed to his superior, the head of the trading department. Why would he bypass the hierarchy to summon Zhou Yi directly? There was only one possibility. Indeed, no, it was a certainty. This was undoubtedly due to that rascal, Su Hao. Chapter 22. A series of flattering praise. In the office of the chairman, the atmosphere was nothing short of dazzling. The chairman, the executive director, various esteemed executives, directors, department managers, deputy managers, and supervisors, all the prominent figures of the company, save for those on business trips, had gathered. The spacious office was filled to capacity, and the air felt somewhat tense. Once everyone had arrived, Chairman Huang Fengwen sauntered in, hands casually tucked into his pockets. He surveyed the room and furrowed his brow slightly. Why are there so many people here? His secretary quickly stepped forward to explain in a hushed tone. Chairman, you instructed that all personnel related to Su Hao should come. Huang Fengwen cast a sidelong glance at his secretary, exasperatedly waving his hand. All right, you may leave now. Yes. The secretary bowed in relief and hurriedly exited. Huang Fengwen watched a retreating figure with a shake of his head, muttering to himself, that girl is great in many ways, but perhaps a bit too straightforward. He then turned to the group of executives, who were sitting stiffly with varied expressions, and spoke in a relaxed tone. No need to stand. Please, take a seat. Yes, there are a few too many of us, but that is precisely why I had this large office built, for occasions like this. He understood that at least half of those present were bewildered, utterly unaware of why they had been summoned in such haste. Let us not beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Huang Fengwen leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. A while ago, I brought someone into the company. You all remember, right? The reason for today's gathering revolves around that individual. What? What did you bring someone into the company? One of the seemingly uninformed vice presidents looked momentarily stunned. Huang Fengwen nodded. It's understandable. Your seniority might have made you overlook it. He then directed his gaze towards the two department heads present. You both should be aware, right? The two department heads, the leaders of the trading department and the risk management department, exchanged knowing glances and nodded gravely, their expressions indicating that indeed, this was concerning that matter. I know many of you are skeptical, thinking that this newcomer is merely a product of connections, someone you do not particularly welcome. This is quite normal. Huang Fengwen spoke with a calm, yet authoritative tone. However, just yesterday, someone had the audacity to allocate 5 million RMB in trading capital to a newcomer who has barely been here for 2 days. Who among you will explain this? What? Allocating 5 million to a newcomer? Are you joking? Even if he is your appointee, this is utterly outrageous. The executive director, Lu Zhua, leapt to his feet, his voice elevated by several octaves. Who did this? Had they lost their mind? Can he bear this responsibility? Lao Lu, please remain calm. Huang Fengwen raised his hand to signal him to settle down, expressing that he was not there to seek retribution, but was merely curious. Who is it? Step forward, he said. In the crowd, Zhou Yi took a deep breath, gathered his courage and stood up, responding, "It is I, Chairman." "Oh, it is you, Zhou, correct?" Huang Fengwen regarded him with an inscrutable tone, devoid of discernible emotion. "If I recall correctly, our Su Hao seems to be part of your team. One of your subordinates?" Zhou felt a jolt within. The familiarity in the chairman's address suggested a bond between him and Su Hao that was far more profound than he had anticipated. This was no ordinary connection. It was akin to familial ties. "Chairman," Zhou steadied himself and replied with dignified composure. "The reason for granting him such a substantial quota is that I perceive immense potential in him." "Potential?" Huang Fengwen raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Is it not because of my position as chairman that you wish to curry favor or provide him with special treatment?" Beside them, Lu Zhuo seized the opportunity to interject sarcastically. "Humph, I suspect that is precisely the case." Zhou shook his head firmly. "Absolutely not. It is not merely potential. He has already substantiated his genius through solid performance." Lu Zhuo scoffed, disbelief etched across his face. "Huh, you speak as if it were a fact. With your embellishments, one might think he brings in a 5 return for the company each day. It is well known that in the realm of private equity traders, achieving a stable daily yield of 5 is extraordinarily rare. Such individuals are indeed the CRME de la CRME, revered wherever they go." However, Zhou Yi's subsequent words detonated like a bomb in the quiet office. Much more than that. Lu Zhuo's derision froze instantly. "What?" Zhou straightened his posture, enunciating a figure that would leave all present questioning their understanding of reality. On his first day yesterday, his daily yield was 8, and today, prior to this meeting, his daily yield has soared to 40. Puff! Lu Zhuo nearly spewed blood in shock, his expression morphing into one of disbelief and rage. "Are you two jesting with me? 8 yesterday, 40 today. Is this even coherent? Do you think I have never traded before? Your team specializes in short-term trades, right? A daily gain of 40 in intraday trading? Are you pulling my leg? Who would believe such nonsense?" Not only Lu Zhuo, but all the executives in the office who were previously unaware shared expressions of shock, skepticism, and incredulity. This figure had transcended their comprehension of financial markets and human capability. It was utterly contrary to common sense. "I understand. Everyone finds it hard to believe." As Zhou faced the questioning gazes of the crowd, his expression was undeniably solemn, devoid of any hint of jest. "But this is an irrefutable fact. I have no reason to fabricate such an easily debunked lie in front of so many leaders." Lu Zhuo, indignant, pointed at Zhou and turned to Huang Fengwen. "Chairman, listen to this. This guy is simply..." Before he could finish, Huang Fengwen interjected, calmly dropping another bombshell. "It's true." Lu Zhuo. "What?" Huang Fengwen reaffirmed, his tone imbued with a sense of disbelief even he found astonishing. Today, that lad Su Hao indeed achieved a 40 return. At this revelation, the entire office erupted in chaos. The chairman himself had come down to validate it. The executives' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, their jaws almost hitting the floor. How could this be possible? 40 in a single day, and through short-term trading. Lu Zhuo's voice trembled. Zhou explained that it seems Su Hao had seized the opportunity presented by the drastic fluctuations in gold futures today, executing multiple trades. Huang Fengwen noted that he, too, had just received the report and was equally astonished. Even in futures trading, that is simply implausible. Lu Zhuo could not accept it. This is not a figure that can be merely explained by good fortune. It is absolutely impossible. That is precisely why I summoned you all here, Huang Fengwen replied, spreading his hands. Initially, I intended to meet privately with the relevant heads of Su Hao's department and the risk control team to understand the situation. He disregarded the executives still lost in shock and chaos, their whispers swirling around, and turned his attention back to Zhou Yi. "So, Zhou Yi, are you implying that you recognized his capabilities entirely on their own merit, rather than due to any other considerations? Which led you to entrust such a significant sum to a newcomer who has only just arrived?" Zhou Yi nodded steadily, subtly adding, "Yes, Chairman. Moreover, I have heard that Su Hao is not, in fact, related to you by blood." Huang Fengwen non-committally acknowledged this. That is indeed the case. Yet, another scene flashed through his mind. It was within an online game that consumed his leisure time, where he had devoted countless efforts to a guild that proudly bore the slogan, "We are a family." Though outsiders might find this motto rather juvenile and cringeworthy, he understood that genuine emotions and bonds thrived within the game, encapsulating a part of many lives. Su Hao was his most trusted and steadfast guild member, with whom he had fought side by side for many years in that virtual realm. Of course, the nature of their bond, forged in the digital world, would undoubtedly be lost on his impeccably dressed subordinates, and there was no need to elaborate. Thus, he shifted the conversation, stating casually, "However, in this day and age, must one have a blood relation to truly be considered family?" As soon as the words left his lips, a subtle silence enveloped the office. Executives exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the dawning realization of the profound connection that existed for the chairman to utter such sentiments. It was evident that Su Hao held a position of extraordinary significance in his esteem. Zhou immediately seized the opportunity, climbing the ladder of flattery with earnestness. "Indeed, Chairman. Hence, I concluded that even if you share a personal rapport with Mr. Su Hao, your resolute decision to bring him on board transcends mere friendship. Surely, you must have recognized his exceptional talents. Am I right? Su Hao's capabilities." Huang Fengwen found himself momentarily lost in reflection. He had known Su Hao for several years, and the young man's prowess in the gaming realm was undeniably remarkable. While Huang Fengwen operated as a hands-off president, Su Hao adeptly managed a large guild of hundreds, ensuring it ran like a well-oiled machine. He navigated through complex dungeons, resolved intricate interpersonal dynamics, and addressed team conflicts with finesse. Huang Fengwen understood better than anyone the sheer magnitude of communication skills, organizational acumen, decision-making ability, and charisma required to unite a team amidst the chaos of a virtual environment. Such talent is not merely cultivated through study. It is an innate gift. Without this young man, his guild would likely have crumbled long ago due to internal strife or mismanagement. Huang Fengwen snapped back to the present, nodding thoughtfully. As for Su Hao, indeed, he possesses certain extraordinary qualities. While his entry into the company was decisively influenced by that revolutionary camaraderie, I knew it. Zoe intergested. His expression one of anticipated vindication, while lavishing praise upon the chairman. "It must be your discerning eye that unearthed this gem before other companies could. Your insight remains as sharp as ever." At that moment, other executives quickly joined in, echoing the flattery. Huang Fengwen, overwhelmed by the sudden wave of sycophantic praise, felt a twinge of disorientation. He almost began to believe that his decision to recruit Su Hao had indeed stemmed from his own keen foresight in recognizing the young man's investment prowess. Chapter 23. Disturbing the Dream of the Great One. Ahem. Huang Fengwen cleared his throat, forcibly redirecting the conversation towards the usually taciturn director of risk management, Old Pan. "What is your perspective on this matter from the viewpoint of your department?" Chairman, esteemed leaders, to speak candidly from the risk management standpoint, I must assert that Su Hao's current modus operandi is exceedingly, profoundly, and unequivocally perilous and reckless. Pan Sun of the risk management department rose with a serious expression. His trading actions are in direct violation of our company's internal risk control regulations and trading principles. It is akin to an individual traversing a perilous narrow bridge over a precipice without any protective measures. He has utterly relinquished all risk control, blindly charging forward without regard. This is tantamount to gambling. I must disagree with Director Pan's assessment. However, scarcely had Pan Sun's words left his lips when Zhou immediately countered. All eyes turned to Zhou once more. "I believe Su Hao's audacity is underpinned by his own rationale and confidence." Zhou met Pan Sun's gaze with unwavering conviction. "I have meticulously observed his investment patterns and timing of entries and exits. I am convinced he possesses a unique trading algorithm that is beyond our current comprehension." "Trading algorithm?" Pan Sun furrowed his brow. "What algorithm? Is it quantifiable? Is there a model? Can it be elucidated?" "With all due respect, Director Pan, even if we summoned Su Hao here to elucidate his methods for an entire day." Zhou shook his head. "It is likely that none of us, myself included, will be able to truly grasp his algorithm. Of course, because it is inherently illogical. Lujua interjected, his tone laced with scorn. It's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Such fortuitous encounters bear no semblance to any so-called algorithm. Director Liu, let us not forget he is someone who can earn 8 in a single day and then turn around and make 40 through short trades the very next. Zhou, he turned his gaze towards him, his eyes sharp. You yourself just acknowledged that this is not something achievable by mere luck. If it is not luck, then must be strength. Lujua found himself momentarily speechless. Silence once again enveloped the office. Su Hao's unique algorithm, a concept that no one could fully grasp. Perhaps even he himself could not articulate clearly, yet it undeniably existed and yielded astonishing returns. It seemed as though it belonged in the realm of a martial arts novel, where one could triumph through the absence of technique, or in a fantasy tale depicting transcendent realms. In short, it was enigmatic yet undeniably alluring. Zhou, he firmly believed this was a matter of skill, not chance, and it was predicated upon a set of algorithms that eluded our understanding. Huang Fengwan broke the silence, surveying the assembly. So, esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts? The room fell into a contemplative silence as everyone exchanged glances, their thoughts as varied as their expressions. The connections forged by the chairman were palpable. As it turns out, this seemingly unremarkable connection is anything but he possesses an extraordinary prowess, akin to a supernatural being operating with enhanced capabilities. This situation has become somewhat complex. Ultimately, it was the composed and prudent Pan Sun who first spoke up, proposing a relatively cautious suggestion. Chairman, regardless of the circumstances, I firmly believe we should observe for a while longer. After all, he has only just arrived 2 days ago, correct? Moreover, this Friday marks the final performance evaluation of our assessment cycle. Perhaps we should wait until Friday to assess his ultimate results? If by then, the outcome remains as impressive, Huang Fengwan probed further. Pan Sun infailed deeply, seemingly resolute. Then, if he truly manages to sustain this momentum until Friday, I believe the company should immediately and unequivocally promote him to the next level. We must deploy every available resource and employ all possible strategies to ensure he remains within the company. Traders are also categorized by levels. What lies above a formal trader? It is the senior trader or even the investment manager. Once promoted, one not only gains access to more internal resources, but can also wield larger capital for more diversified and high-authority investment operations. More importantly, the share of profits will significantly increase. In simpler terms, the more you earn for the company, the more you retain for yourself. Very well, Huang Fengwan nodded, casting his gaze across the room. Does anyone oppose Pan Sun's proposal? A profound silence enveloped the space. Who would dare oppose the elevation of someone capable of generating wealth for the company like a money-printing machine, unless they were utterly irrational or harbored a vendetta against financial prosperity? Excellent. It is settled then. Yet, Huang Fengwan internally chuckled at the irony. Initially, he had exerted great effort to bring Su Hao into the company merely to assign him a leisurely position, allowing him to idle away his time and prevent his withdrawal from the industry. It also served to repay the camaraderie forged during their shared struggles with mouse and keyboard. Who could have anticipated that within just 2 days, this individual would single-handedly upheave the entire company, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention? This narrative has certainly veered off course, with heavy eyelids and a mind buzzing from prolonged concentration. Su Hao had merely intended to close his eyes for a brief respite from visual fatigue, allowing his nearly overworked brain to cool down. He simply wished to doze for a moment. Suo, can you guess how much I earned today? Where are you? Su Hao. A bright and slightly excited voice rang in his ears, accompanied by a gentle nudge on his shoulder. Ugh. Su Hao abruptly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. He recalled dozing off shortly after the afternoon market opened. Yet, what was supposed to be a brief nap had inexplicably transformed into a deep slumber. No way. Su Hao. Beside him, Li Huilan's incredulous voice rang out. You just fell asleep? Goodness. You actually slept from over 1 o'clock until now. Slept through the closing, and in the office, At your desk. Su Hao instantly jolted awake, a chill surging from his soles to the crown of his head. He could hardly believe his own mental state. How could he have dozed off during working hours? Caught in the act. If this were to get out, writing a self-reflection would be the least of his troubles. He might even face disciplinary action, or worse, be dismissed. How on earth did I fall asleep? Was it due to my mental exhaustion earlier that caused a forced shutdown? How could you possibly sleep? When did you even start? Li Huilan's voice carried a hint of reproach. Well, Su Hao stammered, at a loss for words. I'm telling you, I was working super hard today. I watched the market from opening to closing. I toiled all day, just to earn. Well, a solid 3. Before he could finish, Li Huilan, brimming with excitement, began to report her own achievements. I owe you thanks for reminding me to pay attention to gold futures this morning. Otherwise, I might not have dared to touch them. And look at you actually. Su Hao felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself right there. What an embarrassment. However, it's all right. After all, in our line of work, what truly matters are the results, the returns, right? Li Huilan's tone shifted as she became magnanimous. As long as you can make money for the company, don't worry about napping at work. Even if you lay at home all day, the chairman would still treat you like a revered ancestor. As she spoke, she instinctively leaned over to Su Hao's computer screen, eager to see his trading results. Come on, let me see how you fared today. If you just slept and didn't make any profit, or worse, lost money, I'll have to give you a good talking to. Suddenly, her expression froze as if she had been hit with a petrifying spell. She blinked, leaning in even closer, scrutinizing the glaring number, tilting her head in confusion and bewilderment. Su Hao, is your trading software malfunctioning? 40? That can't be possible. The system must be faulty. Yet, deep down, Su Hao knew very well that the system was functioning perfectly. Oh, so today's final yield is 40, not bad. He replied in an almost indifferent tone. It should be fine. Not fine. Li Huilan's voice shot up sharply, piercing enough to almost rupture eardrums. Then she stood as if turned to stone, her eyes wide, mouth agape, maintaining that pose of peering at the screen, utterly still. Huilan, are you all right? Su Hao observed her demeanor with growing concern and waved his hand in front of her eyes, yet there was no response. She remained completely frozen, akin to a statue. It was only when Su Hao grasped her shoulders and gently shook her that Li Huilan seemed to be suddenly unsealed, inhaling sharply as if awakening from a deep slumber. Then, with a tone that Su Hao had never encountered before, one filled with utmost respect, and even a hint of flattery and trepidation, she cautiously spoke. Su Hao, esteemed one. Su Hao responded, No, it's Su Hao Ge. Please, remain seated and do not move. As she spoke, Li Huilan flustered and hurriedly attempted to dash outside. I shall fetch a blanket to cover your legs, and brew you a cup of hot tea. No, I shall prepare the finest long jing for you. Su Hao was utterly bewildered by her abrupt transformation. Sister Huilan, what is this sudden change? Oh dear, how could I disturb your peaceful slumber? I've spoken so much nonsense. I am truly sorry. My sincerest apologies. Li Huilan seemed to wish she could slap herself, her face etched with regret. I merely closed my eyes for a moment. Su Hao attempted to clarify. Please wait. I shall return shortly. Oh, and I will swing by the convenience store downstairs to buy you some snacks. Li Huilan paid no heed to his explanations and dashed towards the elevator. What flavor of chips do you prefer? Dark chocolate or milk chocolate? Would you like coffee or cola? Before Su Hao could voice his refusal, Li Huilan had already rushed out of the office like a gust of wind, leaving him alone in his seat, watching her hasty and somewhat unsteady figure recede into the evening glow, appearing particularly disheveled. Chapter 24. Employee of the Month. At the end of the month, it is a customary occasion for workers to wear smiles upon their faces. After all, after a month of toil, who does not eagerly await the moment their wages are deposited? For the traders at the Counterpart Phantom Investment, this sentiment is amplified. This day serves as a benchmark for them to assess their performance and receive their rewards. Theoretically, everyone should be in high spirits. However, the thought of having to trudge into the office on this cursed Saturday inevitably dampens the mood, leaving a lingering sense of discontent. Yet, today's atmosphere is particularly peculiar. as an unusual low pressure envelopes the office. Hey guys, let's find out if any department has met its targets this month. Meet the targets? What a dream. With the market behaving like this, plummeting as if in free fall, it would be a miracle to even achieve positive returns. I've heard that the vast majority of departments are severely in the red, uniformly negative. As per tradition, the end of the month brings the announcement of performance rankings, who among the teams has triumphed, and which trader has emerged as the star of the month. The teams and individuals with the best performance are rewarded handsomely by the company. Conversely, if a team has incurred significant losses or failed to meet the minimum monthly targets set by the company, even the highest performer among the underachievers receives nothing. The internal benchmark established by the company requires a monthly return of 5, with an aspirational goal ranging between 5 and 15. Frankly speaking, encountering a team that achieves a 15 return in a month is akin to finding a unicorn. Such an accomplishment is almost mythical unless one stumbles upon a once-in-a-century bull market. Moreover, this month has seen a market trend characterized entirely by turbulence and decline, making trading exceedingly challenging. Pessimistic conjectures have already circulated within the office. It is likely that not a single department will reach the 5 threshold. Have you heard? Even those erstwhile titans of the options department, who used to bask in effortless profits, have suffered significant setbacks this time. Those fellows, who usually treat work like a vacation, have suddenly found themselves working overtime every day. Why, you ask? Because they're in dire straits. Goodness, just how much are they losing? It seems no one anticipated the market to spiral into such chaos, all due to the recent nickel mining debacle. This has surely given them a stark lesson in market risk. I say, do we really have a luxury to worry about others? Our own department is the epicenter of disaster. I reckon there isn't a single department capable of fulfilling its tasks this month. Thus, it appears that everyone has tacitly resigned themselves to their fate. The title of this month's best trader is certainly vacant, and as for bonuses, one might as well dream on. But wait, what is this? At that moment, a notification pinged from the company SOA, revealing a company-wide announcement. The title boldly proclaimed, "Announcement regarding the best performing team in the trading department this month." What? In such a disastrous market, someone actually turned a profit? They even met their performance targets? Is this for real? Are they jesting with me? A group of traders, their faces etched with disbelief, hurriedly flocked to their computers to click on the glaring announcement. They were eager to discover which divine team could defy the odds in such a hellish market. Upon closer inspection, they found it was the outstanding monthly team, Trading Division 1. Division 1? Wait a minute. ISNT that the department led by Zhou E. Incredible. How on earth did he manage that? This usually reticent individual had evidently been quietly thriving in the shadows. In the eyes of his colleagues, Zhou E was a rather obscure figure. He would decline invitations to departmental dinners, citing concerns over gaining weight and compromising his physique. Typically reserved, he seemed as silent as a stone. Who would have imagined that while the rest of the department wallowed in despair, his team was clandestinely counting their profits? Not a whisper had escaped. Hold on, guys, do you think this is related to that? A well-informed colleague suddenly lowered his voice. Which one? The prince. Not long ago, he had been assigned to Zhou's department, hadn't he? Oh, are you suggesting internal maneuvering? Resource favoritism? Indeed. What's more astonishing is that Zhou quickly promoted that prince to a formal trader. This is downright opportunistic. As this revelation sank in, it was as if a light bulb had illuminated the room. No wonder that amidst a market that had plummeted, Zhou's department stood out like a beacon. This was not merely exceptional performance. It was a tailor-made accolade for the prince. A political correctness award bestowed upon Zhou E for his eager cooperation and for elevating the princess status. Why not just award the monthly top trader title to the prince directly? Let us complete the charade. Someone quipped sardonic. Unbelievable. Another exclaimed in shock. Wait, could it be true? The announcement below declared, monthly outstanding trader, none other than the prince. What on earth? Is this real? What began as a jest had materialized into reality. The office erupted into chaos. Even if one were a prince and the company wished to exalt him, The display was undeniably grotesque. It is crucial to note that the announcement for the best team and best trader were published on the company intranet, visible to all employees. The original intent was to set an example and stimulate the motivation of other traders, to encourage them to strive in the market like their peers. But what is the outcome now? This is not motivation. It is akin to a dagger plunged into the hearts of all, a blatant provocation. This is utterly excessive. If their department received the best team accolade, we could begrudgingly accept it. But the title of best trader is based on individual profitability. How on earth can this be justified? Could it be that the newly arrived young master has single-handedly defeated us all? Nonsense. This time, the company has truly crossed the line, displaying a lack of decorum. The department managers, already simmering with frustration due to this month's dismal performance, are now utterly enraged. They exchanged glances which unmistakably conveyed one clear message. This is intolerable. We must address this matter. Indeed, representing our loyal team, we, the leaders, must take a stand. Otherwise, what if another parachuted individual appears and continues this reckless behavior? Would that not render us powerless? This would spiral into a vicious cycle. There exists an unwritten rule in our circles. Do not provoke those young masters or influential connections lightly. Yet, these managers, having painstakingly ascended to their positions, feel emboldened to unite and express their grievances to their superior. And who might that be? Naturally, it is their direct superior, Department Head Li Jian. Thus, a group of disgruntled department managers marched determinedly towards the director's office. Oh, it seems everyone is quite idle today. All of you flocking here like it's a market day. What brings you here? Li Jian leaned back in his spacious office chair, observing the congested doorway filled with department managers, a knowing smile playing on his lips, clearly anticipating their arrival. Li Zong, it's Saturday. One department manager began awkwardly. On Saturdays, you should be at home. Why come to the office? My little cramped office is already crowded. Do you not feel uncomfortable all piled up here? If you're at the company, get to work. Look at your performance this month. You are all in the red, nearly losing your trousers. Do you still have the audacity to linger here? Li Jian bluntly retorta. It seemed the boss's mood was not particularly cheerful either. Li Zong, regarding the performance, we truly have no face to discuss it. However, have you seen that announcement on the internet? ISNT, that utterly outrageous. One audacious manager could no longer restrain himself. Outrageous? Was so outrageous. Just that. To be honest, their performance is probably on par with ours, right? And that new young master, who has skyrocketed to become a trader, is now even the monthly best? This makes no sense, Li Zong. Li Jian, fully aware of their hidden motives, recognized their strategy. They were too timid to confront the chairman directly, seeking instead for him, as the director, to bear the brunt of their complaints and act as their voice, wielding the banner of righteousness on their behalf. Ah, how time flies! Li Jian suddenly shifted the conversation, his gaze drifting into the distance as he began to reminisce about the days of yore. Back then, we had a massive electronic screen in the middle of our office, continuously displaying who was making fortunes and who was suffering losses. Ah, that was truly invigorating, filled with the spirit of competition. Don't you agree? Indeed, traditional private equity firms did engage in such practices. However, times have changed, and so has the culture. The kind of real-time performance competition can easily destabilize a trader's mindset, leading to impulsive and irrational actions, ultimately resulting in a collective downfall. Mr. Li, why do you suddenly bring this up? The department managers appeared somewhat perplexed. What I mean is, if that thing were still in play, you wouldn't have needed to block my door today. Li Jian withdrew his gaze and refocused on the faces of the group. This way, we can avoid wasting my precious time and spare you the embarrassment of standing here. Before they could react, Li Jian picked up a stack of documents from the table and emphatically tossed them onto the coffee table before them. I knew you lot would come rushing in, filled with envy and anxiety. Here, I had prepared this for you all along. Chapter 25. Oh dear, the salary has been dispersed. The department managers skeptically picked up the documents and began to flip through them. Their expressions shifted from confusion to shock, and then to an expression of sheer disbelief. The figures displayed on the documents reflected an unfathomable rate of return. Mr. Lee, these numbers, if you were to manipulate them, could you at least put in some effort? This is utterly exaggerated. One exclaimed. Wait, just 5 days? 5 days to earn this much. This is so blatantly false. Who would believe it? These individuals, seasoned experts in their field, were now speaking nonsense. It was no wonder, for the data indeed seemed absurd enough to provoke existential doubt. Hey, you lot, Li Jian snapped, banging the table, falsifying trading volumes and returns? That's economic crime. That would land you straight in prison. Am I insane enough to do something like that? So what you mean is, everything written here is true, but 5 days, 80% return in just 5 days. Is that even scientifically possible? That's real money. 5 million principal turning into 9 million in the span of merely 5 trading days. This is faster than a money printing machine. Moreover, this was not a result of long-term holding or value investment strategies. From the first day to the 5th, every penny of profit was garnered through rapid trading, seized directly from the market. Indeed, it sounds quite unreasonable, doesn't it? Li Jian sighed, a glimmer of complexity in his gaze. To be honest, I still find it hard to believe. After all these years in the industry, I've encountered all sorts of peculiarities, but this, I've truly never seen before. If even Li Jian was expressing such disbelief, then it seemed the rate of return was indeed an irrefutable reality. The department managers were thoroughly baffled. But ISNT, the heir apparent? ISNT he connected? I'm not certain of the specifics of his relationship with the chairman. Li Jian shook his head. But I can assert one thing. The chairman brought him on board because he recognized his capabilities. That is beyond doubt. Li Jian vividly recalled the internal meeting attended by several top executives, where the chairman had explicitly stated that newcomer possesses genuine talent. Well, speaking of which, the chairman's character does not seem like one who would casually appoint someone based on connections. But still, regardless of his abilities, how on earth did he achieve an 80 return in just 5 days? All through short-term trades. It's as if he has a divine insight into the future. What was even more disconcerting was the realization that even if one could momentarily glimpse the future, it would not suffice for ultra-short-term operations that rely on transactions measured in seconds. By the time one perceives the future, processes the information, and places an order, the opportunity would have vanished, and prices could have soared to unknown heights. Well then, it seems there are no objections now, right? Li Jian waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away flies. What is our company's motto? Speak based on ability and earn based on merit. This individual, even if he's a prince, he rightfully earns his money through sheer capability. The department managers fell silent, resembling mutes who had just consumed bitter herbs, too intimidated to utter a word. Consequently, Li Jian added with significant emphasis, henceforth, regardless of what transpires, I expect everyone to maintain composure and refrain from unnecessary commotion. What else could occur? One keen observer seized upon the pivotal phrase. You shall discover next week, he replied cryptically. All right, enough of this. Disperse and get to work. Li Jian wore an enigmatic expression. Look at the newcomers. They are reaping rewards hand over fist. Are you seasoned managers merely prepared to watch and twiddle your thumbs? Thus, a group of bewildered department managers was unceremoniously ushered out of the director's office, standing in the corridor, exchanging glances, their minds still in a state of confusion. At that moment, one manager suddenly recalled, murmuring to the heir, I believe, company policy allows traders to request transfers to other departments, correct? Suddenly, all the managers' gazes met once more. Their expressions mirrored the shared understanding they had just moments before at the office door, brimming with tacit agreement and a newfound objective. In the following instant, it was unclear who initiated it, but everyone surged towards the trading department like they had heard the starting pistol fired. What a joke. A goose that lays golden eggs, and not just any eggs but supersized ones, is right downstairs. If not now, then when? We must seize this opportunity. Typically, Saturdays are a statutory day of rest for workers. However, for these beleaguered traders, the concept of a weekend often resembles a beautiful myth. It is not that the company forces them to work overtime. Rather, the sheer volume of data that needs to be organized for the upcoming week's market is overwhelming. Skipping Saturday means facing chaos in the week ahead. Thus, Coming into the office on the weekend has become an unspoken rule within the industry, a tacit understanding among colleagues. Yet today, Suhao enjoyed special treatment. Suhao, you are truly remarkable. Our department's savior. A living Buddha. Indeed. Suhao, my brother, tomorrow you can rest at home. We'll handle the data organization. What? You just focus on lying back and counting your money. They laughed heartily. Yes, Suhao, don't trouble yourself to come in on Saturday. Take the weekend to rest. We will compile the materials and send them to you later. Just before leaving work yesterday, the veteran employees practically bowed to him in gratitude, each eager to take on all the miscellaneous tasks, insisting that he must rejuvenate at home today, strictly forbidding him from stepping foot in the office. The reason is simple. It all hinges on Suhao, this dark horse who has emerged remarkably, pulling their department's previously stagnant performance up to the heavens. As a result, not only has he evaded the fate of being mercilessly scolded by his superiors, but he can also look forward to a performance bonus at the end of the month. Therefore, should Suhao return to the office now, his treatment would likely be akin to that of a triumphant general returning from battle, undoubtedly receiving the accolades befitting a team hero. Dingling at that moment, his phone chimed. Suhao picked it up, noticing a notification from the banking app. Deposit notification. Fonghuan Investment Company has transferred to your account. Oh my, salary day. Suhao marveled internally. These finance folks are truly relentless, even managing salary disbursements with remarkable efficiency on a Saturday. With a thrill akin to that of awaiting a lottery result, he opened the banking app. Then, Suhao froze, feeling as if he had been struck on the back of his head with a brick, stars flashing before his eyes. He widened his gaze, fixated on the string of numbers on the screen, almost as if he had forgotten how to read Arabic numerals. Wait a moment, what in the world is this? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. 1 million. Renminbi. This figure felt as though it could rival the most coveted loot in a game, let alone in real currency. Now it lay starkly in his account balance, causing his sense of reality to teeter on the brink of collapse. He had indeed heard that upon being promoted to a formal trader, one could share in the profits generated at a certain ratio, coupled with the fact that this month he had truly turned the tide, elevating the team's performance to an astonishing level. He had somewhat anticipated a substantial payout. However, this is simply 1 million. He had never seen such an amount in his life. Suhao felt his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Ding-ling-a-ling. Just as his mind went blank, still processing this unexpected windfall, his phone rang again, this time not with a notification but a call. Startled, he nearly dropped his phone. Who could this be? Startling me to death. Oh my, the chairman. Suhao hurriedly answered the call, his voice tinged with tremors and flattery. Mr. Huang. Ah no, Brother Huang. My dear brother. On the other end of the line, the familiar, slightly amused voice of Mr. Huang resonated. Haha. Ah how? You receive your salary, right? Yes. I did. Brother, is this a system error? This number is simply outrageous? Suhao felt his words falter. The profits you generated this month are what I would call outrageous, Mr. Huang chuckled. The starting profit-sharing ratio for formal traders is 20. Moreover, you have also been awarded the title of monthly best trader this time, which comes with an additional bonus, along with the departmental bonus. The total amount you will receive is just over 1 million. Wow. Suhao finally comprehended why so many individuals are eager to break into the trading industry. The speed at which one can earn money here feels almost like cheating. All right, let us not dwell on this for now. President Huang's tone once again lightened. Shall we have a meal together sometime? I also have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 26. Why not try being a team leader? A widely circulated saying in the industry goes, there is a ceiling to the domestic market. How many times have I told you this? Stop stubbornly clinging to this wretched pool. If you must, venture into the American stock market. That's where the true expanse lies. A voice from a workstation exclaimed, filled with exasperation. Oh, come on. With transaction fees, various taxes, and costs deducted at every turn, you'll end up losing every last drop of blood. If you have that much time to waste, you might as well thrash around in the A-share mire. At least you know how to swim in it. A colleague nearby doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Fine. Then you can wallow in this wretched pool for your entire life. clinging to your stagnant prospects that can never break through 4,000 points. You'll merely become a stagnant waste of space. Look at the American stock market. When it rises, there's no limit. The sky is the only boundary. But when it falls, there's no bottom either. One moment of inattention and it could plummet straight to the floor, bypassing even the basement. Well, can't you short sell? Just double down, brother. Imagine a villa by the sea. Oh, how easy that sounds. If it were truly that simple. Why haven't you achieved financial freedom yet? By the way, what was your overseas department's yield this month? Enlighten me. Well, the once enthusiastic individual suddenly faltered, his gaze beginning to wander. As the company expanded, a myriad of departments naturally emerged. Fanghuan Investment was no exception, boasting a vast structure with factions aplenty. Thus, even within the same company, individuals from different departments seemed to inhabit entirely disparate worlds, each engrossed in their own pursuits. With no intersection in sight, some were fixated on A-shares, others engaged in overseas battles, some specialized in bonds, while others were hopelessly ensnared in the realm of options. If only one could accurately pinpoint the buying opportunity, but alas, the selling point always eludes grasp, slipping away just before the finish line. If that deal had played out beautifully, our department could have celebrated with a pool party for our year-end bonuses. A sigh of regret echoed from a corner of the office, laden with the lament of missteps leading to further missteps. An old adage states that buying relies on technique, while selling is purely an art form, almost tinged with mysticism, regardless of the market in which one fights. Capturing that perfect moment to sell is akin to scaling the heavens. If one were to determine which department within a private equity firm is most adept at idling away their time and least diligent in clocking in, it would most likely be the options department, particularly the team responsible for sell-side strategies. Their daily tasks, to put it plainly, lack any technical substance. It resembles managing a large lottery ticket operation. Each day, they list a variety of options contracts, waiting for the market's hopeful gamblers to come and purchase their dreams of overnight riches. And then what? In the vast majority of cases, about 99, these tickets ultimately become worthless scraps of paper, while the premiums comfortably line the pockets of the private equity firm. They merely need to sit there, sip tea, observe the market, and await their rewards, a quintessential model of effortless success. However, life is filled with thrills, and there are always those pesky buts. Occasionally, and exceedingly rarely, that day of serendipitous fortune, akin to the arrival of a black swan, will descend unexpectedly. It is akin to a lottery outlet striking gold with a grand prize, leaving you to lament as you are compelled to return not only your previous gains, but the principal as well. Speaking of which, in this current market climate, has any department truly profited? In the lounge, curious voices lowered in hushed tones sought the answer. Yes, there is indeed one. Look over there, the trading division. A well-informed individual gestured towards a specific direction. What? Their department? Did they not recently suffer losses that nearly stripped them bare? But times change. I have heard that their department has achieved an epic triumph this time, amassing an extraordinary profit. The reported yield is astonishing. How much did they actually earn to warrant such a stir? At that moment, a team manager approached with an air of mystery, lowering his voice as if sharing a momentous secret. According to reliable internal sources, 60%. Nonsense. Surely you jest? 60% in a month? Do you imagine this is a game with cheat codes? Even the U.S. stock market in a bull run would not dare to boast so. Immediately, skepticism arose. Not just that. I have heard a version claiming it exceeded 60%, perhaps even 80%. Moreover, it is said to have been achieved single-handedly by a certain individual. Another voice chimed in, exaggerating further. Here we go again, spinning tales that grow ever more fantastical. Let's engage our intellect. Does this even hold any logic? Hence, it is no wonder. I have heard that the trading department is to establish a new team specifically to cater to him. This only deepens the enigma. In this bearish market, many traders are under immense pressure and unable to endure, choosing to exit quietly. At such a time, one would be grateful if the company refrained from downsizing or laying off staff, yet they're audaciously expanding and forming a new team. What is truly afoot here? So, has the leader of this new team been decided? Who is it? Curiosity filled the hearts of the onlookers. Due to their proximity, Su Hao and the individual he referred to as his elder brother, the president, occasionally ventured out for a meal together. Each meeting was marked by an unspoken agreement to frequent a bustling street-side barbecue restaurant. Initially, he had contemplated treating the young man to a fine dining experience, perhaps French or Japanese cuisine, to broaden his horizons and expose him to the upper echelons of society. With practiced ease, the elder brother skewered the meat, grinning broadly, his tone laced with playful teasing. "Ah, brother, am I not well aware of your preferences?" Su Hao chuckled. "Barbecue paired with ice-cold beer is your true soul's delight. Everything else is mere trifles, is it not?" "Uh-huh. You truly understand me, young lad." The elder brother clearly relished this sentiment, raising his glass once more. Logically speaking, as the head of Fonghuan Investment, with a net worth exceeding 100 million, his daily outings should be to those upscale restaurants where the average bill starts in the four figures, establishments like Michelin-starred venues, French cuisine, or bespoke Japanese dining that befits his status. Strangely enough, this elder brother has rather down-to-earth tastes, one might even say somewhat unpretentious, passionately embracing the boisterous spirit of feasting on meat and drinking heartily. By the way, isn't that lad A Chong supposed to join us tomorrow night? After a few rounds of drinks, the elder brother shifted the topic back to familiar territory. "If it doesn't show up, our team will be without a healer. It's fine to be short on DPS, but lacking a healer could spell disaster for the whole group." "Indeed. Rest assured, brother. I'll drag him to the computer if necessary." Su Hao patted his chest in assurance. Alas, one cannot entirely blame that lad. The elder brother sighed. Those game developers are always nerfing support roles, treating healing like a stepchild, who wouldn't feel exasperated and want to AFK. Whenever the two of them gathered, their conversation invariably flowed in this manner. From start to finish, it was all about games, discussing everything from server maintenance to previews of upcoming versions, from dungeon strategies to guild gossip. Su Hao found this delightful. Dining with elders or superiors was a different affair, one he was all too familiar with. The usual routine involved questions like, "Young man, what are your plans for the future? Or what are you doing to support your family?" Followed by life philosophies and tales of success that made his ears nearly calloused. But with this elder brother, it was a different story. There was no mention of the burdensome realities of life, only games, relaxed and pressure-free. This feeling was utterly splendid. Perhaps it was precisely this overly casual atmosphere that made it difficult for him to entirely reconcile the image of this casually dressed elder brother, brimming with gaming jargon, with his identity as a financial magnate. Ahem, the elder brother suddenly cleared his throat, his jovial demeanor sobering slightly. "I almost forgot the matter at hand. Caught up in our gaming chatter, we've nearly squandered our time." Su Hao felt a subtle stir within, aware that the inevitable was approaching. Seated across from him was not merely a comrade in the virtual realm, but also the chairman of the vast financial empire, Fonghuan Investments. "Ah, Su Hao." The chairman fell silent for a moment, raising his glass to down the beer in one gulp before setting it down, his tone growing grave and his gaze sharpening. "Do you possess a unique investment strategy of your own?" Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. His own investment method? Surely he had one, although it was likely too outrageous for anyone to believe. "Well, sort of," he responded ambiguously, internally musing. "It relies entirely on intuition, purely speculative." This one approach had, thus far, yielded extraordinary results. Just as he suspected, the chairman wore an expression of knowing, nodding slowly as if unfazed. "I want to inquire about the specifics of your astonishing returns or your investment strategy." "Why?" "Because even if you explained it, I doubt I would comprehend it. Not only I, but anyone else in my position would likely feel equally bewildered." The chairman's gaze was profound, as though he could see through the hearts of men. "Perhaps that peculiar method of yours is a unique algorithm that only you can comprehend. After all, the returns from your short-term trading are exceedingly outrageous, far beyond what mere luck could elucidate. An algorithm understandable only to him." Su Hao could not help but smile wryly. Naturally, if he were to explain to others that his trading relied solely on intuition, who would ever believe him? It would be a miracle if he were not considered insane and sent to a mental institution instead. I have always placed great emphasis on capability, the chairman continued. Over the years, regardless of alumni relations, hometown connections, or even familial ties, anyone I deemed lacking in ability has been shown the door. The only exception in my life has been you. Is that true? Suhao was somewhat taken aback. Absolutely. Of course. It primarily hinges on how well you have managed our guild, the chairman replied with a chuckle, his tone softening. Especially when those old-timers are causing trouble and issuing nonsensical commands, you consistently manage to resolve issues quietly, without a hint of complaint. That quality is something I greatly admire. Suhao understood that if it were not for this esteemed gentleman, he would likely still be staring at his computer screen, tirelessly scrolling through job listings, fretting over an uncertain future, let alone discovering that he possessed such a gift that could be deemed extraordinary. That is precisely why I often join you for barbecues, enjoy beers, and discuss games, he exclaimed. Indeed, that is the most delightful part. The chairman's familiar smile reappeared. I believe our company has achieved its current scale largely due to this principle. As long as you possess the ability, I am willing to provide resources and wholeheartedly support you. And now, the chairman filled his beer glass to the brim, then abruptly shifted the conversation, dropping a bombshell. Young man, would you be interested in trying your hand as a team leader? Chapter 27. The Hair-Pulling Dilemma. Suhao's hand trembled, nearly causing him to hurl the freshly filled beer glass across the room. What? His eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Did I not just say that capable individuals must be fervently supported? The chairman's tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Suhao, some with us, raised his glass and mechanically took a large gulp of the icy beer, attempting to calm his bewildered mind. Though he lacked substantial work experience, he understood that for a newcomer who had barely joined the company, the leap to the position of team leader was akin to traversing the vast distance from Earth to the moon. It felt like being shot into space. Team leader. Is that meant for me to lead a team? He cautiously confirmed, his voice still wavering. What else could it be? You often lead dungeon raids in the guild, don't you? It's essentially the same, just a different context. The chairman waved dismissively. This seems quite different from leading a gaming team. Suhao's forehead was slick with sweat. The analogy felt utterly inadequate. Hey, you know nothing. The chairman glared. Leading a team in a raid is far more challenging than being a mere team leader. In my view, if you can manage dozens of people in a dungeon, why would you fear leading a trading team? Team leader? Him? Suhao instinctively recalled his muscular, commanding superior, Manager Zhou Yi. In comparison to that formidable figure, he felt like a frail, insignificant entity. Generally speaking, reaching the level of department manager signifies entry into the upper echelons of the company. The chairman began painting an enticing picture. Currently, your formal traders earn a commission of 20, correct? As a department manager, that would leap to 30. And that is not all. He emphasized, the scale of funds at your disposal would also increase significantly. Suhao's heart raced uncontrollably, and he struggled to swallow, inquiring, how much an increase? The chairman extended 5 fingers, casually revealing a figure. 50 million. What? Suhao felt a thunderous shock to his brain, as if struck by lightning. 50 million. That was a 10-fold increase. Currently, he could only access 500,000. Of course, this 50 million ISNT solely yours to command. As a leader, you must have a few capable subordinates under your wing, the chairman clarified. Your team members should at least be at the level of formal traders. In due course, you will also need to distribute a portion of the funds, similar to Zhou Yi. Nevertheless, even so, you should have around 30 million at your disposal, right? 30 million. Just hearing that figure sent shivers down his spine and made his palms sweat. Moreover, the bonuses at the department manager level are substantially higher. The chairman continued to entice. If your entire team excels, you could earn an additional 8 in team bonuses. Generally speaking, the daily target return for a trading team hovers between 0, 1 and 1. Calculating thus, achieving a steady monthly return exceeding 8 is not an insurmountable challenge. In that case, wouldn't his monthly income be comfortably in excess of $1 million? Goodness, has manager Zhou been earning such substantial sums all along? It dawned on Su Hao that this seemingly stern department manager must already possess a remarkable fortune. Indeed, the financial realm is a world beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like them, where the pace of wealth accumulation rivals that of a printing press. Yet, can I truly succeed? Faced with such immense temptation, Su Hao managed to maintain a semblance of composure, uncertainly inquiring. I have only recently joined the firm, lacking even a respectable credential. Comparatively, I am not even in the same league as those seasoned department managers. Just look at Li Huilin from their department. Whose are some dazzles the eye, adorned with accolades from prestigious financial institutions and an array of certificates. Credentials? Can that sustain one's livelihood? Here, ultimately, it is the return rate that speaks volumes. And you, young man, have already proven your worth through your performance. The chairman scoffed. Certainly, there may be some murmurs from the subordinates, but what of it? If they are dissatisfied, let them go and earn an 80 return themselves. Otherwise, they can keep their opinions to themselves. To put it plainly, in this harsh and pragmatic domain, performance is paramount and return rate is the law. All else is mere folly. So what say you? Will you take this on? The chairman's gaze bore into him with unwavering intensity. Su Hao took a deep breath, meeting the chairman's indisputable stare, and with a wry smile remarked, "Allow me a moment to ponder. Indeed, the pressure is considerable. The higher one climbs, the greater the responsibilities." However, the chairman shifted his tone, injecting a note of encouragement. This opportunity represents an unprecedented promotion, a meteoric rise. Weigh it carefully. To be honest, the thought of presiding over morning meetings in a suit like Manager Zhou, strategizing and issuing commands, Su Hao felt he lacked the necessary gravitas and capability. But then he reconsidered. Had his accomplishments stemmed from a profound understanding of the securities industry? No. He relied on that infernal, inexplicable intuition. Given that, what is there to fear? I am unsure if I can excel. Su Hao lifted his head, his gaze resolute. Yet, I am willing to give it a try. Oh, marvelous. Boldness is commendable. This is the spirit I admire. The chairman burst into hearty laughter, clearly pleased. Come, let us celebrate your ascension. Manager Suel, from an intern to a full-fledged trader in mere days, and now he has been directly appointed as department manager. The title manager Su Hao resonated in his ears, igniting a peculiar, ineffable exhilaration and thrill within him. Very well, Chairman. Su Hao raised his glass, clinking it firmly with the chairman's. Yesterday, I spent the evening with my elder brother, enjoying drinks and skewers while engaging in lively conversation until the deep hours of the night. Exhausted, I collapsed in a bed and awoke languidly the following noon. The remnants of a hangover lingered, leaving my head buzzing as I yawned and emerged from my bedroom. Oh, here again today? I was somewhat taken aback to find my sister, Su Hui, seated cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Naturally, this is my home. Why wouldn't I be here? Su Hui finally lifted her gaze, casting a disapproving glance in my direction, followed by an appraising look. You look dreadful. I assume you were drinking again? Company gathering? Did you really deduce that? Is it that obvious? I ran my fingers through my disheveled hair. Which respectable company hosts gatherings on weekends? Such exploitation of employees is hardly the way to go. Your company is quite peculiar. Su Hui began her usual tirade against the nefarious capitalists, lamenting how they spare no day of the week from their demands on workers. I couldn't help but wonder if she would think I had completely lost my mind if I revealed that it wasn't a company gathering, but rather an offline get-together with my gaming guild. Moreover, I have a matter of importance to discuss today. Su Hui set her phone aside, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Huh, didn't Ti treat you to a meal last week? Given that you just started working, I doubt your salary has come through yet, so I feel guilty asking you to treat me again. Therefore, I shall take care of the bill today. She patted her small bag, adding, "Oh, and I'll buy you a decent suit to celebrate your new job. When our parents return this evening, we shall dine out and then visit a clothing store." That seems rather unnecessary. I felt a bit shy. Enough of the formalities. Su Hui waved her hand, cutting me off. Do you remember when I first landed a job, and you used your hard-earned money from odd jobs to buy me a pair of leather shoes? I've worn those shoes for years. That was ages ago. I was surprised that my sister still remembered and had kept those shoes. A wave of warmth washed over me. This girl, truly. I assure you, I'm fine. There's no need for you to spend money on me, considering your own expenses for renting a place. Don't worry about me. Su Hui puffed out her chest with pride, wearing an expression that declared she was now capable of supporting herself. I just received my salary on Friday, plus a bonus. I'm practically a little wealthy woman now, so don't underestimate me. Seeing her so spirited brought an inexplicable sense of comfort to my heart. How time flies. She used to be a little girl who cried at the slightest provocation, always trailing behind me. By the way, brother, even though Fanghuan Investment is a large firm, as a newcomer, your salary is unlikely to be very high. Suddenly, Su Hui shifted to a serious, mentor-like tone, given that it's imperative to start planning for the future. Although you work at a private equity firm, I imagine you're still doing the menial tasks, right? Regardless, it's essential to begin saving now. It's always wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Would you like me to help you find suitable financial products? Is that really necessary? Of course it is. Moreover, now that you have a steady job, it's time to consider marriage, isn't it? Su Hui remarked with an expression that suggested he didn't quite understand. She began to speak fervently. How can one not save money? For ordinary workers like us, after a lifetime of hard work, being able to save up $1 million is a blessing. Meanwhile, his sister excitedly elaborated on the grand blueprint for how the average worker could scientifically accumulate $1 million, passionately discussing the merits and drawbacks of various low-risk investment products. Her words flowing with enthusiasm. Su Hao listened quietly, occasionally nodding, though his expression was somewhat complex. He was beginning to profoundly understand the arduous effort required for an ordinary wage earner to save $1 million. So, how much is your monthly salary now? Su Hui finally posed the pivotal question, her face brimming with eagerness as she looked at him. I want to tailor a perfect savings plan based on your income. Well, this is a bit complicated. Su Hao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his expression turning remarkably vivid. How could he explain to his sister, who was tirelessly striving to save $1 million and enthusiastically planning his future, that his very first month's salary was $1 million? This was indeed a perplexing conundrum. Chapter 28. Becoming the team leader? The weekend had just passed, and several team leaders in Fang Huan's investment trading department were nearly ablaze with fervor, fervently seeking out one name. Su Hao. Where on earth was that lad? It is crucial to recognize that he was not merely a favorite associate of the chairman, but a veritable Midas, capable of transforming the team's returns into pure gold. However, throughout the entire weekend, Su Hao had not graced the company with his presence. But of course, after achieving such astonishing returns, will one expect him to work overtime on the weekend? Only a fool would think so. In the office, hushed voices murmured, tinged with a hint of envy. Aren't we the same? The individual with the best weekly performance undoubtedly enjoys a weekend respite. It has become an unwritten rule. This is a silent tradition, or perhaps an unassailable axiom in this realm. Seniority? In this battlefield of wealth pursuit, what does that count for? Only returns matter. Stock. Unyielding returns are the sole measure of worth. It matters not whether one is a fresh recruit or a seasoned veteran, or even a team leader who commands respect in the face of figures that translate to real monetary gain. All are equal. Come Monday, I will certainly opportunity favors the swift. We must seize him before the other ravenous wolves do. The team leaders in the trading department were all calculating in their minds. Their gaze is akin to that of famished wolves eyeing a succulent feast. They were poised to employ every ounce of their persuasive prowess to entice this formidable figure, blessed with both connections and abilities, to join their ranks. What ist? Achieving an astounding 80 return in just 5 trading days. Is this even human? This is a deity of stock trading. As long as they could lure such a creature into their team, they need not worry about performance metrics for the foreseeable future. It would be akin to lying back and counting money. Yet, just as they eagerly awaited Monday, ready to showcase their skills, a thunderous piece of news struck without warning through the internal system, leaving everyone in a daze. Su Hao had become the team leader. Prior whispers about a team disbanded due to the nickel mine storm and the company's intent to form a new team had circulated. But who could have fathomed that the helm of this new team would be taken by the newcomer, Su Hao? After a brief silence, The office erupted into chaos. Wow, the chairman has truly invested heavily. He is resolute in his support for him. The admiration was palpable. Indeed, initially an unexpected powerhouse, Suhao had now substantiated his worth with tangible returns. Now, it was as though he was charging forward with a bulldozer. Who could possibly stand in his way? This was admiration tinged with envy. Damn it, I woke up early today, eagerly anticipating blocking the door to snatch him up. And now he's gone and become the leader? The frustration was palpable, leaving many to pound their fists in dismay. Ah, as if anyone truly regards you with esteem. This is a merciless satire. The team leaders, one by one, smacked their lips, their faces betraying the regret of a cooked duck that has flown away. Yet, upon calm reflection, this appointment appears almost rational to the point of being unassailable. Who stand behind him? The chairman. What does he hold in his hands? The most impressive and explosive short-term trading profit record in the annals of Fenghuan investment. Furthermore, it was achieved by a newcomer. In a company that fervently venerates capability and is solely profit-driven, it would be inconceivable not to swiftly promote such a prodigy, endowed with both connections and an extraordinary talent for generating wealth. A higher position signifies greater authority, the ability to mobilize more resources, and naturally, to accrue even more profit. This logic is simplistic yet profoundly true. Manager. Oh, Liang Haiyuan, is that you? Zhou, he lifted his head. Liang Haiyuan bore a clear expression of confusion, tinged with an almost imperceptible gloom, clutching the freshly printed personnel transfer order. That sudden personnel change this morning. What on earth is going on? Upon hearing this, Zhou, he raised an eyebrow slightly. What? You've been transferred to that newly established team? Liang Haiyuan's mood was akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned. Just as he stepped into the company early that morning, a transfer order was slapped onto his face. The new team, well, that's acceptable. The crux lies in the fact that the head of this new team is none other than Suhao, with whom he had previously had some discord. Although he had since endeavored to curry favor and mend their relationship, having Suhao as a superior was a bitter pill to swallow. He strained to maintain an outward calm and tentatively remarked, I've heard some whispers. It seems that Suhao is a relationship-based hire, correct? Personally arranged by the chairman? Oh, is that all you've heard? Zhou, he inquired with interest. What I mean is, aside from the relationship-based label, haven't you heard any other rumors? You mean? Liang Haiyuan was even more perplexed. If you don't know, never mind. Zhou, he waved his hand, shifting the topic. Actually, it's quite good. Over there, at least in the short term, you won't have to worry about performance pressure. That is a good thing. Liang Haiyuan was well aware that their department had just been awarded the title of monthly best team. Not only that, but Suhao himself had also secured the title of monthly best trader. Precisely because of this, whispers within the company regarding the chairman's blatant favoritism towards relationship-based hires began to subtly circulate. And now, at this critical juncture, he had been transferred under the command of that newcomer. Could it be? Could Joey believe that the company would subsequently tilt resources, fervently feeding that new team, which is why he claimed that going there would relieve him of performance worries? Indeed, receiving a substantial performance bonus is undoubtedly a positive aspect. However, the thought of being a seasoned trader, relegated to serving a newcomer who has barely been with the company for 2 weeks, a potentially ignorant yet arrogant young individual, fills Liang Haiyuan with a sense of unease. The frustration and the looming potential for harassment weigh heavily on his mind. How will he endure this situation? It seems that many still believe that this connected individual has truly benefited without merit. Zhou, he appeared to read his thoughts, or perhaps he was merely speaking to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. What Director Li said previously holds true. It seems we must consider reinstating a real-time performance leaderboard in the trading hall. A touch of retro romance to awaken certain individuals. Liang Haiyuan's pupils constricted slightly. Zhou, seemingly oblivious to his reaction, continued, Do you think our company is a lawless dump? To be recognized as the best, one must have genuinely contributed the most profit within the department. Real, tangible profits. Do you understand? This declaration struck Liang Haiyuan like a hammer, momentarily halting his breath. In disbelief, he stammered, Are you suggesting that Suhao truly earned the title of best trader through merit? Indeed, Zhou affirmed with unwavering certainty, then regarded him with a look of mentorship. So, when you go over there, adopt a humble demeanor, observe, and learn. Remember, in our profession, it has never been about seniority or tenure. Ultimately, it is the profit that speaks. Experience pales in comparison to monetary gain. This is the harsh truth of our world. Liang Haiyuan stood frozen, watching Zhou pat him on the back before departing, his mind a whirlwind of confusion as he instinctively tilted his head. Could it be that Su Hao truly possesses such remarkable investment prowess? The answer to this question will have to await his own exploration within the newly established 7th team, where he must verify the truth with his own eyes. Chapter 29. Delivering a set of large dumbbells? Su Hao had never anticipated that there would come a day when he would feel even more anxious than on his first day at work. His fingertips bore the faintest trace of an uncontrollable tremor. No longer merely a trading assistant, nor a formal trader, but rather the leader of a team. A genuine, authoritative figure, endowed with resources and wielding the power of life and death over his team members. The team manager. He inwardly mocked himself. Once upon a time, being a mere guild leader in a game, directing dozens in a dungeon raid felt overwhelming. Now, he had inexplicably become the head of an independent trading team within a large private equity firm. The leap from one to the other felt almost surreal. There were still several facilities accessible only to managerial-level employees. With a newly acquired work card, you could gain immediate access. The personnel department staff, while handing over the pristine card, explained in a mechanical manner. Understood. Su Hao accepted the card, its surface cool to the touch. Furthermore, the equipment support team should have already rearranged the trading apparatus in your personal office. Due to the addition of specialized equipment, they might need to provide you with a separate operational briefing. He glanced down at the work card in his hand. The white card bore his photograph along with a freshly printed title. Fanghuan Investment, Trading Department 7, Manager Su Hao. Congratulations, Manager Su Hao. The personnel staff member flashed a professional smile. Manager Su Hao. This title, for the first time, felt so formally bestowed upon him that his body involuntarily quivered, as if a subtle current coursed down his spine. Thank you, he responded somewhat stiffly, striving to make his voice sound steady. He hung the brand-new work card around his neck. It dangled heavily against his chest, imparting an oddly tangible sensation. Just as he prepared to turn away from the personnel department, Manager Su Hao, an exuberant voice called from behind. Su Hao turned to see the personnel department head, Wang Wenbin, who had been seated in the corner, occasionally casting glances their way, now approaching him with a broad smile. It seems we are a bit late with our greetings. Ha ha. Wang Wenbin was exceedingly warm, extending his hand. I am Wang Wenbin, the head of the personnel department. Hello. Su Hao promptly shook his hand. Manager Su, do you know who advocated for your placement in the trading department against all odds? Wang Wenbin leaned in slightly, lowering his voice with an air of conspiratorial mystery. I do not know. Su Hao replied candidly. It was me. I recognized long ago that you are no ordinary individual. This day was bound to come. Wang Wenbin patted his chest with pride. Of course. Well, to be honest, this day arrived a tad sooner than I anticipated. But, in any case, we should become closer moving forward, all right? Yes. Confronted with this unexpected benefaction, Su Hao could only nod in acknowledgement. This Wang Wenbin even personally escorted him to the elevator. His attentiveness and courtesy left Su Hao somewhat astonished. Upon exiting the elevator, he took a deep breath to steady his slightly tumultuous emotions. Ultimately arriving at the entrance of the trading department, he exhaled a long, deep sigh. Trading Division 7, Department Manager Su Hao from this day forth. This would be his new identity, his battlefield. As he stepped into the departmental area, he unexpectedly collided with a familiar figure, Zhou Yi, the head of Trading Division 1, where he had previously worked. They both halted simultaneously, their gazes momentarily intertwining in the air. Zhou Yi's expressionless face, resembling a stone sculpture, seemed to flicker with the faintest hint of movement. Almost imperceptibly, the corners of his mouth tugged upwards, resembling a smile. He then approached, raised his muscular arm, and with a gentle yet firm pat on Su Hao's shoulder, he brushed past him. Throughout this encounter, not a single word was exchanged. Yet, curiously, Su Hao discerned a certain recognition from that simple gesture, that nearly invisible smile. It was a silent affirmation from his former superior, a subtle yet potent acknowledgement. This feeling was delicate, yet surged warmth within his heart. Reflecting upon Zhou Yi, he appeared cold and unyielding, akin to a stone in a latrine. However, upon deeper contemplation, it was indeed this seemingly stoic yet warm-hearted Zhou Yi who had withstood the pressure and afforded him the greatest opportunities to experiment and prove himself within their previous team. One could assert that his current standing was significantly attributed to the opportunities and trust bestowed upon him by Zhou Yi. I must find an occasion to express my gratitude with a gift, Su Hao silently pondered, considering his muscular physique. Perhaps a pair of large dumbbells would be quite fitting. He dismissed these distractions, directing his gaze towards the end of the corridor, where the sign of the 7th Department hung in solitary distinction. There lies my office, he thought, an exclusive space reserved solely for team managers. He pushed open the door. Inside, a familiar figure awaited him. It was the IT colleague who had previously assisted him in installing and calibrating the equipment. "Manager Su, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you," the IT colleague exclaimed, approaching him with a genuine smile. "Hello, it's good to see you again," Su Hao replied, managing a smile in return. "Indeed, I never anticipated meeting you again so soon, and you've already become a team manager." The colleague scratched his head, his tone brimming with awe. "To be honest, witnessing your meteoric rise is a first for me in my time at the company. Remarkable. Congratulations." Su Hao's gaze drifted beyond him, resting upon the newly refreshed equipment within the room. His mouth involuntarily fell slightly open. "Surely not. The monitors have transformed from 6 to a staggering 9. Arranged in an arc, the 9 monitors encircle the expansive desk, resembling the very core of an information cocoon. The basic operations are quite similar to what I previously described to you." The IT colleague began to explain, primarily focusing on the additional 3 monitors. According to regulations, team leaders must monitor their members' investment trends and returns in real time, and these 3 newly added monitors are specifically designated for this purpose. Suddenly, Su Hao understood. No wonder Zhou Yi's desk had also been cluttered with 9 monitors. "Oh, by the way, during my last inspection of your original equipment, I noticed that the left button of your mouse, well, it had suffered considerable wear and was nearly on the verge of being inoperative." The IT colleague, seemingly recalling something, picked up a brand new mouse from the corner of the desk. "Considering your penchant for short-term trading, your clicking frequency must be quite high. So I took the liberty of replacing it with a brand new high-performance mouse." He paused, adopting a tone imbued with gentle caution. "I understand that speed is of the essence in trading, but do take care. Clicking too forcefully can easily strain your wrist. Of course, if this new mouse proves to be unwieldy, or if you happen to damage it again, feel free to contact me anytime, and I assure you I will deliver a replacement promptly. After all, for us traders, time is money, and our equipment must never falter." Upon hearing this, a wry smile appeared on Su Hao's face. No wonder he had felt the mouse clicking less responsively. It was nearly on the brink of destruction due to his own excessive use. Reflecting on those moments when he had entered a frenzied state, relentlessly issuing commands with the left button, well, it seems reasonable that it could have been worn out, with the equipment thoroughly calibrated. "You may commence your work at any time." The IT colleague swiftly gathered his tools. "I shall not intrude any longer. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call upon us." As the IT colleague departed and the office door was gently closed, Su Hao found himself alone in this brand new domain that belonged solely to him. The exhilaration of becoming a team manager was not as intense as he had anticipated. Instead, it was replaced by a profound sense of tension, the weight of responsibility, and a tinge of bewilderment. A subtle feeling of uncertainty lingered. As he grappled with what the very first step should be, he surveyed the surroundings. The 9 colossal screens loomed like silent behemoths, observing him without a sound. Before the market opened, he needed to thoroughly analyze the materials provided by the research department. Then, he must convene a brief meeting with team members to establish today's fundamental strategy. Oh, and he hadn't yet properly greeted his team members. He rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks ahead. Surely, Those newly assigned members who had just received their orders to join his team must also be engulfed in a state of chaos and confusion at this very moment. Before the official appointment was made, he had already received a list of the new team members. A cursory glance revealed that most of the names were unfamiliar. However, among that array of strange names, one stood out as familiar. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from the office door. "Manager Sue, may I come in?" A bright, melodious voice, laced with a hint of excitement, floated in. It was precisely the name he had just thought of. "Ah, please do come in. Suao responded immediately." The door swung open, revealing a familiar face illuminated by a radiant smile. It was Li Huilin. "Good morning, Manager Sue." She entered with a lively stride, her tone brimming with energy. "Ah!" Hearing her address him so formally made Su Hao feel somewhat uneasy. "Well, it feels a bit strange to be called that by Sister Huilin." Li Huilin covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Hee, I find it a bit unusual too. However, calling you Manager Su feels, quite smooth." He quickly waved his hand. "No worries, Sister Huilin. You can just call me Hao as before." "Oh no, that won't do. You are now the team leader, steering us through challenges." Li Huilin shook her head emphatically, her expression turning serious. "We must adhere to the rules. I am genuinely happy for you. Truly, congratulations. With your capabilities, you are absolutely deserving." Her gaze was clear and her tone sincere. Seeing that Li Huilin had also joined his team brought Su Hao a sense of reassurance. Having such a skilled and amiable colleague was indeed a boon. Remarkably, the former subordinate had transformed into his superior, a situation that could evoke jealousy or imbalance in others. Yet, this angelic Sister Huilin seemed naturally immune to such negative emotions. "By the way, here are the research materials for this morning." Li Huilin handed him a document. "I've highlighted the key sections. If you're pressed for time, focusing on these marked parts should give you a good grasp of the topics for today's meeting." Su Hao received the document, feeling its weight. Truly, Sister Huilin. She must have been flustered this morning due to the personnel changes, yet she still managed to prepare so meticulously. This level of professionalism and thoughtfulness filled him with gratitude. "Please take your time. I'll go prepare a bit. See you at the meeting." Manager Su Li Huilin playfully elongated her tone, winking mischievously as she turned and exited the office with a buoyant step. Su Hao watched her figure vanish behind the door, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Prepare for the meeting. Yes, focus on the meeting preparation. He inhaled deeply, refocusing his gaze on the documents strewn across his desk and the 9 screens before him. This was no longer the time to merely toss the materials onto the table as he had done as an assistant. He was now the team manager. He must take the lead in this meeting. Chapter 30. Short Selling the Market. The current market situation reveals that nearly all speculative capital is surging towards the A-shares with fervor. In the conference room, senior trader Liang Haiyuan was the first to speak, initiating the inaugural official meeting of the newly formed team. Seated around the elongated conference table were the core members of the newly established 7th team. Besides Su Hao, the newly appointed team manager, there were senior trader Liang Haiyuan, 3 formal traders, and 1 trading assistant. The number was precisely 6. Liang Haiyuan had evidently made thorough preparations. He brought up several charts and projected them onto the screen ahead, analyzing calmly. "Manager, you are likely aware that the prolonged sluggishness of the A-shares has led the management to release a series of policy measures. The central bank has announced a 0.5 percentage point reserve requirement ratio cut, injecting approximately 1 trillion yuan in long-term liquidity. Additionally, it has established tools like securities, mutual fund, and insurance company swap facilities, along with special rel-lending for stock repurchases, injecting an initial 800 billion yuan to support the stock market." The charts displayed on the screen showcased a nearly vertical ascent, creating a striking visual impact. Liang Haiyuan continued. "Currently, the market possesses a momentum for recovery from overselling. The conjunction of favorable policies and undervaluation is propelling a short-term valuation recovery rally. Now, the daily trading volume of the A-shares has surpassed 1 trillion yuan, with the Hong Kong stock market concurrently exceeding 410 billion Hong Kong dollars, indicating a rapid influx of both domestic and foreign capital." His tone carried a hint of urgency. Given such substantial good news, it is certain that the market will continue to rise. If the economy rebounds, we should also pay attention to industries such as steel and other basic raw materials. Relevant sectors can be considered for short-term trading, entering and exiting quickly, which should present considerable opportunities. The other members of the department voiced their opinions, engaging in a lively discussion with a unified focus to seize the opportunity presented by this unexpected wave of favorable policies and establish positions as swiftly as possible. The earlier one enters, the greater the potential gains. A delayed entry might result in missing out entirely. Su-hao listened silently, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. Fortunately, I had previously taken the time to study some relevant materials, he thought to himself. Indeed, not only this time, but in previous research reports, it was repeatedly emphasized that there is a resonance emerging across various aspects, including policies, liquidity, valuation recovery, and foreign capital inflow. An overwhelming amount of data pointed in the same direction. Despite sporadic negative voices warning of risks, the prevailing expert opinion is that, with the concentrated issuance of policies, our stock market is set to witness a bull market feast. Look, it's not just our internal research department. Those investment experts and analysts outside are almost all bullish. Liang Haiyuan's excitement was palpable, with some even proclaiming that the index would soon soar to 4,000 points, and reaching 6,000 points in the future is entirely plausible. Indeed, an almost fervent optimism permeated the market. There are even perspectives suggesting that the future driving force of the global economy will no longer be the traditional American market, but rather the vast and boundless potential of the summer country market. In this context, the most prudent and astute approach is to follow the prevailing trends and act accordingly. Is this not the very essence of a research department's existence? To identify the current strongest momentum and then guide others to soar along with it? However, Su-hao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, why does it always feel somewhat amiss? It seems rather unremarkable. Perhaps it is because this choice feels too correct, too self-evident. Like an easy question with the answer plainly written on one's face, it robs him of that exhilarating thrill one experiences when capturing prey. He steadied himself, preparing to make a decision. As the team manager, he needed to issue clear directives. All right, then he cleared his throat, ready to deliver his first strategic instruction when his gaze inadvertently swept over a pile of documents scattered across the conference table. Among them, a particular document that he had previously glanced over without much thought suddenly magnetically drew his attention. The title of the document was boldly printed, Analysis of Current Negative Factors Affecting A-Shares. This document did not reflect a bearish outlook on A-shares. Rather, it resembled a risk warning or perhaps a routine reference material provided by the research department to appear comprehensive and objective. Thus, Su-hao had merely skimmed it before casting it aside. Yet at this moment, he felt an invisible force guiding him, compelling him to reach out and retrieve that thin document. The somewhat coarse texture of the paper conveyed itself through his fingertips. His gaze fell upon several names of products listed in the document. CSI 300 Index Futures Put Options, SSE 50 Index Futures Put Options, CSI 500 Index Futures Put Options. Without exception, they were all derivative options intended to hedge against the risk of A-share declines. Simultaneously, in the current fervent market environment, anyone purchasing them would incur losses, rendering them as garbage or traps, hence their remarkably low prices. Under normal circumstances, upon encountering such trivial references, he would undoubtedly dismiss them without a second thought. However, why at the moment his fingertips brushed against this paper, as his gaze locked onto those product names, did an inexplicable, intensely powerful wave of trepidation surge through him, as if a current built up over millennia suddenly coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head. In an instant, it enveloped his entire being. The sensation was so vivid, so intense. It was strong enough to render the knuckles gripping the paper pale from excessive pressure, strong enough to make every hair on his body stand on end. A chilling yet exhilarating premonition erupted within him like a tsunami. Manager Su? Li Huilan's voice rang clear, imbued with just the right touch of reminder. akin to a precise needle that instantly pierced through Su Hao's reverie, drawing him back to the stark reality of the conference room. He slightly lifted his eyelids, refocusing his gaze. Throughout his journey in the company, Su Hao had thoroughly deciphered the essence of his peculiar gift. This so-called intuition was by no means a whimsical sixth sense, nor was it mere baseless conjecture. Instead, it resembled a highly customized information processing apparatus. Sufficient relevant data must first be fed as nourishment into his brain's enigmatic black box system for it to operate at high speed, analyzing, organizing, and synthesizing, ultimately delivering a distilled conclusion in an extraordinarily lucid feeling to his conscious mind. It was a warning system based on vast data, yet manifested through instinctual intuition. At this moment, his warning system was ablaze with red lights, the alarm nearly echoing in his mind, conveying in the most straightforward and indisputable manner. Short sell. Vigorously short sell. Thus, the manager implies that the A shares, which we had previously discussed and unanimously deemed poised for an upward trend, will instead pivot downwards. Entirely reversing course? Li Huilin cautiously sought confirmation, her tone laced with incredulity. Other members cast astonished glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Given the current substantial positive developments to suggest an imminent significant drop, is that not a bit too unfathomable? Indeed, manager, our research department's report analyses are exceedingly optimistic, positing that it could reach at least 4,000 points. Another member interjected, appearing more confident. Is it not a tad premature to declare it will fall? Wouldn't missing out result in substantial losses? Su Hao's mind was as clear as glass. Logically deducing, these individuals' analyses were indeed impeccable. To be candid, even he, who might still be considered somewhat of a novice in financial knowledge and practical experience, had to concede that the current A shares resembled a veritable cash tree, reeking of profit. It felt as if one could just close their eyes, invest all available funds, and simply ride the wave with the masses, effortlessly relishing the exquisite thrill of counting money while reclining. Liang Haiyuan could no longer contain himself, his gaze complex as he tentatively posed the question that rendered the atmosphere in the conference room utterly still. Manager, you cannot truly believe that A shares will decline, can you? In an instant, all eyes in the conference room converged on Su Hao, akin to a dozen high-powered searchlights, filled with disbelief. Surely not? I even invested my savings. The expressions reflected a mix of astonishment and panic, as if the entire team might collectively suffer a cardiac arrest at any moment. Yet, in the face of his seemingly on-edge subordinates, Su Hao displayed an unsettling calm that belied his experience. He did not even raise his gaze, but in a tone that stated an objective fact rather than expressing a subjective opinion, he softly uttered a single word: yes. Chapter 31. Whether fortune or misfortune. One must embrace it. This single word seemed to be a deep water bomb dropped into the seemingly tranquil surface of a lake. A collective gasp echoed throughout the conference room, a chorus of astonished breaths. Wait, manager, are we truly going to short the A shares? The current optimism surrounding the stock market is fundamentally driven by the regulatory policies and vigorous interventions from the authorities. The outcome has been a nationwide frenzy of stock trading, with everyone from retired seniors to the working class eagerly poised to dive into the market, creating a pervasive atmosphere of irrational enthusiasm. In alignment with this sentiment, national funds have also begun to actively intervene in the market, artificially inflating the stock prices of several state-owned enterprises, thereby providing reassurance to the retail investors and cultivating a sense of security that the government is fervently supporting the stock market. This left the individuals in the conference room utterly incredulous. Manager, to be honest, even if we were to forcefully seek out negative reasons, we currently see no clear, triggering factors. Indeed, a formal trader named Liu Bo chimed in immediately. The only conceivable possibility would be a sudden shift in the government's stance. But aren't they continuously issuing favorable policies? Furthermore, major media outlets and public opinion are all fervently optimistic about the market's future, aren't they? Quite so. The research department's report reflects this sentiment. Those elite graduates from prestigious institutions, seasoned by experience, share this perspective. I presume the colleagues in the financial sector, along with those retail investors, grandparents armed with their pensions and grocery money, also hold similar beliefs. However, for Su Hao, when has he ever played by conventional rules? Since the very first day he entered this profession, his survival and success have never hinged on rational analysis or model simulations. What he trusts, and what has been ruthlessly validated by real-world results, is this wild intuition within him that occasionally erupts, disregarding all reasoning. Each significant victory in the past, every astonishing decision made at critical moments, which left everyone dumbfounded, yet ultimately proved to be astoundingly correct, relied not on his intellect, but on this inexplicable yet remarkably precise instinct. Enough, Su Hao interrupted the fervent discussions of his team. I have my own considerations. Let us undertake an exercise based on the most extreme and exhilarating premise. The stock market will crash tomorrow. Let us prepare a detailed investment strategy accordingly. The room fell into a state of collective paralysis, expressions filled with terror. Manager, are you serious? You truly intend to short it? This is entirely counter to the prevailing trend. Yes, Su Hao replied calmly, currently. The primary means by which we can conveniently short the market are stock index futures and options, correct? Let us devise a comprehensive investment strategy and hedging plan. His thoughts were crystal clear. If a significant downturn were indeed to occur, how could they seize the opportunity to profit to the fullest extent? Then, manager, what about today's trading? Someone hesitantly inquired. With a sweeping gesture, Su Hao declared, let us discuss the new investment plan when it is ready. There is no rush. For today, we shall focus on our preparatory work. Thus concluded the inaugural meeting of the Trading Department 7. Enveloped in an atmosphere so astonishing it left all members feeling their worldviews had been profoundly shaken. As soon as the conference room door closed, the facade of professionalism that had been maintained by the attendees crumbled the moment they were out of the manager's sight. Most of them shook their heads in disbelief, their expressions akin to those who had just attended a doomsday rally led by a cult leader. What in the world is happening? I truly cannot comprehend, exclaimed Liang Haiyuan, a seasoned senior trader who had navigated the corporate landscape for years, but now appeared utterly bewildered. Our new manager, Su, what is his thought process? At a time when the entire market is fervently bullish, he wants us to short the stocks? Am I losing my mind? Or is he? Lu Bo, a bespectacled gentleman with a scholarly demeanor, nodded in agreement, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Indeed, it is utterly preposterous. I would wager that at this very moment, there is not a single private equity manager in the nation bold enough to predict a market crash publicly. At that moment, a sharp yet protective voice interjected, laden with discontent. Liang Haiyuan, Longbo, are you two conspiring against the manager? It was Li Huilin, who had evidently positioned herself as a staunch supporter of Su Hao, her brows furrowed and eyes wide with indignation. Now hold on, Huilin. There's no need to be so agitated, Liang Haiyuan stammered, visibly taken aback by her fervor. We're not criticizing, we're merely engaging in a reasonable discussion, right? Let us be pragmatic. Tell me, does the manager's decision not seem a bit peculiar? Indeed, it is peculiar. It is as peculiar as it can be, Liang Haiyuan continued. What is the prevailing sentiment in the market right now? Just observe what the other trading departments are doing. Everyone, almost everyone, is fervently building positions, with strong optimism that the market will soar to new heights. Buy orders were pouring in like snowflakes into the trading system, and the entire company was suffused with a fervent urgency, as if time was of the essence, and any delay would spell disaster. Yet this newcomer, reportedly favored by the chairman himself, was determined to swim against the tide, to boldly short stocks amidst this overwhelming wave of optimism. In the brutal meat grinder of the capital markets, those who swim upstream against the prevailing trends often face dire consequences. Is it necessary to elaborate further? At best, one may lose their shirt. At worst, they could face financial ruin, finding themselves on the ledge contemplating their fate. Have we not learned enough from history? Yes. It is indeed a bit strange, Li Huilin conceded, her tone unwavering, but I choose to trust the manager. What? Liang Haiyuan and Lu Bo exclaimed in unison. their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. While my time with the manager has not been extensive, you must know, from my observations and understanding, he has never faltered in his investment decisions. Not once. Moreover, she emphasized her point. Consider this, he is merely a newcomer to the company, lacking any illustrious professional experience. Yet he has ascended to the managerial position at lightning speed. Do you truly believe this is merely a stroke of luck, or as rumored, solely due to a formidable background? There must be underlying reasons. Surely, there are exceptional qualities we remain unaware of. Perhaps, he is indeed a rare investment prodigy, a talent seldom seen in a century. Prodigy my foot, Liang Haiyuan nearly exclaimed, leaning toward an alternative explanation, that the manager was simply parachuted in. Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he abruptly recognized the weight and potential peril of such a statement, particularly with the manager's informants present. He hastily swallowed the latter half of his thought, forcing himself to amend his tone, lowering his voice by several degrees. Ahem, enough of this idle speculation. Chasing shadows is futile. Since the manager has issued an order, we, as subordinates, must comply. Let us not dawdle. Swiftly gather the necessary information. I need to step out for a smoke to gather my thoughts. Upon finishing, Liang Haiyuan fled the stifling office area, hastening towards the smoking room. Nicotine, perhaps the last refuge for the middle-aged man, and indeed the most inexpensive one. Liang Haiyuan trembled slightly as he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, attempting to numb his fraying nerves with the acrid smoke, dispelling the turmoil and unease within. Indeed, there are no perpetual rises in the stock market. Where there are ascents, descents are inevitable. This is an unassailable truth. Yet, but how long until that occurs? Who the hell knows? It might be tomorrow, next year, or perhaps 3 to 5 years down the line. What department are they? They belong to the trading division of a private equity firm. They survive by swiftly entering and exiting positions, capturing short-term fluctuations to profit from price differentials. Here, holding a stock for over a week is considered a long-term investment. Their evaluations occur monthly. Each month, profits and losses are settled, directly determining whether the following month will be filled with luxury or hardship, or even if one can retain their position. Now, to gamble on a significant downturn that may occur who knows when, and to bet against the prevailing market trend? This is nothing short of a cosmic joke. It is a gamble with their careers and livelihoods. What if this bull market stubbornly persists for a year and a half before finally declining? By then, they would have been repeatedly slapped by the market due to their contrarian short positions, losing everything down to their last pair of trousers. Even if, in the end, they were to be correct and the market did collapse, they would have already packed their bags and departed. They would be left watching helplessly as others rushed in to seize those bloody, outrageously cheap chips, unable to partake even a drop of the spoils. This is arguably one of the most tragic demises in the financial market. You discern the right direction, yet perish in the protracted darkness before dawn arrives. With a heavy exhale, Liang Haiyuan released a thick ring of smoke, his gaze imbued with melancholy and inner turmoil, reminiscent of a gambler who has lost everything. The smoking room lay desolate, with only him as its solitary occupant. Indeed, the market had only just opened, and it was the peak of trading fervor and fierce competition. His colleagues in other trading departments were undoubtedly invigorated, glued to their computer screens, eyes glinting with ambition as their fingers danced across the keys, desperately seizing opportunities in the bustling market. Damn it! While others reveled in the euphoric feast of a bull market, printing money and amassing riches, Liang Haiyuan found himself like a wandering spirit, trapped in a haze of smoke, pondering the philosophical quandary of whether he might face unemployment the following day. He couldn't even savor a warm bowl of soup. What kind of situation was this? Should he take a leap of faith? Submit a request to transfer departments? This tantalizing thought echoed like a devil's whisper, rising once more from the depths of his mind. Yet, in an instant, he extinguished it with a fierce resolve. Run away? How easy it sounded. A moment of reflection revealed the absurdity of it all. This was someone who had parachuted directly into a managerial position. What did that signify? It meant that he had formidable connections, powerful enough to crack walnuts. Perhaps he was merely a privileged scion indulging in a life experience, or the illegitimate child of the chairman. In any case, he was undoubtedly of a celestial caliber, far beyond the reach of ordinary workers like him, struggling in the daily grind. To offend someone of such extraordinary background? What hope was there of continuing in this company? Not to mention promotions or salary increases. Merely avoiding retribution would be a stroke of luck. There is a real risk of being ostracized from the entire industry. Alas, what on earth was he to do? Liang Haiyuan took another drag on his cigarette, feeling as if his hairline had retreated another half-millimeter in despair. What if he followed through with that idea, and their department lost all its capital? Would they not be disbanded on the spot? Would he not be dragged down with them? With dependents above and below, the weight of his mortgage suffocated him. Was it really so easy for him? A myriad of dismal futures paraded through his mind like a revolving lantern, each thought deepening his despair and frustration. Ultimately, he crushed the cigarette but into the ashtray, producing a soft hiss, as if extinguishing the last flicker of rebellion within him. He sighed deeply, resigning himself to fate. Damn it. What more could be done? The higher-ups were in charge, and their word was law. Whether fortune or misfortune, he had to accept it. Even if he felt like a subordinate, he still had to complete today's shift. Resignation had set in. What other choice did he have? After all, the other party was an enigmatic figure of immense influence, while he was merely a mortal struggling in the mundane world. The arm could never outmuscle the thigh. Chapter 32. To hell with risk management. Just as Liu Bo extinguished his second cigarette and returned to his desk, still somewhat dazed, he hurried over with a document in hand. His face bore a complex expression that conveyed uncertainty, a sentiment of being caught between obligation and skepticism, as the manager had insisted on this matter. Haiyuan, the research department has submitted the detailed analytical report as per the manager's request, he announced. Oh, so soon? Liang Haiyuan responded, taken aback, as he reached out to take the document. Yes, I heard the manager personally called to expedite it. The research department dared not delay. Liu Bo explained in a hushed tone. Liang Haiyuan quickly perused the document, initially curious to discover which oblivious analyst had the audacity to draft such a bearish outlook on the market. However, as he focused his gaze, his heart plummeted. What in the world? This is hardly a comprehensive analysis report. It was merely a few pages. The content was pitifully sparse, filled with vague phrases like possibilities exist, cannot be ruled out, and may face challenges, all of which amounted to meaningless drivel. The conclusions were equally ambiguous, sidestepping critical issues. A clear indication that the research team had cobbled this together merely to fulfill their duties while shirking responsibility. It was a document tailored for internal reference, disclaiming any repercussions. No way. The manager, surely he did not make such a monumental decision to confront the world based on this flimsy piece of paper. This terrifying thought coiled around his spine like a cold serpent, sending chills from his head to his toes. He felt as if he were not merely aboard a sinking ship, but that its captain might very well be a madman navigating with a counterfeit map. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this absurd and frightening notion. All right, I understand, he said, forcing a facade of calmness to Liu Bo. Please give me the document. I will personally deliver it to the manager. Ah, certainly. Clutching the thin yet ominously charged document, Liang Haiyuan took a deep breath, feeling as if he were marching towards the gallows, and once more knocked on the manager's office door. Upon entering, he was met with the same serene isolation that characterized the office. Su Hao sat before his computer screen, occasionally tapping the keyboard with a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the tumultuous stock market outside, which had many traders on edge. The scene, in every possible way, exuded an inexplicable eeriness. Manager, I have brought the organized materials from the research department, Liang Haiyuan stated respectfully as he offered the document. Ah, thank you for your efforts. Just place it here, Su Hao replied, his gaze never leaving the screen. He casually flipped through the pages, then picked up a pen, meticulously annotating the report he regarded as little more than scrap paper, as if selecting something of significance. Liang Haiyuan stood nearby, observing the manager meticulously marking a report that, to him, seemed utterly nonsensical. A sense of unease, akin to a boulder pressing down on his chest, surged within him like wild grass, nearly bursting forth. He felt compelled, almost duty-bound, to make one final attempt, even knowing it was likely futile and could potentially provoke this enigmatic superior. Manager, are we, truly, proceeding in this direction? Should we not reconsider? Su Hao, who had been engrossed in selecting targets on the report, finally paused, lifting his gaze to meet Liang Haiyuan's, whose forehead was already beaded with perspiration. Liang Haiyuan, Su Hao began slowly, his voice low yet resonantly clear. Though we are a team with a cohesive strategy, ultimately, each trader must be accountable for their own results. The company evaluates individual performance, does it not? He shifted his tone slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Therefore, if you are utterly convinced that your judgment is indeed the correct one, you are entirely free to act according to your own insights. I respect your professional judgment and personal choices. Such words sounded remarkably democratic, enlightened, and considerate of subordinates. Did they not? Yet, Liang Haiyuan, seasoned in the workplace, could discern the underlying subtext with ease. I am the one truly in charge of this team. Should you doubt my leadership and choose to operate independently, just wait and see what I will do. Su Hao handed Liang Haiyuan the marked document. Take this information and share it with the team members. They can invest according to the targets I have selected. If they believe they have better options or uncover more suitable opportunities, they may decide for themselves. Let's be flexible. I do not wish for a dictatorial approach. Understood, manager. Liang Haiyuan mechanically accepted the seemingly weighty document, sensing the veiled threat in the manager's words, his hands trembling slightly. He nodded and turned to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the office. Just as he reached the doorknob, Su Hao called out to him again, his tone still even yet laced with an unsettling intensity. This investment strategy is mine. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, I will bear all responsibility. Yes, at that moment, Liang Haiyuan felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, and he fled the manager's office as if in a panic. Back at his desk, he relayed the manager's directives verbatim to the other department members, who were already as skittish as startled birds. Then he slumped into the chair as though his very spine had been extracted, his mind buzzing incessantly with the reverberations of Su Hao's words and the disquieting power they embodied. He stared blankly at the computer screen, which displayed an interface of trading software showcasing the market indices alongside various ETF funds. On the left, the main index surged with a frenzied volume. On the right, a multitude of funds was being fervently pursued by investors, the buying pressure overwhelming and the transactions lively, evidently the mainstream choice of the market, a congregation of astute capital. If he had acted on his own instincts and gone long, even if he were right and the manager was wrong, the manager, entrenched in a web of connections, would suffer no repercussions from losses. Meanwhile, he, the rebellious one ignoring orders, would likely be the first to face the music. An ugly spectacle indeed. The more Liang Haiyuan contemplated this, the more his heart raced, cold sweat breaking out anew on his back. In the realm of private equity firms, especially within their high-pressure trading departments, internal discord over investment strategies and even open defiance against the manager were not uncommon. By the rules, a manager could not compel team members to buy or sell specific assets, for each was an independent trader under contractual agreement with the firm. Theoretically, they could operate independently, with strained relationships being the worst outcome, each relying on their own acumen to earn a living. Yet this particular manager, was he a typical figure one could gauge by conventional standards? A newcomer with scant credentials had ascended directly to a position of authority. Not a single dissenting voice had emerged from the boardroom to any other department. What did this signify? It indicated that his connections were robust enough to completely disregard the rules, powerful enough to act with impunity. To offend him will be tantamount to directly incurring the wrath of the chairman himself. No essential difference. Damn it! Liang Haiyuan clenched his teeth, the last vestige of hesitation in his gaze replaced by fervor, determination solidifying within him. He would take the plunge. Hadn't the manager stated unequivocally? If a mistake was made, he would bear the responsibility. He would shoulder the burden. That nonchalant declaration exuded a confidence that practically shouted to the world, I have support. Someone has my back. Even if the entire department's funds were squandered, I can afford it. This department will not disband. My position as manager is as solid as a mountain. You, my subordinates, follow my lead. Even if we incur losses, you shall not starve. What a formidable ally this was. What unyielding backing. What a powerful foundation permitted one to utter such words amidst the rapidly shifting, blood-soaked landscape of the financial market. To not seize this opportunity would be a disservice to his own aspirations for advancement and job security. Click, click. Liang Haiyuan's fingers danced swiftly over the mouse, each movement precise and rapid, imbued with a sense of irrevocable resolve. He would short the stock index futures. Place the order. In relation to various sectors, stocks are being shorted. Orders placed. Deep out of the money, put options, executed according to the proportions delineated by that divine manager. He meticulously and diligently followed the plan laid out by Su Hao, precisely allocating the department's available funds into assets that starkly opposed the prevailing market trends. At this moment, it felt as though he was not engaging in a perilous financial speculation with an uncertain future, but rather fulfilling a sacred and unassailable decree. Just then, system alert. Esteemed Liang Haiyuan, it has been detected that your current investment department's risk exposure has significantly deviated from a market benchmark and has activated the department's predetermined maximum risk control threshold. Please adjust your positions immediately to mitigate risk. Repeat, please adjust your positions immediately to mitigate risk. The infernal automated alert system from the risk management department sprang forth on cue, its glaring, blood-red warning text pulsating at the center of the screen. Of course, what he was doing was swimming against the tide, recklessly hurling vast amounts of hard-earned capital into what everyone deemed an abyssal pit. If the risk control system did not trigger an alert, it would be a true aberration. If such actions did not elicit an alarm, then the overpaid individuals in the risk control department might as well resign and return home to care for their children. Liang Haiyuan's hand trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly, due to the sudden yet anticipated warning. His heart tightened abruptly, yet it was merely for a fleeting moment. He fixated on the incessantly flashing red warning text, a twisted smirk creeping onto his lips, tinged with self-mockery and a hint of reckless abandon. Risk management? He murmured under his breath, then, with a voice only he could hear, venomously completed his thought. To hell with risk management. The greatest risk I face now is not clinging tightly to the manager's coattails. With that, he moved his mouse, aimed at the irksome warning window's upper right corner, and decisively clicked the icon. Chapter 33. Deeply out of the money put options. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee, tinged with a subtle bitterness, quietly pervades the air. Our risk manager, Zhang Wei, reclines in his chair, exhaling deeply, savoring this rare and almost stolen moment of leisure. Although the trading department remains a cacophony of activity, the Office of Risk Management envelopes an unusual tranquility. Just days prior, the atmosphere was entirely different. The entire department operated like a tightly wound machine, each individual taut with tension, bustling about in a frenzied state. This was due to the market's violent fluctuations, akin to an epileptic seizure. The traders, driven by a frenzied obsession, sought to engage in reckless gambles that transcended risk boundaries. Zhang Wei and his team had to act like the most vigilant sentinels, swiftly imposing strict measures, trading bans, warning messages, and round-the-clock monitoring. Every moment felt precarious. However, today, all of that is rendered unnecessary. Almost all traders have surged into the stock market, now ablaze with opportunity, much like sharks sensing blood in the water. As the stock market ascends triumphantly, with many stocks repeatedly hitting their upper limits, the risk management department finds itself in a state of idle leisure. Thus, Zhang Wei can indulge in the lingering taste of his coffee, at least until that moment just passed. Supervisor, a hesitant voice breaks the office's tranquility about that newly established 7th Department. 7th Department? Zhang Wei's brow subtly furrows. A name and a vague impression flicker through his mind. That place. The newly appointed manager, Su Hao, is shrouded in mystery and referred to internally as the Prince. What is it? He turns his chair, his tone calm, yet a premonition stirs within him. There seems to be something amiss with their trading records. Very troubling. The voice of his subordinate carries an unmistakable note of confusion and unease. Troubling? Zhang Wei's brow tightens. His motion is setting down, his coffee momentarily halting, impatience flickering in his tone. Let me guess. The usual reckless strategy of pouring all funds into a single stock. Engaging in a desperate gamble? He has witnessed such naive maneuvers many times before. No, supervisor, it's not that simple. The subordinate quickly rebuts, lowering his voice further. The gravity of the situation apparent. They are concentrating substantial funds into currently neglected market segments. Stocks that are, in fact, shunned. I fear the risks are monumental. And I have already sent a warning according to protocol, but they seem to be completely disregarding our alerts. Zhang Wei instinctively inhales, sensing the air grow heavy with tension. His brow furrows deeper as he solemnly states, "Wait, pull up the detailed data for me to review." Su Hao. The name seemed to carry an invisible weight, causing a slight heaviness in Zhang Wei's heart. This man, his background was unfathomable, and his conduct was nothing short of unconventional. Not only Zhang Wei, but even the adept head of their risk management department would dare not approach him lightly. Rumors circulated that within this rigorously hierarchical corporation, the only person capable of truly restraining and governing him was the lofty chairman, with no second to be found. Due to this elusive connection and background, Zhang Wei had previously chosen to turn a blind eye to the new manager's outrageous actions, unwilling to invite trouble. However, upon observing the trading data his subordinate had extracted, which vividly displayed the flow of funds and the positions held on the screen, Zhang Wei could scarcely believe his eyes. What on earth was this? He nearly howled in disbelief, his gaze fixated on the screen, his pupils constricting in an instant. The glaring green figures of losses on the display pierced his vision like icy needles, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Trading Department 7, led by Su Hao. All their investment activities were in complete opposition to the prevailing market trends that everyone was fervently chasing. It was a thorough 180-degree reversal. Just days into his managerial role, before he had even settled in, he was already engaging in such shocking antics. A tempest of confusion and uncertainty surged within Zhang Wei. Could it be? This young man was about to go mad again, shorting stock index futures. Massive margin short selling. He even purchased a substantial amount of deeply out-of-the-money put options. Zhang Wei's voice trembled with astonishment, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Indeed, supervisor. The subordinate's voice was laden with incredulity. You are aware that the stock market is currently experiencing an unprecedented super bull market, with everyone scrambling to get in, riding this unstoppable wave to make a fortune. Yet their Department 7 has chosen to head in the completely opposite direction. Zhang Wei was acutely aware of the market's prevailing trends, more so than anyone else. It was not just the frontline traders charging ahead. They, the risk managers responsible for safeguarding, must also sniff out the market's currents with the acuity of the keenest hounds, firmly grasping the prevailing winds. Only then can they make the most precise judgments at critical moments, when to decisively halt potentially uncontrollable trades, and when to hold back and allow free development. In a place where others would tread carefully, fearing even the slightest taint, they boldly defied convention, recklessly pouring such vast sums of money as if dousing it with water. A flash of lightning seemed to illuminate Zhang Wei's mind. All the doubts instantly connected. He understood in a heartbeat. Su Hao, this audacious fellow. Every action he took pointed towards a chilling possibility. He was gambling. The seemingly indomitable stock market, basking in its zenith, is on the verge of a precipitous decline. Has he lost his mind? This thought detonated in Zhang Wei's mind like a thunderclap, prompting an involuntary exclamation. What nonsense! A cursory glance at any financial newspaper or the multitude of financial news websites reveals an overwhelming tide of optimistic forecasts and idyllic visions for the market's future. Countless experts and analysts assert with unwavering confidence that the market index is poised to at least double, if not soar even higher. Amidst this fervent national enthusiasm, one cannot find a single article, not even a whisper of bearish sentiment. This, indeed, is the singular compass of the moment, a golden rule that all must adhere to. Could it be that his recent meteoric rise to the position of manager has overwhelmed him with pressure, leading to a lapse in judgment? Or perhaps he is merely a deluded egotist, ensconced in his own unrealistic fantasies, making a decision so profoundly foolish it borders on self-sabotage? Zhang Wei's thoughts raced with electric urgency. It is evident that such an astonishing ascent carries an unimaginable weight of responsibility. Perhaps this compels him to deliver extraordinary, even outrageous results to silence the murmurs of doubt. More likely, however, this is merely a self-indulgent monologue, a grave misjudgment that could drag the entire team and its substantial funds into the abyss. "Supervisor, what shall we do now?" The anxious voice of a subordinate jolted Zhang Wei from his tumultuous reverie, laced with urgency and unease. Should we immediately exercise our authority to revoke all their trading instructions and halt their operations? The power of the risk management department within the company is far more substantial than the outside world perceives. Their decisions can even supersede those of certain department heads. If they determine that a particular trade harbors uncontrollable risks, they possess the authority to intervene and halt the transaction, regardless of the rank of the opposing party. However, this rule becomes nebulous, even entirely ineffective, when confronted with certain exceptional individuals. When the target requiring intervention is someone like Su Hao, who commands respect even from department directors and possibly has direct access to the highest echelons of the company, the situation transforms entirely. Zhang Wei fell into a contemplative silence. The office was enveloped in the hum of computer fans, punctuated by the distant clamor of other departments. He instinctively lifted his gaze, directing it towards his nominal superior, Director Pan Sun, who was known for his diplomatic finesse. At that moment, Pan Sun was engrossed in his screen, pretending to be wholly absorbed in his work. Sensing Zhang Wei's scrutiny, Pan Sun's gaze faltered momentarily before he awkwardly averted his eyes. A barely audible sigh escaped Zhang Wei's lips. He ultimately waved his hand, his voice imbued with a weariness and resignation he himself had not fully recognized. "Let be." "What?" "Supervisor." The subordinate stared in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. "But what if? What if that money? It's a staggering 50 million. What if it all disappears? Right now, the entire company only has their 7 departments' accounts, and they are a glaring, dismal green." Xiao Wu, his voice hoarse, as if each word drained him of tremendous energy, remarked, "In this company, one must sometimes, no, often, pretend not to see what they see. One must feign ignorance to what they hear. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Do not concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you." His gaze seemed to pierce through the subordinate before him, reaching toward a distant reality, his tone laced with a nearly brutal sense of realism. Now is that moment. He had never envisioned a day when he would utter such words, words steeped in compromise and helplessness, even verging on cowardice. Yet what could be done? Such is the nature of reality. Even the formidable risk management department, wielding the power of life and death, inevitably encounters unapproachable territories that must be circumvented. However, the haunting figure of that staggering sum resurfaced in Zhang Wei's mind. 50 million. This wager seems rather excessively large, doesn't it? An indescribable chill swept through him involuntarily. A newly established team, brimming with promise, appeared to be on the brink of annihilation, seemingly destined to vanish without a trace, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Chapter 34. The Devil's Whispers. Within the confines of the office, an unusual and almost stagnant silence pervaded the air, evoking a sense of novelty in Su Hao, who had recently assumed the position of manager in the trading department. This is truly the first time. It has been so quiet. Leaning back in his chair, he cast a calm gaze over the empty office space, contemplating internally. In his memory, the trading department transformed into a battlefield filled with smoke, tumultuous voices, and an atmosphere charged with tension and fervor the moment the bell signifying the market's opening rang. He could vividly recall his early days as a naive newcomer, bustling like a diligent worker bee amidst the chaos, delivering mountains of documents, steaming cups of coffee, and energy-boosting snacks to the frenzied veterans with bloodshot eyes. Those days, which remained etched in his memory, had imparted lessons that textbooks could never convey. Yet now, surveying the department, it felt less like a time-sensitive trading hub and more akin to a mundane 9-to-5 administrative office. It seems everyone has plunged their funds into the fervent stock market, content to hold their positions without engaging in any further transactions, Su Hao mused. At times, when a market exhibited a clear and sustained trend, traders would indeed suppress their impulse for frequent trading, opting to hold their positions for several days, or even longer. Especially in moments like now, when the entire market was engulfed in an irrational atmosphere of rapid and reckless ascension. Knock, knock. 2 crisp raps on the door shattered the tranquility of the office. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Li Huilin, who entered with a tray in hand, adorned with an appropriately professional smile. The tray bore a steaming cup of coffee and a small plate of delicately crafted cookies. Manager, I brought you something to invigorate you. I noticed you haven't taken a break. There is no need to go through such trouble, Huilin. Oh, it's no bother at all, manager. After all, no one has anything pressing to attend to at the moment. Li Huilin gently placed the tray on the corner of Su Hao's expansive desk, her tone remaining cheerful. However, Su Hao perceptibly caught a fleeting, subtle hint of tension in her eyes. Oh, by the way, manager, these cookies, I attempted to bake them myself last night. Please have a taste. Is that so? Thank you very much. Well, enjoy, manager. I won't disturb you any further. Li Huilin seemed somewhat flustered, quickly bowing slightly before hastily exiting the office. The door closed softly behind her. Su Hao lifted the coffee cup, but did not sip. Instead, he silently observed the curling steam rising above it. He could distinctly sense that moments ago, Li Huilin had been cautiously and subtly gauging his reaction. In an attempt to decipher something from his expression, his gaze, and even the minutiae of his every movement, it was not merely she who engaged in this endeavor. At that moment, within the eerily tranquil confines of the office, every member of the newly formed Trading Department 7, whether feigning diligence in their tasks or engaged in hushed conversations, found a portion of their attention, whether overt or covert, fixated upon their newly appointed manager. It is no wonder they react this way, he mused, for just 2 days prior, Su Hao, had audaciously led the nascent Trading Department 7 to stake a staggering $50 million in a bearish position on the stock market, a resolute short-selling strategy. Meanwhile, every other trading team within the company held steadfast to bullish positions, reveling in the soaring profits as if seated upon a mountain of gold. Only they, Trading Department 7, were confronted with the relentless flashing of glaring green numbers on their accounts, a stark representation of losses. Though his subordinates outwardly maintained a facade of composure, none dared to openly question his decisions, nor did they allow a hint of dissent to surface. Yet, as he occupied this seat of power and responsibility, he was acutely aware, more so than ever before, of the genuine emotions lurking beneath their veneer of respect and obedience, eyes that flickered with hesitation, confusion, and even a trace of fear. Their gazes seemed to silently repeat a singular inquiry. Manager, is it still possible for us to cut our losses and chase after that seemingly endless upward train? Yet, the clarity of that moment lingered vividly in Su Hao's mind. He recalled the surge of electric intensity that coursed through him, compelling him to cast aside all rational analyses and defy the majority's opinions. Even now, the reverberations of that soul-stirring tremor seemed to linger faintly within him, like a ghostly reminiscence. Moreover, the extensive data submitted by the analyst from the research department had not been chosen at random when he selected the final investment targets before Liang Haiyuan. He had deliberately sought out those candidates that could rekindle that powerful feeling within him. Any option that evoked even a modicum of hesitation, obscurity, or inadequacy in that feeling was ruthlessly dismissed without a second glance. However, reality descended upon him like a frigid cascade of water, mercilessly dousing his fervor. The stock market not only failed to exhibit any signs of rupture as he had anticipated, but instead surged with an intensity reminiscent of a stimulant, escalating relentlessly and madly towards the heavens. This left Su Hao, despite his extraordinary composure and fortitude, feeling an undeniable twinge of anxiety. After all, beneath the princely faade, he was ultimately just a mortal. Damn it. What if the market does not plummet immediately but remains robust for 6 months? Or even longer? What then? Various negative, uncertain thoughts began to flood his mind like a relentless tide. This was the gravest and most perilous flaw of his seemingly advantageous ability. All judgments were inextricably reliant on his intangible, unquantifiable, and utterly inexplicable so-called intuition. Alas, Su Hao silently sighed within. How wonderful it would be if, like the protagonists in those online novels, a clear and comprehensible status window could appear before him, or if there were some system prompt to guide him. At the very least, it would be beneficial to see a pivotal moment of the future, akin to some supernatural beings. Unfortunately, such phenomena did not exist in reality. All he could cling to was that flickering intuition, as fragile as a candle in the wind. Faced with immense pressure and the harsh reality of sustained losses, a cacophony of disordered thoughts began to uncontrollably proliferate in his mind. Was it truly a mistake? Should he immediately halt all losses while they had yet to reach an irreparable extent? As this tantalizing thought emerged, Su Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened. He vigorously shook his head, crushing that seed of doubt which could obliterate everything. No, this is wrong. He forcefully suppressed the siren's whisper of temptation, straightening his back anew. Yes, thrust into the managerial position unexpectedly, the scale of funds at his disposal had multiplied exponentially. The accompanying weight of immense pressure had subtly influenced his state of mind. However, he must not forget, Su Hao, who had risen from obscurity to this position, had relied not on connections, not on luck, but on this an unknown, unique, special, intuitive ability. Therefore, he must not waver, no matter how dire reality appeared, no matter the number of skeptics. He must trust in his ability. He would see this trust through to the end, even if it meant utter ruin. Crack. As if to bolster his resolve, Su Hao decisively reached for the homemade cookie crafted by Li Huijin, biting into it with unyielding force. The action was imbued with a sense of power. In the next moment, an indescribable explosion of flavors, a peculiar amalgamation of charred essence and an unnameable oddity, erupted violently within his mouth. The crumbs of the biscuit were coarse, akin to gravel, and even somewhat abrasive against his teeth. Su Hao's chewing momentarily faltered. His face retained an expression of serene composure, yet a fleeting glimmer of an exceedingly subtle bewilderment flickered in his gaze. Sister Huilan, it appears that your prowess in the intricate art of baking leaves much to be desired. Chapter 35, The Avalanche Begins. Damn, this wretched smoke. It seems I truly cannot quit. Recently, Liang Haiyuan has indulged in smoking far more frequently than before. He stands in the open-air smoking area beneath the company building, skillfully igniting yet another cigarette of the day, inhaling deeply with fervor. The pungent smoke rushes violently into his lungs, bringing a fleeting, almost self-destructive numbness. In the past, as soon as the opening bell of the exchange rang, he would spring into action like a wound-up machine, immersing himself wholly in the ever-shifting digital spectacle. He was so tense that he scarcely noticed his thirst, let alone found the leisure to indulge in a cigarette. But now, it seems time is the one thing he possesses in abundance. Why are there so many people today? Liang Haiyuan is somewhat taken aback to discover that the smoking area, typically sparse at this hour, is now teeming with individuals. Furthermore, without exception, these individuals are all traders like him, who should be fighting valiantly on the trading front lines. Yet, what strikes him as most glaring is not the crowd itself, but the atmosphere. In days gone by, this cramped space was always suffused with low mutterings of curses born from trading losses, frustrated sighs, and a palpable silence laden with tension. However, today, amidst the swirling smoke, it is unusually filled with light-hearted laughter, uncontainable excitement, and even a few unabashed roars of triumph. It feels akin to a premature celebration. Oh, is that you, Liang Haiyuan? Have you come out to relax? It seems the market is favorable today, Nothing to worry about. Haha. A somewhat familiar voice calls out, and Liang Haiyuan glances up to see several old colleagues from his previous department, their faces aglow as they gather, puffing away. Indeed, with the current market conditions, who has anything to fret over? Another chimes in, his tone unmistakably boasting. We essentially bought the leading stocks across various industries a few days ago and have simply left them to appreciate on their own. I hear that some bolder groups with stronger connections have even received special approval to heavily invest in stock index futures. Their profits are astonishing. Moreover, those fellows in the options department next door are raking in profits and are already planning where to celebrate with champagne at the end of the month. Liang Haiyuan remains silent, not joining the conversation. He stands at the fringes of the crowd, mechanically inhaling one cigarette after another. The ember at the tip flickers uncertainly, mirroring his current tumultuous emotions. The rising white smoke obscures the jubilant, animated faces before him and seems to temporarily shield him from the jarring, ostentatious chatter. By the way, Liang Haiyuan, how is the situation in your department? Finally, someone seems to recall his presence in the corner and casually inquires. Heather group? Is that even question? Before Liang Haiyuan could respond, someone nearby interjected with a tone that was half joking, half mocking. What is the current state of the stock market? It's simply a frenzied dance of dragons, a fire igniting the oil. Money is everywhere in the market. It feels as though one could close their eyes and randomly click the mouse, and money would cascade into their accounts. There is absolutely no possibility of incurring losses. Ha ha ha. Indeed, how aptly put. It's like receiving money for free. If anyone is still losing money at this moment, it's more unlikely than the national football team qualifying for the World Cup. Laughter erupted unabashedly from everyone present. They were all enraptured in this unprecedented capital revelry, overwhelmed with excitement. It was no wonder. Liang Haiyuan crushed the cigarette but fiercely into the ashtray. A wave of indescribable bitterness and heaviness surged within him once again. Indeed, it was a seemingly endless feast of money breeding money, a time when even fools could profit. Just observing those who typically rushed about as if they needed 3 heads and 6 arms, now leisurely gathered here to smoke, chat, and boast. One could grasp the sheer magnitude of this extraordinary market trend. Liang Haiyuan, aren't you heading back to the office? Someone asked casually as they prepared to leave. Yes. You all go ahead. I'll stay a bit longer, Liang Haiyuan replied, somewhat stiffly waving his hand. All right then, we'll head up first. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the smoking area soon regained a semblance of its former tranquility, with only the smoke lingering in the air. Alone, Liang Haiyuan sat on the cold bench, lost in thought. His mood mirrored the overcast sky above, tainted gray by industrial fumes, filled with oppression and confusion. No matter how he analyzed, observed, or tried to persuade himself, the stock market as frenzied surge showed no signs of abating. The unusually festive atmosphere in the smoking area, reminiscent of a holiday celebration, spoke volumes. That place, which used to echo with the raw, unbearable curses and roars born of losses from erroneous judgments and poor operations, was now awash in joy and laughter. Every face was unreservedly etched with fervent anticipation for the substantial performance bonuses expected this month. When the time comes, when bonuses are distributed, will we in the 7th department merely watch as others count their money, while we silently lick our wounds? This thought gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. With a heavy sigh, Liang Haiyuan stood up, feeling an immense weight upon him. Enough. Overthinking was futile. He needed to return to the office. Work must always be done. Although, he had no idea what he could possibly accomplish upon returning to that dismal 7th department. Perhaps he could only stare blankly at the screen. However, as Liang Haiyuan trudged into the department office, burdened by his thoughts, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Instead of the anticipated gloom and silence, chaos reigned supreme. The spacious office was a whirlwind of activity, with everyone, members from their department as well as traders for neighboring teams, rushing frantically between their desks and the aisles, as if ignited by an unseen flame. Every face bore an expression of terror and despair. The clattering of keyboards and mice resounded like a tempest, while a cacophony of incoherent cries furious roars, and sobbing wails filled the air, creating a tumultuous atmosphere that one might mistake for a place recently struck by a catastrophic earthquake. What on earth is happening? Liang Haiyuan felt his heart leap into his throat as he seized a young staff member from his team, who stumbled past him in a frenzy. "Brother Haiyuan, where have you been?" The young employee, usually sharp-witted, appeared as pale as a ghost, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his words, fear palpable in his voice. "Wait, Shaoli, just tell me, what on earth is going on? Everyone seems utterly lost. Has the sky fallen?" Liang Haiyuan observed his team members, all equally ashen-faced, their eyes vacant as if they had suffered a devastating blow, amplifying his own unease exponentially. Just moments ago, the young employee, Shaoli, mustered all his strength to utter a few words, his voice quaking. The Securities Regulatory Commission has suddenly issued an announcement. They're going to impose comprehensive restrictions on margin trading. What? Those two words struck Liang Haiyuan like thunder, leaving his mind blank. He felt as though he had been frozen in place, his blood seemingly congealed in that instant. What does a restriction on margin trading signify? It meant that the authorities were stepping in directly in a bid to curb the overheated stock market. They were adopting the most stringent and unequivocal measures to sever the lifeblood that had been fueling the market-esque frenzy, margin trading, colloquially known as borrowing money to invest in stocks. So that's why everyone has completely lost their minds. Shaoli was on the brink of collapse. You must know, right now, the astronomical influx of funds into the stock market, a vast majority of it, is borrowed money leveraged several times over, or even tenfold through margin trading. Indeed, the stock market's explosive surge within such a brief period was due to this very phenomenon. To a large extent, it is due to the policy previously implemented by the authorities to stimulate the economy, margin trading. In essence, this allows investors to use a modest amount of their own capital as collateral to borrow several times that amount from brokerage firms for stock trading. For instance, if one possesses only 100,000 through margin trading during the most frenzied times, one could borrow up to 10 times that amount, resulting in a total of 1,000,000 to invest in the stock market. It is this exhilarating leverage, akin to a potent stimulant, that can instantaneously amplify the wealth effect, enticing countless investors who dream of overnight riches to swarm into the stock market like moths to a flame. However, the predicament arises as the official stance shifts dramatically. Suddenly, the previously unrestrained influx of capital is tightened, with announcements of stringent restrictions and even an outright prohibition on new margin trading transactions. Consequently, the extreme and irrational surge in prices, which had relied entirely on colossal leverage funds, is bound to face devastating repercussions. It may very well plummet, akin to a catastrophic avalanche. Those investors who previously indulged in high leverage borrowing to acquire stocks will find themselves ensnared once the stock prices descend to a predetermined threshold, triggering the brokerage's margin call mechanism. Their collateral will no longer suffice to cover potential losses. The stocks within their accounts will be forcibly liquidated by the brokerage system at the speed of light, devoid of any regard for cost, to recover the borrowed funds. This forced liquidation will exacerbate the panic-driven decline in the market further. Ordinary investors, who had merely held onto their stocks with their own funds, upon witnessing such a terrifying, apocalyptic scene, will inevitably succumb to extreme trepidation. Like fleeing from a plague, they will frantically sell off all their holdings at any price, desperate to escape the impending collapse of the market. Thus, sell orders. An avalanche of sell orders. Like a tsunami, they will surge forth. Buy orders? Regrettably, they are non-existent. In this manner, a profoundly terrifying vicious cycle takes shape. Like the first domino falling, it triggers an irrevocable chain reaction. The avalanche has begun. Chapter 36. This individual is certainly not human, these wretched scoundrels. Just days ago, they were on television and in the newspapers urging everyone to hastily invest in stocks, to leap into the fray. In a distant corner of the office, someone was shrieking in a frenzy, their voice laced with the fury of betrayal. How could this happen? How could they suddenly stab us in the back without any warning? Damn it, this is truly insidious. Shameless. Run. Sell everything you can, as quickly as possible. If we wait any longer, our positions will plummet into oblivion. Hurry. Just moments ago, those who had been chatting animatedly in the smoking area, brimming with optimism about the lavish bonuses they would receive this month, dreaming of the latest luxury cars or which exotic island to vacation on, were now engulfed in the most primal, profound terror and despair. The entire trading department had devolved into a veritable hell on earth. The air was thick with desperate screams, the frantic clatter of keyboards, and the silent shattering sound of wealth evaporating in an instant. Everyone was desperate to exit at any cost, eager to flee this sudden cataclysm. Yet in the market, a deluge of sell orders poured in, overwhelming and relentless, a dense mass, layered upon itself. There was not a single buyer willing to take the plunge. Amid this cataclysmic chaos and panic that had descended upon nearly every trading team in the private equity firm, there was one team that, curiously, seemed to exist outside of this tempest. As if standing on the opposite bank of a raging river, they coldly observed this sudden grand spectacle. Of course, to be more precise, they were not truly at peace. Rather, they were utterly stunned by another form of overwhelming shock, entirely different in nature. It was truly, just as the manager had said, the stock market just collapsed. A formal trader, dazed, stared at the screen depicting the catastrophic plunge of the entire stock market, muttering as if in a trance. How could a manager have known beforehand? Another trading assistant, typically quite astute, now wore an expression of disbelief, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Among this group, gripped by a different extreme emotion, shock bordering on panic, Liang Haiyuan was the first to tenuously regain a semblance of rationality. His heart was pounding in his chest like a war drum. His blood surged uncontrollably through his veins, boiling with fervor. The immense excitement and disbelief erupted within him like a volcano, shaking his very nerves. What were we all just sitting here for? He abruptly leaped to his feet, summoning every ounce of strength to shout. The voice, tinged with utmost excitement, emerged somewhat hoarse and distorted. Now is not the time for idleness. Hurry! Everyone move quickly. Immediately check. Verify those short positions we previously acquired. Confirm our current profits. Oh, yes. Brother Haiyuan. At the sound of his commanding shout, team members jolted to life like robots activated by a switch, scrambling to their computer screens, as if awakening from a dream. Liang Haiyuan, too, stumbled back to his seat, nearly tripping over himself in his haste. His fingers trembled uncontrollably from overwhelming exhilaration, and after several attempts, he finally managed to shakily click on the trading interface he had almost dared not to view again. Just moments before he had stepped out for a smoke, the interface displayed a disheartening array of grotesquely debilitating green numbers, and now, in a brief span of mere minutes, the entire screen was ablaze with a glaring, fiery red. Every single digit was frantically leaping upward, soaring, ascending even higher. The red numbers, indicative of profit, were rising at a pace that surpassed even the swiftest rocket launch. It was terrifying. How is this possible? This is nothing short of a miracle. Liang Haiyuan felt his breath momentarily cease. He clutched the mouse tightly, his ordinarily dexterous hand trembling like a leaf in the wind, barely capable of executing even the simplest click. This extraordinary divine reversal. Their newly appointed manager of the trading department, Su Hao. How on earth did he achieve this? How could he have predicted all of this? At this moment, Liang Haiyuan could assert with an unwavering conviction of 200%. In the entire financial center of Xiaogua, no, even on a global scale, who could have foreseen so precisely, at such an opportune moment, that the seemingly indestructible stock market would plunge so drastically at this very instant? There could only be one individual. That would be their trading department's remarkably young manager, Su Hao. Even if there were a couple of other prodigies in this world with the same prophetic abilities who fortuitously anticipated this market crash. But who? Who possessed the audacity? Who had the resolve? Who had the madness to defy the overwhelming bullish sentiment pervading the market? facing the skepticism and ridicule of all, wagering their own capital, committing everything to such a staggering, earth-shattering counterbet. This was no trivial matter. It was not a mere few 100,000 or 1 million in tentative investments. No, it was a staggering 50 million, sufficient to bring any medium-sized enterprise to a swift and irrevocable bankruptcy. An astronomical figure. Liang Haiyuan abruptly lifted his head, his gaze magnetically drawn, piercing through the thin glass partition of the office, fixed unwaveringly upon that youthful figure. Manager Su Hao. Amidst the apocalyptic chaos and panic engulfing the entire department, and even the company, remained steadfast, calm, and composed in his own independent office. Liang Haiyuan felt his throat dry as the Sahara Desert. He struggled and exerted great effort to swallow, producing a distinctly audible gulp. In that moment, amidst the heart-stopping upheaval, he finally comprehended entirely the words of his former mentor, Manager Zhou Yi, who had taken him under his wing, echoed in his mind. Before his reassignment, Zhou had solemnly patted his shoulder and said, "Haiyuan, when working with Su Hao, you must set aside your pride, learn diligently, observe and listen closely. It will greatly benefit your future." The profound implications of that statement, which had once left him perplexed, now crystallized before him. Su Hao was not merely the so-called princeling or a beneficiary of some mysterious connections, as the rumor suggested. No, he was simply on an entirely different plane, a different dimension from those like them, who struggled at the grassroots level, relying on experience and toil for sustenance. His meteoric rise, akin to a rocket, was startling and utterly defied the company's promotion protocols. The upper management's seemingly irrational favoritism and near-licentious treatment of him suddenly made sense. All the doubts and enigmas that had plagued Liang Haiyuan, causing him confusion and even resentment, dissipated like snow under the sun in the face of this harsh and shocking reality. Everything was now logical. Everything made sense. This guy, at this moment, only this one thought remained in Liang Haiyuan's mind, deeply imprinted upon his very soul like a brand. This notion bore a profound, ineffable reverence emanating from the depths of his being. This individual was no mere human. That young man, still seated calmly in his office, was unmistakably a living embodiment of the god of transactions, cloaked in the guise of humanity. Chapter 37. The Triumph of Resilience Alarm. A sharp, urgent clamor suddenly engulfed the entire risk control department. Zhang Wei, the head of risk control, felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head, cold sweat instantly saturating his shirt. After years of navigating this tumultuous industry, he had never witnessed such a scene. Every screen within his sight was engulfed by a heart-stopping shade of green, a harbinger of collapse and catastrophe, pulsating with an apocalyptic glow. In that fleeting moment, his usually agile mind came to a standstill, coalescing into a singular, coarse, heavy, and despairing thought. Damn it, it's over. Merely minutes ago, the atmosphere in the department was serene, as leisurely as if they had already stepped into retirement. Colleagues were either sipping coffee and engaging in idle chatter or indulging in afternoon pastries. After all, the market was stable. What risks warranted their attention? Who could have anticipated the tempest that was about to unfold? Just moments ago, the Securities Regulatory Commission, without warning, had unleashed a new regulatory policy like a deep-sea bomb, shattering the tranquility. The news struck like a bucket of ice water tossed into a boiling pot of oil. The market erupted, a frenzy of selling. An overwhelming tide of sell orders surged forth, like a deluge breaking free from its dam, sweeping everything in its path with relentless force. "Boss, what do we do?" Zhang Wei's legs turned to jelly as he stumbled towards Pan Sun, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Yet, upon seeing the pallid, distraught expression on Pan Sun's face, his heart sank into an abyss of despair. "What can we do?" Director Pan Sun stammered, his voice hoarse and filled with a sense of helplessness. "What can our risk management department possibly do? Should we rush to unplug the servers? Or call the exchange to suspend trading? Is this within our control?" He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Quickly inform everyone. Let the traders handle it themselves. Those who need to cut losses, cut them. Those who must liquidate. Do so. Swift hands reap rewards. Slow hands bear losses. Hesitate, and you might lose everything. Though his words were somewhat coarse, they were not devoid of reason. This was nothing short of a sudden financial tsunami, an act of nature beyond their control. The current situation had far surpassed the capabilities of their risk management department. Could they truly stand against such a raging flood with mere flesh and blood? As for how to salvage even the slightest loss from this wreckage, how to reclaim the spilled water, even if muddied with sediment, that was the burden of those traders on the front lines, fighting with real stakes. All they could do was pray that it would not culminate in the worst possible outcome. Pan Sun finally slumped in his chair, murmuring to himself, his gaze unfocused as it drifted to the stark white lights on the ceiling. In the face of a market crash akin to a natural disaster, any human struggle or endeavor appeared so painfully futile. Those engaged in the so-called risk management now find themselves in a state of helplessness, merely staring wide-eyed at the unfolding chaos, diminutive and powerless, akin to prisoners awaiting their final judgment. Zhang Wei, disheartened, trudged back to his workstation, his steps heavy as if laden with lead, feeling as if the very core of his being had been extracted. A sense of frustration welled up within him, almost making him feel as though he could bleed. Damn it! The previous nickel fiasco had already thrown the entire department into disarray, nearly jeopardizing the year-end bonuses. He had believed that was the greatest tempest he would ever face. However, in comparison to the current turmoil, that incident seemed trivial, mere drizzle unworthy of mention. And yet, they spoke of a bounty of bonuses of year-end dividends that would leave one soft-handed. What utter nonsense! Given the avalanche of calamity unfolding, the entire department would soon be tightening their belts, preparing to collectively face the barren winds of hardship. Wait, over there, just as Zhang Wei was engulfed in despair, contemplating the nutritional value of the barren winds, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of a sea of green on the surveillance screen, a symbol of collapse and despair. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He spotted an exceedingly striking and glaring, bright color. Amidst the dismal green, it blazed forth with the fervor of a volcanic eruption, emanating a fiery red flame that seemed capable of incinerating all chill. No, that was not an ordinary red. That was the light of hope, the luminous beacon of defiance against adversity. When everyone believed the market would soar skyward, fervently shouting to invest recklessly, and when all were like startled birds, crying out to sell, sell, sell. Only one team, initially appearing as reckless contrarians, now stood as the solitary seer amidst a drunken crowd. Moreover, this individual did not merely speak of innovation. He took decisive action. Damn it! He seized a staggering $50 million in cash, like the most audacious and cold-hearted gambler, resolutely placing a hefty bet on a short position. This madman, this utterly ruthless individual, a name thundered through his mind like a clap of lightning. Su Hao. It was that man, the one who dared to defy the entire market frenzy single-handedly. It was the legendary Trading Division 7, along with their prodigious manager, Su Hao. Meanwhile, in the eye of the storm within the manager's office of Trading Division 7, Su Hao himself sat, momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the screen before him, his expression inscrutable, betraying no sign of joy or anger. The screen displayed cascading green numbers like a waterfall, while the candlestick chart plummeted like a vertical cliff, depicting a harrowing financial catastrophe. Yet his gaze remained profound, undisturbed by the turmoil, as if all that transpired before him was merely a script long since written. However, just before the Chinese Securities Regulatory Commission issued its thunderous regulatory announcement, his heart was far from the solid FAAD it presented. Frankly, he had hesitated and wavered, much like a reed swaying in the wind, caught in a tumultuous struggle between perseverance and surrender. As a fierce internal battle raged within him, twisting him into a pretzel of anxiety, the announcement struck. Boom! It descended like a divine hammer of judgment, precisely and mercilessly crashing down upon the seemingly indomitable candlestick chart. And then, there was nothing further. The chart collapsed, shattering into a chaotic mess. Outside, It seems to have erupted completely. He could distinctly hear the sudden uproar outside his office. Footsteps in disarray, akin to a panicked herd fleeing. Uncontrollable gasps, screams tinged with desperation. And the cacophony of various objects being overturned intertwined in a dissonant symphony. Those so-called elites, typically clad in tailored suits and exuding an air of professionalism, now shed their FAAs, revealing raw terror and madness, enacting a vivid prelude to the apocalypse. He had never witnessed such a frenzied scene since joining Fanghuan Investment. Manager. His moment of solitude was abruptly interrupted as the office door was flung open with a resounding bang. His subordinates surged in like a horde of soldiers retreating from battle, their eyes wide and breaths quickened, their expressions a tumultuous blend of shock, elation, and a touch of incredulity, as if they had collectively partaken in some hallucinogenic experience. Their minds scattered. Manager. How? How did you know? One ventured, his voice trembling, gazing at Su Hao as if he were a prophet descended from the realms of mythology. Goodness. Manager, you are simply remarkable. Incredible. Another speculated, almost conspiratorially, could it be? Do you have inside information from the Securities Commission? At this, Su Hao nearly choked on his own saliva. Inside information? What a preposterous notion. He had previously been nothing more than a layabout, with no connections to any high-ranking officials at the commission. Clearing his throat, he decided to maintain an air of inscrutability, gesturing dismissively as he spoke in a calm, measured tone. Isn't it said that when even the most unlikely individuals start rushing into the stock market, it signals that the bubble is about to burst? This phrase, plucked from the obscure corners of investment literature he had perused, sounded profound enough to impress. The underlying logic was rather straightforward. When a market heats up to the point where even the most improbable participants are drawn in, it signifies that irrational exuberance has peaked. An impending collapse is just around the corner. It is said, yet this is simply too. Everyone looked at one another, still feeling utterly bewildered. Is this not excessively mystical? It resembles divination. Silence. Silence. At that moment, the elder statesman of the team, Liang Haiyuan, stepped forward. With his vast experience and clear understanding, he immediately called out, "Is this the moment to be entangled in doubt?" The manager's astute calculations, that prophetic insight into the future, is beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. Everyone, rally your spirits. Listen carefully to the directives. Liang Haiyuan, with his considerable tenure in the company, managed to quell the fervor of the exuberant crowd, prompting them to close their mouths. Manager, please give your instructions. What should be our next course of action? Liang Haiyuan turned to Su Hao, his tone transformed into one of utmost respect, his eyes brimming with fervent trust and anticipation. Should we maintain our positions, awaiting greater triumphs? Or should we first liquidate a portion, securing our gains? Upon hearing this, Su Hao silently moved the mouse, the white cursor, steadily hovering over the red button that signified selling. A minuscule action could convert the astronomical figures of unrealized profits into tangible cash. The office fell into an immediate hush. Every gaze fixated upon his hand gripping the mouse. Even breaths instinctively softened. Yet, seconds ticked by. Within Su Hao's mind, there was an utter stillness, a placid depth, devoid of even the faintest ripple. That eerie premonition, that instinctive drive to make a decision at a pivotal moment, now lay dormant, utterly silent. Strange. Could it be that the moment is not yet ripe? He furrowed his brow slightly, deciding to wait a few more minutes. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity. The office enveloped in a terrifying quiet, punctuated only by the low hum of a few computer fans. Chapter 38. Is this something a normal human can accomplish? The manager. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves and cautiously spoke up. Shoo! Liang Haiyuan immediately shot a glare in their direction, hissing softly. The manager is deep in thought. Do not disturb. Ah, my apologies, my apologies. The individual quickly retracted their neck. Several suffocating minutes passed. That peculiar sensation lingered, yet there was still no feedback. No alarming warnings of danger, nor any urge to take profits. Strange. Could it be that the information is insufficient? Not enough to trigger that switch. Su Hao mused internally, finding this reliance on intuition to be quite exasperating at times. He lifted his gaze, scanning the eager faces around him, and suddenly asked, Liang Haiyuan, in your opinion, how will the market trend from here? Will it rebound? Challenging. I find it doubtful. Liang Haiyuan shook his head decisively without a moment's hesitation. The Securities Regulatory Commission has acted too harshly this time, and without any warning. It is akin to a suicidal assault. Consider this. Just a few days ago, official media was vigorously promoting a commitment to a proactive securities policy, inciting a sense of optimism among investors, enticing retail traders to rush in. And what happened next? A sudden betrayal. This has utterly shattered market confidence. The ensuing panic. I estimate the repercussions will be profoundly far-reaching. It will take considerable time to recover. That makes sense. Su Hao nodded thoughtfully. Manager, the short position in our stock index futures has already returned to break even. Lu Bo, responsible for monitoring the market, could not suppress his excitement, his voice brimming with barely contained enthusiasm. But the put options, their premiums have nearly doubled. Wow, that's a full 50% profit. Manager, how about we close out the options portion, secure our gains? Put options, in essence, require an investment to acquire the right to sell a certain asset at a specified price at a future date. Their prices fluctuate dramatically as the expiration date approaches, influenced by changes in market volatility and the underlying asset's price movements. Furthermore, one can sell this right to another party at any time, profiting from the difference in price. What is most exhilarating is that while ordinary stocks or futures may have limits on their price fluctuations, options theoretically have no ceiling on their potential gains. Doubling? In extreme market conditions, that may merely serve as an appetizer. Now, those put options that had seemed worthless just days ago had seen their premium skyrocket, doubling in value within mere hours. An immense profit lay tantalizingly within reach. At that moment, everyone's breaths quickened, their eyes fixed on Su Hao, awaiting his final decision. Hearing this, Su Hao once again turned his gaze to the constantly fluctuating trading interface, scrutinizing it thoroughly once more. The frenetic numbers, the glaring red and green, the cacophonous market. Yet that enigmatic intuition, that sixth sense guiding him to make countless precise judgments, remained as tranquil as an ancient well, unwavering and undisturbed, devoid of any signals. He inhaled deeply, his gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, and uttered 4 words, imbued with an undeniable decisiveness, that softly reverberated in the tension-filled office where one could hear a pin drop. Maintain the position. As the meeting concluded, the members of Trading Team 7 emerged like victorious soldiers, heads held high. However, upon stepping into the vast trading hall outside, they were all taken aback by the bizarre spectacle before them, instinctively holding their breath and slowing their pace. It was eerily quiet. The entire hall a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping. This was utterly abnormal. Just moments prior to their entry into the manager's office, the atmosphere had been one of chaos, with anguished cries and frantic movements, resembling a hellish battleground. Yet now, all that tumult had vanished. Those sounds, those actions had completely disappeared. Looking around, the once fervently animated colleagues, akin to doomsday fanatics, now resembled defeated roosters. Or rather, they appeared more like soulless husks, drained of their last vestiges of spirit. Their eyes hollow, faces ashen, slumped at their desks, utterly motionless, as if their collective souls had been siphoned away. The hall was suffused with a palpable despair and eerie stillness. The members of Trading Team 7 exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of indescribable complexity in the other's eyes. Just that very morning, their own state mirrored that of the despondent crowd before them, perhaps even worse, as they too bore a countenance clouded with gloom, uncertain of their futures, ready to leap from the precipice. Yet now it was as if an invisible hand had deftly turned the wheels of fate, flipping 2 worlds that, though they might have seemed destined to converge, had ultimately veered towards starkly opposite paths. On one shore lay the revelry and triumph of Trading Team 7. On the other, the desolation of all the others, gazing at the woeful plight of their unfortunate peers, and then contemplating the soaring numbers in their accounts, symbols of immense profit. The stark contrast instilled in the members of Trading Team 7 a peculiar discomfort and a subtle awkwardness. Should they erupt into jubilant laughter to celebrate their victory? Or feign a visage of compassionate sorrow to offer a few words of solace? This sensation was maddeningly delicate, leaving them utterly uncertain whether to weep or to laugh. They feared that a moment of uncontrolled laughter might provoke a nearby unfortunate soul to lash out in anger. Brother Haiyuan, do you think our put options can continue to yield profits? One voice, lowered to a whisper, pierced the uncanny silence, cautiously inquiring. We may need to wait a bit longer. Let the bullets fly for a while, came the calculated response. Liang Haiyuan explained, his voice lowered significantly. This phenomenon resembles a tsunami following an earthquake. While the main shock of the stock market's drastic decline has already occurred, the true cataclysmic shockwave, the chain reactions across various markets, has only just begun. Indeed, a tsunami in the tumultuous ocean of the financial markets. Such a level of black swan event is most terrifying and devastating, often not the brief and violent tremor at the moment of the earthquake itself, but the relentless, overwhelming aftershocks that can engulf everything. They are about to roar forth. The other short positions they established are precisely positioned along the path where this tsunami is poised to strike. Alas, what a pity! One individual, with a hint of greedy regret, lamented, if only we could have acquired more put options back then. If we had managed to secure more capital, our returns this time could have multiplied several times over. Enough lamenting, my friend. At that time, there were only so many put option derivatives related to the stock market available, whether index options or over-the-counter options. Liang Haiyuan patted his shoulder and teased. We had already scoured every nook and cranny, like locusts ravaging the fields, leaving nothing behind for others. What more do you desire? While the options market may appear diverse and varied, the ability to precisely and significantly purchase a specific type of option with a particular expiration date and strike price is severely limited, with liquidity posing a significant challenge. It is certain that during those frenzied 3 days, nearly all the put options related to the stock market that met their criteria ended up in the hands of the 7th Trading Division of Su Hao, leaving no stone unturned. However, on a different note, our manager is truly remarkable. Do you all remember? We purchased these put options just 3 days ago. Just 3 days ago. I impulsively checked the historical data. Can you believe it? Another individual, with admiration written all over his face, exclaimed excitedly. The timing of our purchase was perfect, not a moment too soon or too late. It coincided exactly with the historical lowest point of option prices right before the crash. An absolute nadir. Had we waited just one more day, even the day before yesterday, the prices would have already risen significantly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in profound agreement. It seems those days, akin to being trapped in purgatory, spent in endless anxiety and torment while awaiting the market's shift, every second felt like psychological torture, ultimately proved worthwhile. Yet, upon further reflection, a chill ran down their spines. How was this accomplished? It was as if they had opened the eyes of heaven, or rather, gained a divine perspective. How could they have so precisely established their positions at the very lowest point right before the crash, with an error margin of merely a few hours? Liang Haiyuan took a deep breath and sincerely remarked, the manager must have long ago employed his keen insight to precisely discern where the lowest point lies. He made a direct leap to success. This is a level of mastery, a realm we can hardly aspire to reach. Does this truly conform to logic? Or are there still those who find it utterly incomprehensible? Can this really be explained by technique? Can such conclusions be drawn purely from technical analysis and model extrapolation? I believe that there must certainly be an element of intuition involved. A truly formidable investment intuition is invariably underpinned by vast data analysis, rigorous logical reasoning, and a profound understanding of market principles as its solid foundation. Is it not? Liang Haiyuan patiently analyzed, even though he himself found the situation astonishingly implausible. Operations of this caliber cannot simply be executed on a whim. You all engage in investments. Surely you grasp this fundamental principle? While we understand, it is precisely because we do that we find. This matter preposterous, utterly outrageous. From seizing the divine timing of the lowest point to the astonishing judgment of accurately predicting a market crash, and then possessing the audacity to wager 50 million in cash under such a judgment, like the most composed of hunters, with a heart and courage that remain unshaken even in the face of disaster. Can such an incredible amalgamation of elements truly be the work of an ordinary human being? Chapter 39. Heroes emerge in turbulent times. As the atmosphere swirled with excitement, Li Huilin, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "I have always said it. Following our manager is undoubtedly the right choice. You all doubted me back then. Ah, Huilin, I have long been curious." Liang Haiyuan's eyes sparkled, his face adorned with a grin of intrigue. What was our manager like in the past? Did he possess such an extraordinary investment acumen even then? Of course. Otherwise, how could he have soared to the position of manager as if propelled by a rocket? Li Huilin's pride swelled further. Wow, I'm incredibly curious too. Huilin, do share with us. The others quickly gathered around her like eager chicks, their ears perked and eyes gleaming with admiration. Speaking of our manager, he is truly remarkable. Let me think about where to begin. Li Huilin, basking in the attention like a celebrity, smiled mysteriously, teasing their curiosity before she slowly began to recount. Let us talk about his first experience with a simulated trading account. Back then, he was merely a newcomer who had just joined, and suddenly he went all in on a stock called Zhongruan. Everyone thought he was insane. As Li Huilin vividly narrated Su Hao's past heroic exploits, the members of the trading department were utterly enthralled, their eyes wide with admiration, sparkling like stars in the night sky. As the ancients say, heroes emerge in tumultuous times, perhaps amidst the ever-changing storm of this financial chaos. Where one misstep could lead to ruin, Su Hao truly was the great hero in the eyes of these small fry, the one who would rise to the occasion and guide them toward financial freedom. At the same time, in the office of the chairman of Fenghuan Investment, Huang Fengwen rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a dull ache, the veins in his temples throbbing as his blood pressure began to surge uncontrollably. Damn it! My right eyelid has been twitching since this morning, and I have this ominous feeling that trouble is brewing. Indeed, his fears were confirmed. And it was the worst possible news. Are you certain? There were no prior hints whatsoever? No signs indicating a policy shift? Huang Fengwen's brow furrowed, his tone icy, akin to a Siberian cold front, causing the secretary to tremble before him. We have disseminated extensive intelligence networks and nurtured numerous informants, spending considerable resources. Have they merely been idle? Yes, Chairman. We have reconfirmed. There are absolutely no indications. The secretary lowered his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he cautiously replied. In fact, based on some peripheral information we received, it seems highly suspicious that the regulatory body made this decision, almost impulsively, very suddenly. This is highly unusual. It defies all logic. If they truly began strategizing and preparing for this significant regulatory policy weeks, or even days, in advance, with Fenghuan Investment's intelligence capabilities, it is inconceivable that not even a whisper of it could have been captured. Yet, astonishingly, there was none. This can only imply one of two things. Either the regulatory bodies executed their confidentiality measures to an impeccable degree, or they themselves have realized that the current stock market bubble has become exceedingly outrageous. It has grown to a point that even they feel a surge of trepidation, fearing that without intervention, it may spiral completely out of control, resulting in an irreparable systemic collapse. Thus, in a moment of resolve, they decided to act swiftly, believing that a brief pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. They would strike first and deliberate later. Even if this sudden decision was impulsive, surely some hints would have leaked out. Wait, could it be that our channels of information have faltered? Huang Fengwen anxiously tapped his fingers against the expensive mahogany desk, producing a dull thud. Or perhaps we are unaware, but other financial firms. Could they have already received the news and prepared in advance? Have you managed to gather any whispers from your end? In the realm of finance, particularly for firms like theirs perched at the pinnacle of the pyramid, being well-informed is paramount. Each firm has its own intricately constructed network of intelligence, astonishingly potent and penetrating into every nook and cranny. Based on the urgent information we have gathered thus far, many of the smaller private equity firms that leveraged heavily to bet on this unilateral market surge have, regrettably, faced significant losses. The Secretary General reported, his voice somewhat hoarse. Some of the slightly larger competitors have also suffered grievous losses, likely lamenting in their offices. Upon hearing that fellow firms were experiencing similar misfortunes, Huang Fengwen felt a slight sense of balance in his heart. Indeed, it is hardly surprising. If even our Fenghuan investment, reputed for having the most astute information channels in the industry, is left in the dark, how could they possibly obtain intelligence in advance? Yes, Chairman, theoretically that is correct. However, the Secretary General hesitated, seemingly weighing his words, but ultimately resolved to report the truth. Currently, there exists a rather peculiar rumor circulating quietly within a limited circle. A peculiar rumor? What sort of rumor? Huang Fengwen's eyelids twitched violently, an ominous premonition rising within him. It is said that, just 3 days prior to this significant decline, a mysterious institution began fervently sweeping the market. They purchased a vast amount of put options. Moreover, they specifically acquired put options on stock indices. Allegedly, they were indifferent to expiration dates, disregarding costs, and bought up nearly all related options available in the market. What? Huang Fengwen abruptly sprang from his executive chair, his eyes wide as saucers, his body leaning forward in shock, as an overwhelming wave of disbelief and fury engulfed him. 3 days ago, wasn't he that when the market was at its most frenzied, surging with fervor, with everyone rushing in as if invigorated by a potent elixir, he nearly bellowed the question, his voice quivering with excitement, at such a critical juncture. How could someone act contrarily? Is it truly a bearish option? And to engage in such reckless buying without regard for cost? Indeed, Chairman, judging by the scale and method of the transactions, it is highly probable that an institution is behind this. However, the specific entity remains unidentified due to the covert nature of their operations. How utterly bizarre, how exceedingly abnormal, how profoundly perplexing. At the height of the bull market, when sentiment is euphoric and everyone is blindly raking in profits, there exists someone, akin to a prodigal child discontent with wealth, who would expend tens of millions in hard currency to voraciously acquire what, at that moment, appear to be nothing more than worthless scraps of paper, options that no one desired. This can signify only one thing, a realization that sends chills down Huang Fengwen's spine. Those scoundrels, they must have known about the news ahead of time. Huang Fengwen enunciated this statement through clenched teeth, his gaze transforming into a cold, sharp glare, brimming with lethal intent. Unless they possessed a top-secret insider tip capable of overturning the market, it is utterly inconceivable, absolutely impossible, to execute such a frenzied, precise, and audacious operation. Are you certain? Confirm this for me unequivocally. Huang Fengwen fixed his piercing stare upon the Secretary General, his voice menacingly low. Indeed, there are no leaks of information. Yes, Chairman, I have repeatedly verified through the highest level channels. There is absolutely none. The Secretary General trembled in fear, yet mustered the courage to respond affirmatively. According to all the information sources currently accessible to us, the regulatory body's decision was indeed made spontaneously that day and was immediately disclosed. Many within their ranks only learned of it at the last moment. Then, what on earth is happening with those who are recklessly sweeping up worthless options? Huang Fengwen felt an unprecedented affront to his intelligence, barely restraining his fury. Could they possess foresight? Or perhaps they consulted a shaman or a feng shui master to predict a market crash. This, my subordinate truly does not know. It is indeed beyond comprehension. The Secretary General was equally bewildered, cold sweat soaking his collar. Someone must know. Someone, or some mysterious force, has gleaned this confidential information capable of upheaving the market through some unknown channel. Otherwise, such a skillful, textbook-perfect bottom-fishing operation defies explanation. Remember this. In this circle, in this ruthless capital market that devours the unwary, Intelligence is the lifeblood. It is everything. At Fenghuan Investments, the flow of information must be pursued to the utmost extremes. Huang Fengwen slammed his fist onto the table, producing a resounding thud that carried a barely perceptible tremor, an amalgamation of profound anger and a hint of fear. This was the very foundation of our steadfast position at the pinnacle of the industry, our core competitive advantage. Yet now, we find ourselves woefully lagging behind in the most crucial intelligence battle. The Secretary General remained utterly silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Huang Fengwen's sensitivity, even bordering on a loss of composure, stemmed from exceptionally profound reason. This marked the first time since Fenghuan Investment carved its path to ascendancy in a private equity sector that we had encountered such a setback. A historic first. In a moment of such significance, capable of altering the market landscape, we were outpaced in information. Though everyone espoused the virtues of value investing, long-term holding, and the prohibition of insider trading, those entrenched in this sphere understood the unspoken reality. To survive and thrive in the brutal capital market, ascending to the apex of the food chain as a predator, what ultimately matters? It is information. It is the intelligence that is a step ahead, whose news arrives swifter, more accurately, and with greater relevance. Dig deep and unearth this hidden rat, regardless of the cost. Huang Fengwen's eyes glinted with a cold light, akin to a serpent poised to strike. I shall see who dares to challenge me. Huang Fengwen. Who dares to disrupt the cheese of Fenghuan Investment? Yes, Chairman, I will attend to it at once. The Secretary General, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly retreated. Alone in the office, Huang Fengwen gradually sank back into his chair, wearily massaging his temples. The stock market had plummeted. Well, although the situation was unexpected, it ultimately fell within the realm of market risk. While the losses were undoubtedly painful, they remained within a foreseeable risk threshold. The damage would be considerable, but Fenghuan Investment was substantial and had consistently engaged in risk hedging and management, thus avoiding catastrophic harm. However, what is more terrifying than financial loss? It is the dread of being surpassed, manipulated by others, while remaining blissfully unaware, an insidious fear, especially when defeated on the battlefield of information. Huang Fengwen, a formidable titan in the financial market, seasoned by tumultuous tides for the first time in many years, felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine, as silent as a serpent, surging towards the crown of his head. Beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, a tempest was indeed brewing. Chapter 40. Financial Lottery Options. It must be said that this phenomenon stands as one of the most exhilarating and heart-pounding games in the financial markets, if not the most thrilling of them all. In essence, options trading revolves around a particular right, the right to buy or sell a specific asset at a predetermined price at a future date. Does that sound a bit convoluted? In the lexicon of seasoned veterans in the securities industry, this instrument is more vividly referred to as a financial lottery. Indeed, it resembles a lottery. Exchanges standardize these rights, packaging them for public listing much like stocks. Subsequently, they are typically sold by financial institutions, commonly known as the house. Meanwhile, investors brimming with dreams of overnight wealth procure what is termed a premium, thereby purchasing a share of this lottery jackpot. Another notable characteristic of this lottery is that prior to expiration, one can transfer it to another party at any time. As for the price, it is entirely dictated by market sentiment, fluctuating wildly and erratically, determined by the fervor of the market and the pulse of the participants. Naturally, like all lotteries, this one is not immune to a common fate. The vast majority of options, upon reaching the end of their life, namely on the expiration date, meet a grim destiny. They transform into worthless scraps of paper, too rigid even for the most menial of uses. Yet, occasionally, under exceedingly rare circumstances, Judgment Day may audaciously arrive. My goodness, what is the multiplier now? In an office situated within another skyscraper in the bustling city, a voice pierced the air, sharp and tinged with desperation, as if it might tear through the very atmosphere. The individual fixated intensely on the screen, displaying a strikingly red candlestick chart, their voice trembling as if set to vibrate. Just a moment ago it was 9. Goodness, It has already reached 10 times. Boss, a full tenfold. Tenfold? My heavens. Does that mean we are about to face a margin call? The company's leader felt as though their heart might leap from their throat, their complexion turning pale. Yes, indeed, boss. The exchange just called, urgently demanding that we prepare additional margin immediately, or else. The words hung in the air. Yet the disastrous implications were clear to all present. For those who purchased options, whether the price ascends to the heights of Mount Everest or plummets into the depths of the Mariana Trench is of little consequence. At worst, they can simply forego the venture and sell their lottery ticket, or more straightforwardly, they can discard it on the expiration date, suffering only the loss of the premium initially paid. If all is lost, they can simply move on to the next opportunity. However, the pressing question arises, who will be left lamenting, and who will find themselves in irretrievable peril? It is the original sellers of the options, the market makers, these initial sellers, whether they're mutual funds, private equity funds, or proprietary trading firms, must first deposit a margin with the exchange to demonstrate their capacity to bear potential losses before they can sell options. The prevailing rule mandates that one must deposit a margin equivalent to 5 to 20 times the nominal value of the contract. The peril lies in the fact that once the options they have sold surge in price, like a runaway stallion, soaring far beyond what their deposited margin can cover, calamity ensues. The alert for a margin call is triggered, akin to a death warrant, compelling them to rectify the deficit within a stipulated time frame. Should they find themselves unable to procure the funds to bridge this vast chasm, regretfully, the exchange shall exhibit no leniency. The system will immediately initiate a forced liquidation process. Forced liquidation? Absolutely intolerable. They would rather face death than be subjected to such an ordeal. The CEO, in a fit of hysteria within the office, bellowed with veins protruding on his neck, spittle spraying onto his subordinates' faces. The prospect of forced liquidation is indeed the nightmare of all nightmares. Regardless of how formidable the fund or institution once was, once faced with forced liquidation, trading is promptly suspended. Subsequently, the short positions will be forcibly liquidated by the system at the current, despairingly inflated market price. The losses would leave no residue, enough to severely incapacitate any institution, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Forget about everything else. Quickly, liquidate all the options contracts we previously sold at a low price. Even if it means taking a loss, liquidate everything we can. The CEO, in a frenzy, issued commands, his voice hoarse. But sir, even so, do we have sufficient funds on hand to meet the margin requirements? Someone trembled as they inquired. I have already reported the financial situation to the board. They must find a way to secure emergency funds, no matter what. This is a matter of utmost urgency. We must address it immediately. The board has also instructed us to spare no expense, and while prices have yet to skyrocket, we must swiftly liquidate all the sold options, regardless of the price. Hurry! Initially, when the stock market plummeted, triggering turmoil in the industry, the predominant panic was concentrated within the stock market. Although the derivatives market was also affected, it remained relatively calm, with some individuals even adopting a detached, spectator mentality. Who could have anticipated that this financial tsunami would strike so abruptly? One moment, it seemed a distant storm. The next, a colossal wave crashed upon their doorstep, inundating the entire market in a sea of panic. Now, those institutions ensnared within are akin to a household suddenly besieged by floodwaters, desperately attempting to bail out water with a basin. Yet the troubling reality is, the water not only fails to recede, but rises ever higher. To make matters worse, when the world is happening, there are buy orders for liquidation displayed densely, piled high like a mountain, yet not a single seller is willing to part with their position. How much do these unscrupulous individuals intend to profit before they relent? The CEO, observing the lengthy string of buy orders on the trading screen juxtaposed with the barren sell orders, trembled with rage, striking the table with a clenched fist. It has already reached 10 times, a full tenfold profit. However, that ghostly figure, the mysterious buyer who has nearly swept away all the circulating options contracts in the market, clutches these perilous tokens tightly in hand, resembling a mythical beast that only consumes without yielding. Not a single bit is relinquished. As a result, the already scarce supply in a market is utterly locked down, and prices can only continue their relentless ascent, soaring upwards without any resistance. At this rate, the prospect of tenfold, 20-fold, 30-fold, even 100-fold returns is not out of the question. How ruthless? Who could it be? Which blind fool is orchestrating this behind the scenes? Are they intent on driving us to the brink, truly wishing to extinguish our very existence? The CEO's voice was filled with impotent rage and a hint of undeniable fear. In the office of the chairman of Fonghuan Investment, last month's performance was dismal, and this month offers no hope of improvement. Sigh, truly an ill-fated year, devoid of a single peaceful day. Huang Fengwen, the chairman of Fonghuan Investment, rubbed his aching temples, his face etched with exhaustion and misfortune. Beside him, Executive Director Liu Zhuo quickly spoke up, attempting to ease the tension. Chairman Huang, we cannot speak so harshly. Our risk control measures have been quite effective this time. The losses have been contained within a relatively small range. What good is risk control if we still end up in the red? How many loss reports have I received from various departments today? Huang Fengwen retorted, clearly in a foul mood. Well, that is true. Liu Zhuo chuckled awkwardly, not daring to argue further. However, just look at the dire state of other private equity firms. Some companies are reportedly on the brink of bankruptcy. Compared to them, we are indeed fortunate. The market, after all, experiences bull and bear phases, ebb and flow. It is an unshakable truth. Yet the problem arises when a bear market strikes with the ferocity of a collapsing sky, arriving too abruptly and frighteningly. That is the most perilous situation. Fortunately, this time we have avoided a global financial crisis on the scale of Lehman Brothers. Otherwise, we would be left to fend for ourselves, Huang Fengwen remarked, still haunted by past events. Ah, Chairman Huang, compared to the subprime mortgage crisis of 2008, this current turbulence is but a mere drizzle. Liu Zhuo reminisced, as if transported back to those dark times. Back then, options had also seen a staggering rise of over 100-fold. Countless small companies and institutions simply could not endure, shuttering their doors for good. Recalling the global subprime crisis of 2008 still made Liu Zhuo's legs tremble and his back break out in a cold sweat. Our company was also overwhelmed by margin calls, and it was only through the board members mortgaging their properties that we managed to secure the much-needed funds from the bank to barely navigate through the storm. It was precisely due to that indelible lesson that Fonghuan Investment has since adopted an exceptionally cautious approach toward high-risk derivative products like options. They have completely redesigned the risk control system, with the core principle being, it is preferable to earn less than to place oneself in a perilous situation that could be swept away by a sudden wave. In the event of encountering similar extreme market conditions again, at least the losses can be contained within a bearable range. However, Huang Fengwen stroked his chin, deep in thought. This market situation must have dealt a fatal blow to those dealers selling options. Indeed, Liu Zhuo nodded, a barely perceptible, somewhat peculiar smile gracing his face. I have heard that many funds and brokerages are on the brink of madness, desperately seeking to close their positions but unable to find counterparties. Oh, what do you mean? Is it due to the excessively high prices? Huang Fengwen casually inquired. The price surge is undeniable, but that is not the most critical issue. The crux of the matter is, Liu Zhuo lowered his voice, leaning slightly forward, imbued with a hint of mystery. Those enigmatic buyers who swept up nearly all the circulating options contracts before the plummet. Refuse to sell? Refuse to sell? Yes. They are stubbornly holding on. Occasionally, a minuscule amount of sell orders trickles into the market, but the volume is so scant, akin to squeezing toothpaste, that it is utterly insignificant and may even be a deliberate tactic to bait the shorts. Liu Zhuo's tone carried a tinge of exhilaration. The true holders of substantial positions have remained hidden in the shadows, and no one knows who they are. Now, numerous institutions are nearly frantic, desperately trying to uncover who possesses these perilous death knells. This is intriguing. If that is the case, there must undoubtedly be insider information at play. Huang Fengwen's interest was piqued, and his fatigue seemed to dissipate. To have accurately cleared out all the inventory in advance and then to hold on to it so tenaciously. Quite ruthless. Indeed, those sellers must be experiencing a true test of endurance, helplessly witnessing prices soar as if propelled by a rocket, each day setting new records for their losses. Luge's voice dripped with schadenfreude, attempting to close positions for salvation but finding no counterparties. That feeling. TSK, TSK. It's as if their blood is being drained. As Huang Fengwen listened, an unsettling feeling crept in. He cast a suspicious glance at Luge, who had been wearing a faint, enigmatic smile since earlier. That expression seemed oddly gleeful, even a bit smug, given that the company's overall performance was under pressure due to this market turmoil. How could this guy still be smiling? I say, old Lu. Huang Fengwen finally could not hold back, frowning as he asked, "What have you been secretly amused about all this time? Is there some good news you've been keeping from me?" Luge's smile became more pronounced, even taking on a hint of mischievousness. Hee, Chairman Huang, haven't you ever wondered? Who is that enigmatic buyer, the one who has turned the entire market upside down, causing countless short-selling institutions to lose sleep at night? The very individual who holds nearly all the call options in their grasp. Chapter 41. Both blissful and torturous. Nonsense. How could we possibly know? Are you unaware of the peril involved in disclosing one's positions in our line of work? Huang Fengwen rolled his eyes in irritation. If someone were to set their sights on you and conspire against you, wouldn't you be waiting for a targeted strike? Thus, who holds what positions remains the most closely guarded secret in the industry. Indeed, in the ruthless arena of finance, concealing one's true intentions and positions is the fundamental rule for survival. Once a player's hidden cards are revealed, particularly in such extreme market conditions, it could very well lead to catastrophic consequences. Therefore, the specifics of who holds what positions at what time are the most vital secrets. Hif. Are you aware of the situation in our newly established Trading Department 7? Luge laughed exuberantly, resembling a weasel that had pilfered a chicken. You should. I've not yet seen the performance report from there, right? The newly established Trading Department 7? Now that you mention it, I have been concerned. Su Hao, having just been promoted to department manager, must be facing significant losses in such a disastrous market, right? Huang Fengwen's brow furrowed again, his tone shifting to one of worry and regret. Alas, it is unavoidable. In this market environment, misfortune befalls anyone who encounters it. Huang Fengwen had already begun to contemplate how to comfort that young man once this storm had passed. After all, this is a calamity beyond his control. He should not be discouraged by this setback. Youthful individuals have a long road ahead of them. Wait a moment. As Huang Fengwen spoke, he suddenly felt as if a string in his mind had snapped. Luge's gleeful, spectator-like expression. He had inexplicably mentioned Su Hao, the enigmatic buyer who had driven all the bears to madness. Why are you suddenly bringing up Su Hao? Huang Fengwen's voice trembled slightly, as an unbelievable thought began to take root and flourish in his mind. Luge's grin widened, revealing a dazzling set of teeth, his smile almost blinding. Chairman Huang. That mysterious buyer whom everyone outside is eager to identify. The individual holding nearly all the options contracts that could spell doom for the bears. He paused, savoring the moment's shock, then spoke each word with utmost clarity. Is none other than our very own manager of Trading Department 7, Su Hao. What on earth are you referring to, that batch of goods? Huang Fengwen felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart, causing it to momentarily cease its rhythm. He sprang up from his chair, his voice pitch altered. Indeed, Luge nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement and pride. He is the phantom that the entire industry is currently in pursuit of, the bull that has left all the bears gnashing their teeth in frustration. It is him. Huang Fengwen stood utterly astonished, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, his mind a blank slate, as though struck by a thunderbolt, frozen in place. Today, is it not the right moment? Su Hao sat before a matrix of 9 monitors, an array akin to a strategic formation, densely populated with K-line charts and rapidly fluctuating numbers, reflecting his youthful yet remarkably composed visage. His gaze traversed the vibrant charts and streams of data with deliberate slowness. His right hand manipulated the mouse, the cursor aimlessly hovering near the glaring red cell button on the screen, hesitating to descend. From the options his department had astutely acquired prior to the market's plunge, to the subsequent strategic allocation of short positions across various sectors now. The interface of his account displayed a sea of crimson, as if he were amidst a grand spectacle of wealth. Among these, the most substantial profits, dazzlingly staggering and nearly blinding, undeniably stem from those options contracts that felt like hot potatoes, yet harbored astonishing returns. Truth be told, his fingers itched with anticipation. Rationality urged him that a mere click of the mouse could liquidate all his positions, transforming those astronomical profits from ephemeral figures into tangible gold within his bank account, enabling him to clutch this vast fortune and count the riches until his fingers cramped. The mere thought of those cascading numbers was enough to quicken anyone's heartbeat and elevate their pulse. However, he could not. That inexplicable sensation, akin to an electric current, that profound intuition signaling the moment of optimal opportunity had yet to arrive. Thus, since the tempest unleashed by the stock market's collapse began, he had remained like a meditative monk, day after day, stationed before the screens of his desk. Most of the time, he simply fixated on the wildly fluctuating numbers. Other than occasionally adjusting his mouse or shifting his posture, he engaged in no superfluous actions. He was merely immersed in silence and anticipation, enduring the passage of time that drove countless others to madness. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was gently rapped upon. "Ah, please come in." The door opened, and Li Huilin peeked in. Su Hao's eyes twitched imperceptibly at the sight of Li Huilin, carrying a plate with several cookies. "Manager, I see you've been intently focused on the screen. You must be weary. Have a snack, take a moment to rest, and replenish your energy." Li Huilin entered with a beaming smile, gently placing the plate on the expansive desk, perhaps sensing the fleeting, subtle stiffness on Su Hao's face. She placed her hands on her hips and quipped, "Fear not, manager. This time, I genuinely did not bake them. They were purchased from the CAF downstairs. Could you please refrain from displaying that look of impending doom every time you see me with food?" "Ah, no, not at all." Suo Hididideft, attempting to mask his earlier instinctive reaction of horror towards Li Huilin's abominable baking skills. The devastating blow his taste buds had suffered before, such an indelible memory. Only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Subsequently, Li Huilin cautiously broached the subject. "Well, manager, shall we continue to hold our positions for now? No changes to our allocations?" Su Hao could empathize with the sentiments of his team members. It was likely that they were on the verge of madness from the overwhelming, unrealized gains displayed on their accounts. As traders, who among them did not yearn to execute hundreds of trades daily, driven by a short-term trading frenzy, they were accustomed to the exhilarating rush of adrenaline and the suffocating tension of high-frequency skirmishes with the market, pursuing the thrill of living on the edge. Observing the other trading departments within the company, who were fervently engaged in short-term trades, as if fueled by a stimulant, desperately trying to recover previous losses amid the market-esque volatility, it was evident that they were all in a frenzy. Yet, the trading department he led was a peculiar outlier within the realm of Fenghuan investment. Ever since Su Hao commanded them to hold their positions, the entire team had collectively adopted a laid-back approach. They did nothing resembling retired bureaucrats, merely staring blankly at their computer screens. Watching the profit figures in their accounts inflate like balloons, time slipped away in agonizing anticipation. This sensation was both blissful and torturous. As I have previously stated, trading is a realm of freedom. If any of you believe that now is the opportune moment to sell, feel free to do so without seeking my approval. Su Hao's tone remained calm, devoid of any turbulence. After all, given our current costs and market prices, selling at any time would guarantee substantial profits. However, I personally believe that holding on is still the wiser choice. Li Huilin shook her head, a contemplative expression gracing her features. "You see, thus far, there have been no measures from above to sufficiently restore market confidence. The atmosphere of panic remains palpable. Consequently, thanks to their inaction, our profits are steadily increasing." So, not slightly. The damn, almost mystical intuition that had yet to issue a definitive sell signal likely stemmed from this very reason. The key factor capable of truly calming the tempest sweeping through the market seemed still absent. Rest assured, when that moment arrives, I will promptly inform everyone. Wow, that's wonderful. We'll follow your lead, manager. Li Huilin immediately brightened, as if she had received the most reliable assurance, and she exited with a lightness in her step. Sipping the warm coffee and indulging in the rare delight of delectable cookies to alleviate the fatigue born of waiting, Su Hao felt his spirits lift slightly. He cast his gaze once more upon the screen, his right hand instinctively guiding the mouse pointer once again to hover over the vibrant, enticing red sell button. At that moment, his fingertips trembled violently. An ineffable, electrifying signal surged from his fingertips gripping the mouse, racing along his arm's nerves, like a bolt of lightning instantaneously traversing his spine, striking his mind with a jolt. It was a sensation that defied description, an enigmatic perception. It was the most acute and instinctive grasp of the market's pulse, buried deep within his soul. It had arrived. This was a moment. Chapter 42. Complete Liquidation. The atmosphere in the office of Trading Department 7 was peculiar. Seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous currents coursed beneath the surface. Sister Huilin, what did the manager say? Are we still to hold? A young trader inquired softly as he approached Li Huilin upon her exit from the manager's office. Yes. It seems the manager intends to continue holding, she replied. Well, given the current surge, it might indeed continue to climb. The traders of Department 7 were all restless, their hearts racing like they were harboring a rabbit within. The air conditioning was set to a cool temperature, yet many found their palms slick with perspiration. A few even trembled slightly while gripping their mice, their hands shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's. The thrill was overwhelming, for their respective accounts had reached unprecedented heights of profitability since they embarked on their trading careers. The lengthy string of zeros trailing behind the figures was something they had never dared to dream of in their lifetimes. The magnitude of these numbers was staggering, instilling a sense of both exhilaration and dread. However, the crux of the matter was that paper profits were not equivalent to liquid cash. Only by selling their holdings and locking in those profits could they convert the ephemeral gains into tangible renminbi, thereby truly reaping the rewards. Consequently, they found themselves in a state of both excitement and torment. It felt as though two little figures were wrestling within their minds. One little devil shouting furiously, "Sell! Hurry! Sell! If you don't, the cooked duck will fly away. Secure your gains." While the other little angel earnestly cautioned, "Steady now. Don't be reckless. Trust the manager. Until he speaks, it's surely isn't the optimal time." This dichotomy of emotions ultimately subdued their almost explosive urge to trade. "When do you think the manager will finally allow us to sell? This uncertainty is excruciating." Someone murmured. "Who knows? We mere mortals cannot fathom the thoughts of the divine," replied the senior employee, Liang Haiyuan. As he sipped his coffee leisurely, a calm and detached demeanor adorned his face, as if he were a sage imparting wisdom. "Let us simply follow orders without fretting over trivial matters." The others regarded Liang Haiyuan with the same curiosity reserved for rare creatures. Once, he had been brimming with disdain for Su Hao when he first became a full-time employee, often provoking him and even engaging in heated arguments with both Su Hao and Li Huilin. Yet, before long, Liang's stance had inexplicably reversed, transforming him into Su Hao's most ardent disciple and staunch supporter. His transformation was so swift that it was astonishing. It is often said, the timing for buying is easily discerned. The timing for selling is the most elusive. The manager is undoubtedly awaiting the most opportune moment, as this directly impacts our department as performance. Li Huilin endeavored to soothe everyone's anxious spirits through rational analysis. Indeed, based on the current array of technical indicators and market sentiments, there appears to be no discernible signal of a bottoming out in the near term. Holding on a while longer might yield even greater returns, echoed another trader who leaned towards technical analysis. However, if these indicators were truly reliable, the market would not be rife with individuals losing everything. This recent plummet serves as a prime example. Not long ago, Numerous experts and institutions confidently brandished seemingly impeccable technical indicators and macro data, insisting the market was poised to rise another 300, with optimism rampant. What was the outcome? A sudden regulatory policy struck without warning, shattering the bubble into a million pieces. Those who were slow to react found themselves buried atop high hills, unable even to weep. Thus, patience is key. From our perspective, it is clearly not the ideal time to sell. I understand the rationale, but this is exceedingly dull. Throughout my life, I have never experienced such a leisurely job. Each day consists of little more than scrolling through my phone and nibbling on snacks, occasionally glancing at the market only to discover substantial profits. This hardly resembles the life of a trader. It feels as though I have prematurely entered retirement. Someone began to complain in a rather ostentatious manner, their tone laced with an incredulous sense of wonder. "Hey, be grateful, you rascal." Liang Haiyuan set down his coffee cup and shot him a glance. Such days of lounging and counting money are fleeting. When a manager finally issues orders, you will find yourself quite busy. Bang. Just as everyone was gathered, idly chatting and the atmosphere becoming somewhat languid, the door to the manager's office, which had been firmly shut, was suddenly thrust open with a near-violent force from within. Crash! The door slammed against the wall, producing a deafening sound. Everyone in the office was jolted by the unexpected noise, turning in unison to gaze at the entrance. There stood their manager, Su Hao. Yet at this moment, he was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, which was often mild, calm, and occasionally laced with a hint of languor. His eyes were sharp as blades, seemingly radiating a tangible chill. He exuded an aura of undeniable decisiveness, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, emanating a disquieting intensity. "Manager." Li Huilin instinctively rose, awed by his commanding presence, her voice trembling slightly. Su Hao's gaze flashed like lightning, swiftly scanning the room, and with an unyielding tone, he issued his command now. Huh? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "Liquidate all our positions, all options, all holdings. Immediately. I want them disposed of. Not a single one should remain. Clear everything." In the office, a momentary silence enveloped the atmosphere, and then it erupted like a block of ice plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil. This was the directive they had long anticipated, obsessively yearned for, and rehearsed countless times even in their dreams. No, this was akin to a divine proclamation from the heavens. Yet among mortals, there are always one or two whose minds falter at critical moments, audaciously questioning the divine. "Manager, now, but the account is still making a substantial profit." A young trader could not restrain himself, his face awash with confusion and reluctance. "Yes, manager, just a little longer, even a few minutes more, and we could earn even more." Another voice timidly echoed, clearly dazed by the current enormous profits. "Silence, all of you," before Su Hao could speak. A thunderous roar, akin to a bolt from the blue, quelled the two dissenting voices with ferocity. The source of this outburst was Liang Haiyuan, who had just moments before been leisurely sipping coffee. He sprang up from his chair, his eyes blazing with fury, pointing at the two chatterboxes and spitting forth his wrath. "Damn it! Since when did it become your prerogative to have your own opinions? Your intellect is merely for following orders. Whatever the manager commands, you obey. Execute the orders. Do you understand? At such a critical juncture, you think you can entertain your own thoughts? Do you even deserve that?" Liang Haiyuan's roar struck like a wake-up call, instantly rousing the two who had hesitated, their eyes clouded by greed. Indeed, 100 trivial data metrics, 1,000 expert analyses, could never compare to their first-hand experiences of manager Su Hao's miraculous operations and judgments. Whom should they trust? Is that even a question? Of course, it is the manager. Ah, yes. Understood. We will sell immediately. The previously lethargic, sluggish, and somewhat morose office transformed in an instant, as if a high-explosive bomb had been detonated. The cacophony of keyboards clattering echoed like a tempest. The frantic clicking of mice harmonized into a singular roar. Rapid breaths mingled with short gasps of anxiety or excitement, completely replacing the earlier idle chatter and silence. Each individual resembled a wound-up war machine, their eyes gleaming with fervor, executing with unparalleled speed and reckless abandon the simple yet earth-shattering final command from their godlike manager: sell, liquidate. At any cost, they would realize all profits at this moment. The battle commenced with an unprecedented ferocity. Alas, not even a moment's respite was afforded. The financial market, post-tsunami, lay in utter disarray, a desolate landscape filled with lamentations. Those fortunate enough to survive this storm, traders from other departments, had no time to lick their wounds. Simply managing to draw a breath was a feat in itself. To aspire to reclaim former glory? Cease your dreaming. Everything must commence anew, starting from scratch. What else could be done? Let us mobilize and seize fleeting opportunities. At the very least, we must secure some income. Otherwise, we shall truly find ourselves at the mercy of the elements next month. Indeed, last month, I nearly lost everything due to that dreadful nickel debacle, and now I am confronted with yet another calamity. What a stroke of misfortune! As the ancients wisely stated, we are all lost souls in this vast world. Why must we have met before? Observing others in equally dire straits, or perhaps worse, seems to offer a perverse sense of solace. This beleaguered group of traders is laboriously striving to maintain their last shred of psychological equilibrium amidst this collective lamentation. By the way, what news from the 7th Trading Division? Is there still no sign of activity? Indeed, the trading volume has remained at a standstill, as if frozen in time, utterly motionless. The entire department is as quiet as a ghost town. It is crucial to understand that in these trying times, individuals from other departments are frantically losing their composure. Even while fully aware of the immense challenges posed by a bear market, they must press forward with resolute determination. Even if it means merely gathering a few crumbs, action must be taken. Why? For the sake of next month's performance bonuses. Traders thrive solely on the sustenance of performance. Without results, one faces starvation. Thus, they are all driven to the brink, furiously navigating the trading window, the sound of keyboards clattering in a cacophony. Yet, amidst this turmoil and despair, the 7th Trading Division exists in an entirely different realm. The sun shines brightly, and life is serene. It feels as though while everyone else is desperately floundering in a mudslide, they are leisurely vacationing on a newly unearthed island of gold and silver, basking in the sea breeze and sipping cold beverages. This scene is so jarringly dissonant that it incites a deep, gnawing frustration. Chapter 43. Thank you, manager, for taking us on this flight. This fellow, how long does he intend to hold on to those short positions? Within the trading departments, there exists a stringent firewall. The specifics of who has profited, what they have purchased, and the extent of their holdings remain closely guarded secrets. Yet within the risk management department, a divine perspective prevails. They possess a comprehensive understanding of the operations of all traders in the company. Monitoring is their duty. Thus, they are well aware of the trump cards held by the 7th Trading Department. Goodness, it has been over a week, and they have yet to close their positions. What resilience! Were it me, I would have turned a shade of crimson after merely rolling my eyes twice, and would have long since liquidated my assets and fled. A young risk control officer clicked his tongue, his tone rife with envy and jealousy. It is evident why he occupies such a prestigious position while you find yourself here. Merely drooling over the screen. A colleague nearby chimed in, "That manager Sue. From my perspective, he is truly extraordinary. While everyone else is bullish, he alone has the audacity to bet against the market. That kind of courage is simply admirable." Indeed, the risk management department is currently most focused on the 7th Trading Department. From a moment Suhao astoundingly initiated his short position against the trend, to the market's rapid decline, leaving countless individuals in ruin, he remains as steadfast as a mountain, refusing to close his position. To be frank, the bystanders in the risk management department are now even more anxious than those in the 7th Trading Department, their hearts racing with trepidation each day. Goodness, this is making my heart race, more thrilling than watching a horror film. However, it seems unlikely that he will sell in the short term, given the current circumstances. Indeed, the stock market now resembles a deflated balloon, showing no signs of rebound. He likely intends to squeeze out every last drop of profit. originally tasked with supervising traders to prevent overexertion. The members of the risk management department have become utterly fixated on the trading window of the 7th department. Each one is engrossed, more serious than a parent awaiting their child's examination results. Are we all simply going to stand by? Supervisor Zhang Wei's low growl reverberated, shaking off layers of dust from the keyboards. Have you not seen how traders from other departments are frantically engaging in reckless behavior? If we do not enforce stop losses soon, we shall lose our very shirts. We must keep a close watch and prevent them from mismanaging. The 7th department is seemingly in a state of meditation, immovable for the time being. Everyone else should return to their duties. Close the trading windows of the 7th department. Oh, the subordinates responded dispiritedly, their hearts heavy with reluctance, bracing to sorrowfully close this sole window into the office drama. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed colleague emitted a curious sound. What now? Zhang Wei inquired, exasperated. Supervisor, it's moving. It's moving. What is moving? The 7th department. They are unloading. They're all throwing things out. Zhang Wei sprang into action, his corpulent form displaying an astonishing agility that belied his size, nearly leaping back to his seat. The long-awaited spectacle was finally commencing, and not a second could be missed. One must observe from the front row. The once silent Trading Department 7 was abruptly awakened by the cacophony of keyboard strokes and mouse clicks, reminiscent of a slumbering war machine suddenly revived. The manager, Su Hao, issued a decisive command: liquidate all positions. This directive sent a wave of tension throughout the room, compelling everyone to engage in frenzied operations. However, they were seasoned traders, not naive novices who would haphazardly flood the market with all their short positions. Such recklessness would inevitably lead to prices plummeting under their own weight, an act only a fool would undertake. With deft precision, they dismantled their substantial holdings into numerous smaller orders, methodically and cautiously selling into the market in batches, ensuring they maximize profits without inciting panic. Yet, one young trader, while executing trades with remarkable speed, quietly murmured to a colleague, "Is this truly the right course of action? Observing the market today, if we hold for just one more day, prices might descend even further. Could it be too premature to close our positions now?" His colleague nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting confusion and a hint of regret. The manager's command, however, was unequivocal: liquidate all positions. There was no room for half measures or retaining a fraction for a potential rebound. It was a literal interpretation: leave nothing behind. The market was still declining, and the price of their short positions was clearly rising. To pull back now seemed an unfortunate loss. Just as these dissenting thoughts began to surface, an icy glare from Liang Haiyuan swept over them. What did I previously convey? Liang spoke slowly, his voice soft yet laced with authority. Does the manager's decision warrant your skepticism? Execute the order. But look at the price chart. It continues to fall. It hardly appears poised for a reversal. The young trader could not suppress his urge to contest, painfully aware of the potential profits slipping away. And what of it? Can you achieve the returns that the manager does? Liang raised an eyebrow in retort. When the entire world is bullish, he alone dares to swim against the current and take a short position. Do you possess the capability to execute such a strategy? The young trader wilted under the weight of that challenge. Even if equipped with 8 titanium hearts, he could not endure such a thrilling gamble. Thus, in the eyes of these ordinary individuals, manager Su Hao was indeed no ordinary man. He was a deity, a prodigy, a walking printing press for renminbi. In the face of adversity, a typical individual would have long succumbed to the immense psychological pressure, fleeing the market in panic before the impending downturn. Yet here they stood, calm and collected, issuing liquidation orders. To be candid, I too do not grasp the manager's judgments all the time. Liang Haiyuan paused for a moment, then candidly admitted, but his perspective operates on a dimension far beyond ours. We can only perceive what lies within a meter before us, while others may gaze beyond the stratosphere. It is said that true investment moguls possess a keen insight, capable of penetrating the obscurity of candlestick charts to foresee future trends. However, those who have lingered in this realm for an extended period are aware of an unspoken rule. Regardless of the grandiose claims made by these titans regarding vision, scope, In value investing, the ultimate determinant often boils down to the favor of fate. Simply put, luck. Yet, does our manager's approach seem to rely on mere chance? A whisper of doubt floated through the air. This is precisely what sends shivers down one's spine. Manager Su Hao's every decision does not resemble the impulsive bets of a gambler. Rather, it appears as if he operates on a level beyond mortal comprehension, executing precise strikes based on some arcane algorithm or foresight. It feels as though he possesses a cheat code, allowing him to glimpse the correct answers beforehand. But at last, a sigh of relief escapes. Having maintained a short position for an extended period, my heart has been akin to a roller coaster ride, teetering on the brink of a cardiac episode. One individual exhaled deeply. Indeed, in my lifetime, I have never witnessed such wealth accumulation. In just a week, a mere week. Another, gazing at the astronomical profits in his account, felt his cheeks flush with excitement. In the realm of trading, where hidden talents abound and competition is fierce, achieving an average monthly return of 5 is considered exemplary. Securing a stable daily profit of 1 earns one the esteemed title of ace trader, striding with an air of confidence. Yet now, looking at the figures on the screen, from an initial capital of 50 million, it has snowballed into a phenomenon that can only be termed a miracle. No other descriptor seems fitting. Let us compile the data. I shall personally report to the manager, Liang Haiyuan declared with spirited enthusiasm. Indeed, Liang Haiyuan took the meticulously organized reports, his steps light as if he were walking on clouds, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way to the manager's office. When did reporting become such a source of elation, a journey filled with buoyancy? This is a first in my life. Su Hao observed Liang Haiyuan, who was grinning broadly, his smile so wide it could trap a fly within the creases of his face. Su Hao pondered. Has he always been this jovial? Was he not perpetually wearing a glum expression? There was a slight disappointment regarding the securities lending. Liang Haiyuan began to report, his tone tinged with a hint of Versailles-like regret. The profits from securities lending generally align with the market trends, yielding no extraordinary returns. However, Liang Haiyuan's tone shifted dramatically, becoming fervent. The futures we shorted, along with the put options we purchased, have absolutely exploded. A nuclear-level detonation. The prices of those put options soared to an astonishing 20-fold at their peak. And at that pinpoint apex, they swiftly and decisively liquidated their positions, leaving not a single one behind. It is no exaggeration to assert that this time, the profits have been substantial, primarily extracted from a plethora of options. After meticulously consolidating the diverse earnings from futures, margin trading, and options, the grand total amounts to a staggering 250 million. Manager Liang Haiyuan's voice wavered, infused with disbelief, as though he had just uttered a mythical figure. Throughout his years in trading, he had only encountered such fortune once, a month where he earned a 30 return, which felt akin to a stroke of ancestral blessing. Liang took a deep breath, attempting to quell his excitement. Yet this a 500 return, it is utterly unfathomable. In all my life, I have never witnessed such outrageous occurrences. Su Hao himself felt a surge of doubt when the chairman initially sanctioned the 5 million principle. His modest aspiration was merely to avoid losses, to navigate through without gain or loss as a victory. If he could miraculously double it, he would consider it worthy of celebration with incense and champagne. But now to multiply it 5-fold, transforming 5 million into 250 million, it felt as if one had ventured out to purchase a lottery ticket, hoping to win a mere $5, only to discover a jackpot of 50 million upon redemption. It was simply surreal. Thank you for your hard work. Su Hao steadied himself and nodded at Liang Haiyuan. Oh, please don't say that. I am merely a messenger, following your directives and typing away. Liang Haiyuan responded, visibly taken aback, bowing even lower. You are the true strategist, tirelessly orchestrating our success. It is I who should express my gratitude. Thank you, manager, for leading us to victory. Should you have any further instructions, do not hesitate to call on me. Liang, brimming with satisfaction and the joy of sharing in the bounty, exited with a gleeful demeanor. Soon, Su Hao found himself alone in the office. He stared, somewhat dazed, at the daunting string of zeros on his computer screen. Engaging in trading with a principal of 5 million was already a venture steeped in magical realism. And now this sum had snowballed into 250 million by the way. According to company policy, managers are entitled to 30 of the profits as bonuses furthermore, if performance soared to the top of the company. There might be an additional substantial reward. Goodness, how much would that be? He pondered, feeling his mind momentarily stall. The unexpected additional million that appeared in his bank account last month still felt like an anomaly, a glitch in the banking system. Now a sum far exceeding that, capable of allowing him to recline and indulge in life, beckoned enticingly. Who could resist such temptation? Yet should I have waited a moment longer? Could I have extracted even more? Alas, it seems that human greed knows no bounds. Having just amassed a fortune, his thoughts began to wander. If only he had held on a little longer, might there have been more to gain? After all, merely glancing at the technical indicators and market sentiment, it hardly seems to be the optimal moment for selling. Although he diligently utilizes every spare moment to fervently absorb various financial knowledge and strives to enhance his professional acumen, his current rudimentary understanding allows him to vaguely sense that the market appears to possess further downward potential. It seems his put options could still appreciate in value. He quickly shook his head vigorously, forcefully suppressing the lingering thought of how it would have been wise to wait a little longer. With a decisive click, he turned off the monitor. The die has been cast, the rice has been cooked, and the money is in hand. One must not be overly greedy. It is wise to take profits when they are available. Contentment breeds happiness. Enough of those idle thoughts. He has already made a considerable profit. Chapter 44. I've been completely robbed. In stark and tragic contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the trading division's 7th office, which was filled with the exuberance of newfound wealth, the options departments of various private equity firms found themselves collectively overwhelmed by a catastrophic calamity. Among them, those unfortunate souls who had previously sold a substantial number of put options were trembling uncontrollably, akin to individuals suffering from advanced Parkinson's disease, their teeth chattering in fear. Today, surely there wouldn't be any sell orders, would there? A voice, reminiscent of a mosquito's whine, inquired, laced with a desperate plea. Have you lost your mind? Selling now? Have you been struck by madness? A colleague retorted with irritation. Just look at the options prices. They remain stagnant while soaring daily like a rocket. That scoundrel holding our fates in his hands would have to be completely deranged to sell now. Who the hell is this? Who is holding such a plethora of cursed put options? Someone bellowed in a fit of hysteria, their eyes bloodshot. Blood? That had long since been drained. What flowed now was nothing but yellow bile and the dark essence of despair. To them, the enigmatic figure clutching a vast quantity of put options seemed to be playing a cruel game of cat and mouse, deriving pleasure from watching these pitiful creatures wail amidst the ruins of the stock market, relishing the thrill of controlling the fates of others. The longer this dragged on, the more the market plummeted, and the more valuable his options became, a truth even a 3-year-old could grasp. Did he have any reason to relent now? None. Despair spread silently throughout the department like thick, black ink. Everyone had succumbed to hopelessness, preparing to ascend to the rooftop. Alas, there was nothing left to do but await their fate. I'll go smoke a cigarette to numb my nerves. A trader, appearing utterly devoid of hope, stood up, ready to escape to the stairwell for a moment of nicotine-induced solace. At that moment, it's happening. A trader who had been intently monitoring the market suddenly shrieked, his voice cracking. What are you babbling about? Sell orders. There are sell orders. That mysterious figure is unloading. Quick, seize it. Everyone, rush in without regard for the cost. The traders who had just moments ago been slumped over their desks, leaning back in their chairs, or pacing in corners cursing the world, sprang to life upon hearing these words. They leapt from their seats, as if jolted by electricity, lunging towards their keyboards and mice. Their eyes widened like saucers, fingers moving like phantoms as they frantically hammered the buy button, fingers flying over the mouse, sparks flying in their fervor, as if they were expending every ounce of strength they possessed. The seller was cunning, however, not foolishly dumping all his stock at once. Instead, he controlled the pace, gradually increasing the volume, akin to squeezing toothpaste, slowly elevating the price as he released his holdings. This only heightened the tension among the buyers, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats, too fearful to breathe. They dreaded that a moment's hesitation, a lag in their fingers, or a glitch in their connection might cause those life-saving shares to be snatched away by other institutions equally frenzied in their pursuit. After a chaotic frenzy reminiscent of a world war, the tumult of hand-wringing finally subsided. How is it? Has everyone closed their positions? How much has been settled? The department head asked, his voice trembling. Most have been closed, thankfully. A trader responsible for operations slumped in his chair, panting heavily, his face pale and glistening with cold sweat. Although the prices were exorbitant, at least the positions were closed. A group of individuals, as if they had just escaped from the clutches of death, collapsed at their respective workstations, gasping for breath. The air thick with the scent of sweat and the exhaustion following despair. Indeed, repurchasing these put options at such high prices meant they had incurred devastating losses. This year's bonuses, next year's budget, and even some individuals' livelihoods were likely in jeopardy. However, they had managed to avert a more disastrous outcome, such as a complete liquidation that could trigger a chain reaction, ultimately leading to everyone packing up and leaving, with the next day's headlines screaming about the bankruptcy of a financial institution. The sensation was akin to the final second before an execution, with the executioner's blade poised overhead, only to be interrupted by a last-minute reprieve. The mysterious figure who had tormented them mercilessly, rendering them sleepless, inexplicably showed mercy at the last moment, loosening the noose around their necks. Why? Why did he choose to sell now? As the tension ebbed like a receding tide, a colossal, glimmering question mark slowly emerged above everyone's heads. Indeed, it was perplexing. By remaining inactive, he could have earned even more. Look at the current situation. Even if his selling caused a slight dip in prices, the overall trend was still on the rise. This was a time to reap the rewards, to gather riches until one's hands cramped. A pie from the heavens was continually expanding, yet he chose to kick it away. This action was utterly illogical, contrary to human nature, and defied common sense. Had he lost his mind? Who could say? Perhaps he was in urgent need of funds, for instance, to purchase an aircraft carrier, or an airplane, or even an island. Some speculated. Could it be that there was some insider information unbeknownst to us? Another person proposed a more plausible, yet chilling possibility, just as he had been able to precisely accumulate shares before the market crash. Could it be that he had foreseen something once again? What information could there possibly be? The regulatory bodies had shown no signs of movement. Wasn't the stock market still in free fall? Who cares? Damn it, I can't be bothered to think. No matter how hard I rack my brain, it doesn't make sense. If this is how it concludes, let us be grateful. If he holds on for a few more days, we might truly find ourselves on the rooftop in line. These past few days, I've been fixated on that pitiful sell order, my eyes nearly popping out. I've gone through several bottles of eye drops. Indeed, let this be the case. Let us not delve deeper, for contentment brings joy. At least we are still alive. If it falls further, I truly cannot fathom what horrors more terrifying than descending into hell may occur. All right, everyone has worked hard. The department head, mustering his spirits, clapped his hands together. Let us rejoice, for we have narrowly escaped with our lives. Come, let us take a moment to smoke a cigarette and ease our frayed nerves. However, fate seemed disinclined to grant them even a moment's respite. Before the unfortunate head could finish his sentence and indulge in a calming puff, a trader, who had been intently watching the news terminal, suddenly emitted a scream more harrowing than when he had spotted the sell orders. The manager, who had been poised to enjoy a post-event smoke, was interrupted, turning around with palpable impatience etched across his face, clearly exasperated by the ongoing disturbances. What now? What fresh calamity is this? Is the regulatory body stirring up trouble again? Yes, the trader shouted with all his might. The manager's eyes widened in horror as he dashed to the nearest monitor, with others quickly gathering around. On the financial news channel, a serious-looking female anchor was delivering breaking news at a rapid pace, her tone reflecting the gravity of the moment. The Securities Regulatory Commission has just announced, in order to maintain market stability, effective immediately. Major shareholders holding over 5 of listed companies are prohibited from reducing their holdings through the secondary market. All related sell transactions by major shareholders will be suspended. Furthermore, reports confirm that national investment funds have entered the market to stabilize it, alongside an announcement from the People's Bank regarding interest rate cuts. Prohibiting major shareholders from selling? Good heavens! What madness is this? The manager exclaimed in disbelief. Such an extreme and brutal measure, akin to severing the lifeline, coupled with interest rate reductions and state intervention, clearly reveals the underlying intent. The regulatory body, after witnessing the market's relentless decline and imminent collapse, has finally decided to intervene directly, aiming to restore order and forcibly stabilize the market. In this manner, the precarious stock market, akin to a free fall, is bound to experience a vigorous and perhaps even retaliatory rebound. Yet, a pressing question arises. Those put options they had just purchased at high price. Does this mean that the price at which they had just acquired them was, in fact, perched precisely at the summit of Mount Everest? The manager's voice quivered with a hint of despair. It seems so. The trader reluctantly nodded, his expression reflecting profound dismay. Within mere minutes of the news breaking, the prices of the put options they had recklessly bought had plummeted like a kite severed from its string, swiftly halving and halving again, and, judging by the momentum, further descent into the abyss appeared inevitable. How low could it possibly go? Who could say? It might very well turn into a pile of worthless paper. If only they had a few more minutes, someone murmured, their gaze vacant. If that enigmatic figure had merely waited a few more minutes, allowing the news to break before taking action, they could have acquired those hot potatoes at a fraction of cost, perhaps even close to the value of worthless paper. Who knows? They might not have needed to purchase them at all, for by that time, those options would have become utterly valueless. A suffocating silence enveloped the entire office. Everyone stood frozen, as if ensnared by some petrifying spell. After what felt like an eternity, who could it possibly be? The manager inquired with a voice laced with profound dread and bewilderment. At this juncture, the question transcended mere curiosity. Damn it, which scoundrel could it possibly be? He slammed his fist onto the desk, erupting in a frenzied roar. I've been left with nothing but my bare skin. Who the hell is that bastard? Chapter 45. Relentlessly scrutinizing financial knowledge, Huang Fengwen vividly recalls the moment when Su Hao first joined the gaming guild. The scene is so vivid that it feels as if it transpired just yesterday. Hello, everyone. I am a warrior, and my skills are impeccable. I can tank. You can call me Hao. His introduction radiated with youthful exuberance, brimming with an earnest enthusiasm. Huang Fengwen distinctly remembers that their average age in the guild was akin to that of a group of elderly gentlemen in their twilight years, a rather despondent assembly. Suddenly, this fresh young face burst onto the scene like a depth charge thrown into a still pond. The guild channel erupted with excitement. The older members, who had been yearning for a breath of fresh air, nearly broke into applause and celebration. Not only was this newcomer youthful, but he also possessed a remarkable knack for making connections. With his charming demeanor and nimble fingers, he effortlessly enlivened the atmosphere, akin to a radiant sunbeam, embodying the spirit of the group. Even more impressively, his gaming skills were genuinely formidable. His tanking abilities displayed a remarkable blend of steadiness and flair. Recognizing his potential, Huang Fengwen decisively appointed Su Hao as the leader of the main guild team, a role that was, to be frank, akin to carrying a heavy burden. In the realm of gaming, leading a team through dungeons is not merely about speed and loot drops. The real challenge lies in navigating the intricate web of interpersonal relationships. Consider that a primary team often comprises dozens of individuals from diverse backgrounds. Men, women, young and old, with varying temperaments, personalities, specialties, and skill levels. The team leader must act as a delicate scale, tirelessly balancing the composition and strengths of the group. They must strategize like a master tactician, meticulously assigning roles and positions to each member, and command like a spirited general, vocally orchestrating the entire operation through voice chat. And that's not the end of it. The incessant complaints from members, disputes over gear distribution, fluctuating personal emotions, and even trivial internal conflicts all require the leader to be a nurturing figure, ever ready to mediate and ensure the satisfaction of the majority. Being a team leader is undoubtedly a thankless endeavor, comparable to the work of a neighborhood committee member combined with that of a part-time psychologist. Anyone who takes on this role risks becoming overwhelmed. Yet, Su Hao thrived amidst this chaotic environment that others found burdensome. He led the team not by boasting of speed records or first kill achievements, but rather by focusing solely on ensuring that everyone enjoyed the game and felt at ease. His primary objective? To cultivate an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony within the team. Even if mistakes led to a wipe, members would share a laugh and tease each other, getting back on their feet without hostility or resentment. What he sought was an experience filled with laughter and joy from beginning to end, transforming dungeon runs into leisurely gatherings akin to a tea party or a stroll in the park. Since he took over, the entire guild has undergone a transformation of 180 degrees. In the past, it was a constant cycle of minor squabbles every 3 days and major conflicts every 5. Disagreements and unequal distribution of equipment led to strife, even causing a split among core members, with guild members having shared farewell meals on multiple occasions. However, ever since Su Hao arrived, it has been nothing short of miraculous. Such chaotic disturbances have not occurred even once. Peace reigned supreme. At that time, Huang Fengwen was overwhelmed by the struggles of workplace dynamics and interpersonal relationships in reality, feeling utterly exhausted both mentally and physically. Seeking a game to unwind, he was dismayed to discover that even within the game, there was a web of intrigue and distress, akin to jumping from one pit into an even larger one. He contemplated whether he should uninstall the game entirely. Just as he teetered on the edge of quitting, Su Hao appeared. This young man was like a ray of light, swiftly pulling him back from the brink of despair and rekindling his enjoyment of the game. Of course, Huang Fengwen later came to realize what he truly cherished was perhaps not the game itself, but rather the camaraderie within the guild that Su Hao fostered, a relaxed, harmonious environment filled with warmth and humanity. Thus, Huang Fengwen genuinely valued Su Hao. To what extent? When he heard that Su Hao was preparing to seek employment and intended to bid farewell to the game, Huang Fengwen's heart plummeted. Alarm bells rang his mind, and he could not absorb another word. A singular thought consumed him. He must be retained, regardless of his educational background, regardless of his work experience. Just get him into the company first. Huang Fengwen's thoughts were strikingly simple. Even if this young man turned out to be utterly inept, merely a pretty face, he would still accept it. At worst, he would treat him as a mascot to be cherished. That was his plan. He truly intended to do so. Until, what the hell? Is this data even possible? Huang Fengwen stared at the report in his hands, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. It felt as though his worldview had been shattered. The report boldly displayed the performance of Investment and Trading Department 7, a team that had achieved a return on investment so extraordinary it could only be described as life-altering. He could not help but click his tongue in disbelief, his mind racing. Beside him, the Vice Chairman Lin Fan wore a similarly astonished expression, leaning in to whisper, "Indeed. This is beyond comprehension. Just think, who could possibly accomplish something like in a matter of days? Take 50 million and multiply it several times over? To even suggest it would brand one as insane. Realistically speaking, with 50 million in funding, even with several years at one's disposal, achieving a stable doubling would be an endeavor akin to climbing the heavens. Yet, Su Hao managed to do it in just 1 week. In a mere week, he turned that sum into an astonishing 250 million. Such remarkable achievements, within the not particularly long, yet not entirely brief history of Fenghuan investment, are not merely unheard of. They are utterly unprecedented. It feels as though the laws of physics and the principles of finance have been ruthlessly disregarded. Oh, Chairman Huang, this esteemed figure. From which obscure corner of the world did you unearth him? Lin Fan's face was etched with uncontainable curiosity, his tone laced with a hint of gossip. Upon examining his resume, it is evident that he possesses not only a lack of financial experience, but even an absence of relevant internships. It clearly states unemployed youth. How on earth did your discerning eye spot such a gem? Ahem, Huang Fengwen cleared his throat, his aged visage blushing slightly, an unusual occurrence. Surely, he could not divulge the truth. Oh, this lad. I met him through gaming. I saw him looking forlorn, contemplating leaving the game to seek employment. In a moment of compassion, I closed my eyes and granted him a backdoor entry, a direct parachute into our ranks. If this revelation were to escape, would it tarnish his illustrious image as a sagacious and discerning chairman? Hence, Huang Fengwen swiftly adjusted his demeanor, adopting an enigmatic expression, and waved his hand lightly. In this world, there exists a force known as fate. Do you understand? Some matters can only be grasped intuitively, not articulated. So mysterious? Indeed. Upon witnessing Huang Fengwen's cryptic demeanor, Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, instantly conjuring a thousand-word scandalous narrative. This manager Su undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary background. Perhaps he is the scion of some dignitary, sent to experience the world. Chairman Huang must have exerted tremendous effort and employed unconventional means to recruit such a talent. However, Chairman Huang, shouldn't we find a way to learn from Manager Su's investment strategies? This is akin to turning stone into gold, as if the god of wealth himself has descended. Learn? Do you think that merely asking will yield any instruction? Huang Fengwen scoffed, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Even if he were to genuinely exhibit benevolence and guide you step by step, do you believe our dull minds could comprehend and gain enlightenment? In truth, Huang Fengwen himself had been curious. He had secretly scrutinized Su Hao's trading records, eager to uncover the extraordinary algorithms he followed to achieve such precision in buying low and selling high, as if endowed with a divine insight. And the outcome? Let me tell you, after poring over that mountain of data for half a day, I could not discern a shred of logic, or his buying criteria. What principles governed his selling? It was utterly illogical. To an outsider, his actions would undoubtedly appear as those of a complete novice, floundering in ignorance. Yet, remarkably, he managed to turn every endeavor into profit, and substantial profits at that. Indeed, every single transaction yielded gains. Huang Fengwen gritted his teeth, his voice a tumultuous blend of disbelief, exasperation, and an unacknowledged tinge of envy. Can you believe the audacity? This phenomenon transcends mere theoretical knowledge. It is a realm beyond imitation. This transcends the realms of technology and theory. It is quite frankly a matter of innate talent. It is intuition. It is metaphysics. Indeed, it is akin to magic, a singular investment methodology, unparalleled in existence. Is there but one individual capable of comprehending and wielding this lucrative secret? Lin Fan instinctively loosened his tie, feeling a pang of suffocation, as though the very air within the office had grown thin. It appears that during my absence abroad, a multitude of earth-shattering events have transpired within the company. All right, let's shift the conversation. Huang Fengwen suggested. How are things on your end? What is the situation in Europe? Any progress with the Greek debacle? Have any benefits emerged? Oh, do not even mention it. The entire European market is taut with tension. All eyes are fixated on Greece, as if guarding against thieves. With the repayment deadline fast approaching, those Greeks have yet to gather the necessary funds. Everyone, from the highest echelons to the lowest, is on edge. Surely it cannot come to the point of defaulting? Huang Fengwen furrowed his brow. A national-level default is no trivial matter. If it were to come to that, it would be catastrophic. They surely wouldn't engage in such self-destructive folly. They are not the iron-headed Russian bear of yore. The information I have gathered indicates that the risks are indeed substantial, the situation quite precarious. Yet all parties are exerting efforts to mediate. Ultimately, a resolution should be attainable, and we will not face demise. Huang Fengwen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That is reassuring, given that the domestic financial landscape is already fraught with anxiety and chaos. Should the international situation worsen and Greece were to declare a sovereign debt default, it would be akin to tossing sodium into boiling sulfuric acid. An explosion is inevitable. We would all be doomed. By the way, Director Huang, Lin Fan suddenly recalled something, his eyes lighting up with an unmistakable envy. That lad Su Hao. His performance bonus this month must be astronomical. Wouldn't you agree? According to our company's policy, 30 of the profits. That must be no less than several million to start. This is a sum that an ordinary wage earner could never hope to accumulate in a lifetime of frugality. Lin Fan, do you not think it a travesty to confine Su Hao to the position of a mere department manager? Is that not a gross underestimation of his abilities? That goes without saying. This is certainly not the domain for a super elite. It is akin to a true dragon trapped in shallow waters. Although his ascent has been meteoric, akin to riding a rocket, whispers of discontent have begun to circulate within the company. However, just look at his astonishingly exceptional performance. To confine him to a minor managerial role is truly absurd. Indeed, that is the case. Huang Fengwen began to ponder earnestly. Above the team manager lies the position of director or department head, yet all the roles within each department are filled to capacity, leaving no vacancies. Perhaps we could seize this opportunity to establish a new department specifically for him. Chapter 46. The never-ending flattery in the office of the trading department. The members displayed expressions of relief and uncontainable joy, as if they had narrowly escaped calamity. Emma, looking back now, it's quite terrifying, a young trader exclaimed, patting his chest with lingering trepidation. Fortunately, the manager acted decisively and swiftly, urging us to liquidate our positions and flee. Otherwise, we would have certainly incurred devastating losses. Not to that extent. The current options prices still afford us around 3 times the profits over our costs, another slightly pedantic trader murmured. Brother, when we exited, we were at a staggering 20 times. The first trader retorted excitedly, emphasizing their achievement. From 20 times to 3 times. Doesn't that mean we've lost tremendously? To outsiders, this group of sharply dressed individuals might appear to be engaged in a tense and strategic investment meeting. However, in reality, they were merely indulging in casual banter and lighthearted chatter. Ever since they had precisely followed Su Hao's guidance and miraculously liquidated all their positions near the market's peak before the crash, they now held a substantial amount of exhilarating cash while being entirely out of the market, merely spectators. Their daily routine consisted of conversation, with no actual work being done. I mentioned this before, Su Hao remarked, observing his team members, who seemed somewhat bored and overly energetic. He smiled gently. If anyone feels restless and wishes to venture into the market for some profit, you are free to do so without concern for me. The gains and losses are yours to bear. No. Immediately, several heads shook vigorously, clinging tightly to the manager's support. I'll just stay put. I too. Me too. Another quickly echoed. You've worked so hard to help us earn this money. It's all blood, sweat, and tears. How could I dare to act recklessly? If I were to incur losses, how would I face you? They were practically yearning for the rooftop. Moreover, according to our industry's unwritten rules, once we've exceeded this month's performance targets, the remaining time should be spent locking up the funds and indulging in paid leisure. Indeed, in the fiercely competitive trading department of Fenghuan Investment, once a team surpasses their monthly or even quarterly profit goals, they essentially enter a period of relaxation. They could either show up at the office merely to clock in and glance at the market or choose to stay home and lounge about. The choice was theirs. This was an informal, special reward for outstanding teams. Of course, if someone were ambitious and self-assured, wanting to pursue even higher returns, theoretically, they could continue trading. However, it is generally understood that after having made a considerable profit, the likelihood of incurring losses from further reckless trading is significantly greater. Hence, the vast majority of experienced teams would opt to take their profits and safeguard their victories. In truth, I haven't had any particularly strong inclinations lately, which is why I have remained inactive. Su Hao reclined in his comfortable office chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk as he silently pondered. Why had the impulse and inspiration for trading diminished? He vaguely sensed that it might be related to the scale of funds at his disposal. 5 billion. Such a staggering figure. When he initially held only 5 million, trading stocks was a different affair, as long as he avoided particularly small-cap, illiquid penny stocks. His impact on market prices was virtually negligible. With a small vessel, it was easy to maneuver, and operations were agile and smooth. However, the situation was no longer the same. Now, with a colossal sum of 5 billion in hand, Could he still engage in the rapid trading and even high-frequency trading of your? What an international jest. With his current capital scale, even a single buy or sell order could create significant ripples in the market. He would inevitably become the subject of speculation, labeled as a major player or market maker. Seeking to maintain a low profile? Utile impossible. Just imagine the scene. 5 billion in massive funds engaging in frenzied buying and selling at the speed of seconds. The thought was too overwhelming for him to bear, setting aside whether there were enough counterparties in the market to instantly absorb his enormous orders. The sheer force of buying and selling akin to a tsunami would be enough to upheave the stock prices, making it impossible for him to execute trades at his desired levels. The likely outcome would be that he would ruin the price himself, resulting in exorbitantly high transaction costs, rendering any profits unattainable and possibly incurring losses. Manager, a trader glanced at Su Hao, tentatively asking, "Shall we perhaps consider taking an early break?" "Oh, really, manager? Is that permissible?" Upon hearing this, the other's eyes instantly lit up, akin to a pack of huskies catching sight of a bone, brimming with eagerness. "Indeed. I know that following my operations these past few days, your hearts must be on the verge of exhaustion." Su Hao chuckled at their eager expressions, nodding in agreement. "The nerves have been under constant strain. You all have worked hard. It is indeed time for a proper rest and mental relaxation. Go back, recharge your spirits." Wow! The office erupted into a cacophony of enthusiastic applause and cheers, nearly lifting the roof off. It appeared that these individuals, merely sitting at their desks, had been cooped up for far too long. The prospect of plunging their hard-earned fortunes into the current precarious and volatile market was daunting. They feared that a misstep could lead to their profits evaporating entirely. Thus, they could only suppress their inner turmoil, left to stare helplessly, their restlessness palpable. Perfect timing. I haven't indulged in gaming for quite some time, Su Hao thought, a smile of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. Ever since he assumed the role of department manager, he had been like a tightly wound top, spinning continuously through both weekdays and weekends. All day long, one is either fixated on market trends or engrossed in a myriad of data reports, particularly during the tumultuous period preceding a significant stock market decline. The relentless pace is exhausting, as one fears missing even the slightest hint of change. The pressure is overwhelming, leaving no time even for his most cherished pastime, gaming. If he doesn't return to play soon, the gear in the guild's storage might as well gather dust. Seizing the opportunity presented by this technical adjustment, he plans to take a few days off to catch up on his neglected gaming obligations. Daily quests, team dungeons, new events he must dive in with fervor. At that moment, amidst the discussion, the usually reserved Li Huilin hesitantly raised her hand and spoke softly. "It seems we haven't had a team dinner since our department was formed." "Oh, you're right," another colleague chimed in. "Ever since you joined us, manager, it's been like a Hollywood blockbuster here, full of suspense and twists, leaving no room to even consider a gathering." As everyone exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding emerged, and the anticipation in the room intensified, focusing all attention on Su Hao like a spotlight. Understanding their silent plea, Su Hao felt a surge of inspiration. He rummaged through his wallet and exclaimed, "Ah, found it. Here it is." "What is it, manager?" someone inquired, curiosity piqued as they leaned forward. With a hint of pride, Su Hao revealed a card that shimmered with a mysterious dark glow. "My paycheck card." He winked. "Tonight it's on me. Feel free to indulge." Some might argue that the pinnacle of dining lies in exquisite ingredients and elegant surroundings, where sophistication reigns supreme. However, Su Hao believed such notions to be mere frivolities. Nothing could compare to the experience of sitting at a smoky barbecue stall, listening to the crackling of charcoal and the sizzling of skewers, savoring spiced grilled meat while sipping on chilled beer. Cheers, my friends, to the glorious past of our transaction department 7 and an even brighter future. Wait, simply clinking glasses is rather dull. Liang Haiyuan, his face flushed with excitement, swiftly raised his glass, a hint of flattery in his demeanor. "If I may be so bold, could I offer a toast?" "Of course, please do," Su Hao replied with a smile, gesturing for him to continue. With renewed vigor, Liang Haiyuan cleared his throat and stood, his stance reminiscent of an inaugural address. To our illustrious, talented, and charismatic manager Sue, I can confidently say that the best decision of my life was to join this esteemed Transaction Department 7 and have the honor to follow in your footsteps. As the saying goes, different perspectives lead to different realms. This statement seems tailor-made for our esteemed manager. Your vision is as vast as the ocean, allowing us, your subordinates, to glimpse the true realm of commerce. Therefore, I propose a toast to our magnificent manager Sue. May he continue to uplift, care for, motivate, and guide us in the times to come. Ah, Su Hao felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, his eyelids twitching with discomfort. The others hastily rose to restrain Liang Haiyuan, eager to interrupt this ceaseless and seemingly infinite flattery. Haiyuan, that's enough, really. Ahem. Liang Haiyuan seemed to realize he might have gone a tad overboard and quickly toned it down. Yet, his enthusiasm remained undiminished as he raised his glass high and shouted hoarsely. In conclusion, 1,000 words can be encapsulated in a single phrase. Having a subordinate capable of being a manager is a blessing bestowed by our ancestors. We are fortunate indeed. Now, to our great, invincible manager, Su Hao. Cheers! Cheers echoed in resounding chorus, the clinking of glasses ringing out continuously as the atmosphere soared to new heights. Chapter 47. A thrilling encounter. As the evening progressed, imbibing fine wines and savoring exquisite dishes, the conversation seamlessly drifted back to work. It appeared that colleagues from other departments were engrossed in discussions about the situation in Greece. What will ultimately transpire? Could it truly escalate into a significant crisis? Hey you, Liang Haiyuan interjected with palpable discontent, his brow furrowed. In such a sacred and joyous gathering, why must we broach the subject of work? How dreary, he added, 3 rounds of penalty drinks for that. However, the speaker chuckled. It seems our circle lacks topics beyond stocks and the financial market. Let us be honest, discussing monetary matters is undoubtedly the most exhilarating and stimulating. Seems to be true, Liang Haiyuan contemplated, reluctantly conceding that money is indeed one of the most fascinating subjects in this world. I could speak about games which dungeons yield the best loot, strategies for defeating bosses, or which classes excel in PvP, Su Hao silently critiqued in his mind. Alas, the individuals around the table were all clad in formal attire, presenting themselves as respectable figures, far removed from those who would join him in virtual realms slaying monsters or grinding for gear until dawn. Indeed, the world of financial elites remained largely enigmatic to him. Rest assured, Liang Haiyuan waved his hand dismissively regarding the Greek situation, no matter how tumultuous it becomes. I doubt it will lead to actual default or a sovereign debt crisis. Indeed, I share that sentiment, another chimed in. After all, the repercussions would be immense, affecting the entire Eurozone. No one can shoulder that burden. Let us not be too hasty in our declarations. Someone else cautioned. Have you forgotten the past? The Russian bear was once underestimated, and when it declared a sovereign debt default, it caused quite the uproar. The global markets were thrown into disarray. Greece, Su Hao's mind involuntarily conjured the information he had encountered in a previous internal report. The Greek government owed approximately 1.6 billion euros to the International Monetary Fund, with repayment deadlines looming ominously. Yet, they presented a faade of insolvency, seemingly devoid of viable solutions. What was even more alarming was that this marked Greece's third appeal for international assistance. Yet their economic state remained lethargic. The pace of recovery was excruciatingly slow, while their mounting debt issues escalated like an ever-growing snowball, resembling a ticking time bomb poised to detonate. What if Li Huilin ventured quietly, proposing a disconcerting hypothesis? They indeed abandon all pretense and outright declare default? That would be sheer folly. It would be tantamount to flipping the table and ceasing all play. Liang Haiyuan swiftly clarified, his tone grave. Once a sovereign default is announced, it essentially equates to being ejected from the Eurozone. In such a scenario, the entire political landscape of Europe and its economic order would be subjected to intense upheaval, with geopolitical tensions soaring dramatically, potentially igniting military conflicts and crises concerning national security. Su Hao, somewhat distracted, listened to the ongoing discussions while lowering his head, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen of his mobile device, rapidly perusing various analytical articles regarding the Greek debt crisis. Sensational headlines and opinions proliferated. Some experts warned that a Greek default would precipitate a sharp decline in its defense capabilities, thereby exacerbating the risk of military confrontation with Turkey. Others predicted that internal discord within Europe would intensify, leading to heightened political fragmentation, and in the direst scenarios, localized warfare could ensue. However, most analyses were deemed to be extrapolations of extreme situations and low-probability events. The prevailing sentiment in the market, or rather the consensus among the majority of institutions, remained that Greece would most likely negotiate a new agreement with the EU and the IMF at the 11th hour, securing additional bailout funds and ultimately averting default. After all, no one wished to witness the colossal structure of the Eurozone collapse, triggering a global financial tsunami. How annoying. How infuriating. Liang Haiyuan abruptly slammed the table, interrupting the increasingly serious discussion. We finally managed to escape for a meal and relax. Yet here we are, back to work. The wine has lost its charm, he exclaimed. Let's talk about something cheerful. Surely our bonuses are secure this time, right? We owe it all to our manager. Just think, once we receive that hefty sum, what shall we do? Buy a house? Purchase a car? Or travel the world? Someone immediately displayed an expression of rapture, as if they could already envision the notification of the bonus arriving. Ever since we cleared our positions, that exhilarating feeling of comfort and the soaring numbers in our accounts has kept me awake at night with excitement. But the bonuses haven't actually been dispersed yet, a more level-headed individual reminded. What does it matter? Our manager has stated that our funds are to remain untouched for now. Liang Haiyuan waved his hand dismissively. This effectively secures our extraordinary performance. The bonuses cannot possibly vanish, can they? The group animatedly envisioned their lives transformed by the substantial bonuses, the atmosphere once again becoming lively and boisterous. However, Su Hao appeared somewhat detached, his fingers still unconsciously sliding across the screen of his phone. Manager? Li Huilin, seated beside him, noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired softly with concern. What have you been fixated on your phone for? Is there an urgent matter at home? Taking a deep breath, Su Hao slowly turned off the screen of his phone. It was not due to any domestic matters, but rather from the moment he began to seriously peruse the analyses regarding the Greek debt crisis. An exceedingly familiar sensation surged through him, causing the hair on his body to stand on end, his scalp to tingle, and his blood to race with an alarming swiftness, akin to a faint electric current coursing up his spine. This feeling was all too familiar. It mirrored the intense premonitions he had experienced during previous trading endeavors. He hesitated for a few moments. As an inner tumult unfolded, a fierce battle between reason and some primal impulse raged within him. Ultimately, he raised his gaze, scanning the faces of his team members who remained enraptured in joy and fantasy, and slowly began to speak. His voice, though soft, instantly eclipsed the cacophony of the private room. Well, shall we enter the market again tomorrow and give it a try? What did you say? In an instant, the smiles on everyone's faces froze, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. Manager, didn't you just say that we should keep the funds idle for a while and take a breather to play it safe? Liang Haiyuan was the first to recover, stammering his inquiry. Yes, I did say that. Su Hao nodded, licking his parched lips, though his eyes glimmered with an unusual, almost fervent light. Indeed, logically speaking, it would be prudent to take the profits already secured, an astonishing sum that would make anyone green with envy for a lifetime, and tuck them securely away. Then, one could take an extended holiday and relish life's pleasures. This would be the safest, most sensible, and most rational choice. As Liang Haiyuan had mentioned, that astronomical bonus would be firmly in their grasp. Yet he could not contain himself. In the realm of gaming, fully aware that opening boxes, drawing cards, and acquiring gear were all games of chance fraught with pitfalls, where one could lose 9 times out of 10. He still found himself irresistibly drawn to press that damned button time and again, in pursuit of the exhilarating rush, the adrenaline surge that accompanied such extreme thrills. This feeling now seemed even more intense than acquiring exquisite gear, more stimulating, more intoxicating. Damn it, am I inherently an incorrigible gambler, a slave to dopamine's relentless grip? Suhao chastised himself vehemently in his mind. He flashed a smile that made every team member's heart skip a beat and sent chills down their spines. A smile laced with a hint of madness, a touch of excitement, and an air of unshakable confidence. Let us indulge in something thrilling, shall we? As his words hung in the air, the pupils of all the team members trembled violently. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had heard some otherworldly tale, their jaws nearly dropping into the sizzling hot barbecue platter before them. Engage in something thrilling? With that 250 million renminbi. Chapter 48. Dancing the tango on the edge of the cliff. May I inquire what is amiss with you all? Liang Haiyuan surveyed the room, noticing his subordinates, the traders, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, their demeanor languid and dispirited, akin to withered eggplants. Unable to restrain himself, he posed a question. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung dry of moisture. Brother Haiyuan, please do not jest. Who had the heart to indulge last night? A young trader replied, his face a mask of despair, his voice devoid of energy. Another trader, equally aggrieved, added, you have no idea. The mere thought of that situation has my hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. I scarcely closed my eyes all night. Liang Haiyuan understood the gravity of the matter with crystal clarity. What could possibly instill such fear in these audacious young men, if not the bombshell dropped by their manager? Suhao, during last night's gathering, that gentleman, without a flicker of emotion, had boldly proclaimed, we are to invest a staggering 250 million in short-term trading. 250 million, followed by an impressive 8 zeros. This was not a trivial game. It was real currency. To engage in short-term trading with such an amount, who could withstand such a shock? Alas, it is all my fault for speaking so carelessly. I should never have mentioned the Greek crisis. Someone lamented, pounding their chest in regret. Spare us your lamentations, interjected another voice, dousing the mood. Even if we had remained silent, with our manager's temperament, would he have let this opportunity pass? He has likely been plotting this all along. Wait a moment, gentlemen. Is our manager serious? Is he truly prepared to invest 250 million in short-term trading? The initially disgruntled young trader could not contain his disbelief. To be frank, have we not exceeded our performance targets for this month, this quarter, and even for the entire year by several folds? Shouldn't we be basking in our success and enjoying some well-deserved leisure? His words struck a chord with everyone present. According to industry norms, once the trading department met its performance targets, unless the market was experiencing an extraordinarily euphoric bull run, traders would have long since rolled up their mats and returned home to savor life. Who would remain in the office to toil away? Rumors in the industry suggested that traders were merely gamblers clad in suits. While there was truth to this, what the outsiders did not realize was that these individuals were remarkably astute. Prior to achieving their performance targets, they charged into the market like legendary warriors, slicing through competition with ease. Yet, once the targets were met, they would seamlessly transition into a state of tranquility, morphing into vacation enthusiasts relishing the fruits of their labor. After all, who in their right mind would recklessly gamble away the hard-earned wealth? Perhaps our manager is not constructed like ordinary folk, a voice murmured. I suspect he possesses what is known as the heart of a beast. His heart must be forged from titanium. Heart of beast, my foot. I believe he was never equipped with the emotional module of fear at the factory. Indeed, this is not merely 25 million. It is 250 million. A full 250 million. Such a figure, for an ordinary individual, is not only beyond the realm of tangible interaction, but also a challenge to even envision its magnitude when amassed. The peril escalates when handling such a colossal sum. Any hint of aggressive maneuvering or audacious positioning would immediately draw the unwavering gaze of the exchange's real-time monitoring system, triggering alarms at full volume. Subsequently, a report would reach the Securities Regulatory Commission, awaiting a summons for an unwelcome discussion over coffee. It is akin to performing a tango on the precipice of a cliff. A minor misstep could easily cross that invisible regulatory red line. Should the heavy accusation of market manipulation be levied, one might find themselves lamenting behind bars. Yet, despite these daunting risks, our esteemed manager, Su Hao, nonchalantly declared yesterday his intent to unleash this 250 million. Let us revel in it. You ponder. In such a scenario, whose hands would not tremble? Whose heart could withstand the strain? By the way, has the manager not arrived yet? He should be here soon. He is typically punctual. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than the office door swung open. Good morning, everyone. Su Hao, our audacious and unflappable manager, strode in with a relaxed gait and a beaming visage. Just look at his countenance. Radiating vitality, his complexion aglow, not a trace of dark circles to be found. Clearly, after last night's banquet, he returned home to indulge in a deep, restorative slumber, blissfully unaware of the worries that plagued his colleagues, those fearful of losing their shirts over this 250 million, their eyes shadowed by sleepless nights. The contrast was stark and distressing. Inside, thoughts raced like a torrent. Goodness, this fellow, truly a marvel, isn't he? Could he possibly be an alien in human guise, here to experience life on Earth? Having made eye contact, it is clear, best not to provoke him. Mere mortals cannot fathom such a superhuman constitution of spirit and mental resilience. In the conference room, Su Hao stood before the whiteboard, exuding an air of calm assurance. While the daily trading volume of the A-share market hovers around 1 trillion, our 250 million, if mishandled, would still attract considerable attention. His voice resonated steadily, piercing through the room with clarity. He paused momentarily, casually inscribing a few figures on the whiteboard. In the case of small-cap stocks, take ST Genre for instance. Its daily trading volume maxes out at 1 or 200 million. If we were to inject our 250 million directly, one can easily surmise the outcome, can't we? The stock price would likely soar, prompting an inquiry from the exchange. Typically, if a single account's trading volume in a particular stock exceeds 5 to 10 of the total, it triggers heightened scrutiny from the exchange. This could escalate to the Securities Regulatory Commission, and should the situation be deemed severe, he left his statement unfinished. Yet all present were industry insiders, fully cognizant of the implications. Suspicions of price manipulation. Such an accusation carries grave consequences. Thus, most private equity firms allocate their funds towards relatively controllable risks in bonds, foreign exchange, or even divert them into overseas markets. In this domestic market, once the scale of funds reaches a certain level, various invisible restrictions inevitably follow. Su Hao lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd. What if we partition the funds and engage in dispersed purchases? Enter the market in small increments? Theoretically feasible, Liang Haiyuan responded with a furrowed brow. However, the issue lies in the fact that even if we divide it into hundreds or thousands of transactions, as long as the funds flow from our unified account system, they will still be marked as key focus by the exchange's backend system. Regardless of how well we disguise it, we will still be perceived as having the unmistakable suspicion of being major players, easily categorized as concerted actors. Typically, a trading team can mobilize an average fund of around 50 million at most. Now, if they intend to inject 250 million all at once, it is several times the usual volume, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous, like a firefly in the night, blindingly bright. Therefore, there exists an ironclad rule in the industry. Collusion among several teams to privately coordinate in lifting or suppressing the price of a particular stock is strictly forbidden. If discovered with irrefutable evidence, the CSRC's investigation letter will promptly follow, resulting in fines and warnings at best, or license revocation and imprisonment for the responsible parties at worst. Consequently, within many private equity firms, even funds from the same department are deliberately allocated to different teams, allowing them to act independently based on their own judgments. This is misleadingly termed internal horse racing, but in reality, it serves to avoid any suspicion of collusion, ensuring that risks are thoroughly diversified. At that moment, Su Hao seemed to recall something and turned to Liu Bo, who was responsible for information liaison. Has the research department released the report yet? The one I requested last night regarding the latest analysis of the Greek debt crisis. It's here. Manager. Liu Bo hurriedly rummaged through a pile of documents, producing the report and handing it over Manager, the conclusion from the research department is, Greece will ultimately not default on its debt. They have synthesized opinions from major overseas investment banks and rating agencies generally believing that the likelihood of the Greek government avoiding default is as high as 97. Suhao examined the report with an impassive expression, then raised his gaze, scanning the circle of attendees gathered around the conference table. And you? What are your thoughts? We certainly believe default is impossible. Indeed, manager, for a sovereign nation to declare bankruptcy, that would be utterly absurd, unless the Greek leaders have lost their minds. Exactly. A 97 probability is essentially a sure thing. Greece will undoubtedly endure. Everyone chimed in, as in their common sense and experience. It seemed unimaginable for a modern sovereign nation, especially a member of the European Union, to publicly announce a debt default. Such an act was simply outrageous. However, Liang Haiyuan cautiously ventured, a hint of probing in his eyes as he regarded Suhao. Manager, are you implying that you do not believe in this 97? Do you? Do you assert that Greece is doomed to default? As soon as the words were spoken, all gazes swiftly converged upon Suhao's face. The intense, almost ominous feeling he experienced upon reading that stern news report yesterday lingered in his mind. However, caution is the mother of safety. Especially in a battlefield where fortunes worth billions are at stake, it is prudent to reconfirm one's stance. Let me take a look. Suhao lowered his head, refraining from providing an immediate response as he meticulously perused the report sent by the research department. The report indeed contained an analysis, merely positing, that should Greece decide to abandon its commitments and declare a debt default, the repercussions on the global market, particularly the domestic market, would be profound. In essence, the domestic economy's scale and its degree of external dependence do not render it mortally vulnerable to direct ties with Europe. Even if Greece were to experience a catastrophic failure, the immediate impact would likely pale in comparison to the previous stock market crash. The crux of the matter, however, lies within the financial sector. The domino effect. Should the European financial market undergo severe turbulence due to Greece's default, the ensuing panic would spread like a contagion. Financial stocks would undoubtedly bear the brunt of this upheaval, enduring a crushing blow. Moreover, should the specter of global economic recession take hold, leading the populace to clutch their wallets tightly and diminish their consumption intentions, sectors such as retail and manufacturing would similarly find themselves ensnared in this turmoil. Conversely, could there be sectors poised to benefit? The report addressed this question as well. Indeed, there are. Where there is risk, there also lies opportunity. If Greece's default precipitates a significant devaluation of the euro, it would present a tremendous boon for domestic export-oriented enterprises. Their products would gain remarkable price competitiveness in the international market. The report highlighted several key industries that could benefit: machinery manufacturing, textiles and light industry, electronics, and home appliances. Suhao's gaze slowly traversed the list of potentially advantageous stocks outlined in the report. His finger instinctively lifted. It was his right thumb, the very digit that had inspired him countless times during trades, gently gliding, almost imperceptibly, over the paper inscribed with stock codes. Suddenly, a sharp, unmistakable sensation akin to static electricity surged from his fingertips. Chapter 49. Can it be used to calculate amounts? The manager, Liang Haiyuan, who was closest to him, was startled by this subtle movement and cast a puzzled glance in his direction. However, Suhao appeared as if ensnared by a spell, his fingers lingering on the paper, his gaze suddenly sharpening. This sensation was all too familiar. Each time such a feeling emerged, it signified that some instinct within him had been stirred. This time, the faintly electric sting pointed towards a singular conclusion. The event that a multitude of economists, analysts, and investment banking magnates had confidently asserted, with a mere 3 probability, deemed almost negligible and utterly impossible. The Greek debt default, it was truly impending. The beleaguered politicians of Greece seemed genuinely cornered, resolutely set on committing an act that would be etched in history, a cataclysmic blunder. Suhao gradually lifted his head, meeting the gazes of a dozen individuals in the conference room, each reflecting a mix of confusion, tension, and anticipation. His tone was eerily calm, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. I believe that 3 likelihood is in fact the sole truth. What? 3. Are you suggesting? Do you genuinely believe Greece will experience a financial catastrophe? Several traders, whose psychological resilience was waning, collectively inhaled sharply, feeling a chill race from their soles to the nape of their necks. Suhao solemnly nodded in affirmation. Instantly, the conference room erupted in exclamations akin to a ghostly revelation. Strangely, Suhao pointed to the report and inquired, why does this document not mention any hedging instruments, such as options, that could be utilized for short selling? Lu Bo wore a look of bitterness and helplessness, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Ah, well. Manager, have you forgotten? The last substantial decline terrified the market. He left his statement unfinished. Yet his implication was clear. During the last tumultuous market movement, the major brokerages and funds issuing put options had suffered grievously at the hands of Su Hao, resulting in a veritable bloodbath. According to insider whispers, their department's extraordinary maneuver had extracted nearly 20-fold profits from some unfortunate souls, akin to a merciless extraction. Whoever bore the brunt of that loss would be furious enough to spit blood. In the short term, who would dare to reopen such a perilous exposure, risking a venture that could easily become a monetary gift to others? He sighed and continued, not only are derivatives like options scarce, but even ETFs tracking major European indices have virtually vanished from market. The last downturn sent global risk assets into a frenzy, plunging market risk appetite to an all-time low. Such high-risk products have found no buyers. Upon seeing their offerings languish unsold, issuers have opted to delist and liquidate to avoid being burdened. Su Hao furrowed his brow. There is ample capital, 250 million, which sounds daunting. However, there are hardly any tables available for betting. The domestic market is constrained, and the derivatives market has been frightened into closure. It seems that we can only venture into the broader and deeper ocean. His thoughts raced, and he soon made a decision, inquiring, the foreign exchange market. It must be sufficiently vast, right? Surely it could easily absorb our order of 250 million? The foreign exchange trading market. What a concept that is. The crown jewel of the global financial market, with an astounding average daily trading volume reaching an astonishing $60 trillion. Please note dollars. When converted to RMB, that amounts to nearly 400 trillion, followed by a long string of dizzying zeros. It is, without a doubt, the largest and most liquid behemoth in the global financial arena. There is no contender in such an oceanic market, our 250 million RMB. To put it bluntly, tossing it in would likely not even stir a moderately sized wave. It would be akin to a mere drizzle. Manager, theoretically, that is indeed correct. The capacity of the foreign exchange market is certainly not an issue. However, the problem is, manager, our department is not authorized to directly engage in foreign exchange trading operations per regulations. Lu Bo's face revealed a look of difficulty. The company has a dedicated foreign exchange trading department, which is specialized in this area. This matter would require cross-departmental coordination, and it is essential to obtain approval from the head of the trading department and possibly even special authorization from higher management. The process is quite cumbersome. If the leadership gives the nod, can we proceed? Su Hao pressed on. It should be feasible. After all, there have been precedents in special circumstances, Lu Bo affirmed. For instance, during significant international events where there is a genuine business need, upper management may grant special permission for us to engage in certain necessary foreign exchange or overseas stock transactions. However, the approval will be quite stringent. Suao Nadif. Understanding the situation, it appears that relying on subordinates for communication would not work. The efficiency would be too low. He must personally approach the head of their trading department, the legendary director Li Jian, known for his strict adherence to rules, and have an open and honest discussion. So, are we giving up on the domestic market for now? Someone asked. Before we obtain permission from the foreign exchange side, we cannot just wait idly, can we? We still need to proceed with our affairs here in the domestic market. Su Hao shook his head. Then, manager, should we consider slightly reducing the amount for safety's sake? Liang Haiyuan began to express his concerns, unable to refrain from suggesting. "I'll ask." Su Hao interrupted him, speaking with a calm tone. "Even if we're monitored by the exchange, does it necessarily lead to punishment? That is not absolute. As long as we do not engage in activities akin to those manipulation cases of the past, such as drastically increasing trading volume before the market closes, or dumping more than 10 of the volume onto a single stock, we are generally only subject to close observation." Liang Haiyuan answered honestly. But the issue at hand was that even if the 250 million were dispersed, it ultimately originated from the same account, which would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Su Hao nodded, refraining from further comment. He picked up a pen and redirected his gaze towards the stock list recommended by the research department. He intended to filter out potential targets for both appreciation and depreciation based on the premise of Greece's default. With the pen's tip, he delicately tapped the first name. "This feels somewhat off." His fingertip remained unperturbed. "Pass. This, there has potential. The signal is quite strong." The pen tip descended, trembling slightly, as a tingling sensation washed over him once more. "Check." Thus, he proceeded according to the analysis presented in the research department's report regarding the scenario of Greece's default, merging it with his enigmatic intuition. The plan was to short the stocks anticipated to decline while going long on those expected to rise. "That, manager, regarding the allocation of funds, what is the intended distribution?" This was the real conundrum that sent shivers down one's spine. How to distribute 250 million across these various stocks? The objective was to maximize profits while simultaneously steering clear of regulatory red lines to avoid being reprimanded by the titans of the Securities Commission. The delicate balance required was daunting, not only for mere novices like them, but even for the seasoned Liang Haiyuan. There was uncertainty lurking in his mind. Wait a moment. As Su Hao scrutinized the list, a bold thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could this superpower be utilized to calculate the amounts? Chapter 50. Near religious frenzy with a spirit of experimentation, Su Hao casually inscribed an enormous figure beside the chosen St. Zhongruan. No response. Is it too much? Reduce it by half. Still no reaction. All right, then. Let's have it again. He wrote a new amount, diminished once more. Suddenly, a surge of electricity, even more intense than when he had touched the stock code, surged up through the tip of his pen. Success. Is this the safe and effective critical point? The so-called optimal quantity? For St. Zhongruan, we shall proceed with this figure, Su Hao proclaimed, pointing at the number. Is this really that much? Lu Bo's eyes nearly bulged out. Manager, this volume. The exchange will certainly. The manager has his own judgment. Do you dare to question? Liang Haiyuan interjected timely, casting Lu Bo a sharp glance. Still, can you provide a more precise figure? One that guarantees no alarms will be triggered while ensuring substantial profits? I apologize, manager. Lu Bo instantly wilted. Please continue. Manager, Liang Haiyuan said respectfully. Thereafter, suauri simbel da mystic inscriving talismans. Beside each selected stock, he continually wrote numbers, sensing, adjusting, and then sensing again. How much here? How much there? At times, he furrowed his brow. At other moments, he appeared contemplative. Although it took some time to ascertain the perfect amount for each stock, the office remained profoundly silent. Everyone holding their breath, their eyes glued to him, not daring to utter a sound. Su Hao was acutely aware that, in their eyes, his actions were likely akin to those of a blind fortune teller on the streets, making arbitrary predictions without any basis. All right, when the market opens, we shall buy according to this order, he declared, setting down his pen and pushing the paper filled with stock codes and enigmatic numbers towards Liang Haiyuan. I need to discuss matters with General Manager Li. As for when to sell, I will inform you once all buying operations are complete. Understood. Manager. Liang Haiyuan solemnly accepted the paper, feeling a sheen of perspiration forming in his palms. Su Hao nodded and turned towards General Manager Li's office. Remarkably, this was his first time engaging in a one-on-one cordial meeting with his superior. As soon as Su Hao departed, the trading department erupted into chaos. Everyone rushed to surround Liang Haiyuan, their heads crowded together, fixated on the A4 sheet laden with cryptic symbols. What exactly has been inscribed here? A multitude of seemingly unrelated stock codes, accompanied by a series of illogical amounts of varying sizes, each number adorned with several small dots beneath it. Brother Haiyuan, doesn't this look like some sort of encrypted formula? Indeed, there seems to be no discernible pattern. How are these numbers derived? Could it be this is the legendary and mysterious algorithm that only the manager can comprehend, guaranteed to yield profits? Precisely. In the eyes of the multitude, the figures inscribed upon this paper must undoubtedly contain manager Su Hao's extraordinary investment secrets. It is a quantified divine inspiration, a treasure of immeasurable value. Yet, no matter how wide they open their eyes or how fervently they ponder, they cannot discern the underlying logic or the astonishing secrets hidden within these numbers. Alas, I would wager that this is undoubtedly an astoundingly sophisticated mathematical model. However, it appears as though the manager simply jotted down a few numbers and randomly added and subtracted them. Someone murmured softly, "What do you mean by that?" Liang Haiyuan shot a glare at the speaker. "Are you suggesting our manager casually decided on a several billion deal as if playing a game of chance? Use your walnut-sized brain." That cannot possibly be true. This must be a formula that encapsulates the mysteries of the universe. The wisdom of the manager is beyond our mortal comprehension. The individual hastily amended their statement. The group exchanged knowing glances, their eyes brimming with awe and excitement. "Haiyuan, how about we secretly make a copy? This might be our only chance to witness the source code of the manager's investment secrets." "Excellent idea. We must copy it." "Yes, indeed. We must cherish it as a family heirloom. I shall take it home for thorough study. Perhaps one day, I shall attain enlightenment." In an instant, it was as though they had discovered the long-lost treasure map of the Pirate King, cautiously circulating it, taking photographs, nearly bowing in reverence. However, after a fleeting frenzy, the chilling grip of reality brought them back. Ahem. On another note, the amounts on this order seem rather precarious, someone voiced with concern. Setting aside the terrifying judgment that Greece would surely default, the specified buying amounts on this order exuded an ominous aura, as if recklessly testing the regulatory red line. Moreover, the manager had mentioned employing these positions for ultra-short-term trading. The precariousness of this venture felt akin to dancing on the edge of a razor. One misstep, and not only would they fail to profit, but they could also risk losing previous gains and invite unwanted attention from the Securities Regulatory Authority. At this juncture, what could be done? They were now akin to grasshoppers tethered to the same rope as the manager. Liang Haiyuan took a deep breath to steady the morale of the group, casting his gaze across the crowd, and declared solemnly, "In unity, we thrive. In misfortune, we share. If we are to perish, let us perish together. If we are to survive, let us survive together." These words, though somewhat coarse, bore profound wisdom. In that moment, the wavering hearts of the assembly were tightened into a singular resolve. Remember, our sole duty now is to trust the manager, to attain eternal life. Liang Haiyuan's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable force. I shall reiterate, abandon the self. Trust the manager. Execute the orders. Yes, the crowd echoed in unison, their eyes filled with a fervor akin to religious zeal. Enough of the huddling. Take your positions. Prepare to commence. Indeed, when the heart oscillates like tumultuous waves, it is only through unwavering faith that one can conquer fear and forge ahead with resilience. Chapter 51. Is this world insane? In the trading department, the director's office, Director Li Jian has recently been enduring a tumultuous period. The aftermath of the recent stock market crash has left the entire department in chaos, fraught with anxiety, and he feels as if his hairline has receded by 3 centimeters. "Who is it?" he inquires, massaging his temples without lifting his gaze from the paperwork. "Reporting to you, Director Li, it is Manager Su Hao from Trading Department 7. Li Jian abruptly raises his head. Swell? This name resonates throughout Fenghuan Investment like thunder. He is the epitome of success in the industry, a veritable sensation. Amidst the widespread despair, where everyone is lamenting their losses, he astonishingly maneuvered a principal of 50 million to reap a staggering 250 million, a force to be reckoned with, a prodigy, a phenomenon. Moreover, he is the crown prince who has been personally endorsed by the chairman, enjoying the unwavering trust of the upper management, exuding an aura of a protagonist. Quickly, please. No, let him in. Li Jian finds himself somewhat flustered, hastily adjusting his tie and sitting up straight. It's peculiar, despite Su Hao's lower rank. He cannot shake off the nervousness. Li Jian understands that this trepidation stems not only from Su Hao's powerful connections, but, more importantly, from his extraordinary ability to generate profits. In the financial realm, those who can accumulate wealth hold the ultimate authority. Profitability is the most potent form of influence, an undeniable truth. Good morning, Director Li. I apologize for disturbing you at such an early hour. Su Hao enters, offering a courteous greeting, his demeanor balanced and respectful. Cough, cough. Li Jian clears his throat, striving to adopt an authoritative posture, even though he feels somewhat lacking in confidence. Not at all. It is a pleasure to have Manager Su here. I'm always available for you. Please have a seat. Would you care for a drink? No, thank you, Director Li. The market is about to open, and I must return promptly. Let's be concise, Su Hao states directly. Li Jian thinks to himself, that's excellent. Being around this young man is indeed overwhelming. The sooner he finishes speaking, the better. What is it you wish to discuss? Well, our department intends to fully utilize the 250 million, Su Hao announces. What? Full investment? Li Jian's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets, his voice soaring an octave, almost cracking under the pressure. Indeed, Su Hao nods, his tone as composed as if discussing the pleasant weather. However, given the limitations and constraints of the domestic stock market, we feel somewhat restricted. Therefore, we propose shifting our primary focus to the foreign exchange market. This requires your approval. Upon hearing this, Li Jian manages to regain some composure. 250 million. It is true that operating within the domestic market feels constricted and poses significant risks. Venturing into the vast ocean of foreign exchange could indeed be a viable option. However, why the foreign exchange market? Shouldn't you, with such performance, be able to coast through this month without a care? Why the need for further endeavors? Idleness can be quite tedious. Su Hao scratches his head, flashing an innocent smile. I just thought it would be appropriate to make some moves with the euro. The euro? Suddenly, Li Jian's nerves tensed at the mention of Greece. Su Hao nodded. Thus, I would like to request a foreign exchange trading account for our department. I plan to short the euro there. Short the euro? Li Jian gasped, a chill creeping down his neck. Isn't that essentially betting that the euro will decline? Yet, due to the current turmoil in the global economy, with heightened risk aversion, hasn't the euro been rising against the dollar? The notion of shorting the euro at such a time, unless an absurd yet alarming thought flickered through Li Jian's mind. You don't mean to suggest? His voice trembled slightly that Greece is on the brink of default? Indeed, Su Hao replied nonchalantly, yet his words struck Li Jian like a bombshell, almost leaving him breathless, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. He fixed his gaze on Su Hao's eyes, searching for any sign of doubt or hesitation. However, there was none. In those eyes, only certainty and confidence radiated, as if he had already witnessed the moment the Greek flag fell. But Greece defaulting? A sovereign state in the Eurozone simply deciding to renege on its debts? What sort of international farce is this? Li Jian felt his worldview rocked to its core. So, you intend to engage in foreign exchange trading with this 250 million? For short-term gains? He pressed on, desperate for a denial, his voice growing hoarse. Dis, Su Hao answered succinctly. Li Jian felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, a wave of dizziness washing over him. His neck now thoroughly chilled. This is absolutely madness. Utter insanity. He raged inwardly. Under normal circumstances, had any subordinate dared to propose such a fantastical scheme, he would have slapped them across the face and bellowed at the door, "Get out of here. Stop this nonsense." Yet, the individual before him was Su Hao. The same Su Hao who had accurately predicted a market crash when everyone else was bearish, reaping profits in the hundreds of millions. Could this man's judgment truly be mere folly? Or was it possible that he perceived something beyond the grasp of others? Li Jian found himself in a fierce internal struggle. Rationality screamed that this was sheer lunacy, yet Su Hao's past successes, akin to a cheat code, made him hesitant to dismiss it outright. After a prolonged silence, He finally managed to utter the words, almost squeezing them through his teeth. Setting up the foreign exchange trading account will take some time. I will do my utmost to expedite the process and ensure you have access as soon as possible. All right, I will await your news. Thank you, Mr. Li. Su Hao replied politely, bowing slightly before exiting the office, leaving Li Jian alone. Li Jian watched Su Hao's seemingly unremarkable, perhaps even nonchalant figure retreat, his mind swirling in a profound state of bewilderment, grappling with the questions. Who am I? Where am I? Is the world truly mad? After a long while, he slumped in his chair, gazing at the ceiling, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, murmuring to himself, "How on earth am I supposed to report this to my superiors? Should I say, report to the leadership? Our department has encountered an unprecedented lunatic. He plans to squander billions as if they were mere play tokens, engaging in ultra-short-term trades on the foreign exchange market for thrills. He is mad, and I find myself caught in his frenzy, betting on Greece's bankruptcy. What do you think? Will this get approved? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent." Just envisioning that scenario, Li Jian felt as though his professional career might be on the brink of an untimely countdown. Chapter 52. The most captivating scene of leisure fishing. To express gratitude to Sir Pai, the god of blue, and the esteemed Phantom of China and the West for their 5-star reviews and unwavering support, I present an additional update today. Mr. Huang, there is a special situation to report. Special situation? Huang Feng's heart sank with understanding. When a secretary employs the term special situation, it is almost certain, no, 100%, related to that individual named Su Hao. Ever since he returned with that substantial sum of money, he has been anything but quiet. Rubbing his temples, Huang Feng spoke with a hint of weary premonition. Go on. What is this earth-shattering news this time? Manager, Su has expressed a desire to open a foreign exchange market trading account. What on earth? Huang Feng nearly leaped from his office chair. Foreign exchange? Where has this young man's mind wandered off to now? Is he intending to? Who is Huang Feng? The chairman of Fenghuan Investment, a seasoned veteran who has navigated the financial markets for decades. In the blink of an eye, several thoughts raced through his mind. The foreign exchange market is the largest financial arena globally, deep enough to accommodate aircraft carriers. Moreover, considering the sum Su Hao possesses, an astounding 250 million, if this amount were to be splashed around in the relatively shallow domestic pool, it would certainly create tumultuous waves. One misstep, one slight misalignment, and the regulatory authorities would be upon him in an instant. Even the top private equity funds in the industry tremble before the Securities Regulatory Commission, like mice before a cat, fearing any non-compliance. What chance does a junior manager like Su Hao have? Oh, now I see. He finds the domestic waters too shallow for his ambitions and seeks to plunge into the vast ocean instead. Huang Feng shook his head in bemusement. This young man, turning 50 million into 250 million, that achievement alone is worthy of a lifetime of bragging rights. He could easily pocket the money, purchase an island, bask in the sun, or simply do nothing but count his riches. Who would dare utter a word of reproach? Yet, here he is, restless as a child with ADHD, unable to endure even a day without stirring the pot. Huang Feng recalled the days when Su Hao led their gaming team, displaying the same fervor. He was hands-on in management, pouring his heart and soul into every endeavor. Each time he took a brief hiatus from the game, the guild chat would explode with activity, as a multitude of members felt utterly disoriented, like a pack of hungry cubs. Now, in the realm of real-world finance, his restless spirit and penchant for excitement remain unchanged. However, is he contemplating a long-term strategy or short-term speculation in the foreign exchange arena? Huang Feng pondered, stroking his chin. The foreign exchange market attracts astronomical sums precisely because many investors view it as a long-term safe haven or a value opportunity. Of course, there are also plenty who engage in short-term trading. After all, it is a global casino that operates around the clock, unlike the stock market, which closes its doors at a designated time. Fenghuan Investment boasts its own foreign exchange trading department, where traders work in shifts like cogs in a machine, tirelessly monitoring the market 24 hours a day without so much as a blink. Unfortunately, the volatility of the foreign exchange market often resembles an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely stroll. A mere one fluctuation in a day is considered generous. Is it possible to earn a fortune relying on this? Difficult, exceedingly so, unless one employs leverage. However, contemplating leveraging 250 million, Huang Fengwen shook his head, finding the image too beautiful to behold. What on earth does this young man intend to do? Never mind. Huang Fengwen decided to let him stir things up as he wished. How long will it take to open an account? Report to Director Huang that the procedures are quite cumbersome, but if expedited with utmost effort, we should be able to hasten the process. Very well. Let's expedite this matter. Special arrangements. It must be resolved within 2 days. By the way, summon all core executives for an emergency meeting. I have an announcement to make. Understood. The secretary took her leave. Huang Fengwen leaned back in his chair, his gaze profound. That young man, Su Hao, is like a high-powered sports car, charging forward with singular determination, yet reality continuously erects barriers in his path. As his steadfast support, we cannot allow our ace to stumble at the starting line, can we? We must clear all obstacles and pave the way so he can forge ahead without distraction. And make things happen. It seems the time has come to assemble the most formidable, highly configured, and powerfully authorized royal guard in the history of Fengwan investment, entirely revolving around Su Hao. Ah, manager, you're back. Did you finish your discussion with President Li? That was quick. Lu Bo greeted Su Hao with enthusiasm. Suonadiv, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, it went well. Communication was seamless. President Li has assured me that he will expedite the opening of our foreign exchange account at lightning speed. By the way, have you executed the positions I instructed you to buy? Absolutely. Manager, you can rest assured. Liang Haiyuan, in charge of operations, gave an okay gesture. We followed your directives meticulously, breaking down the orders into smaller batches to minimize market disturbance. Well done. Now let us remain on standby and await the signal. Su Hao concluded, returning to his glass-walled office, a symbol of his status, and comfortably settling into his chair. At that moment, the other trading departments next door were in a frenzy, keyboards clattering and mice clicking in a cacophony of activity as they engaged in the market like a battlefield, buying and selling with fervor. In stark contrast, Su Hao's peculiar department presented a serene picture. A group of individuals sat in a row, leisurely consuming snacks, gazing at the temporarily tranquil screens with looks of bewilderment and calmness. They were undoubtedly the most vibrant scene of idleness on the entire floor. Chapter 53. An arrow struck the knee. Unexpectedly, the time difference with Greece seems to be about 5 hours. Su Hao contemplated within himself. It was still the early hours there. Not even the roosters had crowed yet. Moreover, even if the Greeks intended to sever ties and publicly declare their refusal to repay, they would have to wait until the agreed-upon repayment date for that to hold any weight. For now, there were still a few days of grace. Could it be that we have laid our trap too soon? A thought flickered through his mind. What if, just what if, his predictions were flawed, and the Greeks ultimately backed down, avoiding disaster? That would certainly be a delightful twist. No. He immediately cast that thought aside. He mustn't frighten himself unnecessarily. His intuition had been honed through countless market experiences, and it had never let him down. Occasionally, his mindset might waver slightly, but that was only human. After all, he was not an emotionless AI. Compared to his former self, who was easily rattled, he had now become as steady as a seasoned veteran. Thus, it seemed they would have to wait for several days, staring blankly at the screen, before any results would materialize. He surmised that the Greeks might even employ delaying tactics, pleading for an extension on the repayment deadline. If that were the case, they would have nothing to do but exchange blank stares, their eyes glued to the screen. Since they had time to spare, perhaps he could indulge in some reading? Resolutely, he retrieved a tome he had long purchased to refine his sensibilities. The investment classic, The Intelligent Investor. This book, penned by Benjamin Graham, was hailed as the Bible of the investment world. Its core principles were few yet profound, repeatedly emphasizing, look beyond appearances to discern the essence. Focus on the intrinsic value of the enterprise. Do not let the erratic fluctuations of market prices deceive you. Steadfastly adhere to the value itself. Especially, the venerable author reiterated in bold type, absolutely do not allow short-term market volatility to lead you astray. Short-term trading? That is speculation. Gambling. A treacherous path. In simpler terms, he warned, those who chase after fleeting gains will ultimately meet with a dire fate. Suhao rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had been struck by an arrow to the knee. He understood the principles articulated in the book. They were logical and rigorously argued, embodying the political correctness of the investment realm. Identifying a company's value, holding it long-term, becoming a friend of time, and patiently awaiting fruition was a philosophy even the oracle of investing, Warren Buffett, would wholeheartedly endorse. However, the issue lay in this theory was somewhat ill-suited to the domestic stock market. A good company might not necessarily boast a commendable stock price, while poor companies could soar to great heights due to various speculative concepts. The pervasive atmosphere of market speculation had everyone fixated on quick returns. The market was steeped in a frenetic spirit of living for the moment, heedless of the floods that may come tomorrow. Though I am aware of the merits of value investing, I cannot help but scoff at the notion of clinging to a single stock for 5, 10, or even several decades, all in hopes of a so-called value return. The very thought makes me cringe. It requires an extraordinary amount of patience and a rather monotonous existence. I doubt I could ever undertake such a venture in my lifetime. Moreover, for a trading department that thrives on short-term skirmishes, value investing is simply incompatible. We are all swift gunslingers who would engage in a prolonged battle. Unbeknownst to me, time slipped by rather quickly as I immersed myself in reading. A glance at the clock revealed that the market was nearing its close. Perhaps I should lead the team out for a meal? Although the midday break during trading days is incredibly precious, necessitating extensive analytical work, our circumstances are unique. We are simply idling away. Very well, let us prepare to depart. Before I leave, I will take one last glance. Rising from my chair, I instinctively check the real-time data of the stocks currently held by my team. Logically, Greece should still be deep in slumber. There should be no unexpected developments, and certainly no signals emerging at this hour. However, one must always be wary of the unforeseen. Suddenly, a startling alert surged through my mind like a high-voltage current striking my heart. The shock made my hand tremble violently, nearly causing me to hurl the mouse, as if it were a grenade. What on earth? What time is it? How can there be a signal? My eyes widened in disbelief, utterly bewildered. Were those fellows in Greece not supposed to be dreaming, embodying warriors defending Athena? Could it be that this bunch of night owls has collectively embarked on a nocturnal escapade? Today, the atmosphere in the office was exceptionally tense, the air almost palpable in its frostiness. It was not merely the air conditioning set too low, but rather an almost soul-freezing tension that suffocated everyone, leaving us drenched in cold sweat. To put it frankly, we were dealing with 250 million renminbi. If converted to cash, it would be enough to crush someone. Should this sum be cast into the market, even the slightest fluctuation could lead to catastrophic losses. For instance, a mere one decline would result in a disappearance of 5 million. That is 5 million, sufficient to sustain the majority of diligent traders for several years. Here, however, a single erroneous click or a moment of hesitation could lead to complete obliteration. I must say, everyone, Lu Bo's voice trembled with anxiety, his complexion pale as he whispered, what if, and I mean what if, our positions are entirely misaligned and we inadvertently incur a 10 loss? What then? Silence. Liang Haiyuan admonished in a hushed tone, his brow furrowed with concern. Do not frighten yourself and disrupt our morale. The manager is still present. Indeed, I apologize. I am simply overly anxious. My words slightly tangled. Lu Bo quickly expressed, retracting his neck. What have I always emphasized to you? In our profession, maintaining the right mindset is paramount. One's heart must be as resilient as steel. When faced with the tumult of a looming crisis, one must remain unperturbed. Do you comprehend? Liang Haiyuan endeavored to bolster everyone's spirits, despite his own palms betraying a sheen of perspiration. However, this predicament, another trader interjected with a grimace. Let's not even speak of ourselves. Even if the venerable Warren Buffett were seated here, he would surely feel quite uneasy, wouldn't he? Indeed, just a couple of days ago, we had just closed our positions, and everyone was joyfully gathering to celebrate, feeling as though we had just emerged victorious from a grand battle. Yet, upon awakening, lo and behold, we find ourselves fully loaded for combat, thrust back into an arena of relentless warfare. The disparity is simply unbearable. When the pressure becomes too much to bear, we should look to our manager, Li Huilin suggested, gesturing toward the independent office behind the glass wall. In unison, everyone moved as if choreographed, like a flock of trained quails, directing their gazes toward the glass partition. There sat their manager, Su Hao, as composed as a seasoned veteran, engrossed in a book, seemingly relishing its contents. Moreover, to their astonishment, the cover revealed it to be a tome on investment. Chapter 54. Truly a remarkable talent. Goodness, the psychological resilience of our manager is akin to that of reinforced concrete. A true leader indeed. At such a critical moment, he is still engrossed in his reading. Is he not the slightest bit concerned? Have you not heard the saying, those who are more formidable than you work even harder? With such stature and caliber, he continues to seek knowledge and self-improvement. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to focus on reading. My hands and feet would be trembling uncontrollably. This is the essence of true leadership. Imagine if our superior were to exhibit the same anxiety as us. Trembling like a leaf, what would become of our operation? We would be forced to disband on the spot. As everyone whispered in hushed tones, they simultaneously admired their leader-esque composure. A true titan, his calm demeanor was blinding to their eyes. Suddenly, without any warning, boom, the public trading area outside the office erupted into chaos. Other trading departments were like a detonated depth charge, instantly ablaze with commotion. What on earth is happening? No way. Is this real? My heavens. Have these Greek madmen truly dared to do this? Screams, curses, and incredulous exclamations filled the air. What's going on? Is there a major crisis unfolding? Members of Su Hao's department immediately perked up, their hearts racing. As anticipated, the next moment, an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the trading floor. It wasn't the Greek government. It was the IMF. The International Monetary Fund had just issued an emergency statement. It turned out that with the repayment deadline rapidly approaching, the IMF likely sensed that Greece's dire situation was beyond salvage. In a gesture of humanitarian spirit, they offered to consider extending the repayment period for the Greek government. And what was the response from the Greek government? It was nothing short of audacious, shocking the world. They outright rejected it. The underlying message was crystal clear. An extension? Not necessary. We simply have no funds. We have no intention of repaying. So what? This was an absolute explosion. Greece, a national-level default, openly reneging on debts. Insanity. These Greeks have truly lost their minds. At that moment, the entire financial market ignited. All eyes instinctively turned back to that glass office, filled with disbelief and fervent admiration. Once again, once more, their manager had accurately predicted the unfolding events. No, this was beyond mere prediction. It was prophetic. An oracle. Ladies and gentlemen, just as everyone remained enveloped in shock and confusion, a voice emerged. Calm, yet almost chilling, imbued with an ineffable allure. Su Hao stood at the office door, his expression devoid of superfluous emotion. Yet his eyes shone like cold stars in the night, glimmering with the intensity of a cheetah poised for the hunt. With a slight curve of his lips, he declared, "Everyone, brace yourselves. It's time to reap the rewards." The exchange has established a market supervision department. The essence of this department is, quite simply, to act as the guardian and surveillance system of the domestic stock market. It monitors those individuals who engage in unscrupulous activities, safeguarding fairness, justice, and transparency. They serve as the first line of defense, conducting daily surveillance and screening for anomalous transactions. Occasionally, if they encounter particularly troublesome or suspicious entities, capable of exerting significant influence, which the exchange cannot manage alone, they must escalate the matter to higher authorities. This superior body is the Market Supervision Division of the Securities Regulatory Commission. This department wields considerable power, adept at addressing various market grievances with a firm hand, instilling fear in all manner of market entities. In the domestic realm, there are invariably those who seek to exploit loopholes and engage in unscrupulous practices. As the saying goes, the higher the skill, the greater the challenge, and thus the regulatory system must evolve to become more stringent than an ironclad fortress, willing to sacrifice 1,000 to ensure that not a single wrongdoer escapes. Consequently, compared to other nations, the domestic financial regulatory framework is notoriously severe, akin to a pressure cooker. While this approach effectively mitigates losses for investors, it also stifles the overall vitality of the stock market, preventing both declines and rises. Director, the exchange has just sent over a request for assistance. A young investigator reported to his superior. Which company is it this time? The director of the Market Supervision Division, Fong Jun, did not lift his gaze from the monitoring screen. It's Fong Huan Investment again. Huh? Fong Jun finally raised his head, furrowing his brow. Why them again? Fong Huan Investment has been a focal point for their department since the last significant market crash that swept through the financial sector. In that financial catastrophe, nearly all institutions suffered losses, yet Fong Huan Investment seemed to defy the odds, accurately timing the market bottom and reaping substantial profits. Despite subsequent suspicions regarding insider trading, they maintained that their actions were based on publicly available information. How could one classify that as insider trading? Lacking evidence, the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. It was assumed that after such a lucrative windfall, Fong Huan Investment would lay low for a while and conduct themselves with integrity. Little did they know, after only a brief respite, these audacious individuals were back at it, creating turmoil once more. With a capital of $250 million, they displayed shrewdness by not recklessly investing at all into a single venture, opting instead for a diversified approach. Fong Jun observed the densely packed data stream on the screen and analyzed it. Indeed, Director, although they have diversified, the amounts allocated to each asset remain substantial. One of his subordinates added, This strategy, TSK, quite adept indeed. Fong Jun remarked, understanding why the exchange felt compelled to issue a request for assistance. However, upon examining the data closely, he noted that although Fong Huan Investment's operations involved a hefty sum, their methods were exceptionally cunning. The quantities they purchased were precisely calibrated to a very delicate threshold. One might argue they violated regulations, but yet it has not reached the threshold that would trigger compulsory intervention. You would say he is fine, wouldn't you? However, with such a substantial sum of capital, the commotion is undeniably overwhelming, leaving one dizzy. Fong Jun marveled at this. The mastery these individuals have over the rules is nothing short of extraordinary, bordering on scandalous. Each order's amount and timing seem meticulously measured, as if with a caliper. They tread precisely along the edge of regulatory boundaries, daringly testing limits without ever crossing that minuscule line. Truly, they are exceptional talents. Fong Jun could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Who exactly is the mastermind behind Fong Huan Investment's operations? Their understanding of our rules and limits is astoundingly clearer than even mine as an insider. This level of control, this sense of rhythm. Even seasoned veterans who have been in this industry for decades may not maneuver as deftly or audaciously as they do. Chapter 55. Dancing amidst the ruins. Strange. After the investment was made, there was no further movement. A subordinate reported. Data indicated that Fong Huan Investment seemed to have fallen silent after pouring in their funds. This was quite contrary to the norm. Typically, those who wish to manipulate stock prices would first accumulate shares before initiating a surge, causing turbulence in the market and leaving retail investors in a state of confusion. However, Fong Huan Investment employed a methodical approach, executing their purchases in batches to minimize impact on stock prices, and subsequently went utterly dormant. What scheme were they concocting? Of course, Fong Yuan remained vigilant. Who could say whether this group was biding their time for a grand maneuver? Perhaps, just moments before the market closed, they would unleash a devastating surprise, unloading their holdings and sending stock prices plummeting. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Director, they VE moved. They VE made a move." At that moment, data on the screen began to fluctuate violently. After lying in wait for an indeterminate period, Fong Huan Investment had finally struck again. Yet the issue was, this time, It was not just their company stirring the market. The entire financial landscape was in upheaval. Gasp! The Greek crisis had truly detonated. Fong Jun stared at the market index, his breath caught in his throat. The entire financial sector was thrown into chaos by the IMF's declaration regarding Greece's refusal to extend repayment deadlines. The shadow of a significant market downturn had not yet dissipated, and now came a blatant default from a sovereign nation. How could one continue under such circumstances? Investor confidence collapsed like a house of cards, and panic spread like a contagion. Desperate sell-offs ensued, while opportunistic buyers hesitated, trying to seize the moment amid the turmoil, resulting in a market that resembled a boiling cauldron. Fong Jun refocused on the pivotal accounts of Fong Huan Investment. With Greece's default now an established fact, stocks began to show distinct divergence. Those related to Greek debt and the European economy plummeted, while certain safe haven assets and sectors benefiting from the prevailing panic surged defiantly. However, the subsequent scene caused Fong Jun's pupils to constrict sharply. How could this be? Amid the market's chaotic fluctuations, only they were securing stable profits? The screen clearly displayed. Those rising stocks held by Fong Huan Investment were undoubtedly long positions. Conversely, the declining stocks in their possession were certainly short positions. This perfectly aligned with their previously established positions, down to the last detail. What did this imply? A chill raced from Fong Jun's feet to the crown of his head, leaving him with a prickling sensation. They had known for certain, no, it was even earlier than that. They had been 100% sure that Greece would undoubtedly face a crisis today, that it would default. How could this be? To attribute it to mere luck would be an understatement. It was sheer acumen. However, following the previous accurate prediction of the stock market's dramatic decline, it seems that they're also privy to the outcome of the strategic negotiations between the distant Greek government and the IMF ahead of time. Is this level of intelligence not rather absurd? What caliber of intelligence network do these individuals possess? Is it superior to that of national intelligence agencies? Fong Jun instinctively glanced at the trading dynamics of several top domestic brokerage firms, and the scene was utterly dismal. They were flustered and overwhelmed, clearly caught off guard by this sudden black swan event, nearly losing their shirts in the process. Only Fong Huan Investment stood out, gracefully dancing amidst the ruins. Director, they are not merely ahead of the game. Now, they are exploiting the market's extreme fluctuations to engage in frenetic high-frequency trading. The voice of his subordinate trembled with disbelief. Fong Jun focused his gaze, and indeed, what followed was even more astonishing. After successfully predicting and positioning themselves, Fong Huan Investment did not rest on their laurels. On the screen, their trading commands cascaded like a torrential storm. Buying, selling, their pace dizzying. They adeptly navigated the chaos and panic of the market, akin to the most agile surfers, skillfully riding the waves of tumultuous trends. Each buying and selling point was precisely timed at the peaks or troughs of fluctuations. Each maneuver elegantly danced along the razor's edge of regulatory boundaries. The fluidity of their operations and the finesse of their trading techniques left Fong Jun, a seasoned veteran accustomed to the tumult of the market, gasping in awe. This level of synergy could not possibly be the result of individual traders working in isolation. Fong Jun was willing to wager his 20 years of experience that there was undoubtedly a master orchestrating the entire operation. With an almost supernatural, no, truly magical skill, they were manipulating the entire situation. Investigate. I demand to know who the leader of this team is. Fong Jun slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with astonishment. Before officially commencing the harvest, Su Hao swiftly assigned stock codes and capital amounts to his invigorated team of traders. They were about to engage in a heart-pounding, lightning-fast, high-frequency trading session requiring exceptional teamwork, demanding strict adherence to orders and consistent coordination. Initially, he contemplated using internal communication or chat software to issue instructions. However, as he stepped out of the office and stood before the group of traders, who were as anxious as quail, a miracle occurred. Ding! That familiar, sixth sense-like alert signal resounded once more. This time, however, the signal was somewhat unique. It was directional, like having a cheat code in an FPS game. The signal pointed towards a specific direction. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to where it indicated, right to Li Huilan's position. Almost simultaneously, a wave of urgency surged through him, compelling him to shout, "Sell quickly. If we don't sell now, we'll be stuck with them." The impulse surged within him like an electric current. Huijin, Su Hao strode towards her, his voice low yet remarkably clear. "Sell all the stocks you hold." "Huh? Oh, right." Although Li Huijin felt somewhat bewildered, she instinctively obeyed the command, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Moments later, a notification of profit appeared. Indeed, no sooner had the order been issued than the stock began its descent, securing a modest yet substantial profit. Effective, truly effective. Su Hao's heart stirred, as if a door to a new realm had swung open. As his gaze shifted towards another direction, passing over Liang Haiyuan's workstation. Ding! It came again. That familiar, electrifying premonition surged anew. "Haiyuan, stop immediately and liquidate your holdings." "Huh? Understood." Liang Haiyuan, an experienced trader, reacted swiftly, his fingers flying over the keyboard. However, just as Su Hao intended to shift his focus to the next target, a sudden tingling sensation at the nape of his neck alerted him. Reverse signal. What? So soon? Haiyuan. Huh? Yes. He was in the process of selling. Wait. Do not sell. Buy back immediately. Hurry. Though Liang Haiyuan was filled with questions, the trust forged over time compelled him to abandon thought and unconditionally execute the command. Yes. Yes. Buying. In that moment, Su Hao was utterly exhilarated. Like a true battlefield commander, he began to navigate the not-so-large office space with rapidity. Whenever his gaze honed in on a specific workstation, that sharp intuition, whether to buy or sell, struck him like a precisely guided missile, arriving punctually. Chapter 56. The Financial Expedition Team. Lu Bo. Quickly liquidate. Yes. Lu Bo, seemingly invigorated, sprang to his feet. The team discerned a peculiar pattern. Whenever Manager Su's footsteps approached, it signified that a battle command was imminent. Each member resembled a wound-up automaton, their nerves taut with anticipation. Upon hearing Su Hao's directives, they wholly relinquished thought, their bodies instinctively reacting, fingers dancing across keyboards and mice with the ferocity of a tempest. They feared that even a delay of a mere 0.1 seconds could jeopardize the entire team's DPS output. Good heavens, this atmosphere, this sensation, felt strikingly familiar. In a moment of reverie, Su Hao felt as if he had been transported back to those fervent days of yore, leading a band of brothers in relentless raids, immersed in the exhilarating realm of gaming. Indeed, it was precisely that sensation. Was it not the same back then? Confronted with the boss's myriad of grotesque skills and attack patterns, he, as the leader, would bellow commands, directing his comrades to maneuver, unleash their damage, and evade attacks. Shouting, DPS, unleash your might, submit all skills, halt, everyone, cease your actions, no overtanking, healers, ensure the main tank's health is maintained. You there, steer clear of that red circle. The scene before him was a real-life adaptation of a financial market, a raid expedition. Now, he remained the leader. Yet this time the stakes were not mere game characters, but a staggering sum of 250 million in actual currency. Lu Bo, reacquire that asset you just sold. Huh? Manager, did I not just? Lu Bo appeared slightly disoriented, lagging half a beat behind the frenetic tempo. Instantly, Liang Haiyuan erupted with a commanding shout, exuding the authoritative aura of a seasoned vice captain. Lu Bo, dois instructed. Cast aside your doubts. Execute the command. Yes. My apologies. Lu Bo jolted, frantically maneuvering his actions. Oh no, I pressed the wrong key. Manager, I made an error. Indeed, there always existed a couple of anxious teammates in raids, stumbling over skills, perfectly mirroring this scenario. No worries. Su Hao's voice was unexpectedly calm, even imbued with a soothing undertone, urging them not to feel pressured, to take a breath. Mistakes are commonplace. Any losses we incur could be swiftly regained. Oh, I'm so sorry, Manager. Lu Bo felt overwhelmed, nearly brought to tears. Thus, amidst a uniquely tense yet inexplicably exhilarating atmosphere, this impromptu financial expedition team, under the masterful guidance of their extraordinary leader Su Hao, launched a fervent assault against the ultimate boss named Profitable Ventures. With eyes ablaze and fervent cries, they charged forth. Finally, it's over. As the closing bell tolled and all trading commands ceased, the office resonated with heavy breaths, akin to survivors emerging from a harrowing ordeal. Su Hao wiped his forehead, beads of perspiration glistening upon it, while his shirt clung to his back, thoroughly drenched. The other members of the team fared little better than he. Each one sagged in their chairs, pallid faces and vacant gazes reminiscent of individuals who had just completed an interminable marathon. My goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. So fatigued. Hiss. The tension is overwhelming. It feels as though my neck and shoulders have been encased in plaster, completely immobilized. I, too, my hands are still trembling. This is undoubtedly the first time in their careers that they have encountered such a frenzied, exhilarating, and life-threatening transaction. For hours on end, their minds remained nearly vacant, executing every transaction solely based on Manager Su's concise, yet precise directives. Tens of millions, even hundreds of millions in capital flowed in and out within seconds at the mere clicks of their fingers, resembling the dizzying plunge of a roller coaster. Whenever Manager Su's unhurried footsteps approached their workstations, they felt their blood run cold, suffocating under the weight of unbearable tension. At the very moment the manager's instructions were issued, the mind scarcely had time to contemplate, relying solely on muscle memory and instinctive reactions to execute the task. Fingers frantically danced across the keyboard, fearing that even a delay of 0.1 seconds might result in missing that fleeting, opportune moment. With every click of the mouse to confirm a transaction, they felt as though their hearts could scarcely bear the immense pressure, threatening to leap right out of their throats at any moment. Such pressure is utterly capable of driving a person to the brink of madness. Undoubtedly, in such an environment of extreme pressure and tension, occasional blunders akin to Liu Bo's may occur. Fortunately, Manager Su possesses an enviable composure, refraining from losing his temper over these missteps. Each time, he merely downplays the situation with a casual remark, suggesting that it can be rectified later. His nonchalant demeanor offers a slight respite to everyone, albeit just a fleeting one. However, I find myself utterly drained, devoid of any strength, as if my very essence has been siphoned away. Is this merely a consequence of excessive dopamine secretion, a euphoric aftermath of overstimulation, or is it the debilitating state resulting from an adrenaline surge that has completely exhausted me? I must tell you, just moments ago, there were several instances where I nearly pressed the wrong direction. My heart nearly skipped a beat in fright. I currently experience a subtle pain in my chest. Could it be an impending heart attack? Am I anxious? I am exceedingly anxious. Yet, is it exhilarating? Indeed, it is thrilling to an extreme degree. Yet, everyone must acknowledge that in this lifetime, they have never encountered such an intense and enduring rush of dopamine surging through their very being. That is a staggering 250 million. With such an immense capital at their disposal, they engage in the most exhilarating and extreme ultra-short-term trading within the financial markets. This experience is sufficient for them to boast about for a lifetime. As a result, several minutes have elapsed since the market closed, yet many individuals' fingers continue to tremble uncontrollably, akin to grains of chaff being sifted. This is the lingering aftermath of a fervor intermingled with exhaustion. How much have we earned today? Someone gasped, cautiously voicing the question that weighed on everyone's mind. Is it 5? Li Huiqin, responsible for compiling the data, glanced at the final summary on the screen and swallowed hard before delivering an answer that plunged the entire office into silence. 5? That's a narrow perspective. Our total yield today is 35. Liu Bo sprayed the sip of water he had just taken, choking violently. How much? I must have misheard. 35? In just a few hours? Is this for real? The office erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and excitement. Chapter 57. Both body and soul exhausted, everyone was astounded, as if they had just heard an incredible tale. It was beyond belief. They merely acted like marionettes, frantically striking the keyboard and clicking the mouse at the manager's behest. The result? With a capital of 250 million, they astonishingly sliced off 35 of the profits within mere hours. This implied they had earned nearly 90 million yuan in a single day. Goodness, this defies all logic. It is utterly unscientific. Even a money printing machine could not operate at such speed. A 35 intraday return from short-term trading? Who would dare to believe such a claim? Even Buffett would be left in awe. The manager, how on earth did he achieve this? Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to foresee the future? Although making money is indeed a blessing, I feel as though my very essence has been drained, and I cannot muster the strength to move even a finger. The self-proclaimed financial elites among the traders experienced for the first time what it meant to have both body and soul utterly depleted. After years of trading, they had never encountered anything so absurd. They hadn't engaged in any strenuous physical labor. It was merely sitting in a chair, tapping away at the keyboard and clicking the mouse. So why did they feel as exhausted as if they had been through a grueling ordeal? Just then, a voice echoed from the office entrance. Everyone turned in unison to see their manager, Su, massaging his temples, evidently fatigued from the intense directives he had just issued. I have heard. Su Hao scanned the room, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The foreign exchange market operates 24 hours, correct? Li Huilin instinctively nodded yes, indeed. Suddenly, an ominously foreboding feeling swept over everyone present, akin to a frigid Siberian blast, causing involuntary shivers to ripple through them. Expressions froze on their faces. Why was the manager asking about this? Su Hao revealed a smile akin to that of a child discovering a new toy, brimming with curiosity and anticipation, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, he seemed exceedingly pleased with this response. Emitting a contented sigh of joy, he then turned and, with a buoyant step, returned to his office, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment, as if struck by lightning. What did that mean? That expression. It appeared to convey excitement and expectation. Wait, does the manager mean, once the foreign exchange account is established, we shall be bound to our chairs, operating nonstop for 24 hours? A collective gasp and a sound of hearts breaking resonated throughout the office. Huff! Su Hao exhaled a long, deep breath, feeling as though the very marrow of his bones was oozing with oil, a sensation of pure exhilaration. It feels reminiscent of those days when I ventured into new dungeons with my guild comrades, facing near-death experiences to ultimately vanquish the formidable boss. The thrill was unparalleled. Such exhilaration. Truly exhilarating. Su Hao smacked his lips, savoring the euphoric sensation reminiscent of the tumultuous waves in the stock market's candlestick charts, where precision micromanipulations reached their zenith. However, while the thrill was undeniable, the after-effects were rather overwhelming. His head buzzed incessantly, as if it were on the verge of splitting open. He grimaced, feeling a pulsating ache in his temples. Imagine that electrifying sensation coursing through his body. A delightful shudder that surged repeatedly, relentlessly bombarding his nerves. Eventually, he felt like a rag doll freshly extracted from a spin cycle. Not only was lifting a glass of water a challenge, but even the act of holding the cup seemed to escape his consciousness, leaving him in a dazed state devoid of any tangible sensation. The refreshing water sliding down his throat lost its clarity, as if veiled by a thick layer of frosted glass. And that was not the end. His temples throbbed intensely, radiating heat as if he were an engine running on the brink of explosion, as if any moment he might experience a cataclysmic release. Thus, he decisively retreated, calling it a day, although there was still a modicum of time before the market closed. He sensed that continuing down this path could lead to him becoming a legendary figure in the financial world, one who ended up in the ICU due to overindulgence in candlestick manipulations. Just then, the chairman messaged him to arrange a dinner meeting. It seemed prudent to indulge in a hearty meal and replenish his strength. Meanwhile, in another heavily guarded building, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting. Following the stock market's significant decline, the international stage reverberated with the explosive news of Greece's debt default. The entire financial market resembled a pot of boiling water, incessantly bubbling and roiling without respite. Consequently, the nerves of the market supervision department were tauter than ever. In such tempestuous times, they felt compelled to keep their vigilance razor-sharp, ever watchful to prevent any foolhardy individual from stirring up trouble at this critical juncture. After all, during challenging times, when circumstances are dire, individuals may be driven to take risks, giving rise to unsavory antics. Back in the early 21st century, the domestic stock market was rife with simplistic and crude price manipulation syndicates. Yet under today's stringent financial regulatory framework, such groups have largely vanished from sight. However, to claim complete eradication would be unrealistic. Yet, should someone be resolute in their intent to cause disruption, it is not entirely impossible. It merely boils down to the question of one's audacity. Of course, such audacity is often born from ignorance. It is akin to eschewing the path to heaven while recklessly stumbling into hell. In the bygone days of market immaturity, the average annual cases of price manipulation investigations numbered in the hundreds, a truly alarming statistic. However, with the continuous refinement of regulatory frameworks and the persistent intensification of enforcement efforts, this figure has dramatically diminished to around several dozen cases. Furthermore, among these cases, the majority involve relatively modest sums, failing to constitute any significant impact. Often, investigations culminate in mere classifications of suspected regulatory violations, resulting in considerable noise but minimal substance. Yet, how on earth is this report to be interpreted? Fong Jun, the director of the Market Supervision Department, stared intently at the trading records displayed on his computer screen, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. The central figure in question is a mysterious team affiliated with Fonghuan Investment. The principal amount stands at an exact $250 million. However, Chapter 58, The Dilemma of Scarcity versus Inequity, initially, Fong Jun presumed that this group of individuals intended to invest the sum of 250 million yuan in a promising stock for long-term value appreciation. However, to his utter astonishment, these audacious individuals swiftly diverted this substantial amount into speculative, short-term trading. Their rapid-fire transactions, executed without the slightest hesitation, were nothing short of dazzling. Such maneuvers, if perpetrated under ordinary circumstances, would undoubtedly be deemed disruptive to the market, warranting serious repercussions. Yet, when attempting to classify their actions as market manipulation, something fell amiss. Upon meticulous examination of their trading methods and the sums involved, it became evident that each transaction was executed with remarkable precision and expertise, rendering any allegations of wrongdoing elusive. This left Fong Jun in a perplexing predicament. Ultimately, he found himself grappling with a conundrum that transcended his comprehension and authority. Consequently, clutching the sensitive report, he reluctantly approached the office of Director Li Xingyuan. "Oh, it's you, Xiaofeng. What brings you here in such a hurry?" The director, a man with slightly graying hair yet exuding vitality, looked up from his desk. "Director, I have an urgent matter to report." Without further ado, Fong Jun laid bare the extraordinary incident of abnormal capital flow that transpired within mere hours following the eruption of the Greek debt crisis. What on earth? 990 million? A profit of 90 million in just a few hours? Exclaimed Director Li, his pen clattering to the desk as his eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you certain the data is accurate? Even with 250 million in short-term trades, achieving such a profit in such a brief span seems implausible. What kind of extraordinary skill could accomplish this? Are they manipulating the market through false declarations to inflate stock prices before the close?" The director's skepticism was palpable. "Director, we have meticulously verified this data multiple times. It is unequivocally correct," Fong Jun asserted resolutely. Moreover, analyzing the transaction details reveals that the profit of 90 million corresponds to an approximate yield of 35%. As for the alleged end-of-day manipulation, they consciously ceased all trading during the sensitive period approaching the market close, seemingly to avoid any suspicion of influencing stock prices. Their conduct was remarkably aboveboard. Director Li Xingyuan scrutinized the trading records handed to him by Fong Jun, poring over them no less than 10 times, his expression reflecting profound dismay. The report states that these individuals had already positioned themselves in anticipation of the fallout from Greece before the market had even reacted. Indeed, Director, as the crisis erupted in full force and the market succumbed to a panic sell-off, they adeptly seized the opportunity to buy at the lowest points. Then, during the subsequent rebound, they decisively liquidated their holdings, repeatedly engaging in the art of low buying and high selling, capturing every opportunity for profit amidst each rise and fall. It was truly exasperating. Li Xingyuan rubbed his temples. Moreover, if my memory serves me correctly, this group of individuals is the same one that caused quite a stir during the previous market downturn, drawing the attention of the entire financial sector, leaving everyone else scrambling in vain to uncover their elusive presence. Indeed, Director, it is them. The reason Fang Jun is so troubled, even resorting to involving the director, lies in the exceptionally peculiar nature of this situation. Generally, those so-called rogue funds operate through various channels, such as stock recommendation groups or guidance from supposed experts. Much like a pyramid scheme, extracting funds from retail investors and then manipulating the market through numerous disguised accounts, creating an illusion of prosperity before ultimately offloading their holdings and disappearing. At a more sophisticated level, they might masquerade as foreign private equity funds, cloaked in a veneer of legality while engaging in more covert and cunning practices. But what about the current scenario? Fanghuan Investment, a legitimate top-tier private equity firm, a bona fide financial institution. Moreover, the operations are being conducted by a small trading team within the company. While there have been instances of employees from financial firms participating in stock price manipulation before, those were typically minor and clandestine affairs. However, this situation involves an entire team brazenly deploying hundreds of millions in capital to engage in such large-scale, high-frequency manipulative behavior. They charge through the market as if it were their playground, and they boldly test the boundaries of regulations without leaving any tangible evidence to pin down. This is utterly unprecedented. Yet, Xiao Fang, if you claim they're manipulating the market, where is your evidence? From the perspective of their trading behavior, they appear to be annoyingly compliant and lawful, leaving no room for criticism. Li Xingyuan also found himself in a quandary. Indeed, Director, looking solely at their operations, there are no issues. Fang Yun's side. The problem is, their scale is too immense. It's akin to a boxing ring where everyone else is lightweight or middleweight, but they bring in a super heavyweight tank. How does one even compete? This is fundamentally an unequal contest. So, if we were to switch places with you possessing the same capital, could you achieve such outrageous returns within a matter of hours through short-term trading? Li Xingyuan fixed his gaze upon him. Fang Yun. He fell silent, then bitterly shook his head. Director, let alone 90 million. If I could merely avoid a loss, I would count myself fortunate. That settles it. Li Xingyuan slammed the table. The problem lies right here. This return is simply unattainable by any ordinary individual who would believe such returns if they were disclosed. It is nothing short of fantastical. In truth, both of them understood the situation as clearly as day. The Fanghuan investment team, from an operational perspective, appears to have committed no substantial transgressions. They merely emerged like a formidable aircraft carrier amidst turbulent waves, while others floundered in despair. With their extraordinary prowess, they navigated the storm unscathed, returning triumphantly with bountiful rewards. If there is indeed a concern, it lies in their astonishing rate of return, which is rather glaring. To amass a staggering profit of 90 million in such a brief period, amid such fierce market conditions, is somewhat inciting resentment. As the saying goes, it is not scarcity that breeds discontent, but inequality. This transcends mere profit-making. It also challenges the psychological endurance of all market participants. If one were to assign a fault, it would be this. They are so remarkably exceptional that they evoke envy and animosity, rendering it a disservice to the populace to not scrutinize their achievements. Chapter 59, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In gratitude for Mei Mei's fondness for the delectable braised fish and the lavish 5-star reviews from the esteemed Emperor's throne, as well as the generous support from Sir Pai Yu, an additional chapter is added today. However, It is not that the Market Supervision Administration genuinely holds such beliefs. Rather, they are acutely aware that should this matter come to light, the ensuing public outcry could thrust this team into the eye of the storm, leading to an undesirable outcome. After all, nothing incites envy and discontent more than witnessing others amass great wealth, while one is left to endure the bitter winds of hardship. At present, the modest amount of funds might still be manageable, but what if? Li Xingyuan's gaze deepened, his tone grave. If next time, instead of wielding 250 million, they arrive with 250 billion, or even more, what might the scene look like? Fang Jun felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat nearly breaking forth. That is simply unimaginable. It would undoubtedly be a catastrophe. Today, with merely 250 million in short-term operations, they had already thrown the entire exchange system and the Market Supervision Administration into disarray. If next time they entered the arena with trillions, it would surely result in a financial tsunami, a calamity of unprecedented proportions. Wherever they tread, nothing would remain. Keep a close watch. These individuals are certainly not to be underestimated. Li Xingyuan commanded resolutely, recognizing that they would not relent easily. Their appetite is far greater than we anticipate. Yes, Director. It has been said that the Market Supervision Administration is akin to a blade constantly honed, poised to strike decisively when necessary, severing all illicit and unlawful hands without leaving any trace. Therefore, they require unequivocal justification, as well as irrefutable evidence. The identity of the leader of this enigmatic team remains unknown for the time being. Yet, Li Xingyuan firmly believed that there must be something sinister at play. Whether they are leveraging some undisclosed insider information or employing some arcane manipulation techniques, such as staggering and outrageous return on investment could not possibly be achieved otherwise. However, Director, Fang Jun suddenly entertained a bold, albeit somewhat absurd notion. What if all of this is simply a result of pure strength? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyuan was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Strength? What an international joke. If this were truly based on strength, within a few years, the name of a Chinese individual would emerge as the world's richest for the first time. Moreover, they would be an unprecedented financial monarch. The office fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Li Xingyuan appeared to be amused by his own words, shaking his head and saying ahem. What nonsensical things are we discussing? Indeed, Director, it must be manipulation. Undoubtedly, some form of misconduct that we have yet to comprehend. Fang Jun also chuckled awkwardly, relying solely on strength? How is that possible? I will keep a vigilant watch on them, and should I uncover any hint of wrongdoing, I will report to you immediately. Very well, go ahead. Keep me updated on any new developments. Yes, the world's richest? Li Xingyuan quickly dismissed this impractical notion. What international jest! How could our nation possibly give rise to a financial behemoth of such magnitude? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As night descended and the lights illuminated the surroundings, Su Hao sat with his esteemed boss, the very benefactor who had rescued him from the ranks of the unemployed, the chairman, at their frequently visited barbecue restaurant. The saying goes, barbecues and wine only get better with each sip. I must ask, how on earth do you manage such extraordinary returns time and again? Come clean. Have you been possessed by some stock market deity? The chairman, pouring Su Hao a drink, scrutinized him as one would a curious creature. Hey, Brother Huang, what thing to say? Su Hao exclaimed, relishing a skewer of meat and mumbling. It's merely luck, purely good fortune. Luck? Huh, you've really gained some confidence. Haven to you? Now you're spinning tales to me. Your older brother? Huang Fengwen scoffed, taking a swig of beer. If this is luck, then surely you should have won the lottery 10 times over. Do you think I'm easily deceived like a 3-year-old? At the barbecue stall, fragrant meat skewers lay sizzling on the grill, grease dripping onto the charcoal, occasionally igniting small blue flames. With the weekend approaching, the two indulged in drinks and conversation, reveling in the lively atmosphere. To be honest, I feel somewhat unsettled. Huang Fengwen suddenly sighed, a complex expression crossing his face. What is wrong, Brother Huang? Are you facing some troubles? When I initially brought you into the company, I genuinely aim to lend you a hand, to provide you with a legitimate endeavor instead of languishing at home. Yet now, it seems as though I've been riding your coattails, with you propelling me forward. Oh, Brother Huang, you're being too modest. Su Hao quickly raised his glass. Had it not been for your kindness in rescuing me from that dismal existence and providing me with sustenance, I might still be toiling away in obscurity. This gratitude I shall carry in my heart forever. It is only right that I assist you in return. No, Su Hao, Huang Fengwen insisted, waving his hand with utmost seriousness. I sincerely appreciate you. Sometimes I find myself pondering that in this lifetime, while I may lack certain skills, my ability to discern people and my inexplicable fortune in encountering benefactors are rather remarkable. Oh dear, Brother Huang, if you continue to utter such flattering words, I might just shed goosebumps that could land right onto your plate. Su Hao hurriedly filled Huang Fengwen's glass, urging him, "Come, let us drink. I raise a toast to you. Ha ha ha, you cheeky fellow. If you offer a drink, I must oblige." Huang Fengwen chuckled, lifting his cup and downing it in one gulp. "By the way, have you seen the recent game update? I heard that my class has been nerfed once again. Is that true? Those despicable planners must be envious of my character's strength and are targeting me. Oh, come on, Brother Huang. Your class deserves a nerf. You could wreak havoc with your eyes closed. You enjoy the preferential treatment of being the developer's darling, which is a tad unbalanced. Nonsense. You know nothing." Thus, the two temporarily cast aside their work concerns, engaging in an animated and fervent discussion about the game, reminiscent of two spirited youths emerging from an all-night internet AF. They rambled on for nearly 2 hours before Huang Fengwen suddenly smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, look at my memory. I got so caught up in our banter about the game that I nearly forgot the important matters." Chapter 60, The Super Investment Department. Huang Fengwen retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, opened a document, and slid it across to Su Hao. "Today, aside from indulging in food and drink, there is a serious matter I wish to discuss with you." Su Hao leaned closer to inspect the screen, which prominently displayed a striking header. "Proposal for the establishment of the Special Strategic Investment Department," tentative name. "I am planning to establish a new department within the company." Huang Fengwen's tone was nonchalant, yet his eyes sparkled with a barely perceptible excitement. "A new department?" "Indeed. Furthermore, once this new department is properly prepared and officially inaugurated," Huang Fengwen nodded, gently tapping the tablet, which immediately revealed a more detailed plan. "You, Su Hao, will be the director of this department." "What?" Su Hao nearly spewed the beer he had just taken a sip of. "Are you joking? I have just been promoted from a mere trader to an investment manager, and now you're telling me I am to leap directly to department director? Brother Huang, surely you jest? Is this truly feasible? This ascent is unprecedented. Do I appear to be jesting?" Huang Fengwen countered. "Rest assured, I have already discussed this with several other senior executives in the company. None of the board members raised any objections. As I mentioned previously, Su Hao, your extraordinary return rates serve as your most impressive credentials, far surpassing any resume. Who would dare to object? Let them demonstrate comparable results. Moreover, the newly established department will differ entirely from the existing investment divisions within the company." Huang Fengwen's tone shifted, imbued with a hint of mystery. "Did you not previously submit a request to gain access to the foreign exchange market?" "Ah, yes, that is indeed the case. So ignatif. Currently, each investment department within our company possesses a clearly defined scope of business and authority. Some focus exclusively on foreign exchange, others on commodities, some specialize in bonds, others target stocks, and there are those engaged in financial derivatives. In essence, each manages its own realm, with authority distinctly delineated." Huang Fengwen paused, his gaze intense as he regarded Su Hao. "However, for this newly established Special Strategic Investment Department, I intend to grant you unrestricted access to all trading permissions, be it foreign exchange, commodities, bonds, stocks, or various other derivatives. Any investment category available in the market will be within the purview of this department, allowing for boundless participation. All trading accounts will be interconnected." At this revelation, Su Hao's breath caught in his throat, his heart racing fervently. The chairman's words could not have been clearer. He was poised to be bestowed with unprecedented freedom and authority in operations. In an unrestricted manner, you will engage in investment transactions across all financial markets globally. A super investment department, the one who will master all of this, who will steer this formidable investment entity, is none other than you, Su Hao. Huang Fengwen gazed at him, his eyes brimming with trust. Of course, the personnel scale of this new department will initially not be as extensive as that of other departments. After all, you're the core operator, the command center, and all decisions will be made by you. If there are too many and too varied individuals beneath you, it may hinder your judgment. However, rest assured, as long as you express your needs, I will promptly allocate the necessary talents for you, providing as many as you require. Suo instinctively swallowed, feeling parched. During the recent Greek crisis, their team, consisting of only a few members, had already stirred significant waves in the market. But now, the chairman intends to grant him an even larger platform with unprecedented authority. What a spectacular sight that would be. This is akin to transitioning from a mere ordinary instance to commanding dozens of individuals in a raid of an epic team dungeon. All right, I believe it's best for you to personally select the core members of this new department, as you'll be fighting alongside them in the future. Huang Fengwen seemed to recall something and swiped on his tablet to bring up a list. However, considering that you might not be familiar with the internal personnel and that interviewing each one could be cumbersome, I took the liberty of pre-selecting a batch of candidates with commendable resumes and capabilities, creating a recommendation list for you. Please take a look and see if anyone catches your eye. Ah, all right, Su Hao replied, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. From a nameless trader to a powerful investment manager, he had now, in a remarkably short time, achieved yet another leap, directly ascending to the role of departmental director. Even more astonishingly, the chairman had bestowed upon him the significant authority to personally select core team members. The chairman's implication was clear. He was placing all his bets on Su Hao, sparing no effort to elevate him. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao's gaze fell upon the recommendation list displayed on the tablet. His finger glided gently across the screen, examining each entry line by line. To be honest, he recognized none of the individuals on the list. Yet, their resumes boasted prestigious educational backgrounds and extensive trading experience. They were either Wall Street returnees or domestic elites. Their credentials gleamed with a brilliance that could dazzle even the most discerning eye. Selecting any one of them would undoubtedly reveal someone with qualifications far superior to his own humble beginnings. How was he to choose? Should he opt for the one with the highest degree? Or perhaps the one whose photograph appeared most appealing? Just as Su Hao found himself somewhat bewildered, privately lamenting the extraordinary caliber of these candidates, suddenly, at the very moment his eyes scanned a specific name on the list, Su Hao suddenly felt a sharp, tingling sensation in the tip of his right index finger, as if he had been struck by a faint yet remarkably distinct electric current. His entire body trembled, and he nearly dropped the tablet he was holding. What's the matter? Have you already had too much to drink? Huang Fengwen teased, noticing Su Hao's unusual reaction. You've only had 3 beers. Your tolerance seems lacking. How could that be? Brother Huang, you underestimate me. Su Hao chuckled awkwardly, attempting to regain his composure as he steadied the tablet once more. Yet, within him, tumultuous waves of shock surged. It can't be mistaken. The feeling I just had, it was unmistakable. The moment his fingertip grazed that name, he distinctly sensed a faint yet extraordinarily clear electric sensation coursing through his entire being. It felt akin to the exhilarating moment of clarity he experienced when making astute judgments in the stock market. Is it possible? Is this feeling telling me? Su Hao's heart raced uncontrollably as a bold thought, so absurd it startled even him, flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that my intuition can reveal to me who among this list are the true allies I need? Who could create a remarkable synergy with me to achieve even greater brilliance? This, indeed, felt like an extraordinary advantage in personnel selection. Chapter 61. The difficulty of transitioning from luxury to frugality. The turmoil in the stock market remains unresolved as the specter of Greece's default looms once more. The entire securities industry feels as though it has been cast into a tumultuous washing machine, creating chaos and despair, with anxiety gripping the hearts of many. The relentless onslaught of adverse events has led numerous professionals to collapse under psychological pressure, prompting them to submit their resignation letters and retreat from the fray, seeking solace in obscurity. Yet, there are those with unwavering resolve who choose to endure, clinging to the hope of a triumphant return of the bull market and the prospect of renewed glory. Typically, during such dismal times, private equity firms suffer greatly, often igniting a wave of layoffs that leaves everyone on edge. Curiously, however, within the ranks of Fenghuan Investment, where Su Hao is employed, an unusual calm prevails. Instead of descending into disorder, the atmosphere is charged with an invigorating energy. As the firm embarks on an ambitious endeavor to establish a premier strategic investment department, rumored to be a prestigious unit at the pinnacle of the corporate hierarchy. Just after the weekend, an impactful announcement appeared on the company intranet, akin to a deep-sea bomb disrupting the tranquility of a still lake, sending monumental waves rippling outward. The term premier within Fenghuan Investment signifies the utmost echelon of classification, embodying the finest resource allocation, the highest level of operational authority, and an illustrious corporate standing. Ordinarily, the formation of such a department is the prerogative of senior executives, who selectively appoint top-tier talent from various sectors, leaving no room for input from lower-tier employees, who dare not even dream of such opportunities. However, in an unprecedented turn of events, Fenghuan Investment has opted for an open recruitment process, inviting all employees to apply. What an extraordinary opportunity, a premier department. There is a fervent rush to submit applications, with the tantalizing possibility of encountering fortuitous circumstances. The capital involved in such operations would undoubtedly commence at a staggering sum, perhaps exceeding hundreds of millions. This rare chance must not be missed. In an instant, the entire Fenghuan Investment has been set ablaze with excitement. From seasoned veterans across departments to fresh recruits, anyone who considers themselves capable is fervently submitting their applications, fearing they might miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The influx of resumes has nearly overwhelmed the Human Resources Department's inbox. Goodness, the pile of applications is taller than a mountain. The sheer number of applicants is astonishing. It appears that aside from the leaders of various teams, nearly everyone else has thrown their hat into the ring. The young traders in the 7th Department, upon witnessing the thick stack of application materials forwarded from HR, expressed their astonishment and admiration. Speaking of which, Su Manager was recently promoted to the head of the 7th Department. Has it truly come to this? With such rapid ascension to the role of director of the premier department? Of course, just look at our team's performance this month, and behold Su Manager's remarkable, almost supernatural trading prowess. If he isn't promoted, who else deserves it? All right, enough dawdling. Let us swiftly organize the materials provided by HR and deliver them to the manager. Understood? In truth, the members of the trading department busied themselves with organizing the avalanche of incoming application documents. The situation in Greece was resolved more swiftly than anticipated, leading to a temporary calm in the markets. Most crucially, their manager, Mr. Su, having achieved remarkable success during the previous market turbulence, decisively withdrew all funds. He adopted an air of nonchalance, as if seated comfortably on a fishing platform, entirely unperturbed and with no intention of making significant moves. It was hardly surprising, given the stock market's drastic decline and Greece's debt default. Two heavy blows had left the entire financial market in a state of bewilderment. The investment sentiment across the board was utterly deflated, with trading volumes alarmingly low. Buyers hesitated to purchase, while sellers were reluctant to part with their assets, leaving the market stagnant and lifeless. In such times, the most prudent choice is to hold cash and observe the unfolding events. One could only speculate how many individuals Mr. Su planned to recruit this time. Surely, interviews would be necessary. After all, what could one glean merely from resumes? Anyone could embellish a piece of paper. It merely serves as a stepping stone. It is only by bringing them out for a trial that one can truly discern their worth. Indeed, it seems the coming days will be quite lively, with candidates likely lining up from the office down to the street. Globally, the stock markets lay in a frozen state. It was not just their A-shares. The entire world of finance mirrored this disarray. Following two significant shocks, the market was left in a stupor. Who would dare to enter? Everyone was preoccupied with withdrawing their funds from the markets, clutching them tightly as they awaited the unfolding drama. Yet Mr. Su had no intention of retreating to safety or idly letting his horses roam free. It would be absurd to sit on such a substantial amount of capital that could incite envy and desire in countless others, especially on the day of Greece's debt default, when beads of sweat formed on his brow as he orchestrated a thrilling short-term strike. The exhilarating rush of dancing on the edge of a blade still sent adrenaline coursing through him, leaving him tingling with excitement. However, an unsettling question arose. But why do I feel nothing now? As he prepared to mobilize funds once more, ready to unleash chaos upon a market, no matter how hard he concentrated. Attempting to sense the market's pulse, he found that the intuition which had once been his steadfast companion, guiding him to precise judgments, had vanished without a trace. It seemed to convey to him, the current global stock market was a stagnant pool, devoid of opportunity for action. Unwilling to accept this, he attempted to lower the scale of his trading funds. 200 million, no sensation. 100 million, still no response. 50 million, yet again, there was no ripple. It was not until he gritted his teeth and reduced the amount to 10 million that he finally felt a faint, familiar stirring, reminiscent of the thrill that had once ignited his blood. But 10 million, ISNT, that rather meager. It feels like giving alms to a beggar. Su Hao's lips twitched, pondering whether he had lost his sanity. He recalled the early days of his career when managing a mere 1 million in funds would cause him to break into a sweat, leaving him feeling lightheaded. Yet now, a trifling 10 million seemed inconsequential. Was that even worthy of being called money? It hardly sparked any interest. It was akin to a seasoned player who had battled formidable, world-ending bosses in a hellish, epic dungeon suddenly being cast back to the novice village, tasked with slaughtering mere chicks, ducks, and sheep. The disparity was staggering. It was no wonder he felt no enthusiasm. Such petty skirmishes could hardly stimulate his nerves, which had been spoiled by grand feasts, leaving him unworthy of even a modicum of dopamine release. Indeed, it is far easier to descend from frugality to extravagance than to return from extravagance to frugality. Thus, rather than dabbling with such paltry sums in the market, it would be wiser to withdraw his funds, just as other investors do. He would hold onto his assets, patiently awaiting the right moment. Manager Su, we have preliminarily organized the application materials sent over by the HR department, Liang Haiyuan announced as he knocked and entered, presenting a USB drive. All the information is contained within this drive. The number of applicants is indeed substantial. Oh, such enthusiasm? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Yes, manager. If you find it overwhelming to review alone, please do not hesitate to ask for assistance. No need for that. I shall review it myself first, and if necessary, I will call upon you. Understood. Chapter 62. What extraordinary individuals have been selected? Within the confines of the USB drive lay an extensive collection of resumes, densely packed with hundreds of applications. These candidates were all vying for positions within his newly established elite department. To say the least, the number was indeed impressive. Su Hao clicked his tongue and began to peruse the documents. Initially, Su Hao intended to select a few capable individuals from those recommended by the chairman. However, strangely enough, aside from one candidate who barely piqued his interest, the rest seemed to vanish into obscurity, leaving no ripple in his mind. Thus, he resolved to have the Human Resources Department post a recruitment announcement, casting a wide net to attract talented individuals, hoping to uncover a few kindred spirits among them. As he skimmed through the resumes, each was more dazzling than the last. There were Ivy League graduates, returnees with Wall Street experience, and industry elites holding a plethora of challenging qualifications such as CFA and FRM. The talent pool was indeed remarkable, a veritable gathering of brilliance. Any single individual selected would undoubtedly be capable of standing alone, someone to whom the average person could only aspire. Yet Su Hao stroked his chin, flipping through the pages with increasing furrowed brows. Still, he felt none of that enlightening aha moment that would excite him, no jolt of inspiration. The faces of these elites and their illustrious histories flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Was it his approach that was flawed? Or was his intuition failing him? With such an array of outstanding figures presented, how could none resonate with him? This seemed improbable, just as he began to feel bewildered, on the verge of questioning his very existence. Amidst the throng, a name caught his eye, attached to a seemingly unremarkable resume. Yet, it struck his senses like a bolt of lightning. That long-missed, enigmatic feeling had finally returned. This was the one. He quickly marked it for reference. With renewed vigor, Suhao promptly saved this resume, placing it into a newly created folder. He continued his monotonous task of reviewing and filtering, akin to a diligent fisherman sifting through the expansive ocean of resumes, selecting only those that sparked his interest, isolating their information for further consideration. The third, his eyes were nearly strained to the point of blindness. Suhao rubbed the aching temples of his head, focusing intently on the computer screen. This task proved to be far more mentally taxing than he had anticipated. Yet, he dared not allow himself any negligence or slackness. This was no trivial matter. These would be his close allies in the forthcoming epic financial ventures, companions in conquering the once unattainable realms of ambition. Each candidate must be meticulously chosen, capable of great things. Carelessness was absolutely out of the question. Manager, will you be able to finish today? This quantity is quite overwhelming, Li Huilin inquired with concern, noticing Suhao massaging his temples. It seemed unlikely. With so many applicants, if we were to examine each one meticulously and thoughtfully, it would likely take at least 3 to 5 days to reach a decision. Liang Haiyuan concurred. Suddenly, Suhao spoke up, startling Liang Haiyuan, who quickly rose to his feet. Manager, you command. These are the candidates I have shortlisted. Please organize the list and send it to the HR department to notify them to prepare for the onboarding process, Suhao said, handing over a USB drive. Sure. I'll handle it right away. Liang Haiyuan was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment, yet promptly accepted the USB drive. You work hard. I need some fresh air. My head feels a bit dizzy, Suhao remarked, rubbing his temples as he headed toward the exit. All right, take care, manager. Once Suhao's figure vanished to the door, Liang Haiyuan and his colleagues exchanged incredulous glances, each adorned with a large question mark hovering above their heads. Is it really settled? No interviews. Just direct hiring? That has hundreds of resumes. So swift? Like ordering takeout. Never mind all that. Let us quickly see what extraordinary talents the manager has selected. Yes. Let us take a look. Satisfy my curiosity. Several heads leaned toward the computer, opening the folder of the chosen ones. They were all convinced that with Suhao's discerning eye and the high status of the new department, the individual selected must surely be the CRME de la CRME, the elite among elites. The resumes would dazzle the eyes, each individual a paragon of excellence. However, as they scrutinized the resumes on the list, everyone was left dumbfounded, jaws dropping in disbelief. These individuals, their resumes, seem rather unremarkable, don't they? Am I mistaken? This isn't quite the all-star lineup I had envisioned. The disparity between reality and expectation was stark. Contrary to everyone's anticipations, the individuals Suhao had chosen possessed resumes that were increasingly unremarkable, some even rather meager. Here, resumes referred not only to educational backgrounds but also to the performance metrics within their previous teams, particularly their revenue-generating capabilities. Goodness, these fellows have negative returns? Oh, I know this person. Previously, he was renowned in our department for being diligent and earnest, akin to a hard-working ox, yet his performance was perpetually at the bottom, not the sharpest tool in the shed, one team member pointed out, indicating a name. Is that so? I recognize this one too. He is quite reliable, impeccable character, diligent and uncomplaining. But how should I put it? A bit too honest, lacking a certain ferocity, or perhaps not proactive enough. He is the type who only moves when nudged. There are two types of talent, the proactive and the passive. In trading, especially at the pinnacle, it is undoubtedly the proactive individuals, akin to wolves, who thrive, seeking their own sustenance. Whether formulating a team's investment strategy or executing that strategy, Traders must engage in independent thought and judgment, adapting flexibly to seize fleeting opportunities. Conversely, passive individuals tend to follow orders without deviation, adhering strictly to established routines and refraining from stepping beyond the prescribed boundaries. They are diligent and earnest in their efforts. However, to expect them to generate innovative ideas or to turn the tide in critical moments would be unrealistic. Thus, in the typically aggressive culture of private equity, proactive individuals are more likely to amass significant wealth. Their ambition and desire drive them to contemplate higher returns, embrace risks, strive diligently, and pursue greater rewards. Of course, such individuals may also exhibit flaws. At times, they may place excessive faith in their own judgment, bordering on arrogance, which can lead to impulsive decisions and reckless undertakings beyond their capabilities, resulting in irrevocable losses. Upon reflection, it seems there is not a single outstanding individual among them. Indeed, it is perplexing. In such an elite department, representing the pinnacle of the company, our esteemed Fenghuan investment, why does manager Su deviate from the conventional selection methods? As Liang Haiyuan murmured to himself, he repeatedly sifted through the unremarkable resumes. Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, he slapped his thigh. I understand. Chapter 63. The Ultimate Executive Vehicle. What? Brother Haiyuan, what have you realized? Curious glances were cast from all around. I understand now why manager Su chose these individuals. Why is that? Liang Haiyuan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping once more over the resumes, as if validating his own deduction. A cryptic smile played upon his lips as he articulated slowly, they lack a sense of self. Establishing a new department within a large corporation is not merely a whimsical endeavor. It is far more arduous than one might imagine, akin to a long struggle with constipation. The responsibilities include publicizing the information of the new department head, recruiting, selecting, and interviewing potential employees, orchestrating significant personnel shifts across various departments, and finally, securing a prime location for the new department. In the office of the chairman of Fenghuan Investments, Huang Fengwen scrutinized the report before him. His brows knitted in a furrow. Since the decision was made, it had been a series of trifling troubles. Fortunately, the issue of office space was resolved swiftly, providing a small reprieve. Thus, what remained was the perennial challenge. People, are you jesting with me? How? No, that lad Su Hao. Did he truly manage to assemble a complete team? Huang Fengwen's expression conveyed disbelief as he gazed at the personnel appointment notice that had just arrived. Beside him, the chairman's secretary quickly nodded in affirmation, reporting, Indeed, Chairman Huang. This is the list just delivered by the HR department, completely authentic. It is said that Manager Su. No, Director Su personally reviewed and finalized it with a stroke of his pen. That young man. Huang Fengwen scoffed, yet inwardly he felt a twinge of doubt. Recruiting talent is not akin to casually selecting cabbages at a market. One cannot simply pick and choose without scrutiny. Why is this so? Because the individuals you bring on board could either be gems or burdens, a decision that directly impacts the zeros in the company's bank account. It determines whether one will enjoy a life of luxury or merely scrape by. This is no trivial matter. It is a lesson learned through painful experience. Ultimately, investment is governed by human judgment. A momentary lapse in decision-making can lead to the catastrophic collapse of a seemingly robust enterprise. Conversely, a brilliant insight can propel the company to unprecedented heights. Take a look at Su Hao before us. He is a living testament to this reality. This young man is practically a walking money printer. Did he not establish any criteria for recruitment? Not at all. The HR department mentioned that the number of applicants was overwhelming, each vying to join. Yet Director Su did not even bat an eyelid before finalizing the list that very day. What about interviews? Surely there must be some formality? Apparently, there was no interview process whatsoever. Huang Fengwen was clearly taken aback by such audacious maneuvers, his mind buzzing with astonishment. This newly established elite investment department was entirely on a different plane from the other departments within the company. Without delving into other matters, the mere fact that all account permissions are fully granted is enough to leave one astonished. Even more astonishing is that all investment decisions rest solely in the hands of Su Hao. The magnitude of this power is immense. To put it plainly, apart from his superior, the chairman Huang Fengwen, who is the true sovereign of the company, no one beneath him, be it vice president or director, dare question Su Hao's decisions. Even a mere utterance would require careful consideration. In the annals of Fenghuan investment, this is truly unprecedented. However, as the saying goes, a hero requires allies. Even if Su Hao possesses the prowess of Neza, a solitary effort cannot stir great waves. To invigorate this new department, it is imperative to have several competent and resilient elites by his side. Yet, upon examining the list of so-called elites, Huang Fengwen's brow furrowed in disbelief. What on earth are these misfits? What criteria did this lad use to select them? Surely, it cannot be mere chance. Vice Chairman Lin Fan, equally perplexed, voiced his confusion. Well, Chairman Huang, I too find it inscrutable. However, one thing is certain. This lad does not select individuals based on flashy resumes. Indeed, upon scrutinizing the credentials, it was evident that these individuals were not merely lacking in distinction, but were the bottom of the barrel in their previous departments. What sort of potion is Su Hao concocting by assembling such a seemingly inept group? As it stands, how many individuals comprise Su Hao's department? A total of 20, including Director Su himself, making it precisely 21. Quite a neat figure. It seems as if there is some hidden significance behind this number. As Vice Chairman Lin Fan appeared to recall something, he leaned in closer and lowered his voice to inquire. Chairman Huang, how much trading capital do you intend to allocate to Director Su's new department? Huang Fengwen extended 5 fingers, his movements crisp and decisive, as he nonchalantly uttered 3 words, 50 billion. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan nearly crushed his pen in shock. 50 billion. Moreover, Huang Fengwen's delivery, devoid of any hesitation, indicated that this had been meticulously calculated beforehand. It seemed as though Huang Fengwen could read Lin Fan's thoughts, adding, indeed, for the new department's inception, I plan to commence with proprietary trading as a trial. I've had the finance department assess our scattered proprietary funds, and this figure is approximately what we can mobilize. Proprietary trading entails utilizing the company's own funds, with profits and losses borne solely by the company. Since it does not involve clients' money, any losses would not be catastrophic. Yet, Huang Fengwen was prepared to allocate a significant portion of the company's own funds without a flicker of concern, all to Su Hao. Should Su Hao mismanage and squander this 50 billion, the repercussions would undoubtedly be dire, potentially crippling the company. One can only say that Huang Fengwen expresses an immense trust in that young man, Su Hao, through this almost frenzied approach, or rather, a bold gamble. Presently, Fenghuan Investment, although it stands as a premier private equity fund domestically, still pales in comparison to those renowned international fund companies. I used to remind you executives in our meetings, did I not? A flicker of reluctance flashed in Huang Fengwen's eyes. Sooner or later, our nation's fund companies will evolve into globally recognized international financial conglomerates. Huang Fengwen dreams of transforming Fenghuan Investment into an entity akin to those international financial titans, with assets at the trillion level, commanding the international capital market, wielding influence over the landscape. Unfortunately, in the international arena, the essence of funds still relies on genuine financial backing from clients around the globe. Those established international financial giants have long filled their niches. Their brand effects are undeniable. They are firmly established with a few prestigious names. Who would entrust their funds to a summer country-esque fund? It is simply untrustworthy. Lin Fan timely delivered a well-placed compliment. Chairman Huang, your vision is truly remarkable. I believe that one day, Fenghuan Investment will surely make its mark on the international market, especially now that we have Su Hao. That day is not far off. Indeed, let us hope so. Huang Fengwen suddenly shifted the conversation. By the way, did you arrange a vehicle for Su Hao, as I requested last time? Has it been taken care of? Absolutely. The company has just procured a top-of-the-line executive vehicle. The model is certainly impressive, with a commendable safety rating and even bulletproof features. That's splendid. Huang Fengwen nodded in satisfaction. As for the car, it merely needs to surpass my own. The key factors are its sturdiness and safety. Should anything happen, we must ensure Su Hao's well-being. He is worth far more than both of us combined. No yo. He is capable of bringing in several times the funds for the company. To call him the company's treasure, the stabilizing force, or even a walking deity of wealth is no exaggeration. Chapter 64. An uneasy day without a gamble with a decisive wave of his hand. Huang Fengwen issued an unequivocal command. A personal driver was assigned to him as well. Whatever his needs may be, regardless of their nature, as long as the company could accommodate them, he would receive the green light and full support. I must travel to the Middle East in the coming days for business. The household is entrusted to you. Ensure that Su Hao is well taken care of, without a single misstep. Understood. I guarantee the task will be accomplished. When the outside world speaks of Fenghuan investment, the prevailing sentiment is typically that while it maintains a stable lower limit, its upper potential is tragically stifled, lacking imaginative prospects and unable to stir significant waves. However, Huang Fengwen harbored an intense premonition. The limit, which had long loomed like a ceiling over Fenghuan investment, now seemed to stir restlessly, as if a forceful and domineering power was poised to burst forth, shattering the clouds and piercing the heavens. At the heart of this tumultuous vortex stood the seemingly unconventional young man, Su Hao. Wait a moment, Director Huang. Lin Fan suddenly slapped his thigh, as if awakening from a dream. I just remembered. Isn't it time for salaries to be dispersed? Supervisor Su's salary along with commissions must be an astronomical figure, right? When you draw from the account, your 50 billion venture might shrink considerably. Perhaps we need to allocate some funds from elsewhere? Damn, I completely forgot about that. Huang Fengwen exclaimed, smacking his forehead, his expression instantly frozen, his face paling. Meanwhile, Su Hao was contemplating the personnel configuration for his new department, feeling as though he was engaging in a highly challenging team raid. In the immersive multiplayer online game he adored, the world's top guilds would go to extraordinary lengths to secure the world's first kill on new raids. Some would even rent out entire internet cafes, gathering dozens of elite players who would live stream their relentless efforts day and night, a veritable madness. Both these elite guilds and the ordinary casual teams shared a commonality. They were always on the lookout for recruits, and the more, the better. The number of recruits often exceeded actual needs by a significant margin. They were almost eager to have substitutes for substitutes. Why? High-difficulty raids could last several days, and coordinating schedules and formations was a monumental task for the guild leaders. There would inevitably be a few unreliable individuals who would falter, with excuses flowing as effortlessly as breathing. My mom called me home for dinner, where the internet cable was chewed by a rat, and other bizarre justifications would abound. In such moments, the importance of substitute players, those known as benchwarmers, became apparent, serving to fill in the gaps. Yet, what if even the substitutes flaked out? Perhaps one would suddenly declare, "My wife is giving birth," and promptly disconnect and flee. To combat such exasperating eventualities, the frantic guild leaders would even prepare substitutes for the substitutes. It was akin to a Russian nesting doll. Shouldn't our department also consider recruiting a few more individuals as a precaution? Su Hao stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. The new department was on the verge of officially being established. The office had been refurbished to resemble a five-star hotel, equipped with an array of high-tech devices, all set to spring into action at his command, ready to penetrate the global capital market and unleash a whirlwind of activity, from foreign exchange to derivative markets. This department was poised to engage in every conceivable investment arena on the planet. It could be said that this was the first super department in the history of Fenghuan Investment Company, capable of operating around the clock, across all fields, and in every time zone. Logically, recruiting more personnel seemed to enhance the team's margin for error. However, Su Hao had an inkling that the current number of individuals was just right, creating an exquisite sense of balance. At least, that was what his almost prophetic intuition suggested, and his intuition had always proven to be more reliable than the weather forecast. Thus, he began to contemplate how to effectively divide and allocate the 20 or so individuals under his command to maximize their combat effectiveness. "Mr. Su, I brought you some snacks." A voice interrupted his reverie. It was Li Huilin. "Thank you, Sister Huilin." By the way, has everyone been feeling a bit bored lately? How's the atmosphere in the department? Oh, who doesn't enjoy slacking off at work? Earning money without the grind is simply delightful. Such a heavenly existence is hard to come by. Moreover, the market has been as stagnant as a still pond, with pitiable fluctuations. Didn't you say a few days ago that everyone should take a break and recharge? Currently, the entire market was enveloped in a thick atmosphere of hesitation, almost as if it were gripped by panic, with trading volumes languishing and volatility at an outrageous low. Therefore, when Suha decided to grant the entire team some leisure time, it was regarded as a special privilege and welfare of his department, envied by others. Furthermore, Mr. Su, have you forgotten? Today is a significant day. It's payday? Suhao suddenly realized, understanding the commotion outside. Indeed, Li Huilin snapped her fingers, beaming like a flower. Today is the lifeline of us hard-working employees, the source of our sustenance, payday. As a result, everyone was now bubbling with enthusiasm, their spirits soaring, almost ready to dance in the office. Speaking of which, a few days ago, the company had transferred a portion of funds from their team account. Also related to this matter. After all, bonuses, which were astronomical in nature, needed to be distributed according to each individual's return and contribution. Didn't they? Mr. Su, are you not pleased? Your expression seems indifferent to the prospect of money. Li Huilin observed Su Hao's calm demeanor, contrasting with the excitement of others, and couldn't help but feel curious. Of course, I am pleased, Su Hao replied with a grin. Who would ever be averse to money? Receiving a salary is a joy for everyone. This is the ultimate motivation that sustains countless corporate warriors as they toil away in their cubicles, pouring their lives and sweat into their work. However, in comparison to the lengthy string of zeros that would soon grace his bank account, Su Hao found himself yearning for something entirely different. Damn it, when can we finally engage in some genuine action? His mind was restless, akin to a multitude of ants scurrying about. He pondered whether he had, perhaps, become a complete slave to dopamine. A day without a high-stakes gamble left him feeling utterly discontented, in a manner that seemed irredeemable. This month's performance bonus, he was aware, would undoubtedly be a staggering sum, capable of rendering many envious to the point of disintegration. Logically, he should be eagerly anticipating the arrival of bank notifications, counting the zeros in his salary account, and delighting in the resulting euphoria. Yet, paradoxically, he found himself more eager to swiftly establish the new department.